This young man's name is Li Chiol. He was originally a peerless genius, but simply because he was born an illegitimate son of the clan leader, he never received any special treatment at all. However, there was one thing they didn't know, which was that Li Chiol was hiding a secret. He had learned every single martial arts technique within the clan. This was thanks to his special ability, a power that allowed him to read the memories contained within weapons. Those very weapons had become the best teachers he ever had. In the northern part of Korea, in a largely unexplored region, a group of people dressed in various outfits gathered in one place. The young man stood awkwardly and nervously in the back, watching them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked over, holding 2 cups of warm water, and asked him, "Hey kid, is this your first time joining an expedition?" He kindly accepted the cup of water and replied shyly, "I've been into dungeons and through portals before, but this is my first time in an unexplored region. I guess that's why I'm a bit tense." "Thanks," the man laughed out loud, breaking the tension. "You'd better prepare yourself well," the man noted. The unexplored region is a monster's hell, a place that hasn't been reclaimed for hundreds of years. Ancient monsters are crawling all over the place. The young man turned and asked, "But the leader of this expedition, he's from the Sungmu clan, right? I heard he's the younger brother of the current family head, so he must be very strong." He glanced over and replied, "Oh, him? He's just the second son, quite weak. He was even kicked out of the clan." The person with blue-black hair and a gloomy face was none other than the 9th son of the Sungmu clan, Li Chiol. The man deliberately spoke loudly for Li Chiol to hear. Not only does he lack talent, but he also lacks perseverance. At his age, he's only a 7th-tier martial artist. How can you trust a person like that? Li Chiol gripped his sword, knowing that getting angry wouldn't do any good. Suddenly, there were footsteps approaching him. He spoke up, his face full of contempt. "Let's keep moving, expedition leader." He looked at him indifferently, then bowed his head and replied, "Understood." Finally, they began to enter the unexplored region. With a bad premonition, he thought to himself, "The Shadow Sword Team, the army directly under the Sungmu clan, yet it doesn't feel like a regular guard unit. There's definitely something fishy about this mission." Many years ago, Li Chiol once had hope for his life. When he first realized the weight of the name Sungmu clan, when he was chosen by a top-tier weapon at the sword selection ceremony, Li Chiol thought that if he kept trying and proved himself step by step, perhaps one day he would be recognized. But that never happened. The doctor examining Li Chiol pointed his cane at the X-ray and said, "Look here, I have never seen magic power circuits like these. They are unsuitable for learning magic, and you cannot practice martial arts steadily either." This shocked him and his mother deeply. The doctor continued, "With a body like that, young Master Li Chiol probably won't even reach the 9th tier." His father eavesdropped on the situation through the door crack and hurriedly turned away, letting out a sigh. And so, since Li Chiol's strange constitution was discovered, his being chosen at the sword selection ceremony was just considered a random mistake. Even so, he still tried with all his stubbornness. Although they said he would never reach the 9th tier, Li Chiol eventually proved his title as a 7th-tier martial artist at the age of 25. Even though for other clan members, that was an achievement they attained when they were still children, he was still very happy with his own results. But that joy didn't last long. By the age of 30, Li Chiol was exiled from the clan. The only thing that helped him leave in one piece was the help of his eldest brother. Then, for the past 10 years, he had lived like a dead man, running away from everything, until a chaotic era arrived, and homeless people gathered in one place, lying in the middle of a blizzard. They used newspapers or anything flammable to keep warm. The reason was that the unexplored region was expanding, and monsters were rushing out and attacking more violently. Li Chiol was also one of the people wandering around there. He reached out to catch a piece of newspaper flying onto his head, then pulled it down. Li Chiol stared, reading the information on the paper. Inside, it said that the Prophet Een, who had become a star in the sky. It turned out that his father, known as the pinnacle of Korean martial arts, the head of the Sungmu clan, had passed away suddenly. Footsteps approached him, and a voice said, "The 9th young Master Li Chiol." He looked up in surprise. It turned out to be the Shadow Sword Team of the Sungmu clan. Li Chiol was confused. "How did they find me?" They handed him a piece of paper and said, "This is an order for the young master." Li Chiol sighed in annoyance. "What a farce. This cursed bloodline won't even let me go in death." He muttered the words on the paper. "Li Gunsong has become the family head. So the third brother has taken power? What about the eldest brother?" While he was confused, they prepared to leave. "I will be back in an hour," one of them said. Li Chiol held them back. "Wait, What happened to my eldest brother? Seeing that they didn't seem to want to talk, he thought indignantly, ignored, I can't get an answer. Li Chiol asked further, I haven't held a sword in 10 years. A 7th-tier martial artist like me is being summoned to explore the unexplored region. What does that actually mean? He turned his head and asked him back, so, are you planning to refuse this order, young master? Li Chiol calculated silently, refusing an order without a valid reason means death. He replied immediately, no, I accept, and so they silently left in a flash. Li Chiol could only grit his teeth, clenching the paper in his palm, and cursed under his breath, damn it. Back to the present. The group following the expedition moved deep into the unexplored region. The young man suddenly stopped, looked at the thing in front of him, and shouted, ruins? Why is there a ruin here? Others were also surprised. I didn't expect there to be such an intact structure right in the unexplored region. The people from the Sung Mu clan ordered everyone to enter. They walked on a rickety bridge that could collapse at any moment. The surrounding scenery was extremely eerie. A dinosaur-like skull along with thousands of corpses lying exposed on the damp ground. The young man was scared and suspicious. Could these be the remains of an ancient monster? Suddenly, the eyes of the Black Shadow Sword member lit up as if he had found something special. He ordered his accomplices to move forward and began to carry out their objective. In the blink of an eye, the young man's head fell due to the Black Shadow Sword member. They didn't hold back and rushed to slaughter the people they had brought with them. The middle-aged man screamed in terror, "What the hell are you guys doing?" One of them wiped the blood off his face and replied, "Don't you all know that your fate is death sooner or later? Consider sacrificing yourself for the clan a great honor." After that, he continued to target the middle-aged man and lunged at him. But before he could do anything, he was stabbed through the chest by a sword from behind. Li Chiol had prepared for this, so he wasn't too surprised. He asked, "Who ordered you?" Although stabbed, he still calmly replied, "The order came from the master, to bring you to this place and kill you as cleanly as possible." He raised his blood-covered hand, grabbed the sword piercing his chest, and gently snapped it, causing the sword to shatter into pieces. His face turned dark like an addict, and the wound on his chest was healing rapidly. He said, "As long as you don't resist, Li Chiol." Looking on, suddenly seeing the wound healing, another person couldn't stand still and rushed to fight to the death with the Shadow Sword group. Before he could do anything, he was kicked by him, his whole body sent flying. Li Chiol was also knocked to the ground by him. He sneered, "Pathetic. I expected something from someone bearing the Li name of the Sung Mu clan, but it turns out he's just a good-for-nothing." In just a moment, he jumped up, ran quickly to Li Chiol, and then delivered an elbow strike to his chest, making the blood in his mouth pour out. Not stopping there, he exerted all his strength into his leg to kick him away gleefully. Li Chiol's strength was gradually depleting, and the amount of blood in his body decreased significantly. He thought to himself that he couldn't just die like this. Li Chiol sat still, catching his breath, and looked around for a weapon for himself. After spotting a dull sword nearby, Li Chiol quickly crawled toward it. He analyzed, a sword strong enough to take down giant monsters, although abandoned for many years, it should still be usable. After grabbing the sword, Li Chiol suddenly gasped at the next strange thing. The sword he was aiming for unexpectedly dissolved into smoke when he touched it. Li Chiol asked the heavens in a daze, "Why?" The Shadow Sword member appeared behind his back. He uttered insults. "The Li bloodline is this pathetic. Since you are a descendant of the Lis, I will send you off in a worthy manner." His next action was to slash a clean cut into Li Chiol's back. Li Chiol collapsed in pain, his face expressionless. He lamented to himself, "Heaven, won't you even give me one last chance? Am I truly going to die here? A lifetime of only struggling, running away, a failed life." Suddenly, that worn-out sword appeared. Black dust swirled around the area, and then wrapped around Li Chiol. He only wished that if he could be reborn, then. Scene change, a trail of light gradually revealed itself. He heard the voice of the person next to him. "This child, is he Yudung's son?" After gradually opening his eyes, he saw his late father. He was standing there talking with the butler. His father asked, "What happened to Yudung?" The butler replied, "When we found him, he was..." The butler stammered and stopped. His father looked at him coldly. Li Chiol was confused and thought, but didn't father pass away? But he looks so young. Not just father, but the butler too. Li Chiol raised his hands, wanting to touch the two of them. But reality hit him hard. Seeing his hands like a baby's, he panicked. What is this? Are these a child's hands? Deep inside, he remained confused, as if he had been reincarnated into the past. Is this me? What's going on? I clearly died. Could this be the world after death,
or just a flashback before dying? Tae-sin looked at him and gave him a name. This child's childhood name will be Lee Cheol. Treat him like any other child, have the wet nurse take care of him, and assign some members of the Shadow Sword team to be his guards. Also, let him participate in the selection ceremony along with the 8th son. The butler replied, "You mean right now, sir? But the youngest master isn't ready yet." Furthermore, the two of them are months apart. Tae-sin stared at Lee Cheol and decided, it's fine. He was stunned to hear that. Then they quickly left, leaving Lee Cheol, a newborn baby, in the room. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally they left. Truly, father, it's been a long time since we met. Such a heavy presence. He moved his palms, trying to figure out the situation. But what is happening here? It's too clear to just be a flashback. And that conversation just now, was that something that already happened? I don't want to believe it, but if so, then could it be? Damn, did I return to the past? A few months after Lee Cheol returned to the past, a special day for the Sungmu clan had arrived. That was the selection ceremony. The children in the clan would reveal their innate talent through the weapons that chose them. His father had been chosen by countless swords and became the greatest swordsman of the era. His eldest brother had been chosen by a sword, a magic book, and an artifact, making him famous for his incredible swordsmanship and magic. And this time, the participant was none other than Lee Cheol. He was in a flashy outfit, fitting for a young master, which made Lee Cheol feel uncomfortable wearing it. The maid smiled brightly and complimented him profusely. "Oh my, the little master looks so good in his ceremonial outfit. And he hasn't cried at all in this strange environment, he's so mature." This person was Lee Cheol's wet nurse, Mun Jiewa. She held Lee Cheol in her arms and whispered, "Everything will definitely be fine. The young master's path will always be open." He smiled because of that. To him, she was no different from his real mother. But in the past, because of the jealousy of other siblings, she had been kicked out of the clan. The only person who stayed with Lee Cheol until the end, crying for his future. But this time, things would not be like that again. He told himself that he would protect her at all costs. Another servant approached and said, "Young Master Lee Cheol, everything is ready." Father looked at Lee Cheol and smiled. "Shall we go?" Elsewhere, a man's voice called out, "Family head, everything for the selection ceremony is ready." Tae-sin replied solemnly, "All right, let's go." A moment later, he and the group of servants behind him headed to the selection ceremony. Walking up to the gates of the selection, inside, there were thousands of weapons neatly arranged around the stage, along with thousands of people gathered to watch. In the arms of each servant was a child of the Sungmu clan. The people on the stands whispered about Lee Cheol. Is that the child? The illegitimate son brought from the outside? Leading the selection ceremony were the matriarch of the Sungmu clan, Baek Hoayun, followed by the general manager Lee Taehong. The next was the eldest son Lee Mi-jong, and finally the third young master Lee Gunsong. The eldest son said, "He looks so small. No one has ever participated in the selection ceremony so young, right, Gunsong?" Gunsong, chin in hand, expressionless, replied, "Yes, that's right. I really don't know where this thing crawled out from." He was very curious right now. Tae-sin, the host, gave the signal to start the selection ceremony. The first to be chosen was Hoa, a cute short-haired girl who was placed on a stone seat. Tae-sin took a small knife from his person. He grabbed the girl's hand and made a small cut on her finger to draw blood. Hoa cried out in pain. The blood flowed down from her finger onto the stone pedestal, then appeared as a trail of light running into one of the weapons on the stand. People whispered about the sword. "Oh my, could it be the legendary holy grade sword, the sky-piercing sword? That's the legendary sword that has been silent for generations." Tae-sin used the power radiating from his palm to draw that sword toward him. The sword floated in midair and finally settled into his hand. Tae-sin picked up Hoa and declared, "From now on, the sky-piercing sword belongs to Hoa." Everyone around rejoiced, crowding around to hold Hoa and congratulate her. The madam has brought another outstanding genius into the clan. It is truly a happy day for the clan. She smiled happily and thanked everyone around. Suddenly, her mouth returned to its original state. When she heard the next person was Lee Cheol, everyone buzzed with discussion. Is that the baby? The illegitimate son brought from the outside? Others clicked their tongues in disapproval. Why let someone like that participate in the selection ceremony? Tae-sin raised his hand and sat Lee Cheol on the stone pedestal, then performed the ritual. He patted his head, his eyes full of trust. Lee Cheol was nervous. Finally, this moment has come. In my past life, the sword that chose me was the heavenly blue sword, a heavenly grade sword. If so, what will happen in this life? His blood flowed down onto the stone pedestal. A blue light source began to radiate from the pedestal. illuminating an area.
Meanwhile, on the stands, Hwa-yeon's expression was quite poor. Taehyung noticed her every gesture and speculated. Looking at my sister-in-law's face, she seems to be in a bad mood. After all, it is the bloodline that the eldest brother has hidden for so long. Well, it's understandable. That child's fate is truly pathetic. Carrying the name of an outsider while trying to survive in the Sungmu clan will be very difficult, especially when footsteps suddenly approached from behind Taehyung. He stroked his beard and smiled. The general manager seems to have a great interest in an outsider? Taehyung felt uncomfortable, silently complaining, just because those conservative old men keep clinging to that outdated pureblood ideology.
He was the elder Cheol-young.
Taehyung reluctantly bowed. Elder. The elder Lung Hyu thought to himself, a person whose true thoughts nobody can guess, truly an opponent not to be taken lightly.
Cheol-young leaned on his cane and asked Taehyung, "Is that the child? The one the head of the house brought back?"
He replied, "That's right. I heard the child was discovered and protected by the Shadow Blade Squad."
How could someone whose origins and parentage are unknown be allowed to participate in the selection ritual? Haven't the outsiders long since proven they aren't qualified to participate in this ceremony?
Clearly, the experience of the head manager is the best proof of that.
Hearing those harsh words, Taehyung felt disgruntled and tried to suppress his anger. "What did you just say?"
The old man maintained a mocking expression and said flatly to Taehyung, "Oh my, excuse me. It's just that the story of the head manager coming from the outside and failing to be chosen by any weapon during that year's selection ritual is already quite famous.
An outsider's child is still an outsider's child."
The old man slammed his cane hard against the ground. He taunted, "You'd better know your place."
Taehyung couldn't take it anymore, so he snapped back, shouting, "Don't go too far. If you continue to spout such insults." Just as the tension reached its peak,
the protagonist's aura caused both of them to stare in stunned silence. Below on the spectator stand,
the blue wave reacted even more violently than it did when choosing the sword for Hwa. Old man Cheol-young stepped toward the platform, looking closely, unable to believe his eyes as he blurted out, "What? What on earth is happening?"
Taehyung stood up,
smiling joyfully. "How can this be?
Even seeing it with my own eyes, it feels like I'm dreaming." A pure blue ray of light shot straight from the stone chair up to the blue sky, witnessed by thousands of people in the stands. It illuminated the entire area.
Weapons meant for Lee Cheol appeared one after another.
First were the legendary swords Huyet Lin Thuang and Thiat Lung Dao, followed by the sacred relics Saint Sword Mae and Saint Thunder Eagle. Everyone cheered, marveling at an event that seemed impossible yet was unfolding in such an absurd way. It wasn't just the weapons of the ritual, even weapons that already had owners were reacting. The sword in the eldest son's hand was no exception. It wanted to break free from his grip to go to Lee Cheol.
This left him extremely surprised. How could this be? Myeong-jong turned to his younger brother Gunsong and said, "Can you believe it?
Our youngest brother seems to be much more talented than I thought."
He looked down at Lee Cheol and nodded in agreement. "That is certainly true." The surrounding crowd was buzzing with discussion. "Isn't there a mistake here? An outsider's child couldn't possibly have this result."
But the selection ritual had never had a mistake. Tae-sin quickly calmed them. "Everyone, be quiet." Standing before the crowd, he firmly asserted, "According to family rules, the weapons chosen in this ritual will all belong to Lee Cheol.
But this matter is not easy to handle.
Therefore, I will listen to everyone's opinion." Afterward, someone raised their hand to give an opinion.
Tae-sin asked that person, "Very well, head manager, what is your opinion?"
Taehyung smiled as if he had found something interesting and spoke up, "I believe this is not appropriate.
The selection ritual is an important tradition of the family.
Therefore, let the youngest choose one for himself." Tae-sin also agreed with the head manager's opinion. He snapped his fingers, and each chosen sword floated in the sky. Tae-sin finally accepted the proposal, then used magic to move Lee Cheol off the stone chair, and sat him down on the floor.
He wanted Lee Cheol to choose the weapon he wanted for himself.
The boy was surprised, looking at the weapons, wondering,
"I don't understand why everything is different from my previous life. But anyway, this is still a good opportunity for me, then I will make the most of it."
With a determined look, he crawled past the weapons and analyzed them. The sword carrying the bloodline of the true dragon, Praha, the sacred spear Bakkan, forged from a part of a saint's body, used to defeat great monsters.
The staff Valheim, created from a branch of the world tree, where spirits rest. The sword Lin Noyet Not Tin, forged at the moment when the moon, sun, and stars intersected. Countless great weapons were waiting for his choice.
But without having to ponder long, Lee Cheol spotted and chose the sword that left Tae Hyung bewildered. It was the sword that the founding ancestor Sun Wukong had found in the Barren Lands. Through many generations, no one had been able to unlock its latent power. It was shrouded in mystery, only gathering more dust as the years went by. That was Hakta. Based on its known capabilities, it hadn't even reached the heavenly grade, but because it was linked to the founding ancestor, it was always kept as a heavenly grade treasure. No predecessor had ever been chosen by Hakta as its master.
Could this just be the unconscious choice of a newborn baby?
Tae-sin used magic to pull Lee Cheol and the Hakta sword toward him. His face darkened, and he muttered, "That must be the arrangement of fate." Tae-sin held the Hakta sword up high and shouted his declaration, "Lee Cheol has chosen Hakta. The ritual is officially concluded." Hoa Yun, watching from the stands, was not happy with the result. That outsider's child, Lee Cheol, is just a nuisance that has appeared.
If he is an obstacle, he can only be eliminated.
In the blink of an eye, 9 years passed, and Lee Cheol had grown up. He ran to the door and called for his nanny.
"I'm heading out for afternoon practice, Ga Hoa." Ga Hoa hurriedly ran out. "Oh my, let me see you off."
Afterward, they went together because the nanny was very worried about leaving him alone.
Ga Hoa asked Lee Cheol curiously, "Young master, there are still many other training grounds available. Why must you go to Zone 1?
It's too old and run down," he answered happily, "because someone is waiting for me there." Suddenly, a loud voice came from behind. "That's not right," causing him and Ga Hoa to turn and look. "Gripping the sword hilt too tightly will hurt your hand.
Come on, try the vertical slash one more time."
It seemed like young Miss Hoa, the 8th daughter of Sun Wukong, was practicing with her teacher.
Lee Cheol looked in and asked his nanny, "That's the 8th young miss, right?"
She panicked and corrected him, "You must call her older sister, young master.
If anyone hears you, it will be trouble."
Lee Cheol pouted and whispered to himself, "She's only 5 months older than me, what kind of older sister is that?" Hoa was practicing very hard, but her teacher was too strict. "The sword must be swung as if it were a part of your own body. Try again, you must control the sword delicately so you don't get hurt again."
"Come on."
This made her blood boil.
Hoa was annoyed and threw the sword to the ground, shouting back, "Why is the master so long-winded?
How I hold the sword doesn't matter, as long as I pick it up, right?" The teacher tried to coax her with difficulty. "Oh, young miss, I only do this for your own good.
Calm down a bit and try one more time. This time you will do better."
Hoa pouted, but her anger gradually subsided. Lee Cheol pointed at the teacher and asked his nanny, "Who is that person working so hard to teach her?"
She replied, "Ah, that is Captain Bei Han of the Black Squad."
Lee Cheol stared at Hoa and Han, thought for a moment, then suddenly said aloud, "For a 9-year-old child to have a teacher like that, it's really over the top."
Ga Hoa overheard this.
She looked at him sadly, trying to encourage him. "Lee Cheol will have a teacher worthy of recognizing your true value someday." Lee Cheol turned his head, confused. Ga Hoa felt heartbroken, tears welling up. "It's my fault for being incompetent and not taking better care of you.
Young Miss Hoa has been fed medicinal herbs and elixirs since she was little."
Lee Cheol helplessly put his hands on his hips and comforted her. "You're doing it again.
You are the nanny I am deeply grateful to."
She emotionally covered her mouth, unable to hold back her feelings. He continued, "And as for those people, I don't need them. They only came here because of the Sung Wukong lineage."
He asserted more strongly, "I already have good teachers."
A few minutes later, at the training area dedicated to the direct line of Sung Wukong, Zone 1, Lee Cheol pushed the door open slightly and walked in. This place symbolized the long history of Sung Wukong, though now it was more of a landmark than a real training ground. But there was only one reason Lee Cheol came here. He stood before the door in the training area and gently pushed it aside. Because this place stored weapons older than any others in the warehouse. Lee Cheol looked left and right, finally finding what he was looking for. He picked up the sword, looked it over, and decided, "Today I will practice with this sword." Since regressing to his second life 9 years ago, he had undergone a major change. Among those, the most amazing thing was that Lee Cheol stood in the center, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes to regulate the energy in his body to become one with the sword. After the first step, he continued to merge with the sword. Specifically, Lee Cheol had the ability to read the memories contained within weapons, strengthening his foundation firmly. Whether it was high-level or low-level swordsmanship, the foundation was always the core. Slash from top to bottom. Based on the memories remaining in the sword, Lee Cheol relied on them to practice. It served as a teacher, helping him develop himself step by step. The gestures and actions of its previous owner were now the foundation for him to learn without needing anyone else to teach him. The older, more advanced, or the more loved a weapon was by its owner, the clearer the memories of the past would be. The teacher hidden in the sword's memories, Li Chiol relied on that to practice, establishing a solid foundation for his swordsmanship, like a sturdy pillar that would never waver. After many hours of practice, he finally learned the 7-star sword technique, first form, stone wind, by slashing hard in the air, creating a great force that affected the ground. Even though he was tired, Li Chiol was very happy to have learned the 7-star sword. Over the past 2 years, he had learned the memories of almost every weapon in Sung Mu Lan. Suddenly, there were footsteps accompanied by enthusiastic applause.
The man exclaimed, "Excellent! It's been a long time since I've seen anyone use the 7-star sword so perfectly."
The person saying this was Tae Hyung, Li Chiol's uncle, a 4th-level martial artist, and the manager of Sung Mu Lan. Even though Tae Hyung was a second son, he was currently serving as the manager thanks to his recognized talent. From his previous life to this one, he was one of the few people who genuinely cared about Li Chiol. He bowed to receive his uncle's head pat and greeted him politely.
He laughed heartily and called out, "Just call me uncle." Not missing a day of practice is truly commendable.
I have seen you at the training ground every time I go to work and finish my shift. Being discriminated against compared to the other brothers must be very difficult for you.
But I hope you can tenaciously overcome it. Hearing that, he replied, "I'm fine, uncle. After all, I carry the blood of Sung Mu Lan.
Proving yourself through the sword is the meaning the family name carries. Therefore, I will prove my own strength."
He placed his hand on his chest and swore with sparkling eyes. Tae Hyung felt Li Chiol's determination and sadly sympathized. "For a child like you to have the status of a second son, it's truly a pity." Tae Hyung then pretended to cough a few times and changed the subject. "By the way, you are almost at the age for the naming ceremony, right?" he offered. "It's a bit late, but before the ceremony, I want to be your master. How about it? Aren't you happy?"
Li Chiol felt shy but had to refuse. "I really appreciate it, but I cannot accept."
This stunned him, and he shouted, "What? Why? Is it because I'm the one offering to be your master that you're not satisfied?"
It seemed Tae Hyung misunderstood him, so he explained, "It's not that, sir. According to the rules, you cannot take a master before the naming ceremony."
"I don't want to make things difficult for you."
He tried to persuade him, but the other brothers are openly breaking the rules. Everyone is already using elixirs and inviting skilled masters. Seeing Tae Hyung put a hand on his shoulder, he gently brushed it off and smiled brightly, answering, "But just because no one follows the rules doesn't mean I should too. Furthermore, as I said, I want to prove my own strength."
Tae Hyung saw the maturity in him and exclaimed, "Is this child really only 9 years old?
These eyes look exactly like the eldest brother's."
Li Chiol stared firmly at Tae Hyung, hoping he would understand. The uncle gave up and chuckled, "It seems you don't intend to change your mind. This stubbornness is just like your father's."
Tae Hyung ruffled Li Chiol's hair firmly. He was out of options. What a troublesome kid.
"I can't do anything to help you. Since I can't help you with anything, I feel so guilty. Hey, if you need anything, just say it." Li Chiol's eyes lit up. "Thank you, uncle. That is exactly what I was hoping for."
He rubbed his head, pretending to be shy. "Actually, I have a request."
Tae Hyung was happy. "Oh? Tell me what it is."
Li Chiol smiled ear to ear. "I want to visit the underground secret vault." This surprised him. So, on the next day, a black car appeared at the storage site of the secret vault. The guard signaled for the car to stop, bowed, and asked the person inside, "Excuse me, please verify your identity and the purpose of your visit." The man handed over his membership card and replied clearly, "Manager Lee Tae Hyung, periodic inspection. The person accompanying me is the youngest of Sung Mu Lan, Lee Chiol, with the purpose of visiting." The gatekeeper stood at attention, understood, verified.
"Please come in."
The door opened, and they began to move inside. Lee Chiol looked around excitedly, thinking to himself, now is the time to react like an innocent child.
He spoke up, "This is amazing. Is that the secret vault?" Tae Hyung looked at him through the car mirror and asked, "Are you that happy?"
Lee Chiol replied, "Of course.
The secret vault is where the family's greatest treasures are kept.
And the thing I am looking for is also in there. Legendary weapons, ancient relics that people don't even know exist. For those seeking such mythical things, people often say, everything can be found in the secret vault of Sung Mu Lan." Entering the main hall, filled with various types of weapons, Tae Hyung and Lee Chiol continued to move to the basement. He introduced, The basement of the secret vault is where weapons sealed for various reasons are kept.
Li Chiol put on an excited face. Among them, there are even monster weapons that could devour their masters, right? He laughed. That's right. It seems you know quite a lot.
Taehyung warned him, if you carelessly grab them, I'm afraid both your body and mind would be incinerated by them.
He then laughed. How about it, scared yet?
Making Li Chiol stammer, not at all, not at all.
He continued, don't worry. Anyway, dangerous things like that aren't places we can enter.
I have work to do upstairs, so take your time looking around.
Li Chiol replied, yes, uncle. He happily entered the elevator and then said goodbye to his uncle.
After everything was done, Li Chiol sighed in relief, relaxing his face. Acting like an innocent child isn't easy at all. Li Chiol began his exploration of the basement of the secret vault, also known as the weapon graveyard,
a place that sealed countless weapons and relics.
The reason he came all the way here was to find a special weapon. Endless, originally a short sword, but when magic is infused into it, it can change its length, shape, weight, and properties at will. In his previous life, Lee Gunsong found Endless in this secret vault, and thanks to its overwhelming versatility, he earned the title, the 10,000 Changer. It was also thanks to that title that his most promising heir, his eldest brother, was surpassed by a third party like him, who then became the head of the house. Afterward, he even hunted down and dealt with him, the one who was hiding.
That was all he knew.
And to prevent the tragedy from repeating like in his previous life, he had only one choice. No matter how much time it took, he had to check every single one. Li Chiol moved the pitch-black energy from his palm to appraise all the weapons. He determined, this time, I will definitely seize Endless before Lee Gunsong does. Next, he touched his fingers to the weapons one by one to determine their quality.
But after dozens of minutes, he didn't find any that had the ability.
Li Chiol sighed. I've checked everything that looked like a short sword for an hour, but I still can't find Endless.
He regained his spirit. It must be here, because I haven't checked everything yet.
He went to the display case on the other side to investigate.
He regained his spirit. It must be here, because I haven't checked everything yet.
He went to the display case on the other side to investigate. Suddenly, while touching the edge of the table, an ancient sword fell. The short, rusty sword fell in front of him. Seeing it, Li Chiol bent down and reached out to pick up the sword. He didn't expect the sword to be so old, but before he picked it up, the black energy in his palm reacted violently.
The sword absorbed Li Chiol's black energy, startling him into pulling his hand back. Li Chiol looked around. How could it be this bad?
In an instant, uncontrolled black smoke radiated around the basement, then sucked him into the sword. When he regained his bearings, he was in another dimension. Li Chiol's mouth moved, about to say something. He didn't believe his eyes when he saw that the space here was full of corpses lying scattered, piled into mountains.
Li Chiol stood up, walked around, and thought to himself, could this be the memory hidden inside this short sword? But it's completely different from the weapon memories I've read before.
The feeling is as clear as if I am truly existing here. He hadn't been calm for long before a massive presence struck. A scream echoed throughout the space, startling Li Chiol.
He quickly turned around. Up above, a presence so overwhelming that even nature had to tremble.
The primal monster that emerged from Blue Ha, which in ancient times had devoured countless civilizations, the beast of annihilation.
Li Chiol's legs couldn't stand firm, the pressure bearing down on him intensely. His face turned pale. There is no way I can win this fight. I must run. But his spirit didn't allow it.
His trembling legs gave way, unable to move, only able to stare as it approached him. Suddenly, a stone person with a sharp sword appeared behind him, then jumped up, blocking in front of Li Chiol.
He was confused. Since when was it standing behind me? Relying on the pile of corpses stacked like mountains, the stone person jumped very quickly.
He lunged into midair with the rusty sword, yet it still couldn't overshadow the aura of the hero of old. With just one slash tearing through the enemy, the golden demon-slaying sword technique flashed brilliantly in the humid, monochromatic world. The presence of the stone hero stirred the gloomy sky. The monster's body disintegrated into pieces in an instant, torn apart without a chance to regenerate. Dust and smoke swirled violently before Li Chiol's eyes.
Stunned and bewildered, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. To defeat that monster with just one slash? He calmed himself down.
Wait, who was that just now? The dark silhouette stood amidst the pile of flesh, with monster blood still splattering everywhere. The stone hero's appearance gradually became clear.
He turned his back and asked, "Who are you?"
Li Chiol was startled and stammered, realizing that he was an entity visible in this world.
The hero stepped closer and demanded, "Why are you here?" "Out of kindness, I will send you off without pain."
He raised his sword high, intending to finish Li Chiol off. Paralyzed with fear, Li Chiol could only sit still, but unexpectedly, before death could find him, he was fortunately teleported back to the old world.
Li Chiol's hands were still trembling after the incident. He wondered, what was that? That scene just now.
The feeling that crushed my entire body still lingers, as if it were all real. Seeing the sword vibrating violently, he scrambled to pick it up. Li Cheol steeled his resolve,
Grabbed a dagger,
drew a bit of blood from his finger,
and let it drip onto the rusty sword. Become one. Yes, this is it. I will be the master of the endless.
A wave of blue light on the sword illuminated the entire area. Thanks to his pure blood, the sword returned to its brand new, original form. He picked it up, practiced a little, swung it back and forth to test its weight, then used all his strength to slash into the air.
He made a horizontal cut at chest height.
After testing it, Li Cheol felt better.
Perfect. He grinned ear to ear.
Finally found it, the endless.
Early the next morning, loud noises echoed throughout the house. A powerful sword strike cut the wooden beam in two.
Li Cheol wiped the sweat from his cheek, muttering, "Failed again? A week has passed since I obtained the endless,
the sword I took from the underground arsenal that day. Currently, I'm keeping it in the form of a ring to avoid detection."
Li Cheol clenched his fist, recalling that day. What on earth was that? The stance that man used to swing the demon-slaying sword
felt like it was reminding me that I'm still not worthy. The black energy only showed me the technique and its name.
Putting aside its power, just the man's movements exuded an elegant beauty.
But no matter how hard I try to imitate it, I can't pull it off.
He smiled at the sword in his hand, then moved it with great force, slashing straight down. Li Cheol smiled confidently. "Even so, I don't feel rushed at all. In my previous life, I was just someone looked down upon. I wasn't even taught the basic family martial arts. It's just one technique, but this is the first time I've been exposed to high-level martial arts."
He let out a sigh of relief and resolved, "I can do it."
I remember exactly how he moved in the memory, clearer than anyone else.
Li Cheol suddenly froze. "Wait, that man.
I'm not an adult like him, I'm just a 9-year-old child." He looked at his small hands and thought, if I try to imitate an adult's movements exactly, of course, I won't be able to unleash the full power. I have to accept this body and take it slow, naturally. He held the sword, took a stance, his face full of determination. Eyes gently closed, Li Cheol swung the sword in a way that suited his body, whispered in his heart, and decisively unleashed a powerful slash. The forceful strike created a large indentation, causing a patch of ground to sink. Li Cheol slowly lifted the sword from the ground, looked at his recent move, and joyfully exclaimed, "Great!
It seems I've got the feel for it."
He clenched his fist, determined. "Now, the only problem left is mastering the flow of magic power. No matter how many times I try to apply the method from the memory, it still feels like a vital part is missing. I just can't recreate it."
He sighed again. In the end, the only way is to keep experimenting.
He was so absorbed in practicing that he didn't notice a silhouette standing right at the edge of the wall behind him. "All right, let's start again," Li Cheol told himself. Meanwhile, the face of that silhouette was smiling as she watched him. Li Cheol swung the sword again. The mysterious figure suddenly dashed toward him. She grabbed Li Cheol's sword just as he was about to swing it down and called out, "Little one," causing him to turn around instinctively.
The girl asked, "Where did you learn that technique?" Li Cheol was a bit confused and asked back, "Who are you?"
He thought, jet black hair and brown eyes, this person is from the main branch of Sung Mukolan.
He asked again, "Who are you?"
which surprised the girl a little.
She replied, "You don't know me?" Then she laughed loudly, "Ah, right, you might not know me. I don't really show my face much." She approached Li Cheol and asked gently, "So, what's your name?"
He was a bit flustered and replied, "I am Li Cheol."
She shook his hand while introducing herself. "John, what a special name. Anyway, I'm Li Jiang Hoa. Nice to meet you."
Li Cheol's head was full of question marks as he thought, the youngest aunt, Li Jiang Hoa? I remember my uncle's words, that person, my aunt, is a bit different from everyone else.
My grandfather couldn't accept that.
He suddenly turned pale recalling the events of his past life, but more than that, he realized he was lying on the ground, pouting in annoyance.
Jiang Hoa stood there teasing, "Your body is a bit weak, isn't it?" Li Cheol thought, "Does she not think I'm strong at all?"
Jiang Hoa suddenly leaned in close to him and asked, "So, little one, where did you learn that technique?"
She bent down to probe him. Li Cheol wondered, "Why do you ask?"
Jiang Hoa's voice was a bit excited. "That's ancient martial arts.
Your aunt here absolutely loves ancient martial arts. That was also the era when ancient monsters were rampant, wasn't it?"
She happily pulled a small notebook from inside her collar and excitedly offered it. "Because of that, this is a gift for you." Li Cheol took the notebook, curiously flipping through it. "A gift?
The ant was also quite enthusiastic. Yeah, open it and see. He focused on reading. The handwriting is terrible, it's hard to read. But is this magic?
Not just magic, but records of martial arts too. The level is quite high, to the point where it's not easy for me to fully understand.
He thought, maybe the rumors about her aren't accurate.
Then he suddenly froze when turning to a page.
Jian Hoa stood nearby and excitedly pointed to that page. Ah, that one?
These are ancient spells based on the magic meridian flow.
She explained, in the old days, magic only used the internal flow of magic power in the body without needing a magic core.
Modern magic, however, relies on storing magic power in the heart.
But can we really call ancient magic obsolete?
Li Chiol stared at his aunt in amazement, thinking, this is a perspective I had never considered.
Jian Hoa continued, perhaps the magic control techniques of that time were superior to today's.
That's why your aunt is also researching amplification and transformation spells, but the records are too scarce. Li Chiol, hearing the explanation while looking at the notebook, was stunned. The magic of the endless. He suddenly handed the notebook to Jian Hoa, then ran away quickly, shouting back, Aunt, please wait a moment.
Jian Hoa was a bit puzzled and asked, yeah, what's wrong?
Li Chiol held the sword and began to follow his aunt's instructions. Magic power radiated from his magic core throughout his body, but instead of absorbing it back into the core, he utilized it solely through the magic meridian flow, the way the man in his memory used magic, which he hadn't been able to understand.
Okay, it can be done. Li Chiol seemed to grasp the principle behind it.
He swung the sword in his hand forcefully, creating a long mark on the ground and causing the surrounding area to crack.
Both Li Chiol and Jian Hoa were left with their mouths agape in amazement.
He was so happy he blurted out his inner thoughts. It worked.
Jian Hoa was so surprised that she ran over to him and inquired, what was that? That was an amplification spell, wasn't it?
Li Chiol turned his face away with an extremely awkward expression. That was indeed an amplification spell.
Jian Hoa made a pathetic face, grabbed him, and shouted, what? How did you do that? He muttered, I just did it. She was a bit frustrated. What do you mean? How did you do that?
Li Chiol patted his shoulder with a bit of dissatisfaction. Why should I tell you?
Jian Hoa bluntly replied, because it's thanks to the notebook I gave you that you knew how.
I've lived my whole life for this very thing. I've been searching for it for over 10 years, even after being kicked out of the house.
I beg you, if I do something for you, can you show me?
Li Chiol wasn't sure what to do with his aunt's offer. He sighed and began to propose, then please promise me 3 things.
Jian Hoa wondered, promise?
At this point, he explained, yes, the first thing is that you must not tell anyone anything about me without my permission.
Of course, even my eldest brother and father cannot know. Jian Hoa was full of questions. Why?
Li Chiol sighed, because I don't like others talking about me without my consent.
At this moment, she realized, I see. I'm the same way. He was a bit stunned seeing Jian Hoa's expression. Why do you look unhappy?
Li Chiol continued to set conditions. The second thing is that you must not lie to me.
Because we must trust each other, I will also be honest with you to the best of my ability. Jian Hoa felt a bit dizzy hearing his conditions.
Then she clenched her fist and resolved, fine.
What is the last one? He continued, the last one is.
A year later, Ga Hoa ran in from outside holding a letter, panicking and shouting, young master.
Young master. Li Chiol, who was practicing, stopped and asked, Nanny, what's wrong that you ran all the way to the training ground? She gasped for air and reported, here, look at this, and handed him a letter. Jian Hoa stood behind, also unable to help but wonder, what is it? Li Chiol looked at the letter, thinking, it's finally here. Ga Hoa said, it's the summons for the naming ceremony.
A piece of paper was unfolded, and Li Chiol held it, looking closely at a corner.
Head of House Representative, Li Gunsong. He looked at the letter, thinking, is father not home? I haven't heard any news about him being away. Jian Hoa stood behind him and exploded in anger, shouting, the naming ceremony? Li Chiol looked at the slightly frantic Jian Hoa and wondered, why are you suddenly so agitated?
Jian Hoa stood there, smoothing her hair, and shouted loudly, everything has just started to get on track.
Now is the most important time. If you attend the naming ceremony, you'll be tied down there. No. Don't go, ignore it.
While Jian Hoa was making noise, he was still thinking, a year has passed since I made the pact with Aunt Jian Hoa, and since then, we've been researching magic together. Modern magic focuses on source magic, while ancient magic relies on the magic meridian flow. Combining these two systems creates a completely new type of magic,
which is the lifelong dream she wants to realize.
Source magic is used for storing and changing the properties of magic, while magic meridian flow helps control and operate it. Thanks to that, my magic application capability surpasses children my age.
Jaehyun Hoa was still muttering beside him, is it really impossible to skip it? Researching magic is more fun anyway, he said. You know it's impossible, right? Jaehyun Hoa whimpered.
But,
Lee Cheol comforted, don't worry, even if the time is reduced a little, I will still continue to practice magic and restore ancient magic. That statement surprised Jaehyun Hoa. She looked up. How can you do that?
The naming ceremony training schedule will be very intense.
Jaehyun Hoa's question made Lee Cheol suddenly smile. He confidently replied, I will do both at the same time. The next day, training began. Jang Wood said, first, endure the magic attack for 30 minutes,
he said, looking at the children, thinking, something is different.
Electric currents moved back and forth, touching them.
Ordinarily, someone like Lee Cheol, who had never undergone basic training, should have been electrocuted and collapsed immediately.
But he countered everything with magic. A flash of murderous intent from Lee Cheol's eyes toward Jang Wood made him jump.
He thought, that kid is testing me, observing the eighth young miss to assess his own level while forcing the trainers to teach at a higher level.
A 10-year-old second son daring to do that? Jang Wood broke into a cold sweat, standing there watching Lee Cheol. Damn, call him a second son?
No, with ability like that, calling him that is an insult to a martial artist.
I need to reflect on myself,
she told herself. This is no longer a simple training session to prepare for the naming ceremony, but an occasion to impart knowledge to him with all my might. After going through a long training session, Lee Cheol stretched and stepped out the door. Done. He recalled the scene of being struck by lightning inside the glass cabinet. This family is insane.
To train magic resistance, they throw me into a magic generating device?
Lee Cheol rubbed his shoulder while thinking, and I didn't expect the other person to be the one to apologize first. Since some time ago, the way people look at me has changed.
He moved outside, tired. Anyway, let's take a break first.
A silhouette suddenly appeared beside him, reaching out to attack unexpectedly, but the blow was blocked by him.
Hoa said, hey, you second son, come out here for a moment.
She looked at him with ferocious eyes. Lee Cheol angrily brushed her hand away. What kind of tricks are you pulling? Hoa pointed directly at his chest and shouted, her voice full of arrogance, watch your tone.
I am the legitimate child, and you are just a second son. Besides, I'm a year older than you.
Lee Cheol thought, so troublesome, then said, I don't have time to argue with you.
He turned to leave.
Seeing that, she shouted angrily, her hand even gathering strength as she approached, hey, don't ignore me.
Lee Cheol was quite surprised by this action, daring to use magic power, too. He instinctively stepped back, gathered momentum, intending to let it slide. But Lee Cheol dodged Hoa's punch quickly,
then used his hand to take a stance, grabbed her neck firmly, and pulled her up.
He threatened, if you want to whine, go whine to your mother. Don't bother me, I'm busy.
She stumbled after he released her, shouting, her voice sounding a bit resentful.
It's all your fault.
Because you caused such a huge scene at the selection ritual, I keep getting compared to you. Please just know your place as a second son and shut up.
It's so unfair.
I practice day and night until I lose sleep, yet you were born with talent superior to others.
I didn't want that either, but my mother is pretending.
Suddenly, she clamped her hand over her mouth.
Lee Cheol quickly criticized, it's very easy to blame others, isn't it? As you said, I am a second son. Does this status allow for such luxury? You lost sleep? Then don't sleep. Can't eat snacks and still can't keep up? Then skip the main meal too. He provoked, if I annoy you, use every method to fight me back.
Then force me to apologize to you, because that is the style of Sung Muko-lan.
Hoa still stubbornly clenched her fists, arrogant little brat. She shouted, fine.
At the naming ceremony, I will show results that far surpass yours, forcing you to call me sister and kneel down to beg.
Remember that.
Lee Cheol gave a faint smile and looked at her.
Yeah, I'll wait and see. In the afternoon,
at the training ground dedicated to the Direct Line, Zone 7,
someone was entering inside.
The servant saw this and ran over. Respectfully, the lady has arrived.
Hoa Yun wore a cold expression and said, step aside. I have something to discuss with my daughter. The servant obeyed, responded yes, and left the room. At this moment, Hoa was actively practicing inside. Hoa Yun spoke up, "What are you doing?" causing Hoa to turn around, startled. "Mother." She flusteredly bowed, answering, "Hick, I'm practicing." Hoa Yun stood opposite her, voice stern, "I've heard the news. You even got overwhelmed by him?" She lectured, "I told you, if you can't suppress him, then crush him." How disappointing. If you practice so hard just out of fear of punishment, then stop. Each word was like a stab into her mind. Hoa justified, "I know what you think about my training, but I do it because I want to." She clenched the sword behind her back, her voice trembling. Hoa Yun used a cold, emotionless tone. "What?" Hoa still tried to explain, "I will defeat him, but not because you ordered it, but because I want to. I will decide for myself." Hoa Yun stood there, face dark, provoked by that nobody. She tremblingly bowed, clenching her fists. Hoa Yun leaned down, lecturing, "You are the legitimate child of Sung Mu Kolan. You and he were never the same from the start. Beating him is a given. How can you let yourself be provoked?" She took a glass vial from her person and held it out. "This is sweet dream, a type of deadly poison. If you can't overcome him, then trample him." Hoa Yun handed it to Hoa, who was standing there in a daze. That is the way of Sung Mu Kolan. After handing it over, she left. At this time, at Li Chiol's residence, Ga Hoa looked at the computer screen, exclaiming in surprise, This is impossible." On the screen, the ranking table appeared. Li Chiol saw this and was also happy. "How is it, Nanny? You're less worried now, right?" Ga Hoa was so happy she hugged him tight. "I haven't helped you at all, young master, yet you're doing this well." Li Chiol comforted her, "You've helped me a lot, don't say that." Suddenly, there was a loud noise from outside the door, causing both of them to stop hugging. Jiang Hoa appeared, threw the door wide open, and shouted, "Little one, let's go practice." Li Chiol turned pale, looking at his aunt. "I just finished practicing." Jiang Hoa touched her arm muscles and happily said, "That's why we have to continue. Practicing magic techniques will help you feel less tired." He stared at her, refuting, "I've never heard of that effect." Jiang Hoa quickly evaded, pouting, Really? I'm sure of it." Li Chiol sighed, looking at her, "All right, fine. I actually had something I wanted to show you, anyway." This statement caught Jiang Hoa by surprise. She asked in astonishment, "Could it be? Have you already reached the first star?" Her surprised tone made him feel undeniably proud. It must be noted that the art of mana manipulation consists of 3 distinct stages: strengthening the physical body to reach the realm of body enhancement, refining the properties of mana to reach the realm of Qigong, and manifesting supernatural power through mana to reach the realm of Qi King. However, her specific mana art was different. Even at the first stage, it was capable of doing much more and unlocking various other abilities. Because of this, her mana system was divided into levels called stars. As Jiang Hoa channeled energy into Li Chiol, she exclaimed, "Perfect! It really is the first star. Do you feel anything strange when circulating your mana channels? I thought it would take you at least another year." Li Chiol trembled, holding his body as he complained, "I realized this while I was studying the theory. Come to think of it, it was a crazy kind of training. If I had failed to control my mana, the balance between my mana heart and mana channels could have completely collapsed. But in reality, you just have to let everything flow naturally. Mana is like water, it follows its own inherent laws. In the end, our bodies are nothing more than vessels for mana." Jiang Hoa looked at her own hand as she manipulated mana, deep in thought. "The body is a vessel," she said excitedly. "Kid, I think I can do it too. It will probably take some time, but I can pull it off." Li Chiol, standing nearby, could only sigh, thinking, did she just have an epiphany? Suddenly, Jiang Hoa hugged him tightly, praising, "Thank you, my little lucky charm." This made him uncomfortable, and he could only shout in pain, Ugh, you're going to break my ribs." Jiang Hoa released him and stood there in a determined pose. "Now, let's head for the second star." He lay sprawled on the ground, exclaiming, "I almost died." Jiang Hoa spoke up again, "From the very beginning, you knew your first star was different from the normal first stage, right?" Li Chiol sat up, his face expressionless, and replied, "I knew." She asked again, "So, in your opinion, what are you best at using?" Li Chiol pondered for a moment before answering, "What I'm best at? I think it's the sword." Jiang Hoa quickly interrupted, "I don't think so." That statement left him quite bewildered. Li Chiol bowed his head, confused, "But you've never seen me practice swordsmanship?"
she asserted. I have, a few times when I was free. Jiang Hoa scratched her chin, explaining, I mean, you have a talent that even surpasses your swordsmanship.
It's hard to explain in words, isn't it? Your greatest talent is actually mana art. This statement piqued Li Qiol's curiosity. He was slightly surprised by that answer. She continued to explain, your aptitude for mana is so overwhelmingly superior that everything else pales in comparison. I've tried teaching the mana art I created to many people, but no one could master it. Li Qiol, looking at the glowing spots on his body, thought, before returning to the past, I was mocked because I couldn't use mana. Jiang Hoa pointed directly at him, declaring, but for you, reaching the second star isn't difficult now. And if you succeed with the second star, then the naming ceremony will be nothing but child's play, she stated firmly. After finishing her explanation, Jiang Hoa happily went to drag Li Qiol off to continue training. Now, I'll teach you the techniques that really matter. He sat there, laughing along happily. Yes, I understand. Li Qiol stood up from the ground, curious. By the way, what is that thing next to you? Jiang Hoa glanced at the wooden box beside her, smiling enigmatically, and pointed at it. Oh, this? A bullet was fired, grazing Li Qiol's cheek and leaving a long scratch before embedding itself in the wall. Jiang Hoa smiled brightly and said, it's a ball bearing. She controlled 3 of them, explaining, you have to learn how to release mana while moving. If you only practice while standing still, that mana art is nothing but trash. Alright, let's start. Jiang Hoa looked at Li Qiol with a murderous glint in her eyes, making him feel that something was not right. The next day, at the training ground, Li Dongquan held his weapon, standing sternly to introduce himself. I am the squad leader of the Blood Fox Squad, Li Dongquan. From now on, I will instruct you on the secret arts of the Sungmu clan. He pointed to the pile of weapons behind him. Choose the weapon you will use and bring it here. You have 1 minute, don't dawdle. Li Dongquan's sharp tone forced both of them to run quickly to grab their weapons. Hoa stole a glance at Li Qiol, while he looked at the pile of weapons and could only mutter, seriously. Li Qiol turned back, looked at her bewildered expression, and snapped, what are you looking at? You have something to say? Hoa quickly retorted, I'm not looking at anything, I have nothing to say. She snuck over and whispered to him, hey, you use a sword, right? Li Qiol sighed and replied, no. Hoa wondered, watching him carry a whole pile of weapons, huh? But I clearly saw you practicing weapon arts earlier. Li Dongquan stood there, staring at him intently. What are you doing? Li Qiol answered immediately, you told us to choose our weapons and bring them over. He asked, I told you to choose the ones you use. Carrying a variety of weapons, he replied, these are exactly what I use. Li Dongquan was somewhat surprised by Li Qiol's answer. He turned away, I thought you weren't that stupid, but it turns out you're a blockhead. Saying that, Li Dongquan drew the weapon from his back and instructed, engrave what I'm about to say into your bones. I said I would teach you secret arts, but I didn't mean moves or postures. Li Dongquan continued lecturing, in the Sungmu clan, there are countless secret techniques called royal intent. To master those secret techniques, first you must awaken the instincts still sleeping in your veins. He grabbed his weapon and approached them both. From now on, I will help you unlock them. Don't worry too much about awakening your instincts, he explained while taking a stance. Hoa was nervous, whispering to him, what is he planning to do? Li Qiol replied, if you don't want to pass out right away, get ready. Meanwhile, Li Dongquan had already closed the distance. Li Qiol panicked and turned to his left. Li Dongquan swung his weapon, sending him flying. Li Qiol's eyes widened at the sudden strike. Li Dongquan smiled provocatively, you can block that? He took a few steps back, thinking to himself, damn it, I didn't expect to have to go through this madness again. In my previous life, I couldn't even finish this training. But this life is different. While thinking, Li Qiol charged forward with his sword. He was brutally struck on the cheek by Li Dongquan's weapon. Behind him, Hoa also charged in, but was struck on the back by Li Dongquan. He thought to himself, so, a month has passed since we started training with Li Dongquan. No matter what, for a 10-year-old child, this kind of training that leads to broken bones and internal injuries is not meant for children. But I have no intention of complaining. I'm starting to get the feel of it. Li Qiol seemed to have achieved a sense of accomplishment. Hoa had regained consciousness after taking a powerful blow from Li Dongquan. She asked dizzily, did I pass out again? Li Qiol replied matter-of-factly, that's right. This is your 22nd time already. I've only had 16. Hoa felt frustrated and resentful. If only I had prepared better on the first day.
Lee Dongquan stood right there, observing them both, thinking, the 8th miss has extraordinary physical strength. I went a bit too hard, yet she hasn't suffered any serious injuries. And as for that illegitimate son, from the very first day, I had a feeling he was worth something. At first, seeing him bring a whole pile of weapons, I thought he was just some fool, but his proficiency with each type of weapon is quite good, and his practical application exceeds expectations.
Moreover, it's only been a month and results are already showing.
He gave a slight smile. Interesting. Lee Dongquan approached them and said, let's start training again.
Everyone back in position.
By now, both were exhausted after a long training session.
Lee Cheol suddenly spoke up. Hey, Hoa. She was exhausted and snapped back. Huh? Are you calling me?
He outlined his plan. I'll give the signal, try to block him once.
She was a bit puzzled. Why would I do that?
Lee Cheol replied nonchalantly. Oh, if you don't want to, then don't.
I just thought we might be able to land one blow on the old man. That statement left Hoa speechless. She grew determined and asked, Are you sure?
He nodded, sure. Hoa shouted, You owe me for this, and rushed toward Lee Dongquan.
Lee Cheol also started sprinting from behind.
With his current strength, he thought, I don't have a chance to win, so I can only take advantage of our numbers. Both began to charge forward. Lee Dongquan spun his weapon while muttering,
coordinating with each other? Not a bad choice.
If the plan worked, he paid attention to the attack patterns of the two. Just at that moment, from the right, he counterattacked.
Lee Dongquan used his weapon to block Lee Cheol's attack, sending him flying backward.
He smiled faintly as he saw he had blocked the blow, then slowly rushed toward him. Lee Cheol refused to give up, quickly using his weapon to parry and signaling to Hoa. Just then, she dove down from above toward the two who were fighting.
When Lee Dongquan's attention was diverted,
Lee Cheol quickly tossed his weapon aside and grabbed the sword nearby,
pouring his strength into it. There is only one blow that can cause damage.
The sword I obtained from Mujin Zhumi. Thinking this, he poured all his strength into the sword and lunged into the fray.
Lee Dongquan was surprised to see Lee Cheol lunging at him while he was fighting. He turned, planning to block the strike.
Lee Cheol lunged past him and suddenly let go of the sword.
This time it's over.
He put all his strength into his knuckles and punched directly toward Lee Dongquan's stomach. A powerful burst of force was released.
Lee Cheol smiled slyly, looking up. Did you block it?
He was stunned to see a large hand blocking his punch. An immense force hit him, causing him to spit blood.
Lee Cheol fell, slamming his body onto the floor. Lee Dongquan approached him. So it took 37 days?
He clapped his hands in applause. Congratulations, you have awakened your sixth sense. Then he turned to Hoa and struck her. The young miss still has a long way to go.
Looking at the two battered children, Lee Dongquan walked away happily, not forgetting to leave a final word. That's it for today. Hoa angrily cursed behind Lee Dongquan. You said I could land a hit, and I actually believed you, you jerk.
Lee Cheol stood there, looking at his bruised hand from the punch, thinking, in the end, even though I activated my mana, I only pierced through a little bit?
Even if it was just a small amount, I broke the taboo of not using mana.
Lee Dongquan clenched his fist, determined. Giving up a technique like that, combined with excellent combat instincts, he will become someone who makes the pillars of the family tremble.
Night gradually fell.
On the 47th day, after Hoa awakened her sixth sense, the training with Lee Dongquan ended. The remaining time was spent resting and reviewing what they had learned. At that moment, someone looking for him appeared right before his eyes.
A familiar voice called out, You're Lee Cheol, right?
Your older brother, Lee Myong-jong. He opened his mouth to greet him, Brother Lee Myong-jong, the eldest son of Lee Gunsong. His nickname is the River Stinger, an unprecedented master, reaching the standard level 2 in magic and standard level 2 in martial arts. Everyone both admired and feared him, but to me, he is my only brother, Lee Myong-jong, and he sat down to talk. He spoke up, I'm sorry for not being able to look after you.
Even if it's just an excuse, I've been a bit busy lately. Lee Cheol replied sympathetically, It's okay, I'm fine. His eldest brother smiled gently. Today is probably our first meeting, yet you knew who I was right away, didn't you?
Lee Cheol replied confidently, Of course.
Even if I'm just an incomplete child, as a younger brother, how could I not recognize my own brother? Lee Myong-jong looked sad and comforted him. Incomplete? Don't ever say that again.
Even though we have different mothers, you and I are still brothers.
He thought to himself, a child who hasn't even had their naming ceremony yet calling themselves incomplete.
Lee Cheol was a bit confused. I'm sorry.
He could only sigh, looking at him. No need to apologize, just understand that it's enough. Li Myongjong spoke up again. Next time, there's no need for such formal greetings. We're brothers, why be so polite? Li Cheol was visibly happy and replied, yes, I understand. He thought, my eldest brother was always like this when he was young. Li Myongjong reached into his pocket. This is a greeting gift. When I enrolled at the Fan School of Magic in France, I got this, but I thought it would be more useful for you. A type of miracle drug called nectar. He held out a small glass vial. Li Cheol held it in his hand, thinking to himself, is this the high-grade elixir that the French magic tower only produces 500 milliliters of every 10 years? Then he spoke, brother, you're giving me something so precious again. Li Cheol said sincerely, I truly thank you, brother. The thanks made Li Myongjong pause. He looked at him for a while before speaking, you're a bit different. He wondered and asked back, huh? What do you mean? Li Myongjong explained warmly, the siblings I've met before all considered me a rival, so this feeling is both strange and pleasant. Li Cheol quickly interrupted, you're a bit mistaken, brother, leaving Li Myongjong stunned. He continued, it's not that I don't consider you a rival, brother. Since I was born into this family, you are also my rival. Li Cheol said confidently, so don't just look at me as a cute kid. Who knows? One day I might become your greatest rival. I hope we'll have an interesting competition. That statement made Li Myongjong burst into laughter. He laughed, then patted his head gently, fine. I'll wait for that day, the day you become my strongest rival. Li Cheol looked at his brother, whispering to himself, the eldest brother who has always truly loved and protected me. This time, I will definitely protect him. He smiled gently at his dear brother and replied, yes. A few days later, on the sea, the second test of the Sungmu clan, the naming ceremony, had arrived. Familiar figures stood on the boat, heading straight for their destination, Red Blue Island, an island where the color of the soil changes depending on the density of mana in the air. For a long time, this has been the site of the Sungmu clan's naming ceremony. The boat gradually approached the island. The referee announced, now I will give instructions on the naming ceremony test. The young miss and young master will have to survive on Red Blue Island for 3 weeks and prove themselves. The equipment provided to everyone now is for location tracking. Unless it's a critical situation, you must carry it with you at all times. The final gate of the test will open 2 days after the 3rd week ends. Both began to strap the devices onto their arms after being informed of the regulations. Good luck, the referee said, then left the two on the island. Hoa looked at Li Cheol, hey, I have something to say. He sighed, it seems you've made up your mind, then? Hoa stood beside him, indifferent, huh? What? Li Cheol said nonchalantly, ever since the training, you've kept wanting to say something. Hoa was hit where it hurt and quickly spoke up, GG, that. How did you know? He looked at her as if she were an idiot, how could I not know? Go ahead, I'm listening. This made Hoa hesitate. She took off the tracking device, turned to him, and signaled, you dump yours out too and put them together. Li Cheol took off the device and approached, it's all done. What is it? Hoa quickly took out a glass jar and held it out in front of him. It's poison, called Dream Enticer. She spoke, making Li Cheol's eyes widen in surprise. Hoa explained, it only works on children under 15 years old. If it comes in contact with air for more than 5 minutes, it will evaporate on its own. Once absorbed into the body, it will cause the mana channels to be blocked for a long time. Li Cheol suddenly turned serious. Who did you get it from? Hoa shook the glass vial. I'm not planning to tell you. Then she used one hand to throw it hard against a nearby rock. One hit shattered it into pieces. See? Now there's no evidence left. She threw it so fast that he was quite stunned. Hoa confidently patted her chest. I will defeat you fair and square, without using this poison. So you have to give it your all in the competition too. That statement touched Li Cheol deeply. He replied happily, I didn't need to be told, I was already planning to do that. Hoa stood there, excited. Good, she advised, did you put the tracking device back on? Don't risk your life heading to the center of the island without knowing the terrain, it's very dangerous. Li Cheol replied indifferently, yeah, I know. Are you worried about me? Before he could finish, Hoa shouted in frustration, double you worried? I'm just afraid you'll die without a trace before you even get to fight me. While they were talking, a loud noise suddenly erupted, cutting off their conversation. Both looked toward the forest. Hoa comforted him, then don't die. I'm going ahead. She grabbed her pack and started to leave. Li Chiol stood there, watching her figure, with a bit of regret. She's gone.
Although he said that, he thought to himself, my goal isn't the outskirts of the island.
He was determined. Alright, I'm heading out too.
He headed straight for the center of Red Blue Island. On the other side, the examiners were observing. One person spoke up, truly the 8th child of the Sungmu clan.
She completed the first hunting mission in no time.
The number of monsters she defeated is also not small. After all, this is likely her first real combat. But those instincts weren't just naturally acquired. Trio Rang expressed his thoughts. It was 47 days, I believe. At this time, Li Dongquan, in the corner, also voiced his opinion. This child wasn't like this originally.
I thought it would take her at least 2 months. Although she has talent, it only went so far.
Simply put, someone stimulated her.
Li Dongquan was observing Li Chiol's actions on the screen. Trio Rang noticed his current actions. But, what exactly is that kid doing?
Li Dongquan replied from behind, looks like he's looking for a place to hide. Everyone in the room started whispering, like a cowardly rat running away.
Coward.
That's the Sungmu clan lineage for you. At this moment, a voice cut in, enough. Li Myeongjong spoke, in a place as dangerous as this, finding a place to hide first is a wise move.
There's nothing to criticize there.
The man in the corner couldn't retort, so he chimed in, oh, that's true. The person next to him also laughed along. Maybe it's because we've been watching the 8th girl too much that our standards have gotten too high. Trio Rang looked at the screen and suddenly said, in the Sungmu clan, being ordinary is a sin. He stroked his beard and smiled slightly. Isn't that right? Everyone there chimed in, that's right.
Thinking about it, it is.
For someone carrying the Sungmu clan bloodline to act like a commoner is ridiculous.
Li Myeongjong sat there, clenching his fists, thinking, belittling and mocking a child just because of their background? Since when did our family become like this? Or perhaps we have always been this way.
He looked up at his younger brother, but what exactly is Li Chiol planning to do by heading toward the center of Red Blue Island?
Li Myeongjong then glanced to the side. Taehyung was sitting there, gritting his teeth. TSK, what on earth is this kid thinking?
He was also a bit helpless. I'm not the only one who finds it hard to understand.
Li Myeongjong sighed. What exactly are you planning to do, Li Chiol?
On the island, Li Chiol had found a cave. This will do. He focused on doing a few inexplicable actions, burning some types of herbs,
and even blocking the entrance.
On this side, the examiners were observing. His hiding skills aren't bad.
Indeed.
Trio Rang, with a surprised expression, suddenly said, wait, hold on.
What is that kid doing? On the screen, Li Chiol was manually removing the device from his arm. The examiners were shocked and could only stammer, ha. Could it be that he? At that moment, he used leaves to cover the device. On the screen,
the video signal suddenly cut out. Li Dongquan in the room could only laugh inwardly, then laughed out loud. He really is unpredictable. The two people in front could only hold their foreheads, helpless. Back to Li Chiol. After covering the device, he breathed a sigh of relief. No need for others to see. He channeled mana into the ring on his hand. Now I can use infinite. A sword appeared in mid-air. Once you've entered Red Blue Island, you have to harvest as much as possible. Li Chiol, with a confident expression, held the small sword in his hand. Alright, let's go. At this point, his face scrunched up entirely, staring at the pot of liquid that looked like poison before him. He could only sigh, it's probably done.
It looks terrible. Is this really mana tea? No one would ever think this is an infusion of medicinal mana herbs.
Li Chiol grimaced while stirring the concoction. In my past life, I couldn't even afford cheap medicinal herbs, so I had to tag along with herb gatherers and apothecaries just to find mana-rich plants. He thought of his aunt's advice. Red Blue Island is overflowing with mana in the air. You have to take advantage of it to strengthen your mana. Li Chiol felt helpless, and he was right.
Drinking an infusion made from mana herbs will definitely be more effective.
Li Chiol looked at the pot of herbs, his face all scrunched up, reassuring himself, phew, alright, let's do this. As day faded on the island, the pot of herbs was empty, tossed aside on the ground. He thought, it truly tasted like something from hell. The lonely 3-week battle officially begins. Putting aside the main character's story, the scene shifts to the 18th day of the naming ceremony, at Li Myon's office.
While Li Myeongjong was busy working on documents, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from outside. Sir, may I come in?
He felt surprised, but immediately replied politely, come in. The owner of the voice, having received permission, stepped inside, not forgetting to maintain courtesy as they bowed in apology. Sorry for bothering you while you're working.
Lee Myong-jong maintained a sympathetic attitude, quickly steering the conversation to the point. Looking at your face, I'm guessing it's bad news again? The person reporting the information was none other than Yu Kong-hyun, vice captain of the Sword Squad, under Lee Myong's command. He stood sternly, hand over his chest, and reported, a large-scale group of wanderers seems to have entered the northern part of Korea without any hesitation. Lee Dong-kwon went straight to the point. At first, I thought they were just harassing the reclaimed areas of the danger zone, but now they are pushing south. 2 days' journey away, there is a magic stone mine belonging to the family. Lee Myong-jong was curious, bringing his hand to his chin, thinking to himself, wanderers, those criminals who roam the region? After brief consideration, he immediately offered his opinion to Lee Dong-kwon. Those spirits wouldn't dare to invade the family territory without a reason. But Lee Dong-kwon disagreed. He frankly expressed to Lee Myong-jong, on the surface, they appear to be wanderers, but that could just be a disguise. There is definitely some force behind them. Lee Myong-jong reconsidered, realizing that might not be wrong. Based on what he knew, he pointed out, there is also news that the Nine Dragon Fortress has moved troops to the northern border. The main character mentioned by Lee Myong-jong was not a small street gang, but a massive force of the Central Plains, the Nine Dragon Fortress. Previously, they had continuously provoked the Sung-mu clan by encroaching on their unexplored lands. Lee Myong-jong was not worried. On the contrary, he calmly thought, linking the ongoing issues together, it seems information about father leaving the family has been leaked. This must be a perfect opportunity for hostile forces. Grasping the core, he asked Lee Dong-kwon, does the family's intelligence department know about this information yet? Lee Dong-kwon quickly replied, thanks to your orders to monitor earlier, we caught wind of it faster than the family intelligence. What Lee Myong-jong needed to know was clear. Without delay, he stood up and laid out the next strategy. First, cooperate with the intelligence department to find out more. As Lee Dong-kwon left, Lee Myong-jong was alone in the room. He instinctively looked out the window, relying on his intuition, feeling that something was still unsettling. He sadly thought to himself, I hope this is just a false intuition. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a dense, wild forest, right under the moonlight illuminating the trees. A mysterious ancestral necklace glowed, emitting terrifying, rapid sounds, signaling a bad omen about to occur. Not long after, the light from the necklace flared violently. A spatial crack suddenly appeared, shattering the silence of the forest. From within the crack, a monk's staff along with the characteristic iron rings emerged, accompanied by a mysterious person with a strange smile stepping out under the brilliant moonlight. The figure of a sorcerer gradually became clear. He calmly talked to himself under the moonlight. Are 2 nights enough to kill an illegitimate child? Time suddenly shifted to the next morning, on Red Blue Island, the family's territory, where Lee Cheol was undergoing harsh training. Under the eerie atmosphere of the forest, the sounds of fighting between man and monster echoed continuously. Approaching closer, indeed, a battle was taking place. Lee Cheol's opponent was a dragon-type monster, 7th grade, named Draco. Lee Cheol faced it, looking a bit tired. It seems both had gone through a long battle. Not letting him rest, the monster raised its head, gathering a breath of fire in its throat, preparing to unleash its next move. When it had enough power, it launched a huge stream of fire toward Lee Cheol. Facing the massive column of fire rushing toward him, he did not lose his composure, slowly observing carefully. When the column of fire reached his eyes, Lee Cheol quickly tilted his body to dodge the strike decisively. Taking the opportunity while the dragon was still recovering, he lunged forward, simultaneously gathering enough energy on his blade. Once close enough, Lee Cheol jumped up, lunging straight toward the dragon. The next second, he used all his strength, swinging his sword to deliver a finishing blow. A thunderous explosion accompanied by lightning rang out. The sword in Lee Cheol's hand drove straight into the dragon's head, causing it to roll its eyes, open its mouth, and collapse, accepting its fate as a stepping stone for him to become stronger. Dealing with this dragon took more strength than Lee Cheol had thought. After finishing it off, he raised his hand to wipe the sweat, sighing with relief, and muttered, "It really is a dragon for a reason. If I were still on the outskirts of Red Blue Island, I would have been knocked out from the very first strike." Standing before the massive body of the dragon, he thought, "It wasn't until the 18th day that I made it to the center of Red Blue Island, the dragon's territory. But staying here long is just a waste of time." Finishing, Lee Cheol looked toward the center of the island. "I came this deep for another reason." Not letting him rest, small tremors on the ground made Lee Cheol realize something was happening nearby. He immediately raised his vigilance but didn't forget to complain, again.
His strength had not fully recovered from the battle with the dragon,
so hiding and observing the enemy was the best choice right now.
It didn't take too long for him to realize what was happening. From the bushes, Li Chiol witnessed a group of 8th grade monsters, man lizardmen, gathering. Thinking back, he whispered to himself, "Truly, I encountered lizardmen before when exploring the island.
I've found it strange since yesterday.
They should live on the outskirts, yet they appear in the center. But when I attack, they just run away without resisting." After a moment of thought, Li Chiol affirmed, "Low-grade lizardmen, intelligence is not high.
They must have been influenced by something."
To verify, he didn't hesitate to draw his sword and lunged straight toward them.
The lizardmen were quickly attracted by the noise. Feeling they couldn't fight back, they dove and ran in the opposite direction. Watching the movements of the monsters, Li Chiol was smug, quietly confirming, as expected. Very quickly, he took the heads of 2 of them. But instead of finishing the last one, Li Chiol stood there, watching it run for its life into the forest, thinking, once could be a coincidence, but the second time is not. I must pursue.
Time passed, and the sun gradually gave way to the sunset glowing in the forest. Occasionally, ancient words sounded,
Ren Bing Doi.
It turned out that no one was a stranger. It was none other than the shaman who had stepped through the spatial crack earlier. Now, he sat there, radiating dark auras flying everywhere, exclaiming, "The Sung Mu clan bloodline is truly monstrous." It seemed he had seen Li Chiol's feats throughout the days he stayed on the island, making him exclaim, "A child like that defeated this many?
But that's probably fine."
From behind, the last surviving lizard man returned to him. A mysterious aura similar to the shaman radiated from its body. Suddenly, the lizard man knelt before his presence.
The shaman remained narcissistic. Regardless, it's still just a child.
Up to here, his identity was clarified, Nishi-Su, the monster tamer. In his hand was a monster egg of unknown power. He grinned. An immature person easily falls into a trap due to lack of experience. While enthusiastically talking to himself, he suddenly closed his eyes and muttered, "Perhaps there's no need to use the thing I prepared." Li Chiol was already up in a high tree nearby observing the situation. He thought, "It was so obvious that I was suspicious." It turned out to be a trap.
Ability to control monsters, a tamer? However, he was confused. This is the Sung Mu clan's territory. How did an outsider get into Red Blue Island? But then he thought simply, making an assumption. What if there was a preset teleportation field inside Red Blue Island?
If he guessed right, Li Chiol smiled slightly, thinking to himself, in that case, surely someone inside the family had a hand in it. He took out the medallion issued when he first entered the island, telling himself, report to the family and wait for reinforcements? But Li Chiol quickly dismissed it, no. By the time reinforcements arrive, it will be too late. Information about the mastermind will no longer be in my hands, he concluded. Then there is only one way. Immediately, he deployed the stealth technique, causing his body to blend into the surrounding nature.
Thinking and doing, Li Chiol lunged down with the thought, I will eliminate the tracks. With a spirit that must fight and win, just after landing,
he lunged straight at the shaman, thinking,
waiting for the family's reinforcements is too late. Information about the mastermind will also completely leave my grasp.
If the situation deteriorated like that, Li Chiol had only one choice, suppress himself. Just as his sword was about to swing down,
unexpectedly, the monster's membrane on Nishiyama Shogo's hand disappeared.
Its entire body began to glow, and the next second it emitted a piercing cry, as if warning the shaman about Li Chiol's appearance behind his back.
Receiving the signal, Nishiyama Shogo immediately turned back, his expression panicked, exclaiming, since when have you arrived here?
Li Chiol saw he was exposed, frustratedly thinking, damn it, did he bring an artifact that detects danger?
Luckily for Nishiyama Shogo, he managed to block Li Chiol's sneak attack, forcing him to retreat a distance to observe his opponent.
Based on the information obtained, Nishiyama Shogo became smug, disdainfully saying to Li Chiol, Sung Mu clan's illegitimate child, your strength is stronger than I thought.
Not to be outdone, he replied, or is it just that you're too weak?
Angry, Nishiyama Shogo immediately ordered the lizardmen beside him to rush into attacking Li Chiol. He shouted loudly, shut up. Stop him. Li Chiol quickly chanted, 7-star sword, third form. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue aura covered the blade. With just a few basic sword slashes, the entire group of lizardmen was just a small matter to him. While in the momentum of advancing, Li Chiol suddenly realized something suspicious and stopped. Around him, red chains wrapped tightly around his body.
Li Chiol stared, asking himself, body won't move?
From afar, Nishiyama Shogo laughed loudly, smugly, while forming seals and saying, "You've fallen into a trap."
He explained, "This is a superior formation, capable of sealing the mana of a martial artist. Without mana, you are just a useless kid. With this immobile body, accept your tragic end."
Indeed, as he said, a bright red formation appeared under Li Chiol's feet, chains originating from it.
Li Chiol blankly asked back, "Seal mana?"
But very quickly, he figured out a way to escape the control. His heart beat strongly, guiding magical currents running through his veins. Up to here, Li Chiol's power was raised to a new level. He shouted loudly, "Just need to use mana channels, that's all." Struggling to escape the chains, he quickly handled the minions, lunging at Nishiyama Shogo. While he was still smug, taking his eyes off Li Chiol, he had appeared before him once again.
Witnessing Li Chiol's extraordinary power, Nishiyama Shogo began to be surprised mixed with fear. At this moment, Li Chiol stood tall before him, extending his sword, asking, "Planning to run?" Nishiyama Shogo panicked and asked, "How did you break the superior formation?"
Li Chiol didn't say much, cornering him, threatening, "No reason to tell you.
Your image has been sent to the family via communication equipment. Surrender." Seeing no way back, Nishiyama Shogo sneered, "Doesn't matter."
The next second, to Li Chiol's astonishment, he shouted loudly, "I will kill you and regain freedom."
Li Chiol stared, silently asking, "What?"
He hadn't realized a figure was approaching without being aware, continuing to ask, "You mean?" Before he could finish, a giant foot swung straight at Li Chiol's body, sending him flying away at a dizzying speed.
In just an instant, he slammed into a large tree. The power from the hit was so strong that the tree was almost destroyed.
Looking back at that figure, Li Chiol vaguely realized, thinking, "Don't tell me." When looking more closely, there was no more debate. A giant old turtle had struck him, Guisho Shan, who dominates this land. Calming down, Li Chiol analyzed, linking everything, a third-grade nightmare-type monster.
An ordinary tamer like him can control Guisho Shan? Nishiyama Shogo seemed to read his thoughts, quickly responding, "Pretty sharp.
Although the taming is incomplete, the order to kill you is being carried out completely." Finishing, he put his hand into his robe, showing contempt, comforting, "Don't try to struggle anymore." The next second, he took out scribbled talismans with mysterious patterns, throwing them into the air, saying, "Accept fate and obediently go to die." At the same time, Li Chiol tried to stay calm, judging the situation,
telling himself, "Calm down.
If he hasn't been able to fully control Guisho Shan, just catching the tamer is enough." He took out an elixir he had hidden for a long time, thinking, "To create an opening in front of this monster, there is only this way. Didn't expect today I'd have to use this." It is the burst pill, a forbidden drug due to the consequences being too great compared to the mana received.
Without hesitation, he put the pill into his mouth.
As soon as it was absorbed, the entire magical vein in Li Chiol's body was brighter than ever. To increase efficiency, he silently thought, "There is one more thing."
The ring on his hand shone, magical currents wrapping around the sword.
The secret technique that Auntie warned, only use when life is in danger.
Determining this was the moment,
he used the heavenly reversal technique, a secret technique that makes power soar. In the blink of an eye, Li Chiol seemed to teleport from his position,
lunging straight at the giant monster, delivering a devastating blow.
After landing, he evaluated, even though the skin isn't scratched, it still has an effect.
That made him think, "With this thing, I will take it down."
Refusing to yield, Guisho Shan gathered a huge stream of energy in its mouth, planning to destroy him. Based on knowledge, Li Chiol realized the roar of Guisho Shan. Under the effect of the roar, he silently thought,
"Cannot move due to the mana field."
In an emergency situation, dark energy flows from his heart erupted,
creating a black shield covering his body. Realizing the key point, Li Chiol seized the opportunity to lung up. Just this moment, he gritted his strength, using Voidless Eclipse Sword Demon Slaying,
swinging his sword to deliver a strong blow to the neck of the ancient turtle. The power caused the energy it gathered to be deflected, shooting into the air. Li Chiol also suffered the backlash, spitting out fresh blood. Collapsing, he still did not abandon vigilance, thinking, "No more time to hesitate. The consequences of the burst pill and the heavenly reversal technique will make me immobile for a long time." According to estimates, only 10 seconds left before his body is completely paralyzed.
Must cherish every second.
He thought, now Guisho Shan has attacked wrong, must find the tamer immediately.
Situation is urgent, time is not on Li Chiol's side. He just went to find Nishiyama Shogo while counting every second.
Suddenly, as if catching a lifeline in the literal sense, A mysterious red thread appeared. Curious, Li Chiol followed the thread, running straight to where Nishiyama Shogo was hiding. Discovering him, Nishiyama Shogo panicked and shouted, "What? How can it be?" Li Chiol didn't hesitate, lunged in, held the sword to him, thinking, "Not enough, just a little bit short. If only my body were a bit bigger." As soon as he finished, spiritual energy surrounding the sword created another sword, extending out. Fortunately, the sword managed to hit Nishiyama Shogo, causing him serious injury. Under the influence of the drug, everything gradually blurred to Li Chiol. While still having some consciousness, he thought, first must stabilize the body. If I fall now, it's truly over. Remembering Jang Wood's advice, if using the heavenly reversal technique, must drink this, he took out a vial of nectar. Just finished drinking, his mind completely lost control. In the last minute, he only managed to utter, "Must completely suppress him." Not knowing since when, Li Chiol then vaguely woke up. Black energy sources surrounded him, half awake, half asleep. Around him was white. He asked himself, "Where is this? What happened to the tamer and Guesho Shan?" Suddenly his body felt as if being pressed by something, painfully screaming. Li Chiol clenched his fist, suppressing the feeling like his body was about to shatter. A blue eye floating in midair disappointedly shouted, "Finally ended up like this? Those things are too dangerous for humans to absorb. Why do both exist in one entity? Had hoped you wouldn't wake up, if only it were fed now." Saying that, the eye dropped a cloudy purple lump. Li Chiol struggled to look up, recognizing it as purple lotus tan, a purple honeycomb. The eye spoke vaguely, "Not you, but it needs to eat this. The era has shifted. Be strong, human child, don't let yourself be swallowed by the era." In a daze, the image of the turtle appeared briefly then flickered out. Changing scenes, Hoa peeked at Li Chiol, asking, "Oh, awake?" He vaguely called her name, Hoa, making her furious. "This brat dares to call me by name? Because you are in pain, I will skip it. How is your body condition?" Li Chiol focused on defining his physical strength. Although the musculoskeletal system was seriously damaged, the amount of mana increased terrifyingly. He silently thought, "Truly absorbed purple lotus tan?" He told her the situation. A few mana veins are severed, internal organs are slightly inverted, bones and muscles are torn in a few places, not very serious. Hoa was startled. "What? That much and not serious?" Li Chiol felt guilty inside. Purple lotus tan was something Li Hoa intended to take, a terrifying medicinal herb that helps strengthen the body, increase mana, immune to poison and curses. Truly something she decided to take at Red Blue Island, but he felt a bit guilty. He jumped up, asking, "Wait, why are you here?" Suddenly there was a call from afar, "Younger brother." It was Li Myeongjong, his face panicked running over. He asked, "Are you okay? First, let me heal with mana. I also brought medicinal water here." Li Chiol shyly refused. "Thank you, brother, healing with mana is not necessary, but let me accept the medicinal water." He frowned, anxiously watching Li Chiol gulp down, then turned to Hoa. "Hoa, can you go out for a while?" She was tactful. "Yes, I understand." Li Myeongjong sadly, "If you die, I will wipe out every organization related to the tamer from this world, no matter how big they are." Li Chiol smiled awkwardly. "That sounds reassuring." He sternly, "As a member of the Sung Mu clan, what you showed is truly a model of a martial artist. But as an older brother, I cannot view it positively. It is recklessness." Li Chiol rubbed his head, shyly, "I didn't anticipate the appearance of Guesho Shan. Apologize to you. If I had known it was there, I certainly would have waited." Li Myeongjong helplessly sighed. Knowing how to distinguish between recklessness and confidence is good. Li Chiol offered, "Big brother, because I handled the tamer, information about him also belongs to me." He helplessly hugged his head. "I knew you would say that. That tamer used to be a 5th grade spellcaster of the Japan Yin Yang Bureau. It seems he was exiled for trying to master forbidden arts. The person behind provided talismans and high-grade magical tools, then activated them when Guesho Shan was asleep. They wanted to kill you, pretending it was the act of a monster." Li Chiol was curious. "You still haven't found out the mastermind?" Li Myeongjong replied, "He is in a near-death state, so it's hard to extract information immediately." Hearing this, he vaguely understood, "So I'm not the main target, but they are aiming at you." He wondered, "Why do you think so?" He explained, "They want to damage your reputation, making people believe you didn't detect the intruder and reacted too slowly." He sighed in agreement. "It is indeed like that. It seems we cannot just pretend not to know." Li Chiol asked,
Are you okay? He patted his head, reassuring, no, it's okay. Reputation may be slightly damaged, but it's negligible. I cannot be absent for long, so I'm going back. Li Chiol quickly grabbed his hand, suggesting, do you want to make a deal with me? Say that you anticipated the tamer's intrusion and ordered me beforehand. I will follow that direction. He silently thought, that way, it won't seem like you were prepared even for things the family intelligence hasn't discovered. Li Myong-jong asked, for you, it's best to testify the truth, isn't it? Li Chiol dusted off, standing up, if people believe I finished this job on my own, they will certainly be even more wary and vigilant of me, so I called this a trade. He agreed, yes, a trade is when both sides exchange things both need. What do you want? Li Chiol expressed, granting me permission to enter the library of scriptures for 3 days is enough. Li Myong-jong respected his arrogant younger brother, very well. Thank you. The two shook hands solemnly. Li Chiol smirked, no need for thanks, this was just a business transaction after all. He patted his shoulder, even if I hadn't agreed, you would have surely found a way to handle this on your own, right? Li Chiol looked dazed, as for that. Suddenly, the phone on him rang. It seemed like the sword squad was calling. Brother, I really have to go now. Before leaving, Li Myong-jong tossed a short blade. Chiol quickly caught it. He swore, I will keep this matter a secret. He chuckled dismissively, as expected, you aren't easy to deal with at all. A moment later, Hoa returned, puzzled, the conversation seemed to go well, didn't it? Li Chiol put on his jacket and replied, yeah. Hoa asked further, so, which trial stage will you challenge? 3 weeks have passed, so they must be open by now. Li Chiol asked back, what about you? Where will you challenge? She began to get annoyed, I asked first. He was very calm, if you want to know, answer first. Hoa, feeling smug, puffed out her chest, where will I challenge? What else but the most difficult trial, the observation stage? What about you? He replied, the combat stage. Hoa was stunned, huh? Does that place even exist? Don't tell me that's one of the peripheral trial stages? Li Chiol replied indifferently, yeah, it's on the periphery. She got angry again, how disappointing. It seems I misjudged you. Why would you choose a peripheral stage? Without saying more, she thought of them as rivals. She had once thought he was better than her, because everyone assumed the location determined the difficulty of the trial. They thought she chose the peripheral stage because it was easier. So Hoa got sulky, and they went their separate ways. Before long, the sky began to brighten. Li Chiol ventured deep inside, looking for the gate. I don't remember exactly, but it should be here. Before the regression, this was the cave I accidentally discovered, and it's also where I will complete the second trial of the naming ceremony, the combat stage. After searching for a while, he found the cave. Li Chiol hurriedly lit a torch, and proceeded deep inside. At a glance, it looked like just a normal wall, but of course, it wasn't that simple. For his next action, he drew his sword, and slashed hard at the stone corner blocking the way inside. After a moment, the gate deep within appeared. Li Chiol smiled with satisfaction, found it. After that, Li Chiol made a cut on his palm, clenched his fist, and regulated the power leaking outward. He poured his blood and energy onto the gate. In an instant, the gate opened automatically. Inside was a large, dark, and somewhat terrifying basement. In the middle of the basement, a sealed sword sat imposingly. Li Chiol stood tall, observed the surroundings, then walked toward the sword. He dripped the remaining drops of blood into the basin, pleading, a descendant of the Sung Mu clan requests to be tested by the ancestors' trial. Please grant me permission to do so. Energy overflowed, covering the majestic basement. The content of the combat stage trial was simple, defeat yourself. The number of attempts is unlimited, but before winning, even if you give up, you cannot leave. Li Chiol drew his sword and accepted the challenge. He quickly leaped forward, but the puppet's sword was even faster. In less than a second, Li Chiol's head was severed, leaving him stunned and bewildered. The first round ended in an absurd way. Not long after, he was reborn, jumping up and clutching his neck, terrified that just now, my neck was definitely severed. Right, this is an illusion in the trial gate. I can't die for real. The sensation was terrifyingly realistic. At this level, an ordinary person would surely go crazy. Li Chiol hurriedly stood up, wiped the dirt off his face, and stared at the puppet, thinking to himself, Furthermore, can I actually reach that level? The combat stage illusion allowed him to use his power perfectly. He picked up his sword from his palm, thinking, right now, I still haven't fully unleashed my inherent potential. If I had tapped into it, I would have blocked that strike just now. He took his stance, preparing to try again, but not long after, for the third time, he was stabbed through the abdomen. The result was dead. The fifth time, he blocked the sword, but immediately after, his neck was broken, gone. By the 10th time, he ascended again. Then the 13th, 18th, 23rd. After many trips to visit his ancestors, Li Qiol now began to confidently face the one-on-one combat without being too outmatched, but unable to reach the puppet, he had to retreat. His stamina was fading. Around the 75th or 80th time, Li Qiol finally understood a bit about how to learn techniques from himself. He laughed excitedly, like an addict. My greatest strength is freedom, and overwhelming fluidity, and unpredictable fighting style. He changed his weapon to a spear. The puppet also changed its weapon to match his. Li Qiol went all in, not caring about his fate, attacking and defending simultaneously. As they kept clashing swords, gradually his movements matched the puppet's. The two fought fiercely, with neither side fearing the other. The puppet seemed slightly outmatched. This was the first time Li Qiol saw it retreat. It switched to another weapon, and lunged at him again. The puppet thrust straight at his hip, but Li Qiol cursed, "You idiot." He raised his sword, his face full of villainous expression. "I purposely left an opening, you fool." He used the demon-slaying technique, carving a line across his opponent, causing the puppet to vanish into thin air. But instead of being dissatisfied, it wore a eerie smile before disappearing. Li Qiol thought to himself, if I pass the trial of the Sungmu clan's bloodline gate, the hidden power will be released. In my previous life, my ability was just the most common type, enhancement. But in this life, suddenly, golden energy fluttered before his eyes. Li Qiol stared intently, seemingly realizing where this power originated. The situation outside was very tense. Taehyung sighed worriedly, I thought he would be well behaved this time. This annoying grandson of mine. Everyone else holds their naming ceremony peacefully, but he causes so much trouble. Suddenly, someone shouted, the magic density is changing, making him gasp in shock. Li Qiol stepped out from the gate, looking majestic, but suddenly stumbled and collapsed. Taehyung rushed over worriedly, calling out, Li Qiol, are you okay? Wake up quickly. His lips were dry and moved. Give me some water. I'm so hungry. And then he sank into a deep sleep. Taehyung looked with a confused gaze, speechless, and trembling with anger. His shout echoed to the heavens, that kid. Scene change, at the Sungmu clan. Jie Hoa cried loudly, young master, do you know how worried I was? From the beast tamer to the ghost hand mountain, and then the challenge set by the great ancestor. She hugged him tightly. Li Qiol felt embarrassed. Nanny, I'm too dirty. I've been outside for nearly a month. Jie Hoa said, at first I intended to scold you, but, welcome home, young master. She pinched Li Qiol's cheek. He happily accepted it and thanked her. She hurriedly wiped her tears and smiled brightly, I've prepared a bath. After you bathe, I'll prepare dinner for you. Li Qiol walked toward the bathtub, picked up a towel, and curiously asked, oh, Nanny, what about my aunt? I thought she would be the first one to rush over. Jie Hoa stammered, well, about that, making Li Qiol turn his head to look, confused. Scene change, Jiang Hoa smiled radiantly upon seeing him, my darling nephew has arrived. Li Qiol sighed helplessly, what did you do, aunt? She smiled innocently and spoke nonstop, sorry, but it's good to see you safe and sound. But what on earth did you do to make your magic power surge like that? You haven't even digested the qi in your body yet. Sit down quickly, now I will. Before she could finish, Li Qiol interrupted, Auntie. Jian Hoa smirked, it's okay, it's okay. Li Qiol didn't expect this aunt to go this far just for him. The reason Jian Hoa was locked up here was that she had caused a ruckus in the control room with the elders and the big brother. In a fit of rage, she stormed in, scolding, it's because of you guys, isn't it? You did this, how hateful, just like always. Returning to the present, Jiang Hoa felt a bit remorseful, unconsciously rubbing her fingers, hanging her head, sorry, dear nephew, because I thought they had done something weird to you, I couldn't help but get angry. She just felt extremely furious. Jiang Hoa was flustered, actions speaking louder than words, thinking about not seeing her nephew again, made her throat choke up. Li Qiol thought to himself, to be honest, before this, I never fully trusted her, but I don't know since when, I have come to see her as part of the family. He sighed and let it go, alright, I'll accept that now. Li Chiol prepared to leave, not forgetting to say, I will get you out soon. Please wait a little longer. His aunt waved her hand, signaling it wasn't necessary. How can you do that? It's fine, don't push yourself. Li Chiol put on a credible face, I won't have to do anything. You'll be released soon anyway. So, see you next time.
Scene change, at the airport. Members of the Sung Mu clan stood in a horizontal line,
welcoming a prestigious figure.
In Suk only then revealed himself.
He wore a stern face, looking at everyone. Hoa Yun bowed respectfully. Tae Shin also replied, You've waited a long time. She spoke up, It's fine. The hot spring is ready. Please wash up and have a meal. Hoa and Li Chiol stood next to each other. She was a bit shy, while he was curious, unable to take his eyes off him. Li Chiol thought to himself, after the events at the naming ceremony this time, I thought I had grown quite a bit. But how far is the gap between me and my father exactly? I still can't measure it. In a moment of thought, their eyes met.
Tae Shin quickly turned his head away, and spoke up, I have always said that those who don't know how to struggle are unnecessary to the clan. He turned back to look at Li Chiol again. But among these, only one child bears the thirst for victory toward me. Li Chiol was startled, his mood a bit flustered. People around began whispering about the person he had just mentioned. Li Chiol sighed helplessly, I tried to control my emotions to this extent, yet he still read them? A few hours later, at the Sung Mu clan's banquet hall,
Li Chiol stood in a corner, observing his surroundings.
He thought, because this is a rare event, the scale of this party is much grander than other naming ceremonies. He glanced at the man to his left. That person is the youngest Mage Tower master known.
On the other side, the director of the Yin Yang Bureau?
No, deputy director is correct now. Suddenly someone came to Li Chiol, greeting, Excuse me, young master. Butler Choi bowed carefully, the clan master summons you.
Li Chiol left his spot. Father?
He replied, Yes, please follow this way.
He walked, wondering in his heart, what does father want by calling me alone? Hopefully, it's nothing serious. Minutes later, he arrived at the location. Li Chiol greeted politely, Father, did you summon me for something? Seeing him silent, he looked up.
It turned out Tae Shin was with Lee Myeong-jong. Two tall men staring at him made him feel pressured. Li Chiol quickly lowered his eyes to the ground.
Tae Shin spoke up, I think you know the reason I summoned you now, right? I want to hear about the event during this naming ceremony. According to Lee Myeong-jong, you discovered the outsider and ordered his arrest. This was your plan, right?
Hearing this, Li Chiol broke into a cold sweat. Just as he thought, his father knew everything.
With no way out, he replied clearly, Yes, that's right.
I was the one who suggested the deal with my brother. The condition was that I have access to the library of scriptures for 3 days and help him avoid the public opinion storm this time.
Tae Shin was somewhat pleased. Considering your contribution in this matter, I will overlook your false reporting. Afterward, he warned, but there won't be a next time.
Li Chiol felt the fear and replied, Yes, I understand.
He turned to tell Lee Myeong-jong, conversely, you will have to receive appropriate punishment. From now on, organizing this party is your task. Go back to your work. He patted his chest and replied, Yes, I will do so, then left, not forgetting to smile at Li Chiol. He thought sadly, I don't know if my brother is okay.
Now alone with his son, Tae Shin instructed further, besides the false reporting, the merit this time belongs to you.
You will receive the reward that Lee Myeong-jong promised.
Finally, because you explored the combat stage trial, I will grant you a reward.
Hearing this, Li Chiol's eyes lit up. He stammered, if so.
Scene change, at the banquet hall, Tae Shin stood on the podium, addressing the crowd. Thank you to all the guests who traveled to come here. Hopefully, our 2 children, the main characters of today's party, will be blessed on the path ahead.
Now we will continue with the naming ritual. He invited Hoa, step forward.
She confidently accepted the blessing. You are chosen by the holy sword and always shine like the sun around you. Always maintain this radiant path. I name you Sihan, meaning to shine forever.
She was happy, thank you.
Tae Shin glanced toward Li Chiol,
and invited him to step forward. Thinking to himself, their reaction is no different from the previous setup, but father doesn't care.
Tae Shin praised, you are hard and sharp, but at the same time flexible without breaking.
Like a blacksmith gathering iron from all 4 directions to forge into a single mass.
You have also forged yourself. I cannot find a word suitable to describe you.
Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, ordering the scroll to be lowered. Tae Shin declared, so I will name you Cheon.
Li Chiol looked at the characters, thinking, before, I was named with the meaning of living as resiliently as steel.
But now, that meaning has changed.
Until I reach the pinnacle of the Sungmu clan, I will not stop.
He put his hand on his chest, accepting, thank you. He put his hand on his chest, accepting, thank you. Jian Hoa tossed her hair, sighing.
Her hands were cuffed by 2 iron chains. She pulled her hair, screaming loudly, clutching the prison bars, constantly hitting her head against them, yelling, I want to get out.
It's too stifling. How annoying. I didn't even get to witness the naming for the little kid. The scream echoed outside. He said he'd let me out. Why is it taking so long?
The 2 guards outside had helpless expressions, thinking, save me. Suddenly the landline phone nearby rang.
Jian Hoa was still screaming to get out when a guard came to open the cell door, reminding, you can go now. She was chewing on her dress, suddenly wondering, huh? The guard continued, regarding the discipline, there will be an announcement later.
For now, you are allowed to leave the isolation area.
Jian Hoa immediately became happy, bright as a flower, and kicked the door open to run out.
Far away, the guard shouted, don't kick things around. Suddenly there was a voice from behind, wait, hold on, causing her to freeze and turn around. She realized Taehyun was leaning against a nearby door, excitedly calling out, kid.
Jian Hoa asked with a round mouth, was it really you who let me out?
Li Chiol smiled slightly, yes, that's right. She was still curious, how did you? Li Chiol held out a piece of paper in front of her. She took it, curious, what is this? Li Chiol replied, you owe me a favor.
Jian Hoa read every word on the paper intently, appoint Li Hoa to the position of elder,
and appoint her as the master of young master Li Chiol.
She shrieked, master of young master Li Chiol?
Li Chiol smiled brightly, reaching out his hand, from now on, I hope master will instruct me. Scene change, Li Chiol was adjusting his shirt.
Nanny Ga Hoa next to him asked, starting today, right?
He replied slowly, yeah, this is just the beginning. Ga Hoa's eyes welled up, sniffling, packing his luggage, doubtful, is the young master already 13 years old? Li Chiol stepped out the door, luggage in hand, smiling.
Goodbye then, I'm off. He walked to the front of the center gate, exclaiming,
finally, a new life begins. In the bustling atmosphere of the training ground, everyone stood in many rows, wearing blue uniforms. Interspersed were whispers, hey, isn't that the illegitimate son? Right, the 9th child. I heard Chiol caused a ruckus at the selection ceremony and naming ceremony too.
The whispers continued, probably just luck.
After all, he's an illegitimate child, it's hard to achieve such results in the naming ceremony based on luck.
True, right? Makes me curious. Li Chiol had an emotionless face, wondering, how many times have I heard it? Illegitimate son, illegitimate son. It gives me a headache.
Suddenly, there was an exclamation beside him that made him look over. Look, it's the 8th young lady.
She's truly a direct descendant of the family. Her presence is completely different.
With jet black hair and golden eyes, 13-year-old Lee Seohyun appeared.
Li Chiol whispered, her reaction is totally different from mine, isn't it? Suddenly, he noticed Lee Seohyun walking with a steady rhythm. She turned back, recognized Li Chiol, and greeted him, hey, kid. He glanced over and replied, yeah, long time no see.
Lee Seohyun scratched her neck shyly and wondered, about that, you're not still holding a grudge about the naming ceremony, right?
He was confused and asked back, what about the naming ceremony?
Recalling the scene at the naming ceremony, she timidly replied, no, it's about what I said, that I was disappointed.
Li Chiol vaguely remembered that comment. Once you grow up, you're no different from a cold-blooded person. He sighed and let it go. All right, I'm not holding anything against you. Lee Seohyun was delighted and smiled brightly. Really? Really? She continued, thank goodness. You're a bit petty, aren't you? His face darkened, and he turned to clarify, can you leave out the petty part? Lee Seohyun changed the subject. I heard you're studying under the young lady? And you even got into the library of scriptures? As he was debating how to answer, a shout rang out, attention, everyone! The instructors in yellow uniforms stood in rows on the stage.
The person in the middle clasped his hands behind his back and announced, we will now proceed with the class sorting. When your name is called, assemble in rows in front of the instructors.
The crowd below began to murmur, what should I do? I'm starting to get nervous. If I get sorted into a bad class, I'm doomed. Li Chiol sighed and silently acknowledged, That reaction is understandable.
The academy's training period is 3 years, so class sorting is crucial. Each grade has 5 classes, and more outstanding students will be placed into higher classes. The instructors began handing out papers to the students. Young lady Lee Seohyun, Class 1, congratulations.
Lee Seohyun happily accepted it, thank you.
Seeing that, Lee Cheol thought to himself, Lee Seohyun got into Class 1 as expected.
Suddenly, it was his turn.
Young Master Lee Cheol, the instructor handed him his class assignment. Here, he indifferently took the paper, read it, and silently noted, the unpleasant expression is quite obvious. After reading it, he just smirked. I knew it would be like this, but I didn't think they would play their cards so blatantly. Class 5, also known as the garbage dump, is where the repeaters and those expelled are gathered. Class sorting for direct descendants is based on the assessment from the naming ceremony, and the evaluation committee is in the hands of the Council of Elders and the executive madam. They thought they had disadvantaged him, but on the contrary, this was better. It saved him the effort. As he was thinking, someone reminded him, Young Master Lee Cheol, Class 5, this way. He turned sharply and followed, understood, I'm going right now. He turned sharply and followed, understood, I'm going right now. Suddenly, he noticed Lee Seohyun staring at him from behind, which made him wonder. Looking at her furious face, the thought was clearly written on her forehead, why are you like this?
Aren't you going to protest right away? He figured it out and thought, one look at that face and I know.
If I don't do anything, the girl will take matters into her own hands,
even though I'm perfectly fine with it.
He waved at her and continued walking. In his train of thought, a sigh rang out beside him.
Damn it, Class 5? Will I even be able to graduate? What should I tell my father?
I can't possibly be in Class 5, the people at home will laugh themselves to death. Hearing that, Lee Cheol felt annoyed. Why do students of the Sungmu clan have such an attitude? Suddenly, someone came over to strike up a conversation. Hey, you're the youngest young master of the main family, right?
Lee Cheol turned and replied, that's right.
The stranger smiled brightly. As I thought, I really wanted to greet you. I'm Kim Han, the son of a small forge that contracts for the Sungmu clan.
It's an honor to study alongside you. Hearing the introduction, Lee Cheol thought to himself, Kim Han?
I don't have any memories of him in my past life.
However, he still replied, why me?
Kim Han smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. You're a prominent figure, young master.
I've always looked up to you as an idol.
Lee Cheol found it convincing. He's not lying, is he? Then he breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Kim Han, right? What do you think about being sorted into Class 5? Kim Han was slightly surprised, but he smiled and replied, I guess my current ability is only at that level. But, he clenched his fists and patted his chest with determination. Who knows what will happen in the future?
Lee Cheol didn't expect that.
He broke into a bright smile.
You're decent. Kim Han didn't quite understand yet and asked, huh?
Suddenly, Choi In-ha, a 15-year-old student, along with 2 friends beside him, laughed brightly and said in unison, Great to meet you, rookie.
We're counting on you.
They continued in unison to the shock of the students nearby, let's work hard together.
That's right.
If there's anything you don't know, feel free to ask. After that, the instructor clapped to get everyone's attention. Greetings done, everyone pay attention. Lee Dong-ho placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. I am Lee Dong-ho, the instructor in charge of Class 5.
Today, since there are new students joining, there will be no lesson, just a brief introduction. I am also a 5th grade martial artist.
Lee Cheol listened to the introduction and silently recalled, still as full of enthusiasm and determination as before. In my past life, he used to tutor me privately because I couldn't keep up. Lee Dong-ho smiled and announced, alright, that's all for the introductions.
In-ha, you handle the rest for the new students. Hearing his name called, In-ha happily agreed, yes, instructor.
He felt a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, and waved, new student, although it's a bit embarrassing, because I've repeated the year twice, I'm still the class monitor for the 2nd year.
You all have been standing for a long time, you must be tired, right?
Whoever wants to sit, feel free to sit. Now we will choose the class monitor.
The students around continued to laugh and joke.
Lee Cheol and Kim Han listened attentively to In-ha rambling. Even as students, there are times when we are sent into real combat, so the class monitor is almost like the captain of a martial artist squad. Unlike the instructor who was only responsible for training and teaching according to the plan, the class monitor can be seen as the person in charge of everything else in the class.
A mushroom-headed student raised his hand and asked, "So how is the class monitor chosen?"
Inha explained, "I forgot. I don't know how it is in other classes, but here, we will organize a light match and then vote."
He clapped his hands and declared,
"Great, so let's get started now. Since this is a sparring match, no magical power is allowed. There will be a break after each match."
Li Chiol's face darkened, and he asked, "Are you serious?" Hearing that, Inha was a bit confused. "Young Master Li Chiol, do you have any complaints?"
He replied coldly, "Everything, both what you are doing and what you have said." Drawing a wooden sword, he continued, "Wake up. This is the Sungmu clan. If you want to play school, don't join this academy, go to a normal school in the safe zone."
Inha frowned, "Your words are a bit excessive. We just want to resolve this peacefully."
Li Chiol ignored him, stepped onto the arena, planted his sword, and stated bluntly, "Talking like this, you guys won't be able to understand, right?" His face darkened, he leaned both hands on the hilt of his sword, and issued a challenge, "Come up here, one by one.
From now on, I will fight all of you."
After the sparring session, Li Chiol was panting, drenched in sweat. All around, 3 or 4 students were lying on the ground, trembling and crying out, "Please spare me." He still stood there, leaning on his sword.
Inha looked up from below, confused. "Unbelievable, how many people has he knocked down by himself?"
Li Chiol interrupted Inha's train of thought and called, "Choi Inha." He glared and declared bluntly, "Hurry up and call the next person."
Inha swallowed hard, feeling the pressure. "How scary," then quickly replied, "This is the last match." Li Chiol hoisted the wooden sword onto his shoulder and asked back, "Is that so?"
He smiled faintly and continued, "Come on, Choi Inha." The two began their spar.
Inha was surprised by Li Chiol's sword swipe, only thinking, why does he have to take it so far?
It's just a match with no rewards, no value, just a sparring match among students.
Not even enough skill to land a serious blow.
At that moment, Li Chiol gripped his sword firmly, panting, and shaking slightly.
Inha gritted his teeth and thought decisively, "No. Actually, I know clearly."
He counterattacked, but Li Chiol dodged it, making him realize, in the past, I was like that too.
I wanted to win no matter what.
I once thought compromise was another way of living. I once thought accepting reality and maturing was the right thing to do.
Li Chiol's face was full of determination, thoughts boiling in his head, "But I want to win. I crave victory like crazy."
At that very moment, Li Chiol swung his sword with all his might and declared, "I won."
Inha's sword flew out of his hand. Inha's face was full of astonishment, unable to believe it. He cried out.
He clutched his wrist, a shrill scream rang out, and he knelt down.
Li Chiol panted from exhaustion, sighed as he looked down, and told others, "Take him to the infirmary." Inha was unconvinced, screaming loudly, "It's not over yet. It's still not over."
He reached for his sword and launched a surprise attack on Li Chiol, but was still blocked.
Li Chiol was surprised and thought to himself, "Left-handed sword? Using the left hand because the right one is injured?"
Looking at Inha's face, he realized, the look in his eyes is completely different from before.
Not letting the match drag on, Li Chiol counterattacked, knocking Inha back to his astonishment. He put strength into the wooden sword. He lunged forward and struck hard into Inha's lower abdomen. Inha cried out in pain.
He fell flat on his back, clutching his stomach. Li Chiol still stood firmly with his sword and called to 2 friends nearby, "Take him away." As he walked, he declared clearly, "I have lived 1 second like an hour, and an hour like a year." Under the glaring sunlight, he planted his sword firmly, standing unevenly, and continued, "Who doesn't know that living comfortably is easier? But if I don't risk my life fighting every second, every minute, I will eventually lose everything. Therefore, even when I breathe, I am fighting with myself and everything around me." He looked down at the students he had just defeated, who looked miserable, and asked, "Have you ever lived like that?" Clenching his fists, with a determined face, he shouted loudly, "That is what we call struggling." A moment later, instructor Lee Dung-ho walked over to him, who was panting, and reminded him, "You've gone a bit too far. 4 people have broken bones, 3 have internal injuries." Covered in sweat, Li Chiol turned away. "If you want to survive in the Sungmu clan, you must at least know how to smile at those wounds." Lee Dung-ho frowned. "Indeed, these kids all have their own reasons." Li Chiol gritted his teeth. "Instructor Lee Dung-ho, even the students have understood. Do you still need an explanation even from the instructor?" His words terrified him. He darkened his face and didn't dare to answer. Li Chiol walked past and continued, "People like you are rare in the Sungmu clan. You are a good person." He stopped and reminded, "But they are students of the Sungmu clan.
If they go on the wrong path, even if you have to play the villain, you should pull them back. Do your duty properly. Lee Dong-ho heard that and didn't answer, just clenched his fists. The next day, Lee Cheol walked while gently shaking his shoulders, sighing to himself, "My whole body is aching. I pushed myself a bit too hard yesterday." Deep in thought, he suddenly saw the students he had defeated yesterday, all of them covered in bandages, looking at him with intense glares. Lee Cheol silently acknowledged, "Although there are some who harbor hostility or feel annoyed, none of them are avoiding me or turning away. If they were still as scared as yesterday, there would truly be no hope. But it doesn't look too bad." Whispers rang out as he walked by, "Here comes that piece of trash." Suddenly, there was a call from behind, "Young master. You're here." Lee Cheol turned around, saw Kim Han was also covered in injuries, and asked, "You're here quite early, aren't you?" Kim Han scratched his head and chuckled, "Yes, I was afraid that I performed too poorly in front of you yesterday." Lee Cheol continued, "We are still just students, being poor is natural." Kim Han scratched his neck and smiled awkwardly, but he curiously asked, "Young master, if it's not too much trouble, can I ask you a question?" Lee Cheol raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms, "Sure, feel free to ask." Under the sunlight, Kim Han clenched his fists with determination and asked, "What should I do? What do I have to do to be as strong as you?" Lee Cheol pointed at his own head and answered, "First of all, I'm not qualified to teach anyone yet. But you have a good eye, or perhaps quite a keen intuition." The words left Kim Han stunned. "Huh?" He continued, "Yesterday, you dodged my strike 3 times in a row, didn't you? Take advantage of that. I think you are more suited for finesse than raw power. If you bet your life on honing what you have, one day you will be different." Kim Han seemed to understand and bowed his head, "Thank you." A teasing voice rang out behind him, "Hello, young master, you look so miserable, you can't even train in this state, can you?" Choi-in has sighed helplessly, "If I decide to quit, will you leave me alone? You're just going to say some fighting this and that nonsense and call me a coward, right?" Lee Cheol was annoyed and stepped past. "I just didn't want to hear those words anymore, that's why I came out." "Well, you pridefully look at Choi-in and think, he's changed, hasn't he?" A moment later, Lee Dong-ho gathered them. He ordered, "Instructor speaking. 4 people are on sick leave, 5 are absent without reason, leaving a total of 11 people." Lee Dong-ho looked at the group of kids, everyone looking exhausted. The atmosphere was also different. Are the students who were so tense before just because of one predator? The instructor continued, "We were supposed to have a basic physical fitness test today, but considering the current situation," his hand clenched tightly. He shouted with determination, "Right now, begin the physical fitness test." After a long training session, everyone was panting and sitting on the ground. Lee Dong-ho announced, "The physical fitness test has ended. From now on, independent training will be the responsibility of the class monitor." Lee Cheol sighed, "After a 10-hour training session just for the physical fitness test, I'm getting a bit tired too, but I can't stop yet." He glanced at the other students and strode away. Everyone was talking about Lee Dong-ho. "The instructor seems a bit unusual today, doesn't he?" The other replied, "It's because of yesterday's match. Many people were injured. If it were before, he surely would have let us rest." A voice interrupted, "Attention." Lee Cheol stood at attention and said clearly, "No need for introductions. I am Lee Cheol, your class monitor. Just as Choi-in has said yesterday, the class monitor has full authority to decide everything outside of the instructor's orders. My training time will be extremely harsh. Whoever can keep up, keep up. For those who cannot, I have no intention of dragging them along." Bok Song gritted his teeth, feeling resentful, and muttered, "That annoying guy." Lee Cheol stepped forward and stated decisively, "If you're not satisfied with me, feel free to challenge me. Just defeat me once, and I will step down as class monitor." "All right, enough talk. Start right away. Fight the person next to you." After observing the students through a long fight, Lee Cheol calculated, in the end, 6 people remained. The rest all gave up halfway. Seeing the situation, he spoke up, "Stop. That's it for today. Dismissed." "Well done." The students began whispering insults, "That damn bastard. It's because of him that I'm suffering like this. I really can't stand that goody two-shoes. What does this even mean? I have no intention of following that style." Kim Han was panting heavily and chimed in, "Stop it." He spoke up, "To be honest, I feel very bitter. Even though he is also very tired, we couldn't hit him even once." Everyone asked each other, "By the way, Inha, what do you think?" We were so happy last year. Choi In-ha, while breathing and sad, replied, happy enough to repeat the year. Everyone clamored, what?
Choi In-ha stood up, if we don't change this time, I will truly live as a loser.
Even if I get my arms and legs broken, I want to try once. Really, really want to, he vented, you all know too. That youngest bastard. I mean, you all understand what he wants to do, right? Everyone was silent, speechless.
Choi In had turned and walked away, his voice filled with determination. I will try fighting this time.
Perhaps it really is the last time.
So wake up, don't resist in vain or pretend not to know anymore. A morning passed, and in the laboratory, Jae-young-ho was training Lee Cheol. Come on, kid, change your form. He sat there, trying to imagine changing the flame in his hand.
Jae-young-ho spoke up, stop. That's it.
The flame in his hand flickered out. She looked at the result, holding her head and sighing, failed again.
Every time I try to create aura, its form collapses.
Jae-young-ho was frustrated and wrote continuously on paper. I didn't expect this problem to appear after reaching 3 stars. Lee Cheol just sat there, looking at her with a helpless expression.
Jae-young-ho continued to ramble. If only there were records on how the ancients used magical power, that would be great.
Lee Cheol looked at the ring on his finger and couldn't help but think, if it's the memory of the infinite.
But I still can't read the next memory.
Anyway, the trip to the Library of Scriptures yielded unexpected results. It must be said that when that thing was covered in black mist, it made the monsters terrified.
Even the valiant generals of the kingdom were defeated. The heroes sealed it at the northern mountain of 10,000 demons.
The king granted land to honor that merit. The heroes were grateful for the favor and created a sword,
named it Infinite. He clenched his fists. Finding information about the infinite is a big gain.
Jae-young-ho looked at him excitedly. Anyway, you have touched aura, stepping into 3 stars on your own.
It's truly remarkable.
She was cheerful. The problem that is currently stuck will soon be solved. Actually, the amplification and transformation techniques have almost been perfected by you.
Lee Cheol buttoned his shirt and replied, yes, thank you. You always guide me.
He quickly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, teacher, reaching 3 stars, what will I learn next?
Jae-young-ho said devotedly, you will learn how to use stiff chi and aura skills.
But it will take a long time to master them. Suddenly, she looked at Lee Cheol, curious. By the way, how is the students' training going? You look tired all the time. He sighed with a blank face, just normal, teacher.
Jae-young-ho smiled brightly, is that so? If it's difficult, let me help. Lee Cheol wondered, huh? How are you going to help? Jae-young-ho's voice was full of confidence, patting her chest. You'll know soon. Just believe in me. The very next day, Lee Cheol looked up helplessly, thinking, just hearing believe makes me worried. A girl walked in from outside. The instructor introduced, today there will be a special lecture on magic.
Everyone straighten your clothes and maintain your posture while waiting.
This is Elder Lee Jae-young-ho, a researcher of the Sungmu clan.
A familiar face appeared.
Lee Dong-ho hurriedly echoed, everyone applaud.
Jae-young-ho stood there, grinning, I'm so embarrassed. She adjusted her glasses, playfully, I don't like to drag things out.
Let's start the lecture right away.
Lee Cheol sat below, looking up, and exclaimed, it seems she is enjoying teaching more and more.
A moment later, the dull lecture portion ended, applause rang out. Jae-young-ho smiled happily, from now on, it's not the dry part anymore.
I will pass on the improved version of the iron wire technique developed by the Research Institute.
Lee Dong-ho stood nearby, confused, huh? Isn't the lesson just over? She immediately countered, what are you saying? The main part starts now.
Everyone sit in your seats properly.
I will only demonstrate once, so you must concentrate. Lee Cheol was suddenly pulled up by the youngest sister, surprised, what is happening? Jae-young-ho was excited. When direct descendants join the academy, they are often supported in this way. But you have nothing, so I tried a little bit.
He was touched and bowed, thank you, teacher. Jae-young-ho didn't stand on ceremony, alright, very good, she joked, pushing his shoulder lightly, if it's according to the theory, the power will increase 2-fold.
Isn't it great?
Lee Cheol helplessly sighed, yes, you are truly amazing.
Lee Dong-ho clapped to attract attention, attention everyone. From now on, we will continue sparring by applying the magic the elder taught. Everyone find your opponent.
A familiar voice rang out behind Li Chiol, young master.
Be my opponent.
Choi In-ha approached, looking determined. I'll say it first, I won't go easy on you.
He took a stance, his voice full of confidence. It's a pleasure to spar with you. I'll let you have the first move. Choi In-ha shouted angrily and moved forward to attack.
Jiang Hoa stood on the side watching, whispering in praise. Wow, my kid is so ruthless.
He looks just like me when I was young.
Suddenly, some muttering rang out. Honestly, I can't stand that kid. It turned out to be the students who were annoyed, sitting in a corner chatting. Even if he's the second son and discriminated against, he's still totally different from us.
Different physique, and he opened up a special ability. He's already different from the starting line.
Another student chimed in. That's right.
We've tried our best, but what does he know?
Jiang Hoa heard that and came forward to call, hey, you guys.
The students who were whispering turned around in surprise. Huh?
Elder.
Elder? You haven't left yet?
She leaned in close, putting on a threatening face. Just now, were you guys talking about the kid, my disciple? Two students were scared, thinking to themselves, her face. They hung their heads, stammering. I'm sorry, we spoke out of line.
Jian Ho was angry, radiating heat, and asked back, once more, what do you think you know to dare to say such words to that child?
The two students panicked, scared. Please forgive us.
Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Doesn't the young master know nothing either?
Bok Song said contemptuously. We have also tried a lot, but every time we are treated like we're nothing.
Acting differently in different circumstances is natural, right? Jian Hoa turned away coldly. Do you really know nothing? Bok Song looked confused. Huh?
Jian Hoa continued, her eyes full of disgust. Yes, perhaps not knowing is better. If you knew how different one day of that child's life is from yours, you would realize your lives are no different from children's games.
Bok Song clenched his fists, shouting, what exactly is so different about that second son? Bok Song clenched his fists, shouting, what exactly is so different about that second son?
A moment later, an announcement rang out. The training session ends here for today.
Bok Song glanced at Li Chiol. He thought to himself, see, what's different? Keep shouting struggle, struggle. In the end, it's just because he's gifted by heaven, different from us. Other students ran over to ask, you said you wanted to follow that second young master today, right? But is it okay to just walk around the family grounds like this? Bok Song was certain, we are students, so it's fine. Besides, it's not like we're going to a dangerous place. That second son doesn't even live in the area for the main family. We can't let him overshadow us like this forever. Today I will see it with my own eyes.
Bok Song whispered while looking at the sky, full of determination. It was late at night. Bok Song and a few other students nodded and stood lurking. How long has he been in the research area?
It's 9 p.m. already. A sleepy student rubbed his eyes. Yeah, Bok Song, let's go home. The daytime training has made me too sleepy.
Another chimed in, I'm exhausted too.
One said helplessly, all right.
Anyway, what that second son does in there, we'll never know. Bok Song let them go, but still muttered, weaklings. At this moment, Li Chiol stepped out, which made him jump. He's out.
He sighed in relief and encouraged himself. Phew, let's go. Bok Song saw Li Chiol walking away and felt happy. Finally, I can go home.
But contrary to his thoughts, he was surprised to see Li Chiol walk into the training arena, the area reserved for the main family. He shouldn't be able to get in there.
Suddenly, loud shouts took him and the students with him by surprise. They asked each other, what is that noise? Is it training?
It caught him and the students with him off guard.
They asked each other, what is that noise? Is it training?
A student said fearfully, Bok Song, it seems the youngest young master is truly formidable.
Let's stop here. The young master wasn't wrong about anything.
We should just try as hard as In-ha.
Bok Song interrupted, I'll never skip individual training. There's no difference.
The two students looked at each other, embarrassed. They stammered, well, sorry, we're heading back first.
Bok Song was angry. What's the difference between me and that second son? I will definitely prove that I'm not wrong.
Interrupting his thoughts, a tired Li Chiol finished training and walked out. Afterward, he started walking home.
Bok Song kept following him, snooping around. When he saw Li Chiol enter his house, he thought happily, finally, he's home. Suddenly, a bright light flashed from behind, accompanied by a loud shout, who's there? Stop! A patrol guard appeared, adjusted his hat, and exclaimed, what's this? A student?
Young Master Li Chiol comes through here every night. but I didn't expect him to be leading his student.
Bok Song heard this and couldn't believe it. Every night? He forced a smile. About that. I have some business.
The patrol guard warned him, according to the rules, this is not allowed.
Go back now. Bok Song nodded, yes. He glanced at Lee Cheol's house, shocked. The lights are still on? It's already 2 a.m. He turned away with a dark face, but didn't forget to add, well then, I wish you luck. Bok Song dragged his heavy feet, telling himself, let's go.
The next morning, at 5 a.m., at the training grounds reserved for Class 5, Bok Song held his tired head, blaming himself, just as I expected, I went back too late yesterday.
He looked up in surprise at a corner.
Lee Cheol was leaning wearily against a stone base.
Bok Song's thoughts surfaced, he's really exhausted. Even with the heaven-sent physique and abundant magic power of the main family, can a 13-year-old endure a life of only sleeping 3 to 4 hours a day? And what about me? When I get home, I usually watch TV or play games to relax.
I also practice individually, but I still get enough sleep, rest, and entertainment.
After thinking, he walked closer. Lee Cheol looked up and asked, what's the matter? Bok Song hesitated, aren't you tired? Lee Cheol frowned. So you were among the group following me yesterday, right? Bok Song fumbled, yes. You are a person of the main family, so you get support, and your starting point is different. And furthermore,
Lee Cheol calmly interrupted, I've lived like this since I was little.
Before joining the student squad, my sleep time was a bit longer.
If I don't get enough sleep, of course I'll be tired.
Bok Song asked shamefully, then why? Why do you go that far?
Lee Cheol stepped closer, gently placed his hand on his shoulder, and whispered, you already know the answer.
Bok Song gritted his teeth, feeling ashamed. He muttered, damn it. Scene change, at the family's main hall.
Tae-shin was training intensely, drenched in sweat. Butler Choi Jin entered and said respectfully, Master, the official documents for the mission you assigned have been processed.
He reached out, let me see.
Tae-shin read carefully and sighed, this is still not enough. Choi Jin explained, this is a grade 3 and 4 dungeon.
With the current level of the student squad, it will be very dangerous.
Tae-shin frowned, food and weapons can be stockpiled, but people cannot.
Now I need to create people who can survive.
Choi Jin bowed, as you command, I understand.
I will handle it according to your instructions.
Also, there is one more thing to report.
Has the youngest one done something?
That kid has had a different look in his eyes since he was little, the look of someone who has been deprived, someone who has been knocked down to the very bottom.
He clenched his fists, determined, but leading people and changing them is another matter entirely.
Afterward, he handed Choi Jin a stack of tests and instructed, adjust the content of the tests a bit.
It just so happens the 8th child is in the same class. Raise the level for the entire student squad. Choi Jin accepted it. Yes, I understand. Tae-shin smiled with interest. Does that kid really have the quality to lead people? This time, I will examine it thoroughly.
At the training hall for Class 5, Instructor Lee Dong-ho came to check on the situation as usual. The group of kids in the hall was training hard together.
He was extremely surprised. My students are this diligent? It's the weekend and they're already here early in the morning. At this rate, I don't need to force them to train anymore.
A student saw the instructor and greeted him. Instructor, you're here.
Lee Dong-ho replied, yes, still hard at work on the weekend, huh? If anyone isn't here yet, go call them back. There is an announcement to convey. He answered immediately, yes.
The instructor gave his instructions. Although it's a bit sudden, the first quarter evaluation schedule has been moved up. Therefore, it has been decided to grant a 1-week leave first.
Treat this as the final day off and rest well. Lee Dong-ho looked at the group of children. He thought, I don't need to tell them that even if they are on break, they must maintain minimum training, right?
Afterward, he declared, I trust you know how to take care of yourselves.
Good work.
The students shouted in unison, understood.
Lee Cheol rubbed his chin and wondered, a sudden vacation? The quarterly evaluation moved up, is that all right? He turned to look at the students, confused. Why hasn't anyone gone home yet? Kim Han smiled brightly.
We're looking at you, young master.
Choi In-ha has something to ask. During this break, what do you plan to do, young master? Lee Cheol replied, vacation is everyone's private time. Why ask me? When you need to rest, just rest. I have no intention of forcing training during the break.
His words left the students stunned, staring at each other in bewilderment. They whispered, I didn't expect to hear these words from the young master. Actually, we thought the young master would force us into hellish training. Like, does anyone actually plan on resting, and then forcing the whole group into a centralized training session? Li Chiol was helpless, crossed his arms. Why didn't you just say it louder?
What do you take me for? During this break, should I try the first day again?
The whole group turned pale with fear. He sighed and smiled. When you need to rest, rest.
Resting is important too.
I know even if I tell you to rest, you won't just sit around doing nothing. Take care of yourselves, rest well, and see you after the break. Hearing that, the whole group cheered happily. The young master of the Sungmu clan. Scene change, at Li Jian Hoa's research room.
The lady grumbled, I heard there's a vacation, so why are you still coming here to bother me? I have a pile of research to do too.
Li Chiol complained, clearly, you're still messing with your phone, watching random things.
Jian Hoa jumped up, what do you mean random?
I'm reading the news that Han Min was recognized by the family head, and even his leukemia is cured.
Li Chiol gave a judgmental look. Wait, what exactly are you watching?
Afterward, he changed the subject. About that, the quarterly evaluation being moved up.
Is it really because of my father's order?
The lady replied, exactly.
The order was sent down directly.
Li Chiol fell into deep thought. Then this exam will be harsher than imagined.
I'm currently stuck at the magic power wall. To overcome it, I probably have to search for the next memory of the infinite.
He pulled his hair. If the memory can't be read yet, it proves something is still missing. I tried to improve it to unlock the next memory, but it wasn't successful.
I can only keep looking for a way.
Suddenly, his hand accidentally bumped into a pile of documents next to him, sending them flying all over the floor.
Jian Hoa was frustrated. What's wrong? Be careful, I already told you to clean this place up. A piece of paper in the pile caught his attention. He picked it up. What is this?
The information on the paper recorded, the decisive difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in the targeted goal. It can be speculated that in that period, humanity's techniques were focused on fighting monsters.
Targeted goal? Surely Bamboo Demon is the same. The original Bamboo Demon was a technique that was too.
Li Chiol suddenly jumped up, making the lady wonder, what's wrong, kid?
He put on a serious face and ran off. Teacher, I understand. I'll explain later. I have to go to the training ground right now. The pile of documents flew everywhere again. Jian Hoa shouted, that damn kid.
Arriving at the training ground, Li Chiol summoned the infinite sword and whispered to himself, now let's try to imagine an opponent.
Someone bigger than me, a monster of a different species from humans, a giant beast.
A technique that ignores the efficiency of continuous attacks, preserving power.
Dodging or defending.
Flashy things without destructive power, or things just to trick the opponent, are all useless. The clear goal of the Bamboo Demon, he regulated the magic power in his body. He jumped up, causing the ground where he was standing to sink in a large area.
Li Chiol concluded, the goal of the Bamboo Demon is to slay monsters. He imagined a monster and slashed it vertically.
After using the technique, he imagined a monster and slashed it vertically. After using the technique, dust rose up. After using the technique, dust rose up. A source of jet black energy clung to the infinite sword.
He shouted happily, got it, now what will appear? Afterward, he was transported into the flow of space within the infinite sword. Li Chiol wondered, where is this? Does the training ground look exactly the same as when I first received the infinite? Why does the perspective only change when reading the memories of the infinite? Standing outside the door training, he peeked inside. Is that person the one from the memory of the infinite last time? The speed is terrifying.
Suddenly, he noticed something strange. The weapon changes, and the aura changes with it. It's not that the person's aura changed.
It is the infinite that is transforming the aura. The voice of the person inside sighed. Change the method again? Stop peeking at others' training.
He was surely referring to Li Chiol, but the person opposite didn't ask. The other person changed the subject. Since you've had it, have you named those techniques yet?
He replied, not yet. Actually, it's not to the level of calling them techniques.
The other person suggested, then let me name them.
How about the name 10,000 changes? He replied, not bad. Suddenly, he paused and said to the person opposite, hey, didn't you lead someone here? The person opposite was confused, me? No way.
Li Chiol stood outside in a cold sweat.
The swords clashed again. The person opposite opened the combat first, intending to try a match. Why would I lead anyone here? Chiol peeked in and saw the two sparring. He looked at the person opposite curiously. Those eyes and that hair color is the characteristic of the main family in the Sungmu.
Time passed quickly, and the 1-week vacation came to an end. Today, Lee Cheol's group was packed onto a vehicle to be taken to the site of the quarterly assessment. Inside the car, Lee Cheol gazed outside, lost in thought. This scenery is no different from the future or the past.
The walls separate the safe zone from the danger zone.
Long ago, a giant crack appeared near the Pacific Ocean, known as the Blue Hole, a mysterious space that humanity had never officially explored.
Ever since then, monsters never seen before have been pouring out.
Humanity has fought them for a long time to reclaim territory, but there are still vast, unexplored regions. Places like this are called danger zones, he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, whether it was due to excitement about the upcoming test or something else, Kim Han chatted happily. Lately, they say the walls have demarcated the border between the safe zone and the danger zone, right? The closer we get to the danger zone, the more desolate it becomes. Lee Cheol began to enlighten him with knowledge from his past life. Regardless, we are still inside the wall, so the level of destruction is only to this extent.
The reclaimed villages near the danger zone have a very primitive level of civilization.
Upon saying this, painful memories from his past life flashed through Lee Cheol's mind. He had once lived there for a while to stay in hiding, a time that was far from pleasant. Very quickly, the small vehicle passed through the wall and entered the unexplored region. Just as Lee Cheol had mentioned, the scenery on this side was gloomy and distinct from inside the wall.
A faint blue smoke lingered everywhere in the air.
Instructor Lee Dong-ho was the first to step off the vehicle, reminding everyone should stay alert. From now on, the place we are stepping into is a dungeon that hasn't been fully explored.
Gather up.
We will set up a base here, check the necessary supplies, and then start the test. The escort guards will only protect the base, so from now on, you all must handle everything yourselves. But I am not worried, and I will support you as much as I can as an instructor here.
Show me everything you have prepared. The group of students shouted loudly with determination. Yes, sir. The group of students shouted loudly with determination. Yes, sir.
But before that, this test will certainly be more difficult.
This is your last chance.
Anyone who wants to leave can go right now, his voice filled with seriousness.
He scanned the distance. Countless spider webs were spread thickly across the forest, making him uneasy.
That's right, anyone can see at a glance that this quarterly assessment is not meant for ordinary students.
The human-faced spider forest, a dungeon filled with webs. Any intruder will be detected by the monsters immediately. Yet our mission is to film an adult spider in this forest.
Clearly, this is a test set up by my father, he thought to himself.
However, no one in Class 5 was cowardly enough to leave.
Choi In has sighed and smiled lightly. Now, I don't care how you test me. All the members of Class 5 won't just want to run away or give up. Kim Han nodded. That's right, young master. We all trust in you. The whole group looked at Lee Cheol with eyes full of trust, which took him by surprise. In his past life, he had never experienced this feeling. Lee Cheol smiled, teasing them. You guys make these cheesy lines sound so natural, don't you? His words made Bok Song's face turn bright red. That's because you, young master, create an atmosphere like this. Lee Cheol continued. Alright, I get it.
So, no one is quitting.
Perform a final communication check, gather your supplies, and let's head into the forest.
The group answered in unison, yes, sir.
Speaking of the human-faced spider forest, they operate with social behaviors like ants or bees, making them very difficult to deal with. Lee Cheol led the group, reminding them as they walked, I'm sure everyone knows by now, right? The mission is to use recording equipment to document the behavior of the spiders living in this forest for at least 10 years.
From now on, the leader will be Choi In-ha. Choi In-ha was startled. Wait, what do you mean by that?
Lee Cheol said frankly, I will act alone and become bait for the spiders.
Hearing this, the whole group looked blank, large question marks appearing over their heads, and they yelled, wait.
What was that? As time passed, Lee Cheol separated from the Class 5 formation to act alone. After casually stabbing a giant spider to death, he scanned his surroundings, panting from exhaustion.
Following his gaze, countless giant spiders stared back with glowing red eyes. But
this was exactly what he had expected. Finally, they have all gathered. It seems it was worth the effort to kill a few to lure them with pheromones. Human-faced spiders will take prey with high nutritional value back to the nest to feed the larvae. The simplest way to make them see me as nutritious prey is to prove my overwhelming strength. While thinking, he transformed his sword into a long sword and performed the bamboo demon technique, slashing a spider lunging at him in two. While thinking, he transformed his sword into a long sword and performed the bamboo demon technique, slashing a spider lunging at him in two. Li Chiol wore a faint smile, dropped his weapon, and stopped resisting. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a pile of soft silk. Is this inside the cocoon of a human-faced spider? If so, then the plan was a success. My stomach feels a bit upset from the poison, but it's not too bad. He used his invisibility spell to cloak his body in a layer of blue energy, transforming his weapon into a short sword. He cut through the silk wrapped around his body and calculated his next step. If this is their nest, the larvae must be concentrated here. He used his short sword to cut a large tear in the cocoon and observed the outside, dazed. Wait, why are there so many food cocoons? This can't just be the number they caught today. They should have eaten them all long ago, right? Why are they? Li Chiol frowned, observing his surroundings. His face turned pale when he saw not far away a giant cocoon hanging in the air by countless silk threads, protected by the giant spiders. The cocoon vibrated incessantly, as if something inside wanted to break out. Li Chiol felt the vibration in his body. Is the dark energy resonating with it? Not letting him think further, the cocoon was torn apart from the inside. A giant leg protruded, followed by a human-like hand. Finally, the figure was revealed, a giant spider with the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a seductive woman, with 6 eyes on her face, a Tier 5 monster, the human-faced Spider Queen. My children, are you hungry? She spoke. Li Chiol held his breath, silently analyzing. A Tier 5 monster in a dungeon that uses human language? No, she hasn't opened her mouth. So, is the dark energy reading her consciousness? The Spider Queen suddenly attacked, lunging forward, using her sharp legs to strike Li Chiol's cocoon, causing him to fly onto the ground. No more time to maintain the invisibility spell, he thought. The Spider Queen looked at him, full of murderous intent. What are you? The thing that awakened me is inside you. Why do humans have that? That thing is Mila. Give it to me. She unleashed a purple sound wave, the panic skill, similar to the giant turtle he had faced before. Li Chiol realized, but felt no fear. Terrifying pressure is something only high-level predators can create. It's a pity it doesn't work on me, he murmured to himself. Thanks to the dark energy, the pressure was neutralized. It's a pity it doesn't work on me, he murmured to himself. Thanks to the dark energy, the pressure was neutralized. As soon as he finished speaking, from the forest not far away, a stream of black smoke rose up, followed by a terrifying explosion that blew everything away. Looking at the scene not far away, the Spider Queen's face turned blank. My forest, my forest. What have you done? She screamed, unable to control herself. Meanwhile, Li Chiol smiled as he saw the plan proceeding exactly as predicted. He explained, it's a weapon called an explosive mana shell. Fortunately, this wretched forest has many flammable things. I just needed to detonate them on my signal. Not far away, the group led by Kim Han contacted Li Chiol through their earpieces. We've started. Group 1 is underway and will arrive at the nest in 30 minutes at most. At the same time, instructor Li Dong-ho watched through the screen and hurriedly announced, this is the base camp. Young master, I detected a Tier 5 mana source in the nest, but, before he could finish, Li Chiol cut him off. I'm fine. Please make sure to support the students first. Back in the spider cave, the Spider Queen went insane. She gnashed her teeth and ordered her soldiers, my children, hurry. Protect my forest. Then she glared at Li Chiol, growling, I will crush you personally, you arrogant brat. Do you think you can defeat me alone? Do you believe the teammates rushing to my nest will make it here? You can't do anything to me. In response, Li Chiol sneered, you're the one underestimating me. He covered his body in a layer of golden aura. Scene change, the group of students was moving. Choyin had directed, everyone, keep firing explosive shells to distract the human-faced spiders. Group 1, head straight to the nest to support the young master and clear a path for retreat. Bok Som ran alongside him and asked, wait, there's a variable in the nest, are we still going through with it? Choi In-ha replied, this is the young master's order. We just follow the plan. Despite saying that, he couldn't hide his anxiety and silently prayed, young master, please hold on for just a little longer. Back in the cave, where the ground shook constantly, rocks fell everywhere under the Spider Queen's attacks, but she was not at all happy. Why? Why aren't you dead yet? Why are you still standing there? She screamed as she saw that her attacks did nothing to Li Chiol. It was all thanks to his demon eye skill.
He thought to himself, hidden things, invisible flows of power, the eye that sees through them is called the demon eye. Thanks to it, I can read the flow of mana and avoid fatal blows. But the difference in power is too great to dodge everything completely. Fortunately, this spider queen just hatched and hasn't mastered her body perfectly. I only have one chance.
While thinking, Li Chiol used a recovery potion on his wounds and switched his sword to its longsword form. He used the Thunder Force martial art, covering his sword in streaks of black lightning. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, swinging his sword, releasing a crescent-shaped blade directly at the Spider Queen. A world-shaking explosion echoed through the cave. The Spider Queen couldn't dodge in time, suffering a massive wound, with one front leg severed. But Li Chiol still wasn't satisfied. Damn it, the wound is still too shallow. Just as expected, cutting through that thick hide with one strike is too difficult. He watched the spider screaming in pain, so painful. I will turn you into my subordinate, pull out what's inside you, restore myself, and then you will suffer endless pain. She raised both hands, firing off rays of light. Although he didn't know this skill, Li Chiol tried to dodge. But there were too many silk threads, and one caught him. In his head, a voice rang out, "Submit." A horrific headache struck, causing him to scream in agony. The Spider Queen laughed triumphantly. Ah, that arrogant face. But before she could finish, she coughed up blood and stammered. What the hell is this? She lunged to attack. Instead of running, Li Chiol stood still and muttered, "You should be more careful. Insects are naturally weak against fire, after all." As soon as he finished, a massive explosion went off beside the Spider Queen, officially sending her to the underworld. The student group arrived just in time and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Li Chiol was safe. Kim Han said, "Sorry, we were slow because we had to clear the path." Li Chiol sighed and reprimanded them. "When we get back, I'm putting you all through special training." Kim Han turned pale and complained, "Oh God, even at a time like this, you still say that?" Li Chiol declared, "Let's get out of this nest quickly." Scene change. At the instructor's grading room, murmurs arose. Nam Il's Team 5 is behind schedule. They returned 30 minutes early. Did they abandon the mission like Team 4? It's understandable, that's a special Tier 6 dungeon with strange phenomena. Lee Dong-ho opened the door and walked in. "Sorry for being late. Many were injured, so I had to take them to the hospital first. Now I will report the situation." He pressed the remote, displaying images of the human-faced spider. Team 5's mission was to record the behavior of the adult spiders. But we discovered strange phenomena, so we proceeded to gather information. Team 5 split into 4 groups and planted 132 explosive mana shells. A man interrupted, "Wait, did I hear that right? You guys used heavy firepower?" Lee Dong-ho nodded, "That's right. We used 52 shells during the battle, for a total of 184. The black-haired man was furious and slammed the table. "Do you intend to level the dungeon? The mission was just to film. Don't tell me you blew up the dungeon and call that a success." Lee Dong-ho stammered, "The mission was completed. Where is the footage? Show it," someone shouted. Before he could answer, the door to the room opened. Li Chiol walked in. "Sorry for the delay. The equipment broke, so I had to recover the data. Here is the video." He handed his chest badge to Lee Dong-ho. Behind him, Lee Seo-hyun whispered, "You lunatic, is bombing a dungeon normal? Don't you find it troublesome to be captured alive?" Li Chiol replied, "If you want a film, this is the most certain way." Not long after, the footage was played. The whole room was dazed. The black-haired man rubbed his face, bewildered. "I can't believe it. The report perfectly matches the footage. Using bombs in a dungeon is no different than bringing gasoline to a burning house." He looked at Li Chiol. "Do you think this is a reasonable plan?" Li Chiol said confidently, "I chose the option with the highest success rate. With a standard plan, would the students have succeeded? I use every measure to complete the mission rather than failing or quitting. The Sungwoo clan only looks at the results." His words made the black-haired instructor narrow his eyes, thinking silently, "Not a mishap. It looks like a variable, but in reality, it was a plan. That ninth kid trusts his plan absolutely." The remaining supervisors looked at each other and whispered, "The young master's plan is too groundbreaking, it can't be used as an example, and it's hard to grade. But because the mission was completed without any casualties, you could say it's a perfect score." Team 5 was the only team to achieve a perfect score in this assessment. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to the office of the Sungwoo clan head. Butler Choi Jin reported the test results: 32 dead, 78 seriously injured, many with minor injuries. There is a clause in the contract regarding identity transfer, so there are no specific issues.
Tae-shin nodded, not too surprised, and asked, "What are the support measures for these casualties?" Choi Jin replied, "We will cover all medical expenses for the seriously injured.
For those who suffer permanent consequences, we will handle it according to regulations." Tae-shin signaled, "All right, continue the progress report."
"You've worked hard."
Tae-shin flipped through the report and observed. Choi Jin pressed the remote, displayed the video, and continued, "Yes, these are the documents related to each dungeon reported this time." From Tae-shin's perspective, while watching the footage, he commented, "Indeed, there was an impact.
The human-faced spider forest is located in a danger zone." Choi Jin agreed, "Yes, on the northern edge of Gangwon province."
The screen showed the Spider Queen ordering the young spiders to attack Lee Cheol, but the image quality was very poor. Tae-shin complained, "It's so short." Choi Jin shrugged. According to the report, the video could only be recovered to this extent.
"It seems it was heavily edited."
His words made Tae-shin pause for a beat.
He enjoyed his tea, fascinated. "He truly is an interesting child." "Don't you think so?"
His words made Tae-shin pause for a beat.
He enjoyed his tea, fascinated. "He truly is an interesting child." "Don't you think so?"
Tae-shin agreed.
"Even you think so?"
His way of breaking the rules shows boldness.
Because he understands the rules so well, he knows how to utilize special tactics. The fact that the students and instructors followed the plan without objection is proof of the youngest's leadership ability.
No campaign information was leaked, and the plan was a perfect success. Not just this time, increased the frequency and difficulty level of the overall assessments.
Choi Jin bowed. "Yes, I will handle it."
Tae-shin whispered, his eyes filled with anticipation. It seems that soon, the others will pay more attention to the youngest. A few months later, at the specialized training ground for Class 5,
Kim Han cried, "Young master, you know we just finished the final assessment yesterday, right?" Lee Cheol was blank. "Huh? That's why I gave everyone a break, isn't it?"
Kim Han sighed. Forget it. Instructor Lee Dong-ho gathered everyone and announced, "Although this is the final assessment of the year and I'm sure you want a rest, don't forget about the advancement exam."
"I don't want anyone in the class to be held back. Understand?" The whole group answered in unison, "Yes, we understand." Lee Cheol, as if remembering something, teased Kim Han, "In the last assessment, you fell into a state of mana depletion, didn't you? Memorize a few spells today. Start with physical training first."
The whole group plunged into practice. Looking at their spirit, Lee Cheol thought happily, they are tougher now, not just physically but mentally. They no longer collapse due to deficiencies, they have learned how to compensate. Almost a year since starting student life, except for those who were forced to withdraw, no one has been kicked out or killed.
Suddenly, Lee Dong-ho found him. "So you're here?" Lee Cheol was surprised. "What's the matter?"
Lee Dong-ho reminded him, "The instructors have an announcement regarding the advancement exam."
Lee Cheol nodded. "All right, I'll go right away."
At the gathering room, Lee Seo-hyun waved, "Over here, sit down.
I have something to tell you."
She patted the chair next to her. When Lee Cheol sat down, she glanced sideways. "You did quite well in this assessment, but I heard Class 1 was excellent too." At the gathering room, Lee Seo-hyun waved, "Over here, sit down.
I have something to tell you."
She patted the chair next to her.
"Oh wait, that's not important."
She shook her head, dismissing the thought, then whispered, "Hey, in this advancement exam, you're going to run into trouble."
Sixth sister and seventh brother were called into mother's room.
Recently, there are rumors they've been going everywhere meeting students.
Lee Cheol guessed Lady Bong's goal but wasn't worried, smiling faintly. "What? Do they intend to play games during the advancement exam?"
Lee Seo-hyun was frustrated. Being eliminated is common, but what's scary is not knowing what tricks they will pull. You don't care because you're so weird.
Sixth sister and seventh brother are extremely terrifying.
Lee Cheol crossed his arms and scoffed, "If you're trying to warn me, it's too late."
Troublesome things like that started back in the midterm assessment.
He stroked his chin, calculating, every assessment has had issues, terrible equipment, omitting training content for discrimination. Recently, I even heard someone approached Bok Song. Lee Seo-hyun clenched her fists. "I've already told my class.
This time, I will compete fairly and win. I want first place so I can make you call me sister."
she said with a burning spirit. Lee Xiaohyun clenched her fists. I've already told my class.
This time, I will compete fairly and win. I want first place so I can make you call me sister,
she said with a burning spirit.
The instructor entered and spoke. Is everyone gathered?
This year's quarterly assessment has officially ended.
Now I will announce the content and schedule for the advancement exam. Advancement results are based on the full year achievement score and this exam. The exam will be held at Gate I-7, 3 kilometers north of Kian City. Hearing the location, Lee Cheol's eyes flashed with surprise. A gate?
I guessed the exam would be unusual, but I didn't expect it to be inside an otherworldly gate. The instructor continued, taking out command badges. Inside the gate, there will be nameplates engraved with Sungmu clan.
Each student gets a nameplate. If it's stolen, you'll be handled as a casualty and forced to leave. There are no other rules. Collect as many nameplates as possible.
This is not a combat ability test, but a struggle. Lee Cheol quickly read the nature of it, so that's how they're playing it. This is not a combat ability test, but a struggle. Lee Cheol quickly read the nature of it, so that's how they're playing it. Handling it as a casualty is a trap, no one knows what happens. As long as you steal or find hidden nameplates, there's no problem. This is an individual match, including second-year students. Clearly, powerful forces are meddling. The otherworldly gate is separated from the outside world.
For an illegitimate child who is despised, no matter what happens, there will be no evidence left behind.
An opportunity not to be missed, but that is also true for the other side.
He wore a dangerous smile, making Lee Xiaohyun uneasy.
Scene change. In an office, a girl was whistling happily.
A voice interrupted. What are you doing, sister?
It was Lee Jae-hak, the 7th young master of the Sungmu clan. The girl, 6th young lady Lee Seoa, replied, just watching the cute little brother working until his head spins.
Lee Jae-hak cursed, crazy. Lee Seoa complained, this guy, every time you open your mouth, you speak informally to me? Anyway, 8th sister is cuter, honestly.
Her personality is like a rabbit. I just want to strangle her in one go.
She pulled out a dagger, licked her lips fearfully, and asked, by the way, what do you think?
Lee Jae-hak, eyes not leaving the computer, asked, about what?
Lee Seoa reminded him, mother's order, what else?
Lee Jae-hak sighed in boredom. I just think it's time to clearly grasp the situation for once.
Lee Seoa juggled her dagger and said, I'm really annoyed. An illegitimate son dares to wear a mainline nameplate and struts around everywhere. As a superior, I will teach him a lesson.
On top of that, he brings that soft, doe-like eldest brother behind him.
He needs to know his place.
Lee Seoa gripped her dagger and stabbed it deep into the table. Time passed quickly, and the final advancement exam began. This is the opportunity for students to advance to the next year, a struggle for badges within an otherworldly gate that has stabilized. Kim Han looked at the two cold-faced men in front, whispering to Lee Cheol, the secret realm is stable, but are they still guarding it this closely? Lee Cheol replied calmly, probably to reassure the public, or as a precaution.
This is an experimental research site.
His gaze narrowed slightly, wondering, but the number of personnel is fewer than I thought.
Do they think I don't notice so they act overtly, or is the students' level just that low? Either way, it doesn't matter.
Lee Cheol turned and reminded the students behind him, is everyone ready?
The group answered in unison, absolutely.
He nodded, all right, let's go. Lee Cheol led the way, quickly entering the gate. Speaking of the sister and brother pair Lee Seoa and Lee Jae-hak, Lee Seoa was happily enjoying some cookies, praising, Jae-hak, this office has a lot of delicious snacks. Lee Jae-hak, focusing on his work, sighed, those are for guests, don't eat too much.
Lee Seoa shrugged, unbothered, no way. By the way, still no word?
I'm so busy, yet I still had to come here personally.
Lee Jae-hak looked up. The instructors reported that the second-year students have already entered.
Hearing this, Lee Seoa's face showed interest. Just thinking about the illegitimate son and that trash crawling around makes me excited. Mother said if I do well, I'll be rewarded.
I have to write down what I want first. Unlike his confident sister, Lee Jae-hak was uneasy. Will everything go smoothly? Even if I believe the plan will succeed, but
he remembered the words of his eldest brother, Lee Minwo, be careful, Jae-hak.
The youngest is not an easy opponent to deal with. Recently when I met him, I said as much.
At that time, Jae-hak laughed it off, but the words lingered in his head.
Suddenly, his phone rang. Lee Seoa jumped up. What is it? Is it over already?
Jae-hak didn't answer, his eyes narrowed as he stared at the screen. Lee Seoa frustratedly grabbed the phone to check. A few seconds later, her voice was filled with confusion. 21 kids killed, 15 retreated? A few seconds later, her voice was filled with confusion. 21 kids killed, 15 retreated? The entire 5th grade class of the first year survived? Absurd! You're telling me they couldn't even defeat one bastard child despite teaming up? She clenched her fist in anger, crushing her phone. Lee Jae-hak finally understood his eldest brother's warning. We've lost. We lost everything to Lee Cheol. Cut to the scene. Inside the gate, 2 trainees were running for their lives. The brown-haired guy cursed, "Damn it! He's just a bastard from the 5th grade." The black-haired guy shouted, "Shut up, keep running. Hide in that cave, he won't find us." Both of them picked up the pace, hid in a rocky cave to rest, and kept an eye on the outside. The black-haired guy asked, "Did we lose him?" In response, a sword flew in, tearing through the air and stabbing deep into the ground, creating a large crack. While both were panicked, Lee Cheol appeared, grabbed the black-haired guy's hand, and twisted it, causing him to scream in pain. He looked at the brown-haired guy with a grin, taunting, "Lee Cheol is here. You guys are good at hiding. Took me a while to find you." The brown-haired guy was terrified, falling back and trembling. "Get away. Just because you're from the main family, you think you're everything? Why are you torturing us?" Lee Cheol stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and enlightened him. "Some people might think I attacked you first if they heard that. Placing his sword against someone from the main line, shouldn't you pay the price?" He raised his sword. A chilling scream echoed through the cave. Time passed. Choi In-ha ran over to report, "Young master, it's done on this side." Lee Cheol nodded. "Good. If it's done, let's go. We haven't dealt with all the pursuers yet." Choi In-ha replied, "Yes, I will meet up with Kim Han." Lee Cheol said he would move alone, telling Choi In-ha to finish the target list and collect more cards. Watching his back fade away, Lee Cheol stretched and thought, the most important thing is the number of cards collected. Stealing cards from other trainees has low efficiency. So, I have a hypothesis. Can the demon eye find badges? Activating the demon eye, countless strands of golden energy appeared, one stretching toward a nearby cliff. Lee Cheol smirked. Found it. He lunged onto the cliff, found the badge, and was delighted. This is really efficient. While at it, I'll train my demon eye control. Time passed. Lee Cheol looked blankly at the bag filled with countless badges. I didn't expect to collect this many. Looking at the bag makes me lightheaded. But I can't practice the demon eye anymore. From afar, a loud explosion rang out. He was disappointed. The exam is almost over. Constant battles since morning. If I keep avoiding her, it will only be more troublesome. He sighed. At the same time, Lee Seohyun descended from the sky in front of him. Finally found you, Lee Cheol. Her voice was joyful, but looking at his face, she was curious. What's wrong? Not surprised. Lee Cheol shrugged. I knew you'd follow me. Lee Seohyun asked, then why didn't you stop? He laughed. I've stopped now, haven't I? Lee Seohyun didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Think you're good? Let's spar and see who's on top. She tied her hair back and provoked him. Ready? If I win, you have to call me sister. Understand? Lee Cheol was intrigued. What if I win? Lee Seohyun said sweetly, if you win, I'll call you brother. Her voice gave Lee Cheol goosebumps. He hugged himself, wary, if you're using mental attacks, that's effective. Lee Seohyun shouted in embarrassment, shut up, you talk too much. Come on. Both gripped their swords and charged at each other. The battle officially began. The promotion exam ended with an increasingly rigorous evaluation system, including not just one but 2 direct line main family members participating at the same time, which became a hot topic. In a corner of the arena, some unknown trainees gossiped, the 8th young lady won first place, right? With a second-year fighter participating, can the first-year cadets hold up? One asked nervously. In another corner, some whispered while covering their mouths, you mean them? Yeah, the youngest illegitimate child, a 5th grade first-year cadet. In another corner, some whispered while covering their mouths, you mean them? Yeah, the youngest illegitimate child, a 5th grade first-year cadet. Lee Cheol received it and shook his head in thanks. Honestly, I didn't think I'd win first place. He smiled, thinking about the spar with Lee Seohyun. They can't be too obviously biased. Maybe Seohyun did better, but I took all of her name tags. Unaware of this thought, Lee Dong-ho continued to praise, you're so calm. You're the highest scoring cadet overall, a proud achievement. Lee Cheol nodded, my nanny will surely be happy.
Thank you for the congratulations.
He stepped down, and the trainees took the chance to congratulate him. Congratulations, young master.
Lee Dong-ho called out. Cadet Choi In-ha, step up.
Choi In-ha, who had been held back for 2 years, stepped forward. Congratulations on your promotion. Lee Dong-ho smiled and handed him the certificate.
Choi In-ha ranked 13th.
Looking at the certificate, he trembled. Thank you, his voice emotional. Lee Cheol teased from behind, don't let it make you complacent, Choi In-ha. It's fine to be proud, but resting on your laurels won't change anything.
Choi In-ha sighed. Yes, young master. Lee Dong-ho called out. Cadet Bok Song. Bok Song ranked 24th. Kim Han, promoted in your first year, great effort. Congratulations.
Lee Dong-ho smiled, but Kim Han looked at his ranking and muttered to himself, the ranking isn't impressive.
Honestly, I'm disappointed. This is just the beginning. I will be as strong as the young master,
and try harder so I'm not a burden or living half-heartedly.
From now on, I won't lose again. The whole group looked at Lee Cheol's back, their eyes determined.
Lee Cheol smiled contentedly, nobody in the class held back, that's satisfying enough. It's over, no more worries. He turned to the group, everyone worked hard, all passed.
I intended to retrain anyone who failed, what a pity. The second year will be tougher, many people want to tear you guys apart, but I believe everyone can manage, right? The group answered in unison, yes. Lee Cheol clenched his fist and shouted, everyone can do it. Time passed, Lee Cheol and Lee Seohyun were well dressed to meet their father when summoned. Lee Seohyun's face was sour, thinking about her loss to Lee Cheol. Hey, I don't accept this. Lee Cheol sighed, what are you not accepting this time?
Lee Seohyun bristled, not because of the promotion exam, I was supposed to be first. You played dirty, not only did you beat me up, but you took all my name tags.
Do you know how hard it was for me to collect them?
TCH, if I had brought the Chang'e sword, she pouted in regret. Lee Cheol acknowledged silently, I thought I'd win easily, but it took more than an hour.
Seohyun is stronger than I thought.
She hasn't released her sword chi or mastered her skills yet.
If she does, I don't want to imagine it.
Unaware of this assessment, Lee Seohyun finished venting and coughed a few times, but a promise is a promise.
Lee Cheol was curious, what are you talking about all of a sudden?
Lee Seohyun shrugged, the way we address each other.
We made a bet, remember? Are you going to say it now?
Lee Cheol covered her mouth, glaring, one more word, and it's a duel to the death.
Lee Seohyun was dazed, got it, is it that annoying? Fine, don't be weird, let's go, we're going to be late.
Lee Cheol urged.
She was startled, yeah, right, let's go fast. Both sped toward the family head's office. Upon entering, they bowed, greetings, father.
Tae-shin turned around and nodded, come in. He poured tea for his 2 children and asked, I heard you completed the first-year cadet training course.
What did you see and feel?
Lee Seohyun hesitated, looking at Lee Cheol.
He thought to himself, what is it? Why are you looking at me?
Seeing Lee Cheol didn't answer, Lee Seohyun shouted, I saw the true face of the family.
The statement made Lee Cheol choke and spit out his tea.
Tae-shin was amused, what is the true face?
Lee Seohyun replied, I know about the rivalry from competition, but there are things I cannot accept. I value fairness and honesty.
No matter what I achieve, I want it to come from my sword and my own strength.
Tae-shin nodded, satisfied, and thought, that's why the sword chose you.
You were once timid, but the youngest has changed you.
He looked at Lee Cheol, and you, Cheol, what did you feel?
Lee Cheol was serious, thought for a moment, and said, I felt ashamed.
The Cadet Corps is the foundation for the family's warriors, but it is currently rotten.
Tae-shin changed his expression, solemn, what?
Lee Cheol was firm, they don't fight.
They may be weak, they may lose, but giving up on fighting is not worthy of the Lee family elite class.
I saw too many cadets like that. The problem lies with the instructor's capabilities or the training methods.
He remembered what he went through in the 5th class. Tae-shin said softly, arrogant, but smiled, leaving both of them stunned, wondering if they saw wrong. Tae-shin advised, it is admirable that you build your own ideologies, but be careful. Once you fall into the swamp of greed, it is very difficult to escape. His words made Lee Seohyun's eyes light up, while Lee Cheol was surprised. I didn't expect father to personally give advice.
He replied, thank you, father, I will remember it.
Tae-shin went to the main point, I heard about what you did over the past year.
Exams might differ from regular warrior missions, but the nature is the same.
You realized it was a test I set and completed it with dedication. Today, I summoned you to reward you for the good job you did."
The unexpected reward made Lee Cheol suspicious. Father is always strict with rewards and punishments.
Rewarding this must have a reason.
Lee Seohyun didn't think much and raised her hand. "I want a top-tier breastplate, dragon scale armor." Tae Shin agreed. "Fine, I will inform the armory. Come pick it up tomorrow." Lee Seohyun was happy. "Yes, thank you, father." Tae Shin looked at Lee Cheol. "And you, son, what do you want?" Lee Cheol had already decided. "I want permission to enter Tianwei Mountain." Both Tae Shin and Lee Seohyun widened their eyes, looking at him in surprise. In the room, Lee Cheol was organizing his backpack. Medicinal herbs, illustrated books, cast iron pot, potion-making tools, everything was ready. "Good, everything I need to bring is prepared," he told himself. Tianwei Mountain is a spirit mountain, where not only spiritual herbs but also spiritual medicines grow. In Red Green Island, I could only make defective potions, but this time, I can make them complete. Lee Cheol thought, remembering Tae Shin's words. He didn't expect his father to actually allow him to enter the mountain, helping him advance the date of his warrior's journey. The warrior's journey, as the name implies, is the final challenge for the descendants of the Sungmu clan to be recognized as warriors. Before heading out, Tianwei Mountain is a place that must be visited. He mused, looking into the distance. Tianwei Mountain, sooner or later, one must set foot there once in a lifetime. A knock on the door cut off his thoughts. "Yeah, come in," Lee Cheol said. K-won entered. "Young master, there is news." He wondered, what news? She replied, "The seventh young master has sent an invitation." At the study, Lee Jae-hak carried tea and greeted him happily. "Long time no see. Since the Mid-Autumn Festival, it's the first time, isn't it?" Lee Cheol laughed. "Right, you still remember, how precious." Lee Jae-hak sat down. "I'm not forgetful enough to not remember that much time." Lee Cheol observed, thinking silently. As expected, he's not easy to deal with. From the friendly brotherly conversation, personally making tea, to naturally choosing a seat, everything is perfect. Compared to hidden kindness, clear malice is sometimes easier to deal with. Lee Jae-hak laughed. "Fake ly, enjoy the tea. My only hobby is drinking tea, so it's not bad." Lee Cheol made small talk. "Thank you. Do you often make tea for guests yourself?" Lee Jae-hak replied, "Depends on the guest. This type of tea is from an overseas farm. I bought it 2 years ago." Lee Cheol thought, "I've had tea several times, but he still hasn't gotten to the point. He's laid back in an out-of-place way, yet knows how to hold the reins of the situation. He's not a useless person, just has a bit of martial talent." Enough probing. Lee Jae-hak put down his teacup and said, "The reason I called you is because of the promotion match. Do you know this was arranged by me and the sixth sister?" Lee Cheol replied, "Yes, I know." Lee Jae-hak sighed in relief. "Then it's faster to talk." He explained, "This wasn't my intention." Lee Cheol smiled lightly, thinking, he chose that path. Lee Jae-hak is famous in politics, administration, and commerce. His skillful maneuvering, communication without creating enemies, earned him the name Gold Sword. This statement must mean he doesn't want to be my enemy. Lee Jae-hak continued, his voice apologetic. "Even so, the fault is mine. If you want, I will take responsibility." Lee Cheol said, "No need. This is just one of countless struggles in the future." His eyes gleamed with vigilance and killing intent. "Could it be that you want to say it was all Lady Beck's idea, so you were forced to act?" Lee Jae-hak probed. "Does that mean you consider me an enemy?" Lee Cheol said softly, like a warning, "Someone who touches my people, openly pulling stunts in front of me, isn't that an enemy?" Lee Jae-hak secretly considered, "How should I deal with this? Act first to avoid trouble, or," he sighed, "what do you want me to do?" Lee Cheol unexpectedly suggested, "Please show some sincerity. You'll suffer a loss this time, not just me." Lee Jae-hak smiled lightly, thinking, arrogant brat, not accepting an apology but demanding compensation? But I like it. He extended his hand. "Fine, I will send appropriate spiritual medicine to the 5th grade students. You will also receive a worthy reward." Lee Cheol shook his hand happily. "Since you are so yielding, I won't bring this up again." Both shook hands, mocking each other. Lee Jae-hak, among the brothers, you and I get along best. Lee Cheol, is that so? I'm not sure. He stood up. "I asked to take my leave." Lee Jae-hak advised, "Be careful with the sixth sister. Unlike me, she doesn't have a good impression of you." Lee Cheol said nonchalantly, "It's fine. For the next year, I won't be in the family.
He smiled confidently. In a room, Lee Seoa knelt before Lady Beck, her voice pleading, "Mother, please let me explain.
I didn't use the mission as an excuse to run away." Lady Beck shouted, mercilessly, "Shut up." The two words made Lee Seoa panic and back away. She was contemptuous. "You ran away, which is absolutely forbidden for the Sungmu clan bloodline. If you are my flesh and blood, that behavior is inexcusable." Lee Seoa trembled, muttering, "But if I take responsibility right now, isn't it still in time? What's so hard about crushing that bastard?" Lady Beck mocked, "You really don't understand anything. If I could do it, I wouldn't have pushed you to this path." The words stabbed deep into Lee Seoa's heart. She continued, "That illegitimate son will go to Tianwei Mountain in a year. If you fail to redeem yourself, then you can talk. But you let the opportunity slip, smearing the reputation of the entire direct line. If I see that cowardly look again, it won't just stop at a slap. If I see that cowardly look again, it won't just stop at a slap." Lee Jae-hak looked at her with pity and closed the door. Lee Seoa still screamed, "You bastard, I will kill you." Lee Jae-hak stood outside, thinking, "Mother is truly cruel." This makes Seoa even more obsessed with redeeming her failure. Between Seoa and Lee Cheol, who is worth more? The future is worth waiting for. A year later, on the carriage, Lee Cheol was confused, clenched his hands, and looked up. Butler Choi Jin called out, coincidentally on the same path, "How lucky." Lee Cheol was surprised to see an acquaintance. "Butler Choi is here too?" Butler Choi Jin comforted, "No need to take that as a burden, young master." Lee Cheol was a bit dazed. "Yes," he continued, "before Tet, I have to arrange the ancestors' graves. I also have to send word to the owner of Tianwei Mountain. I only follow because the family head ordered." He continued, "Before Tet, I have to arrange the ancestors' graves. I also have to send word to the owner of Tianwei Mountain. I only follow because the family head ordered." Regardless of his aura or presence appearing like a mortal, Butler Choi was definitely not ordinary. As a middle-level family official, holding a position more important than the elders, the distance between him and Choi Jin, he guessed, was hard to measure. Choi Jin suddenly asked, "I heard before entering Tianwei Mountain, you stopped at Sungmu Mountain. May I ask why?" Lee Cheol scratched his head. "I intended to visit the family head's grave. Leaving the family gate for the first time, offering incense to ancestors is a mandatory rite." He calculated silently, "This is a legitimate reason, but also to let the world see a child of the second line being diligent enough to go out of his way to pay respects. It has its own intentions." Choi Jin was satisfied, enthusiastic. "No wonder it's you, young master, truly wise. Many elders will have sympathy for that sincere look." Lee Cheol smiled sincerely, "Thank you for thinking that, but thought in panic, that statement is like looking through my mind." Choi Jin said, "Young master, can I say a word?" Lee Cheol softened his voice. "Yes, I am listening." He asked, "Do you like climbing mountains, young master?" Lee Cheol replied, "No, perhaps I've never climbed a mountain properly." Choi Jin laughed satisfactorily, "Haha, is that so? I really like that hobby. Once I climbed a dangerous mountain, there was no trail, I had to forge my own way." "If it were you, young master, how would you climb the mountain?" Lee Cheol replied, "I would hold my head high, only looking at the peak and moving forward, that way I can reach it quickly and accurately." Choi Jin nodded, satisfied. "As expected, you will quickly reach the peak." He continued, "But reality is not simple. Sometimes you have to look back, glance to the side, to determine if you are still on the right track. If you only look down and move forward, you might get lost, wandering around more than a little. The higher the peak, the more cautious one must be." Lee Cheol realized, thinking to himself, could he be discussing martial arts? After the return, I rushed to receive new power, without fully digesting it. I haven't considered it a problem. Just like that, even though time passes, I only keep looking for new things." He said sincerely, "Thank you for your guidance." Choi Jin waved his hand, smiled lightly, just consider it an old man's ramblings. Looks like we've arrived." Both looked outside. The carriage stopped at Sungmu Mountain. Lee Cheol stepped out, eyes toward the gate, calling, "Butler Choi." He wondered, I heard only those inheriting the bloodline or those permitted by the Sungmu family can cross the mountain gate. "Can you also enter?" Choi Jin was solemn. "Fortunately, I was granted that right by the previous family head. I will arrange the previous family head's grave." "Where do you intend to go first, young master?" Lee Cheol walked while chatting. "I want to go to where the ancestors' tablet is placed first." Walking, Lee Cheol felt something strange, like crossing the barrier of the sect, entering another world. He clenched his fist, feeling strange. Choi Jin bowed respectfully. I ask to take my leave. May you achieve your wishes, young master. Lee Cheol was excited, shouting, thank you. He walked on the bumpy stone road, to the grave of the founding family head. Opening the wooden door, he bowed respectfully, descendant of the Sungmu clan, paying respects to the ancestor. Drawing his sword, he swore, from this moment on, even though it is disrespectful to draw the sword at the grave, it is in accordance with the ancestor's arrangement. Please forgive me. Placing the sword on the table, he poured a glass of wine. Dark Night is a sword, but its essence is not just that. Before the return, thanks to the eldest brother, the family's secret was partially revealed. Dark Night has 9 layers of seals. I only know 4 layers. Prove I'm worthy of being the sword's owner. Bear the bloodline of the Sungmu clan. Pass the naming ceremony, the first challenge set by the ancestor. To date, I've solved 3 layers. What will the next seal reveal? Dark Night's power spread, a blinding light emitted from the mirror on the table. 5 wills of heaven, Lee Cheol muttered. Tianwei Mountain? Truly the mountain in my memory. Yes, let's go to Tianwei Mountain. Tianwei Mountain, where the ancestor recognized the spiritual energy, choosing it as a place to train descendants. Observing, he exclaimed, mana is thick. Even though I read the documents, this is the first time I've set foot here. A voice rang out, truly an excellent mountain, isn't it? Lee Cheol turned back, welcoming Choi Jin. Yes, the feeling is completely different from Sungmu Mountain or Red Green Island. He continued, pray that you achieve your success as you wish, young master. Another voice chimed in, this bunch is noisy, giving me a headache, swarming like a pack of hungry wolves. A figure approached. Lee Cheol was vigilant, unable to feel any aura. The guard shouted, young master, butler, step back. It's a powerful warrior. The old man with a long beard was angry, pointing his finger, you brats, want to die? Speak softly or put away your swords immediately. The guard panicked, all into formation. A hand suddenly pressed hard on the guard's head. You blockheads, holding a piece of iron and not listening to anyone. Lee Cheol stood rooted to the spot, mouth agape. The old man took a sip of wine, wiped his mouth, and sneered after taking down the guards, useless, daring to charge. Turning to Lee Cheol and Choi Jin, he frowned, you have no manners, at least report a month in advance. I already warned you, arriving empty-handed again, not bringing a wine jug, do you want to die? Choi Jin smiled brightly, about that, I apologize. But you're being a bit too much. The old man grumbled, little brat, big guts, daring to talk back? Lee Cheol spoke up, Butler Choi Jin pretended to cough, almost forgot. Let me introduce you, this is the owner of Tianwei Mountain. The old man took off his glasses, looked at Lee Cheol, impatient, him? The brat the family head brought from outside? Butler Choi Jin replied, yes, this is the 9th young master Lee Cheol, who will go up the mountain this time. The mountain owner stroked his chin, smiled secretly, then jumped close to him. You saw a part of my techniques, right? Lee Cheol was startled, not expecting him to notice, and hurriedly said, right, I saw it. The mountain master clicked his tongue, you have an aura like Tei Shin, but the scent on you is quite strange. Suddenly, Lee Cheol's left eye throbbed violently. He covered his eye in pain. The mountain master was suspicious. Does this brat have a strange gaze? He didn't expect the old man to know about his anomaly. A line of energy flowed from the mountain master, soothing his eye. Scene shift, the mountain master enjoyed the bottle of wine in his room, his face slightly flushed. Western wine is truly different. A strange woody scent but indescribably delicious. Choi Jin smiled kindly, I'm glad it suits your taste. Lee Cheol watched and thought, I'm not a connoisseur, but this is clearly not the cheap kind. The mountain master slammed the bottle down. Alright, tell me your story. Sending a scrawny kid like you for training, they must hate you a lot, right? Lee Cheol said clearly, I came voluntarily. The mountain master grinned, as if sympathizing, oh, really? Based on the radiating energy, he guessed, typical child caught in a dead end in destiny. Lee Cheol sat upright, thinking about the mountain master's identity, the illusions from his demonic eye, and the rumors about the mountain keeper before the regression. He must be a Dakibi. Dakibi predict the future with eyes filled with stars, seeing things that are predetermined and unchangeable. The mountain master asked leisurely, so, you have a whole year, what do you intend to do? Choi Jin used telepathy to remind him, let you know, family head Tei Shin hears everything you say. Lee Cheol stammered, I. The conversation ended, the mountain master grumbled, damn it, I've met some weirdos, but this kid just heard me talk about the training ground and rushed right over. And you, wait for me to heal those weaklings, then head out with them. Choi Jin was happy. Thank you for allowing the use of spirit water. The mountain master was serious. So, why did you come here? Not just for socializing, right? Choi Jin nodded. I don't like beating around the bush, I'll get straight to the point. Have you read The Celestial Phenomena? The family had asked me to ask. The wine glass in the mountain master's hand froze. He nodded and set the glass down. I've read it, but there isn't much to say. Choi Jin reminded him tactfully. A dakibi treated to wine surely wouldn't refuse to help? The mountain master was annoyed and pounded the table. Hey, kid, is that an apology? Choi Jin laughed. I've brought over 10 bottles of wine. The mountain master drank the bottle dry regretfully. Damn it, I knew it. He sighed, smashed the empty bottle, and was serious. It's a long road ahead. The heavenly gate has been open for a long time, human power has reached its peak, and chaos will follow. Tell him not to be rash, just go with the flow. Choi Jin was happy. Yes, I will pass the word to the family head. The mountain master was angry, gesturing. If I had won that damn wrestling match, I wouldn't be stuck in this mess. He changed the subject to Lee Cheol. Seems like you like that illegitimate kid, aren't you worried? Choi Jin pondered, looking at the wine glass. As a servant, I only serve the bloodline of the Sungmu clan. The mountain master said, you heard he wants to go there, right? He's just a rookie. Choi Jin replied, just keep an eye on him once, and you'll find him interesting. Scene shift, at the underground training ground. Lee Cheol stepped out of the portal, clicking his tongue. The mountain master's power, it's amazing every time I see it. One eye led to the training ground. Right where you were yesterday, there's also a cave entrance. Is it dakibi magic? He told himself, honestly, I'm still lacking in many ways. From now on, I have a year. Drawing a dagger, he muttered, magic techniques from Muji and Mujin, evil eye intuition, black chi. I have to make them my own. Goal, 1,000 times. If that's not enough, keep going until it is. At the same time, in the room, the mountain master lay lazily, watching Lee Cheol through a mirror. Bored, that guy is too intense. I haven't seen anyone like him. Training until exhaustion, recovering with spirit water, repeating, like self-torture. He snapped his fingers, turned off the screen, looked at the ceiling, and sighed. No wonder his fate is bleak. Destined to die young or meet misfortune, yet he overturns immutable fate, suppressing even his innate energy. A creature without destiny. When was the last time I saw someone like that? The mountain master laughed when thinking of Tae Shin. The bloodline doesn't lie. 3 months later, the mountain master rambled, lying on the floor. Choi Jin said it would be interesting. I'm bored to death, I'm done watching. The kid only practices basics, what's the fun? He turned his back. Except for asking to pick herbs, he doesn't say anything. I guess he's not dead yet. Suddenly, a familiar cry rang out. The mountain master jumped up, defensive, the sound of the Bakai spirit beast? Has something invaded the mountain? He snapped his fingers, opening the screen. I built a barrier, that's impossible. Did those big shots from the family ruin it when bringing food and wine? Looking at the screen, he shouted, What? What the hell is that kid doing? Don't tell me he intends to eat the spirit beast. Lee Cheol ran like a hyena, holding a construction trowel, chasing Bakai. The mountain master panicked, opened the door, and shouted, Stop! Lee Cheol pretended not to hear, still chasing. Before he could catch it, the mountain master quickly blocked his way, angry. Hey, kid! Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? Lee Cheol breathed heavily, greeting, Mountain Master, long time no see. Can you step aside for a moment? At this point, he was 14 years old. The mountain master was annoyed, pointing at Lee Cheol and scolding, How dare you target the spirit mascot right in front of me? I've lived this long, I've never seen a kid like you. Lee Cheol was puzzled. Sir, what are you talking about? The mountain master explained with dissatisfaction, The thing you're radiating killing intent chasing is the Bakai spirit mascot. Lee Cheol wondered, why would I kill a spirit mascot? The mountain master heard this, stunned, not understanding what was wrong with him. Observing the basket and the hoe Lee Cheol was carrying, he was even more confused. Seeing Bakai, Lee Cheol raised his hoe and shouted, That brat. The mountain master hurriedly blocked. Wait, he snapped, why on earth are you chasing Bakai? Lee Cheol replied, It stole my secret medicine. He apologized, I'll explain later, then lunged forward again. The mountain master couldn't stop him, calling out, Hey, the mascot has escaped, how will you find it? Suddenly, he was surprised. Lee Cheol chased in the exact direction Bakai fled,
even though no matter how sensitive one's perception is, it's hard to pinpoint exactly. The mountain master muttered, looking at his feet, the force radiating from his toes, yet the ground is undamaged. He wondered, was the kid that fast all along? Li Chiol was madly chasing Ba Kai to get his secret medicine back. The mountain master was deep in thought, only looked away for 3 months, could something have happened? After hearing his explanation, he was calm. So when you were looking for the final ingredient for the secret medicine, Ba Kai stole it and ran away, right? The mountain master was embarrassed. Sorry about that. Li Chiol was dejected, his voice heavy. At least it was a 40 to 50-year-old mountain ginseng. He hung his head, shoulders slouched, listing the precious medicinal herbs: fleecewort, white scale grass, dragon scale flower, pine mushroom, cordyceps from zombie insect remains. He was relentless. I worked so hard to collect them. Disappointed, his voice was weak. That was medicine I spent 100 days without sleep brewing. All for nothing. The mountain master was awkward. No, about that. Li Chiol sighed, his eyes tired. So one of the reasons I came to Tianwei Mountain has failed. That medicine was an important goal. The mountain master was angry, shouting, "Hey, I allowed you to pick it, so what if it got stolen?" Li Chiol exclaimed, "That's also true." The sarcastic voice was like an arrow piercing through. You allowed it, but I took it from your territory. Not being able to manage it is my fault then. The mountain master patted his chest, eloquently. Fine, I'll compensate you. He said boldly, anything you want, I accept it all. Li Chiol wore a sinister smile, asking back, you just said anything is fine, right? The mountain master woke up, smiling friendly. Li Chiol took the opportunity. As it happens, master, I have 2 things I need help with. Scene shift. In a dark cave, killing intent spread, strange cries rang out. Sharp thorny legs appeared. The spider demon stood imposingly, its giant body looking at Li Chiol like small prey. He gripped his sword tightly, circulating his energy, reminding himself, remember it. Li Chiol poured his energy into his sword, muttering, the power of the Ori skill, when used continuously, activating the Yama strong chi technique is no different from the first time. Red thread shot out, binding the spider demon's limbs tightly. It screamed and struggled. Li Chiol used his feet as a pillar, gripped his sword, activated the Stone Peak strong chi technique, and swung it powerfully from bottom to top. Blood splattered everywhere. He gasped, damn it. Observing the slash, he muttered, not enough power to kill it? The spider demon began to counterattack. Suddenly, the spider demon turned into a talisman in front of him. The mountain master stooped to pick it up, lamenting, damn it, why do I have to serve this brat? He held the talisman, sighed, I don't know why I promised to do these things. Seeing Li Chiol panting, he asked, hey, kid, want to rest for a bit? Li Chiol breathed in relief, please, right now. He closed his eyes. The mountain master reminded him, up to you, focus, visualize the target in your memory. He threw the talisman, summoning a swordsman for the next practice session. Observing, the mountain master muttered, demonic energy is leaking out. I didn't expect him to know how to train through magic illusions. He was furious, clenching his fist. How does he know how to request illusion training? And for 4 consecutive hours. Calming down, he thought, it already happened, let it go. The second task, collecting mana herbs, is not difficult either. Observing, he realized, over the past 3 months, his body is healthier, taller, more refined, and more stable. His eyes serious, he muttered, forget about that. Looking at the sword Li Chiol was holding, he thought, I have to ask about that weapon one time. Li Chiol soaked in the spring, blissful, the feeling of coming back to life. If there weren't a healing spring, I wouldn't be able to take it. If only outside Tianwei Mountain there were springs like this, like the main house. A hairy foot stepped down. Li Chiol was startled, jumped up, thinking, who's that? I couldn't feel any aura even though he got this close. The mountain master spoke up, seeing you tired, you must be a real person then. Li Chiol wondered, master, what business do you have here? He soaked in the hot spring. I've worked hard, can't I rest? He asked, you've been here a long time, have you rested properly? Li Chiol scratched his head, shy, I always rest properly, sir. The mountain master shouted, I mean other than coming here after every training session, brat. He put a boiled egg into his mouth, scolding, I've lived a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone train as stupidly as you. Li Chiol saw this, muttered, holding an egg again. He smiled ruefully, is that so? Standing up, taking a towel, he forced himself, I've fully recovered, please allow me to go first. But in his head, he lamented, still a bit uncomfortable.
the mountain master smashed the egg onto the rock, shouting, "Wait!" The action made Li Chiol freeze. He said softly, "I still have something to say, sit down." The mountain master asked, "What is the name of the thing you swung earlier?" Li Chiol raised his hand, looking at the ring. "Are you talking about this?" The mountain master nodded. "Yes, where did you get it?" He was serious. "Promise me, don't tell anyone about anything related to it." "I'm not sure, but it's related to your identity." Li Chiol was worried. "Its name is Minin. I got it from the family's secret vault." The mountain master created a small whirlwind from the hot spring smoke. "Serious, I don't know how much you understand, but I once saw something very similar to it long ago." He recounted, in the past, there was a sorcerer who communicated with spirits, reading the stars in the sky. The mountain master continued the story about the sorcerer. He always carried something, a stone that could freely change its shape. With just that stone, the sorcerer could perform all kinds of magic, using forbidden arts without paying a heavy price. Thanks to the stone, he became the top sorcerer of the era. But then, the stone he trusted finally swallowed him whole. He lost all his sanity, starting to destroy everything like a monster. That change took place in less than a year. He didn't die easily, so in the end, they sealed him away. Seeing this, Li Chiol wondered, "What about the stone?" The mountain master replied, "They gathered the power of countless sorcerers of that time and destroyed it." Hearing this, Li Chiol gently stroked his chin, speaking up, "That story is similar to the story I read in Changjiangak." Then he turned to ask, "Is it possible that the sorcerer was sealed in a place called Mangwizan?" The mountain master replied immediately, "No, he was sealed on an island in the east." Hearing that, Li Chiol thought secretly, "Then it's not the story recorded in Changjiangak." The stone and Mujin are two separate objects, but they have a connection. The mountain master continued, returning to the story, "Back then, I smelled a stench from that stone, and that smell is very similar to the scent radiating from you right now. A strange scent, not human, not animal, nor a soul." Having said that, the mountain master laughed loudly. "Ah! Mujin is an alien object, its nature is unclear. There are better weapons out there, why don't you give this one up?" Hearing this, Li Chiol pondered slightly, thinking, his tone sounds like a gentle suggestion, but it carries suffocating pressure, as if my heart is being squeezed. After a moment of thought, he affirmed, "When I obtained the demon eye, I was advised I didn't need it. And I said this, word for word, if it is a power granted to me, I will make it submit and use it." Hearing these words, the mountain master smiled, speaking up, "Arrogant brat. Did you say that to Tei Xin?" Then he said loudly, "But kid, do you think that is the same as the demon eye?" Li Chiol replied calmly, "To me, it's not very different." Suddenly, the mountain master stood up, speaking up, "Then there is no other way." Immediately, his arm tensed up, creating a small whirlpool of energy on his palm. He continued, "I have no choice but to use force to take it." From his hand, a dull black mace appeared. Immediately, he launched a powerful strike toward Li Chiol. But he was calm, not dodging at all. Seeing this, the mountain master spoke up, "Give it to me while I'm still talking nicely. It's been a long time since I swung a weapon. I'm not sure I can restrain myself." Hearing these words, Li Chiol pondered slightly, then replied calmly, "You won't do it, master, because doing so would break your covenant." Hearing this, the mountain master's ears twitched. He covered his face with one hand, sighed. Immediately after, a smile bloomed on his lips. He spoke up, "So you knew everything?" Li Chiol nodded, "Of course. To protect the mountain and the people training here, that is the oath you made with the founder. You are just testing my will, right?" Hearing this, the mountain master laughed, "Haha. If you knew, you should have just said it straight, wouldn't that be better? Truly a crafty brat." Then Li Chiol turned to ask, "You don't really intend to take it, right?" The mountain master pondered slightly, then spoke up, "In my opinion, you should live by your tongue and your brain." Hearing this, Li Chiol laughed out loud, "Ha! Thank you for the compliment." Seeing this, the mountain master shouted angrily, "That's an insult, kid." Then Li Chiol turned to ask, "Why don't you try using force to take it? You could take it with the excuse of helping me." Thinking so, the mountain master pointed his finger at him, speaking up, "It doesn't radiate the strange aura like the sorcerer's item. Perhaps it's not the type of monster that swallows its user." Seeing this, Li Chiol looked at the ring on his hand, then spoke up, "I understand. Thank you for letting me know." Then he immediately changed the subject, "Leave that aside, master." The mountain master wondered, is there something? Li Chiol wore a bright smile, speaking up. Earlier, you just threatened a student with a weapon, right? You're quite meticulous in calculating, you know? Seeing this kid trying to pick a fight again, the mountain master shouted angrily, "Hey, you rotten kid! About that picking a fight, what else do you want to do?" Returning to Li Chiol's shelter. In the room, he took out a sword covered in black aura. Looking at it, he spoke up, "Finally, I didn't expect it to take 3 months to read Judo's memories." Before leaving Chanwizan, he had received 2 famous swords from the 7th brother Li Jaehak. One was the masterpiece sword Judo, the other was the high-grade exquisite Effenberg sword. Effenberg possesses innate inability, allowing it to emit cold air. Its memories are not many, so he had absorbed them at the main house. Looking at the Judo sword in front of him, he whispered, "Let's test Judo's ability." The second memory about Mujin that he saw before the Academy Division's quarterly evaluation, along with the new power from Mujin, urged him to act. He immediately used the power of the copied weapon. The ring on his hand emitted a blue light, pointing toward the sword standing in the corner of the wall. A stream of light wrapped around the hilt, pulling it toward Li Chiol's hand. He caught it gently, then spoke up. Judo's ability is the ability to transfer attributes from one item to another. Holding the sword, he muttered, "Just copying the form doesn't show the ability. Perhaps I can use the power from the absorbed weapons through black energy." Because he had broken the seal on Sungmu Mountain, he thought, then I should also check Hukya's memories. Immediately after, he closed his eyes, infiltrating Hukya's memories. Before breaking the seal on Sungmu Mountain, he could only see to this level. The important part starts here. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I intend to seal this sword. I won't let my children be swayed by its power." Hearing this, a white-hooded figure behind spoke up, "Sealing it is not difficult, but are you sure? If so, no one will easily be chosen by it again." The black-clad person replied, "If they aren't worthy, it's better not to use it." The white-clad person nodded, understood. Then he reached out to seal Hukya. After carving several lines of text onto the sword, the white-clad person spoke up, "The sealing is complete." As for the content of the seal, suddenly, at this point, Li Chiol couldn't hear anything, because the seal hadn't been broken. The white-clad person continued, "When the third seal is broken, its power will be released. Do you accept that?" The black-clad person replied, "That won't make much of a difference, so it's fine." Then he held the sword in his hand, speaking up, "Even so, I still have to test it." Looking at the aura surrounding Hukya, Li Chiol thought, could that be the mana circuit running inside Hukya? In terms of complexity, it's no different from a human's mana system. Holding the sword, the black-clad person slashed into the air. Looking at the lingering mana spots, Li Chiol muttered, "Mana isn't just blocked, it's dissipating?" Then the black-clad person continued, "I will have to reinforce the seal a bit more." At this point, Li Chiol was suddenly pushed out of Hukya's memories. He rubbed his head after the pain. Gripping the sword, he spoke up, "A power that can erase mana. Who would have thought such a weapon could exist?" Li Chiol was still burying himself in training. In the practice room, he rushed toward the spider goblin, muttering in his heart, "Iron Chi Strike." The sword he held emitted an incredibly huge source of energy. He shouted, "Lightning!" With just one slash, he dealt with the spider goblin. From outside, a voice rang out, "Ha, you're pretty good. You actually did it?" Li Chiol was startled and turned his head. It turned out to be the mountain master, hands in his pockets, approaching, laughing loudly. "Ha, do you know this is your first victory after a series of failures? It took 7 months." Hearing this, Li Chiol just smiled, replying, "I know. Now I can beat you anytime, right?" The mountain master was angry, turned his head the other way, muttering, "This brat, he's poking fun at me." Then he asked again, "So what do you intend to do this time?" Li Chiol looked at the ring on his hand, which was emitting a blue energy source, muttering, "I think I should stop practicing." Hearing this, the mountain master laughed loudly, approached and patted Li Chiol's back hard. "Ha, good idea. Then I'll relax too." But Li Chiol's calm attitude made the mountain master wonder. He replied, "No, I think it's time for a challenge." His gaze became serious. He placed his hand on his chest, speaking decisively, "The challenge created by the founder, the Bloodless Dream." The Bloodless Dream is a challenge for the Li martial arts family, enhanced by goblin magic and the power of Tianwei Mountain's domain. It selects those worthy to face it. It is one of the oaths linked to the mountain master. The mountain master silently observed, asking, "Do you really want that challenge?" Li Chiol replied decisively, yes, my efforts are all for it. He asked again, you are not strong enough to pass the challenge yet. Hearing this, the mountain master stopped for a few seconds, then suddenly raised his hand, saying, if so, you are ready to challenge. Li Chiol, the ninth child of the Li martial arts family, declared, sir, please allow me to challenge the bloodless dream. Hearing these words, the mountain master was happy, reaching out his hand. Li Chiol grabbed his hand, speaking up, thank you. Immediately after, the two proceeded deep into Tianwei Mountain. In front of a cave, the mountain master spoke up, this is the entrance to the bloodless dream. Li Chiol looked into the deep cave in front of him, turning to ask, isn't this the cave leading to where you live? The mountain master stepped forward, replying, that is correct. Then he reached his hand forward. A stream of mana flowed from his hand, touching the stone slab in front, transmitting mana into it. Then he reached his hand forward. A stream of mana flowed from his hand, touching the stone slab in front, transmitting mana into it. He turned to Li Chiol happily, saying, I'm sure you know, once you enter the bloodless dream, you cannot leave until the challenge is over. Now, open the gate and step inside. Li Chiol quickly pushed the giant stone door and stepped inside. From within, a blinding golden light shot straight into his eyes, forcing him to cover them with his hand. He muttered, to some people, he is a war god. To others, he is the dragon slayer, or even a legendary symbol in stories. Looking at the man in front, Li Chiol spoke respectfully, the descendant pays respects to the founding ancestor of the Li martial arts family. In front of him was a youth of about 20, Li Hailian, the founder of the Li family. Seeing his appearance, Li Chiol gripped his sword tightly, muttering, the appearance is so overwhelming, as if he is still alive. Historically, through generations, only a few have challenged the bloodless dream. There is only one condition for victory, defeat the founder at the age of 15. Li Chiol closed his eyes, muttering, for now, I need to probe the opponent's strength. Suddenly, his two eyes widened. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. Li Hailian had closed in, delivering a stab to his chest, catching Li Chiol by surprise. He let out a painful cry, falling onto the ground, muttering, what was that just now? Was my heart pierced? I wasn't distracted. I was decapitated in simulations, but at least I knew how it happened. But this time, apart from having my heart pierced, I don't know what just happened. He propped himself up, looking toward Hylian, muttering, he didn't use any secret techniques or ultimate moves, he didn't even use standard aura techniques. A sudden thought flashed through Li Chiol's mind. He muttered to himself, even with my sixth sense, I couldn't detect it. Could it be a strike aimed at my blind spot? He replayed the moment Hylian lunged to attack. But how is that even possible? He must have read every single one of my movements to pull that off. Does that mean he's truly that powerful? After a moment of contemplation, he gripped his sword tightly and stepped forward. At this moment, Hylian held his sword, which erupted with a massive aura, aimed directly at Li Chiol. Seeing this, he gave a bitter laugh. I honestly don't know if I can even beat this guy. But he still braced himself, preparing to block the incoming attack. At the Li family estate, someone spoke up, Master, we've received news from Heaven's Throne Mountain. Taishin remained calm, taking a small cloth to wipe his sword before replying, so, he's finally entered the cavern, has he? The other man answered, yes, the young master has been inside for 10 months now. Taishin continued, but he shouldn't have that level of skill yet, that child has never truly failed. Guizhuan, the Hand of Blood Lake. The display by the Curse Queen, in terms of wins and losses, he hasn't won everything, but he has never truly failed. His voice was firm, in other words, he has never hit a real wall. Do you know why the survival rate in the bloodless dream is under 50%? Without waiting for Butler Choi to answer, he continued, because their spirits collapse the moment they hit the wall known as Li Hylian. So what happens to someone who has never encountered such a wall when they stand before it? That question hung suspended in his mind. Scene shift to the bloodless dream, where Li Chiol, after countless failures, lay sprawled on the ground. He let out a sigh, rubbed his head, and muttered to himself, did I get taken down in one strike again? He deceived even my senses. A feint to the front, then a real blow from the flank. A perfect strike aimed straight at my blind spot. Could he have grasped the entire pattern of my movements in just an instant? Then he immediately jumped up, looked at his trembling hands, and murmured, this feeling, it's been so long since I felt this. The feeling of despair, helplessness, and fear from someone I absolutely cannot defeat. Instantly, he clenched his fists, regaining his resolve. However, I cannot allow myself to collapse. Afterward, he picked up his sword, began channeling mana into it, and continued muttering, because in this world, no one understands this feeling better than I do.
For one who has hit rock bottom, the only thing left to do is rise up. With that thought, he lunged powerfully toward Hylian to attack. Every strike I make is not in vain, he told himself. Hylian remained calm, as if nothing had happened. He just gently swung his sword, effortlessly taking Li Chiol's head. Meanwhile, Li Chiol was still lost in his own thoughts. Gradually, I've started to understand. The founder isn't someone who possesses some unfathomable mystical power. The source of his strength is his innate talent for finding the correct answer.
In every moment, he instinctively grasps the optimal move.
The essence of martial arts is just that: every minor fundamental, every basic principle, is a foundation as solid as Mount Tai. I must see the founder's sword path clearly. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Chiol's head.
He muttered, a horizontal slash from left to right?
Right after, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
He continued to mutter, next time, for sure.
With that thought, he was immediately sent back to the revival altar by Hylian once again. Time slowly passed, and on the vast prairie, the wind whistled through the leaves.
The sound of weapons clashing echoed day and night.
Gradually, Li Chiol was able to block Hylian's attacks with incredible ease. After 77 and 49 tries, he was finally sparring on equal footing with Hylian. Seeing this, Hylian stepped back slightly, gripped his sword tightly, and channeled a massive amount of mana into it. He launched a slash, but this time, Li Chiol calmly blocked it.
He smiled, finally, I can unleash internal energy.
This fighting style is mine alone, one of transformation and freedom. He stepped back a few paces, bracing himself, and told himself, what I've been missing all this time was the ability to control a multitude of weapons, making every move effortless on a foundation that remains immovable. Now I understand the true meaning of the bloodless dream: to dissolve the wall known as one's own self. Immediately after, he turned the sword in his hand into a spear, used the momentum to jump, and lunged straight at Hylian.
He channeled mana into the spear.
A flow of blue mana surged around the tip of the spear. He muttered, what the founder doesn't have is the power within me, something that even I hadn't realized until now. He remembered what his aunt had said: your magical talent far exceeds that of ordinary people.
I am willing to stake my honor on that.
He smiled joyfully. Aunt, I did it. Instantly, a massive flow of mana swirled around the spearhead at terrifying speed. This was the counter-chi death wind palm. He gripped the spear tight, shouted, and unleashed a powerful strike toward Hylian.
Hylian had to drop to one knee to block the blow.
His sword developed cracks, then shattered into pieces. Li Chiol lunged behind Hylian, leaving a slash across his torso.
He muttered, the wall is collapsing. At the manor, the mountain lord sipped his wine and muttered, it's been a month since that kid entered the bloodless dream, hasn't it?
Before Taishin, for 100 years, no one had passed the trial.
And yet, not even 15 years later, another one has appeared. Suddenly, the wine cup in his hand vibrated violently. The whole room shook. He was startled and shouted, what? Could something be happening on the mountain? He immediately stood up and exclaimed, could it be?
In an instant, he accelerated and dashed toward Heaven's Throne Mountain. Just a few minutes later, he was standing in front of the bloodless dream gate. The gate remained motionless as usual.
He muttered, did you finally overcome the trial?
Right after, the giant stone gate creaked open.
Endless dust drifted out from within.
Li Chiol's face appeared with a radiant smile. He stepped out and spoke, I've returned, Mountain Lord. Li Chiol's face appeared with a radiant smile. He stepped out and spoke, I've returned, Mountain Lord.
Li Chiol turned back and replied, I absolutely do not want to go through that even one more time.
Seeing this, the Mountain Lord held a beer can in his hand and laughed heartily, and yet you don't look like you've changed at all. Usually, those who walk out have eyes as dead as rotten fish, because the aura within them has already changed. Hearing this, Li Chiol pondered for a moment and thought, it seems everyone has their own unique answer.
Then he turned and asked, so, do you know what my father was like back in the day? The Mountain Lord wondered, do you mean Taishin? He casually opened a beer can and laughed loudly,
so, because he's your father after all, you're curious, right?
Do you know what that kid said right after he stepped out of the bloodless dream?
He casually opened a beer can and laughed loudly, so, because he's your father after all, you're curious, right?
Do you know what that kid said right after he stepped out of the bloodless dream?
Thinking back to that moment, the Mountain Lord frowned slightly, feeling irritated.
Li Chiol was startled and said, are you imitating my father just now? The Mountain Lord laughed loudly, haha, doesn't it sound just like him?
Then he asked, hey kid, you just caused quite an earth-shattering event.
You are the youngest person ever to pass the bloodless dream.
Li Chiol smiled and sighed, even though the nature of the trial wasn't meant to see who could finish the fastest.
The mountain lord asked again, so there's still over a month left before leaving the mountain. What do you plan to do? Are you going to keep training?
Suddenly, Li Chiol stood up abruptly and replied, no, I plan to rest, both to recover and to organize what I've learned.
The mountain lord was surprised, stepped closer, and said, this kid, I thought you wouldn't change at all, but you've learned to change, haven't you? To actually utter the words that you want to rest. Then he pointed at him and asked, does anything hurt? Or have you been hit by some sorcery?
Li Chiol turned and said, by the way, Mountain Lord.
The mountain lord wondered, huh? Li Chiol said straightforwardly, it's time to receive my reward, isn't it? Surely you haven't forgotten that you used that to threaten me, have you?
The mountain lord's expression suddenly darkened. Hey kid, that is. Li Chiol immediately continued, I don't intend to ask for anything too difficult.
Hearing that, the mountain lord muttered, hearing that is even scarier.
Li Chiol was firm, it's just that I want to borrow your goblin mace.
Thinking that, the mountain lord was startled and shouted, what did you say?
Then he angrily pointed his finger at Li Chiol and spoke, you brat, that is not something an ordinary person can hold.
You might not even be able to use it.
Li Chiol ignored his words and replied, that's fine, I just want to touch it a little bit.
That shouldn't be a problem, right?
Hearing this, the mountain lord pondered for a moment, then huffed, not exactly. He rubbed his forehead, exasperated, damn it, fine, I'll let you borrow it.
Kid, you won't be able to do anything with it.
He rubbed his forehead, exasperated, damn it, fine, I'll let you borrow it.
Kid, you won't be able to do anything with it.
The goblin mace appeared, shimmering in a silver-gray hue. Looking at it, the mountain lord muttered, this weapon was carved from the fragments of a star, blended with the soul of a goblin, so it's called the goblin mace. He handed it toward Li Chiol and said, I'm only letting you borrow it for 1 hour. Don't push yourself too hard or you might just push yourself to the grave, kid, be careful. Li Chiol used both hands to gently catch it and said, thank you, but instantly, a heavy sensation pressed down on his body. The mace slammed into the ground, creating a large crack.
Seeing this, Li Chiol was shocked, huh?
Looking at this, the mountain lord wasn't too surprised and just laughed loudly, I told you, you probably couldn't even hold it. At this moment, Li Chiol's eyes turned dark as he tried to lift the mace off the ground. The mountain lord waved his hand, turned away to leave, not forgetting to leave a parting message, go ahead and play with it for an hour. Li Chiol heavily lugged the mace toward the training room. After a while of training, he laughed, and his laughter echoed throughout the room, I can finally move it. I have to use mana to nudge it inch by inch. He shook his aching arm, looked at the mace in front of him, and muttered, this isn't even its complete form yet. A weapon that can summon lightning, storms, move mountains, and drain seas.
If fully released, how would it be any different from a natural disaster?
A weapon that can summon lightning, storms, move mountains, and drain seas.
If fully released, how would it be any different from a natural disaster?
Instantly, a flow of dark energy surged from his palm, rushing out to wrap around the mace. He told himself, if the dark energy sees it as a weapon, can I absorb it?
Or only when certain conditions are met? I have to test it to know.
Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, so stubborn, why do you keep trying to do things like this? Li Chiol's heart suddenly ached, making him clutch his chest and kneel to the ground.
Clenching his fist, he thought, I read it. Just hearing the sound, I was already thrown out. But if I can read its memories, then I will be able to absorb it. And if I can absorb it, that means I can use even weapons that humans can't even utilize.
Thinking of this, Li Chiol's expression brightened, he clenched his fists, determined.
An hour passed.
At this moment, he had his backpack on his shoulders and wondered, did I pack everything? From inside the house, the mountain lord's voice rang out, no wonder I felt uneasy at the foot of the mountain. He walked out, holding a bottle of liquor, and sighed slightly, are you leaving today, kid?
Li Chiol smiled and replied, yes, today is exactly 1 year. The mountain lord was surprised, oh, is that so? Instantly, a small bag appeared in his hand, making Li Chiol wonder, what is that? The mountain lord smiled, it's salt. I use it to ward off evil when I talk about you. Hearing that, Li Chiol frowned slightly, surprised by the action. Then he smiled and said, thank you for everything. Next time, I will come to visit again.
The mountain lord's eyes were briefly sad as he sighed, you should know that you shouldn't come here empty-handed. Bring me plenty of fine liquor. Li Chiol sighed slightly and muttered, Who was the one who just said they wanted to use salt to ward off evil and chase me away?
Suddenly, Li Chiol stepped closer and asked, Mountain Lord, are you content living on this mountain? Receiving the unexpected question, the Mountain Lord pondered for a while, then softly replied, content or not, what does that matter?
This place is mine, I am here because it belongs to me, that's all. It might look like I'm stuck, but I still go out occasionally.
Did you think those snacks or liquor fell from the sky?
He sighed, turned around, and waved his hand. Alright, stop bothering me.
Get lost so things can get back to normal. Li Chiol said loudly from behind, not now, but one day, I will retrieve your name for you. The Mountain Lord turned his head slightly, surprised. How did you know about that?
Li Chiol just smiled and didn't answer. Right after, the vehicle arrived, and he got in to leave Heaven's Throne Mountain. At this moment, he finally spoke, from now on, I will need your help.
Watching the vehicle drive away, the Mountain Lord stood on high, pensive, then smiled. How did that kid know?
What a strange kid. Since ancient times, there was a goblin that ran rampant across the four corners of the world. A man caught it, but instead of destroying it, he let it go.
Not accepting defeat, the goblin challenged him again.
After losing, it made two vows. One is to watch over the mountain and support new students, two is to create the bloodless dream to choose those capable of passing the trial. That man was the Mountain Lord,
he muttered, remembering the past.
At that time, he was defeated and fell to the ground. The family had approached and said, because I won, you are not to cause trouble in the human world anymore.
As proof, I will take your name. The name is what binds your soul to mine.
But that is not a bad thing, because one day, a child carrying my blood will return your name to you. When that happens, our contract will be fulfilled.
Thinking of this, the Mountain Lord sighed, I guess in the end, it's not all that bad.
That jerk Li Hyelian, is that kid really the one who will complete it? He rubbed his head and muttered, forget it, forget it. He said he would get my name back, yet he just left, leaving me to hope like this. He shouted angrily, his voice echoing across the mountains and sky. Then he turned around and returned to the small house, muttering as he walked, damn it, I'll have to sprinkle more salt. The sky turned to evening. After a long journey, Li Chiol returned home. Standing in front of the door, he muttered, I have to stop at Sungmu Mountain to seal it, that will probably take quite a while. Just as he was about to step inside, a voice rang out, long time no see, young master.
Are you doing well?
It was Butler Choi. He opened the door and walked out to greet him. Seeing him, Li Chiol muttered, if he's already out, father must be waiting for me.
He asked, father sent for me, didn't he? Butler Choi nodded, that's right. I will have someone bring your belongings in.
Please come to the Great Hall to see the family head. Li Chiol followed, but unexpectedly changed direction toward his father's study. Butler Choi said hurriedly, that's not the way, young master, it's this way. Li Chiol muttered, this path is definitely the family head's personal training area. The door to the room opened. Tae Shin stood inside, gripping his sword and slowly drawing it. Seeing him at this moment, he muttered to himself that he wasn't too surprised anymore. I still can't sense father's level. Seeing Li Chiol appear, he spoke, you've arrived? Seeing this, Li Chiol immediately performed a formal greeting and said, Father, are you doing well? Tae Shin replied calmly, it seems you've achieved some accomplishments there, haven't you? Li Chiol smiled and said, yes, but when seeing you, father, I know I still have many shortcomings. Tae Shin smiled slightly, did you learn to flatter others out there? If so, I would be very disappointed. Li Chiol was startled and muttered to himself, wait, it was just a joke.
Is father smiling?
At this moment, Butler Choi, who was standing to the side, spoke up, the tea is ready, master.
Tae Shin turned and nodded, thank you, butler.
Then he looked toward Li Chiol and called out, follow me. At a tea table, Butler Choi poured tea for the two. Tae Shin spoke, how have you been lately?
I don't just want to hear reports about your achievements.
I want to know your thoughts, which is why I called you here privately. Li Chiol pondered for a moment, clenched his hands, and muttered, if you want to hear what's truly in my heart, he said calmly. Then, suddenly, Tae Shin seemed to sense something. He thought to himself, this strange feeling, talking to my son is not to hear reports of achievements, but to understand his thoughts regarding this training.
This is also the first time. After hearing Li Chiol open up, he spoke, is that so? You haven't wasted the time I gave you.
Li Chiol responded enthusiastically, I don't want to waste the time that you have granted me.
Tae Shin asked in a cold tone, is that why you returned late today?
Li Chiol stiffened slightly and replied, yes, because I stopped at the foot of Sungmu Mountain to greet our ancestors.
Tei Shin said calmly, is that all?
Seeing that his father didn't seem satisfied, Li Chiol muttered to himself, if I have to say it sooner or later, I might as well say it now. He took a deep breath and spoke, I wanted the elders to witness that moment.
Tei Shin shouted angrily, you've only achieved a little bit of success and you're already this arrogant? Are you saying that in front of me? Did you go to the mountain to greet ancestors just to boost your own reputation? An invisible, massive pressure surged from Tei Shin, spreading outward.
That pressure weighed heavily on Li Chiol, making it hard to breathe.
He muttered, what is this terrible pressure? But he hurriedly said, it wasn't just empty words. I wanted them to see the tradition and actions that express my respect. They might despise me as a bastard, but I still carry the Li bloodline, a legacy of martial arts. I dare to stand up as an example for others. Hearing the answer, Tei Shin nodded slightly, very well. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and continued, I will spare you this time, but don't rely on that to become complacent. Seeing his father's anger subside, Li Chiol bowed and performed a formal greeting. Yes, I apologize, father. Tei Shin continued, there is one more thing. There is something you haven't told me. Li Chiol was startled and wondered, what else could there be?
He replied coldly, I gave you permission to go to Heaven's Throne Mountain, but I never gave you permission to attempt the bloodless dream.
You only asked to train there.
Finishing his sentence, he stood up abruptly, took his sword, and turned to leave, saying, deceiving your father is worth punishing.
Now, follow me.
Li Chiol also stood up, slightly startled. Tei Shin drew his sword from its scabbard, looked at him, and said, now, take out your weapon.
I want to see what you have achieved there.
Butler Choi brought the sword to Li Chiol. Seeing this, he thought to himself, so from the beginning, father had this intention.
To bring me to the training grounds to test me.
Tei Shin continued, show me what you have achieved.
Tei Shin continued, show me what you have achieved.
Then he took the sword and channeled mana into it. With a determined gaze, he looked straight at his father, which caught Tei Shin slightly by surprise.
He said gently, come at me.
Instantly, Li Chiol activated his demon eye skill to probe his father's strength.
But what happened made his eyes widen in astonishment. No way. I can't sense anything, neither mana nor the flow of aura. Is my demon eye still not capable enough?
He immediately dismissed the thought, I don't need to use the demon eye anymore, it only distracts me.
Facing father, I don't need to probe anything.
With that resolve, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, making the ground beneath him shatter.
He muttered, put everything I've learned into this blow.
He performed the Mujin first form. The flows of mana filled with the elements of wind, water, and lightning surrounded his sword. Gripping the legendary sword tight, his eyes became determined. A flash of light sparked in his eyes, then he unleashed a powerful attack with terrifying speed, aimed straight at Tei Shin.
He muttered, I even channeled fire and ice into this blow, and yet I still can't touch father?
At least I should have created some sort of shockwave.
But Tei Shin remained extremely calm.
He unleashed a slash, effortlessly cutting Li Chiol's attack in half.
That slash didn't leave any injuries on Tei Shin.
As for Li Chiol, the shockwave from the attack caused the rocks and debris around him to shatter and fly everywhere.
Tei Shin looked at him and spoke, enough. Is that the answer you found after meeting him? Choking in the dust, Li Chiol coughed and replied, yes.
He said firmly, a power that no one possesses but me.
Never stop breaking and honing that power to create a solid foundation. That is the answer I have found.
Li Chiol's firm answer took Tei Shin by complete surprise. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if to peer deeper into the soul of the sun before him.
Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, chaotic like a storm.
He thought to himself, his inner voice low, it seems you have chosen a path full of hardship, doesn't it? Li Chiol, with a gaze determined like an inextinguishable fire, looked straight at his father. In his heart, a silent oath rang out, gritting his teeth, but I will not fall.
And I will never bow my head.
Tei Shin suddenly turned around, raised his hand, and his voice echoed, full of authority, very good.
So how did the bloodless dream trial go?
The sudden change in his father's attitude left Li Chiol momentarily stunned, his heart beat a little faster. He gently sheathed his sword, his hands trembling with emotion, and stammered, I can't quite describe it in words, father. Tei Shin stepped closer, his voice deepening, as if to carve each word into his son's mind. If you can't say it, that means it hasn't truly become your own yet. He turned and handed the sword to Butler Choi with a decisive movement, then looked back at Li Chiol, continuing, Actually, that previous attack wasn't your strongest technique, was it? Feeling as if every secret in his heart had been exposed, Li Cheol gripped his hands tightly, his fingernails digging into his palms. He bowed his head, his voice low and full of regret. Yes, I know. Tei Shin, with cold eyes that still contained a hint of expectation, turned his back and walked away. His voice was calm, but every word carried the pressure of 1,000 tons. You entered the bloodless dream on your own. If you show such a mediocre performance like this one more time, I will punish you. Hearing his father's voice, Li Cheol felt a sternness like a blade held against his throat. He immediately hunched over, his voice trembling. I apologize, father. Suddenly, Tei Shin turned around, his gaze probing. What do you intend to do from now on? Li Cheol lifted his head, his eyes burning with intense resolve. He took a deep breath and replied, regarding that, I have something I wish to tell you, father. He nodded calmly. Go ahead and speak. Li Cheol took a step forward, his voice becoming solemn, each word as if carved from stone. From now on, I will participate in the Academy's 3-year program. But as you already know, I have far surpassed the level of a trainee for a long time. Tei Shin frowned, cutting him off, his voice impatient. Get to the point. Li Cheol clenched his fists, his palms damp with sweat from the tension. He spoke decisively, his voice ringing out like an oath. I want to experience the world. Please allow me to begin the journey of a martial artist. Hearing this, Tei Shin turned, a flicker of unreadable light flashing in his eyes. So, ever since you arrived at Heaven's Mountain, you had this in mind? Li Cheol nodded slightly, his voice firm. Yes, that is correct. He continued, his voice low but filled with enthusiasm. However, the bigger reason is that I want to enhance my own strength. Tei Shin replied calmly, but his words held a warning. Trying to achieve multiple goals in one go? That habit, one day, might become the very rope that strangles you. Li Cheol lowered his head, his voice low. I will keep that in mind. Deep inside, a wave of thoughts surged. Is this advice, or is it a warning for me? As he was walking, Tei Shin suddenly stopped, his voice rising and falling like a legend being told. That's right. The martial artist's journey is the final test that direct descendants of the old martial Li clan must overcome. Receiving no help from the family, only honing martial arts until adulthood, then returning with achievements that anyone must recognize. He sighed slightly, his gaze distant. However, 15 is still too young. The common age to begin is 17 or 18. But this child, he looked at Li Cheol, a flicker of pride passing through his eyes. He is not the type of person who can be constrained within mediocre frameworks. He has personally proven strength equivalent to a 5th-grade martial artist. Seeing him, other children will likely be more vigilant as well. After a moment of contemplation, Tei Shin looked straight at Li Cheol, his voice ringing with authority. Very well, I will allow you to begin the martial artist's journey. Hearing his father's consent, Li Cheol's heart felt like it would burst with joy. He clenched his fists behind his back, thinking to himself, success. But just then, Tei Shin continued, his voice dropping. But there are 2 conditions you must meet. Scene shift to the administrative office of the old martial Li clan. Seeing his nephew enter, Li Taehyung beamed a radiant smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. He approached, not hesitating to reach out and gently pinch Li Cheol's cheeks, his voice full of affection. Nephew, you've worked hard, haven't you? Li Cheol, surprised by the intimate gesture, struggled to speak, his cheeks flushed. I greet you, uncle. Are you well? Li Taehyung laughed loudly, his voice booming. When am I ever not well? Looking at Li Cheol's mature appearance, he could not hide his pride, patting his shoulder. You're the one who has grown up so much. Now, don't just stand there, sit down. Li Cheol nodded slightly, his voice gentle. Yes, thank you, uncle. As soon as both sat down, Li Taehyung turned, his voice friendly. Would you like something to drink? Li Cheol shook his head, sighed slightly, his face showing a hint of fatigue. No, thank you. Actually, I just finished eating with my nanny. Thinking back to the scene of the nanny forcing him to eat a table full of food meant for 5 or 6 people, he frowned slightly, grumbling internally, oh my god, I'm so full I'm about to burst. The nanny stood nearby, still urging him, eat a little more, young master. Oh my, the food doesn't seem to be enough. Li Cheol could only raise his hand with a forced smile, his voice pleading, it's fine, really. Please stop. I'm so full. Hearing the story, Li Taehyung burst into hearty laughter, his eyes sparkling. That's my nanny indeed. But when his eyes accidentally met Li Cheol's, he realized he was being observed. Li Cheol frowned slightly, his voice worried. But tell me, you look very tired, don't you? Lee Tae-hyung was startled, reached up to rub his neck, and gave a strained smile to hide it. It's just that work has been too much lately. But internally, he thought, hidden so well, yet the kid still discovered it? Hidden so well, yet the kid still discovered it? Hearing this, Lee Tae-hyung's eyes widened, sparkling with curiosity. A gift? For me? Lee Cheol smiled, placing a hexagonal wooden box on the table. The fragrant scent spreading made the air seem to soften. He said, his voice gentle but filled with pride, it's nothing special, but this is a pill I refined myself. It will help significantly increase vitality and mana control for a few weeks. Lee Tae-hyung was delighted, reaching out to take it, his eyes shining brightly. My nephew is the only one who thinks of me. Let's see. He opened the box, and inside was a silver pill, emitting a scent like a pine forest after rain. He muttered, his voice contemplative, this smell, truly miraculous. Lee Cheol smiled, his voice confident. The mountain warden also admitted this is a high-quality medicine. Lee Cheol nodded, his voice encouraging, please try it, uncle. Without hesitation, Lee Tae-hyung took the pill, admired it for a moment, thinking, even the goblin praised it, it must be effective. He put the pill into his mouth, his eyes full of anticipation. Instantly, the medicinal power spread, a refreshing feeling like a cool stream filling his body. His complexion brightened, his voice exclaiming in surprise, this is truly a valuable item. He opened his eyes, looking at Lee Cheol with admiration. Beyond the fast effect, it's no different from a divine herb. How did you do it? Lee Cheol nodded slightly, smiling, yes, that's right. I still remember how to prepare medicine, and rare ingredients can also be substituted. Lee Tae-hyung closed the wooden box, his voice serious, if so, don't tell anyone. Keep this a secret. Later, when you grow up, it will be useful in many ways. Lee Cheol smiled, his heart warmed by his uncle's care. You always think of me first, as always. He replied, his voice full of respect. Yes, I hope for your help a lot then. Lee Tae-hyung burst out laughing, ruffled his hair, his voice booming. Are you trying to take advantage of this, uncle? Fine, then I'll be willing. Suddenly, he became serious, looking at Lee Cheol. Right, I heard you plan to join the martial artist's journey, right? Lee Cheol was surprised, his eyes wide. Yes, you already know? He nodded, his voice low. This journey will be very competitive. You won't avoid the whispers that you are being favored. Because they can't touch the family head, all the unpleasant gazes will be focused on you. He placed the wooden box on the table, his voice worried. To join, not only do you need the family head's permission, but also the approval of the elders. But they don't like you. How about, you give it up this time, okay? Realizing his uncle's good intentions, Lee Cheol smiled, his eyes firm. The things you worry about, I have already anticipated. Therefore, my father set a condition. Lee Tae-hyung was surprised. A condition? What is it? Lee Cheol nodded, his voice firm. Yes. And because of that, I need your help. After ending the conversation with his uncle, Lee Cheol immediately returned to the family estate, his heart carrying a bit of hesitation mixed with determination. He pushed the training room door, a sigh escaping his chest as his eyes scanned the familiar space. It's been a long time since I returned here, he muttered, his voice low, full of nostalgia. The scene hasn't changed at all. He stretched his shoulders, stepped inside, a thought fleeting, should I warm up a little? Suddenly, from outside, a dear voice called out, you've arrived? The familiar voice made Lee Cheol frown slightly, his heart beating a beat faster. The training room door burst open, and Lee Kyung-hoa walked in, a radiant smile on her face. My dear nephew, she exclaimed, her voice full of love. But right after, her eyes flashed like a flame, anger burning. She pointed at Lee Cheol, shouting loudly, you brat, you should have come to see me first. Not letting him react in time, she grabbed his collar, her voice angry but tinged with sulkiness, ungrateful brat. Faced with his aunt's excessive attitude, Lee Cheol was flustered, stammering to explain, I was busy with work, how could I come right away? But Lee Kyung-hoa, as if knowing everything, cut him off, her voice harsh, I know everything. You went to see Uncle Hai first, right? After struggling to escape his aunt's loving embrace, Lee Cheol gasped, reached up to rub his neck, and muttered with a miserable expression, oh my god, I thought I was dead. He tried to calm down, his voice gently explaining, it was just because of work, auntie. Lee Kyung-hoa glanced away, huffed lightly, her voice full of arrogance, why do you like to talk back to me so much? Then she softened her voice, stepped closer, placed her hand on his head, and rubbed it gently with affection. Even so, my nephew has really grown up. But tell me, your mana has nearly doubled, your energy meridians are much sturdier too. Li Chiol smiled, his eyes shining with pride. Yes, I have mastered all the skills Laura learned before. Hearing this, Li Gyung-hoa exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly. Really? So you've reached the 3-star magic level. She clenched her fists, her voice excited. You still need to hone it a bit more, but don't worry, Auntie has this gift for you, sweetie. She continued enthusiastically, I finished the incantations for other aura skills. Shall we try them now? She clenched her fists, her voice excited. You still need to hone it a bit more, but don't worry, Auntie has this gift for you, sweetie. She continued enthusiastically, I finished the incantations for other aura skills. Shall we try them now? But Li Chiol hurriedly raised his hand, his voice hesitant. Aunt, I'm sorry, but I probably can't do it right now. Li Gyung-hoa frowned, glancing at him with a sharp, inquisitive look. Li Chiol hurriedly explained, his voice apologetic. Well, I'm quite busy today. Just then, the training room door creaked open, and a familiar voice rang out from outside, still as close to her as ever. I see. A tall figure walked in. Li Chiol immediately exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly, Big brother. Li Myeon-young's appearance made Li Gyung-hoa explode. She pointed at him, shouting loudly, you said you were very busy, didn't you? Why are you appearing to train the youngest brother now? You're such a liar. Knowing his aunt's verbal combat power, Li Myeon-young just smiled forcefully, raising his hand to soothe. Aunt, I really am busy. But I also tried to help you organize a few incantations, right? He turned to Li Chiol, his gaze playful. But tell me, your notes are great, they helped me a lot in the training process. Li Chiol bloomed a radiant smile, his voice excited. Is that so? That's great. Haha. He turned, his voice concerned. But are you still doing okay? Li Myeon-young nodded, his voice steady. Yeah, I'm doing fine. But right after, he suddenly draped his arm over his brother's shoulder, rubbed his head, his voice tinged with reproach. And then you went to Heaven's Mountain without saying a word to me. The two brothers chuckled, the atmosphere warming up. Li Chiol hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, you were on a mission at the time. Li Myeon-young continued, his voice teasing, and then after you got back, you were summoned by father, right? Returning to a few days ago. The morning sun crept through the window, illuminating a corner of Tae Shin's office. He sat there, his aura dignified, calling Li Myeon-young over. His voice was low, echoing, I need you to pass on the basics of martial arts to the youngest brother. Can you do it? The unexpected request made Li Myeon-young slightly startled, his eyes flashing with surprise. What do you mean? Looking at his father's pensive expression, he muttered to himself, I will definitely teach better than those elders. But father isn't someone who cares about these things. Finishing his thought, he bowed, his voice decisive. Yes, I will teach him. After bowing, he turned to leave the room. But just as he reached the door, Tae Shin suddenly spoke, you should prepare to go now. The brief sentence made Li Myeon-young freeze, his heart pounding. He stood still for 5 seconds, then opened the door and walked out, turning back, his voice low. Thank you, father. Walking on the family manor, messy thoughts circled in his head. Bloodless dream, even I was never allowed to attempt that. With the youngest brother's progress speed, now I understand why father gave this order. Did he want me to inspire him while observing him, or want to create competition? Looking at Li Chiol standing in front, Li Myeon-young thought to himself, his heart full of pride, 20 years? No, perhaps only 10, or faster, he will catch up to me. Seeing his big brother pensive, Li Chiol apologized. Sorry to bother you while you're so busy. Li Myeon-young laughed, waving his hand. It's okay, now I'm the freest person. He continued seriously, I am holding the Manhwa Gijon, the entire basic technique, secret arts, and ultimate techniques of the Sungmu clan. It's the proof for the one inheriting the ancestors' legacy. And it's also one of the conditions father set for your martial artist journey. Receive all the basic martial arts of the family. Li Chiol rubbed his head, his voice surprised. But is big brother really going to teach me the basics? Aren't there elders at the academy? Li Myeon-young curled his lip, asking back, do you think you can learn seriously from them? Remembering the dirty tricks of the elders, from ambushing during the naming ceremony, sabotaging the promotion exams, to pushing him into the worst training class, both brothers frowned slightly, their hearts full of resentment. Li Chiol sighed, his voice sincere, thank you, big brother, truly thank you for everything. Li Chiol sighed, his voice sincere, thank you, big brother, truly thank you for everything. But internally, he couldn't help but be amazed. He has matured to this extent. Previously, I could still see his mana flow. But now, I can't guess. Even so, if he catches up to me, I wouldn't be sad. He smiled, thinking to himself, I'm very proud of you, and I still want to be the big brother you always admire. Suddenly, Lee Kyung-hoa, standing nearby, frowned, her angry voice cutting in. Are you two planning to gossip while adults are talking? She stamped her foot, making both startled. Lee Myung-young hurriedly soothed, Aunt, calm down. But not wanting to hear explanations, she turned, sulking, Fine, I'm going. You aren't planning to stop me, are you? Lee Cheol hurriedly spoke. We are meeting at dinner tonight, aren't we, Aunt? Lee Kyung-hoa puffed her cheeks, turning back. You said you would train until late, right? Lee Cheol smiled, his voice sweet. Training is one thing, but researching with you is another. Learning from someone globally famous in the mana field, how could I miss that? He continued, his voice sincere. Sorry, Aunt, but please wait just a little bit more. Lee Cheol's honey-sweet words made Lee Kyung-hoa soften. She patted her chest, laughing loudly. No choice, who told me to be this globally famous? Fine, I'll let you off this time. She turned to leave, waving her hand as she walked. Because I am generous, I am going. Not because of the movie playing soon. Lee Cheol waved to say goodbye, his voice teasing. Yes, go ahead, Aunt. When her silhouette faded, he exhaled, wiping the sweat on his forehead. Finally, the aunt has left. Lee Myung-young, holding the sword in his hand, turned, his voice serious. Now we can truly begin training. He drew the sword from its sheath, his eyes burning. To fully meet the conditions father set, I will train you very strictly. A week later, at the family training ground, the training room glowed with mana flashes continuously exploding, showing no signs of stopping. Practicing basic techniques with big brother Lee Myung-young seemed simple, but every movement, every theory taught passed by in a flash, full of tension. Short rest periods were just like a breath, before the two brothers entered a fight nearly identical to real combat. After a fierce exchange of moves, Lee Cheol planted his hands on the ground, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down his forehead. He felt every muscle groaning from exhaustion, but his eyes still flashed with resilience. Lee Myung-young approached, blooming an encouraging smile, his voice warm but no less strict. I think, compared to inheriting through words, engraving directly onto the flesh carries greater meaning. You are observing with the demon eye, aren't you? Move properly. Realizing his big brother's provocative words, Lee Cheol gritted his teeth, his eyes erupting with a flame of determination. He planted his hands firmly into the ground, bracing himself to stand up, his legs steady as stone pillars. But as soon as he stood up, he staggered, plopped down, his body seemingly unable to keep up with his will. Not giving up, he lunged straight toward Lee Myung-young, unleashing a sharp slash. Big brother easily dodged, his eyes flashing with a bit of surprise. In Lee Cheol's heart, thoughts swirled. Clearly, I read the mana flow thanks to the demon eye, yet this body can't keep up with my will. His sword slash missed the mark, the force weak. Muscles and joints seemed unable to bear the pressure, as if screaming in protest. Looking at Lee Cheol's determined eyes, Lee Myung-young spoke, his voice low. You just tried a blow that was too much for you, didn't you? Not letting his younger brother answer, he accelerated, zooming toward Lee Cheol, the sword tip flashing like lightning. The body of the Sung-mu lineage is even more resilient than you think, he shouted, his voice full of power. The terrifying speed made Lee Cheol stunned. His big brother's sword tip was only a few inches from his face. In the moment of life and death, he roared, leaning backward, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Seeing his younger brother's clear progress, Lee Myung-young thought to himself, his heart full of amazement, he actually caught up already? A solid foundation, absorbing so quickly. He remembered Lee Cheol from before, a boy who could hardly perform such complex movements. Bloodless dream, even I was never allowed to step inside. Is this the insight he gained from that place? Taking off his cloak for easier fighting, Lee Myung-young rolled up his sleeves, his eyes flashing with excitement. Fine, if you've caught up, I'll raise the difficulty by a level. Let's see how far you can go. Looking at his big brother in front, Lee Cheol's face strained slightly, his body trembling from the pressure. Is he serious? He thought to himself, heart thumping. A fierce exchange of moves continued, the sound of swords clashing like thunder. After a long while, Lee Myung-young stopped, declaring, today's training session ends here. He reached out to ruffle his brother's hair, his voice apologetic. I'm sorry, it seems while practicing, I was a bit heavy-handed. Looking at the ground in front, now covered with deep cracks from the attacks, Lee Cheol embarrassedly scratched his head. Though exhausted, he still smiled, his voice hoarse. It's fine, that's what training is called. Lee Myung-young approached, pulling his brother to stand, his eyes full of pride. It seems you've partially grasped the feeling, haven't you?
Li Cheol nodded, his voice firm. Yes, didn't you say the body of the Sungmu lineage is very stable? He looked down at his hands, feeling the potential power. The body of a Sungmu person is as hard as steel wire, flexible and resilient as rubber. Through every tempering, it becomes even stronger. He clenched his fists, his voice full of determination. Even when using moves that exert great pressure, this body can still endure. From that, I understand that the basics start from this very point. Realizing his younger brother's rapid absorption, Lee Myung-young closed his eyes, nodded slightly, his voice low. You grasp things really fast. You even applied it to your movement technique. Lee Cheol scratched his head, smiling shyly. Only after a week, I summarized just that much. Still far behind. His younger brother's humility surprised Lee Myung-young. He thought to himself, he says he's still far behind? Practicing basic techniques usually takes several months to take shape, yet he only needed a week. He bent down to pick up his cloak, turned to walk away, his voice warm, a praiseworthy person indeed. But remember to stop by the infirmary to treat your wounds carefully. He turned back, patted Lee Cheol's shoulder, smiled, see you tomorrow. Lee Cheol nodded, his voice excited, yes, today I will review what I've learned. Lee Myung-young left, not forgetting to instruct, alright, but don't push yourself too hard. When his big brother's silhouette faded, Lee Cheol exhaled, his eyes looking down at his hands, his heart full of thought. The basics of the bloodless dream are a systematic theory of movement, based on the application of myriad mana. The family's basic techniques rely on the essence of the body, maximizing physical limits. Those two things are strangely similar. He clenched his fists, muttering, the difference is that the basics don't take the body as the main lead, while bloodless revolves around weapons. Thanks to that, grasping the basics became easier. Who knows, perhaps both were born from the same root. In the memories of the bloodless dream, he glimpsed the shadow of someone bearing the characteristics of the Sungmu lineage. Indeed, bloodless has a close connection with our family. His eyes burned with determination, it feels like discovering a secret no one expected. Time will pass very quickly. Scene shift to the parliament of the Sungmu family council. The elders gathered fully, a silent atmosphere covering the room. Suddenly, the door burst open. An old man with silver hair walked in, his voice deep, please forgive me for being late. He glanced at Lee Tae-hyung, who was frowning slightly, his eyes flashing with anger. The old man spoke, his voice mocking, look, a busy manager like you has the leisure to come attend this? Lee Tae-hyung smiled faintly, his voice calm but cold, I often use the excuse of being busy to be absent, so this time I thought I should come for a visit. The head elder leaned toward his chair, held his teacup, took a sip, then spoke, is that so? Surely you have heard about the martial artist's journey of the youngest son of the secondary line, haven't you? Instantly, an elder slammed the table, his voice angry, of course, head elder. A brat still green as a banana leaf permitted for the martial artist's journey? What decency is left? Not only that, he is a filthy secondary son. Another elder also slammed the table, his voice shrill, I heard that the arrogant brat personally requested the family head, saying because he returned from Heaven's Mountain, he requested to be passed. The head elder placed his teacup down, calmly replied, it seems you are all misunderstanding. The family head has not made a final decision on this. He said let the council discuss and decide. Hearing this, the elders sighed in relief, their eyes shining. A long-haired man spoke, so the decision is in our hands? Another elder clenched his fists, his voice gloating, this is the time, just straight up reject it and that's it. The head elder stroked his beard, laughing slightly, it's not that simple. The family head said that the child already possesses martial force equivalent to a 5th grade martial artist, and even surpassed the bloodless dream. There is no legitimate reason to refuse. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room, faced with a secondary son disrupting tradition, we are forced to bring out a reasonable name. Everyone, has anyone come up with a countermeasure? As soon as the words ended, an arm was raised. Lee Tae-hyung stood up, his voice steady, I request to say a few words. Lee Tae-hyung had never taken anyone's side in political issues. To the elders, he was a neutral person, always keeping a noble appearance, as if to protect himself from dirty commitments. Therefore, when they saw Lee Tae-hyung appear at this meeting, all the elders quietly exchanged looks, the same thought fleeting, so we came here to support him. Because, in their eyes, both were people of no value. Lee Tae-hyung, with cold eyes, scanned each face in the room. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, the thoughts of these old snakes are as clear as day. He knew well what they were planning, but he didn't reveal a single emotion.
Deep inside, a storm was swirling, but externally, he remained calm like a lake without ripples.
The 3 tests for those carrying the direct bloodline of the Sungmu family are brutal challenges: the choice, the fate ceremony, and the warrior's journey. Only those who pass all 3 are recognized as high-ranking members of the family. They will receive countless privileges: the right to attend, the right to speak in major councils, and even be treated no differently than a senior elder. Lee Taehyung sat contemplating, his hands clasped tightly. Suddenly, he moved slightly, pulling from his sleeve a small, shimmering object. His eyes narrowed, a thought fleeting. Don't tell me that Brat brought this divine medicine just to ask for this. He sighed slightly, muttering internally, "Sigh, Lee Cheol, I really don't know if this is the right thing to do." But then, as if driven by an unexpected determination, he resolutely raised his hand, his voice ringing in the silent room. "Can I express my opinion?" Lee Taehyung's sudden action left the entire hall stunned. Head elder Lee Cheoljung, sitting in the presiding position, raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes showing surprise. He leaned forward, his voice gentle but unable to hide his curiosity. "Does the manager want to say something?" Then, with a mocking smile, he continued, "I heard the manager has a quite close relationship with that brat." Lee Cheoljung's words were like a sharp blade, stabbing straight into Lee Taehyung's pride. He cursed internally, this old man is truly bitter. But on his face, he kept a calm smile, responding with a steady voice, "With such effort, how could I not like the boy?" However, he paused, his sharp gaze scanning everyone in the hall. "I think this time things are going too far." Lee Cheoljung raised his eyebrows, his eyes flashing with interest. "You say it's going too far?" "That's right," Lee Taehyung replied, his voice low and firm. "The boy has enough proof, but we cannot ignore tradition and procedures. The youngest son needs to understand that there are things he cannot do as he pleases." Hearing this, Lee Cheoljung broke into a smirk, as if he had just found a gap to attack. "Ha, I thought the manager didn't care about things like tradition or protocols." Lee Taehyung felt a wave of anger surging in his chest, but he suppressed it, only smiling faintly. "It's not that I don't understand their importance. I just want to avoid unnecessary trouble. A development-minded person like me believes that handling problems rigidly only leads to terrible consequences." Lee Cheoljung closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. When he opened his eyes, his sharp gaze was directed straight at Lee Taehyung. "So what plan do you propose?" Lee Taehyung replied immediately, his voice full of confidence. "If the council has no reason to refuse, then we just need to create a reason. To be honest, this problem is not too complicated. The youngest son still hasn't proven himself." Lee Cheoljung frowned slightly, his voice suspicious. "Didn't the head of the family already recognize he has strength equivalent to a 5th-grade warrior?" Lee Taehyung smiled, his eyes sparkling with cunning. "But can the head of the family openly admit that?" His question made Lee Cheoljung pause. His hands clenched, his gaze hardened as he looked straight at Lee Taehyung. A moment of heavy silence covered the room. Then he spoke, his voice low as if suppressing his anger. "Then, in Taehyung's head, a series of thoughts swirled. That wicked brat, just do as you wish." After considering for a moment, he declared clearly, "I think we just need to create an opportunity for him to prove himself." Lee Cheoljung was slightly startled by this idea. He turned, his voice full of suspicion. "You say create an opportunity? You don't mean a duel, do you?" Lee Taehyung nodded, his gaze never leaving Lee Cheoljung. "That's right. With what he has done, he won't refuse." The statement made the other elders bustle with discussion. Lee Cheoljung looked toward him, asking next, "Then who should he fight?" Lee Taehyung replied immediately, his voice calm but full of implications. "Isn't the most recent one to complete the warrior's journey the most suitable?" "But 7th young master Lee Myeon-yun will never agree. He isn't suited for this." He paused, his eyes flashing with a glint of craftiness. "Then, what about 6th young master Seela?" Lee Cheoljung stroked his beard, contemplating. "Seela? If there's an issue, we can set a limit for him." Lee Taehyung nodded, continuing, "Exactly. Lady Baek once said the 6th young master has a grudge against the brat. A duel will resolve everything." After a while of thinking, Lee Cheoljung laughed, his eyes brightening. "I don't find this approach bad. What do the elders think?" The crowd around nodded in agreement. One person spoke, "I think this is a quite good plan." Another continued, "Acceptable to me." After hearing that, Lee Cheoljung announced clearly, "If the elder council has agreed, I have no objections." So, let's conclude this meeting here. As Lee Tae-hyung turned to leave, a deep voice rang out from behind. You did a good job today, manager. He turned around, catching the gaze of the grand elder, Lee Cheol-jung. He stepped closer, wearing a smirk full of hidden meaning. It seems I misjudged you. What made you change so quickly? Lee Tae-hyung smiled, his tone gentle. As I said, I just want to avoid trouble. Lee Cheol-jung nodded, but his eyes remained sharp and cold. He slammed his cane against the floor, producing a resounding thud. Listen here, manager. In acting, even the smallest detail is crucial. He stepped forward, his voice lowering, the eyes, the tone of voice, every single word. You call him the youngest, while everyone else calls him that bastard. The words made Lee Tae-hyung frown slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and offered a faint smile. Acting? I don't know what you're talking about. Lee Cheol-jung just brushed past him, leaving behind a cryptic remark. You know very well, manager. 3 weeks later, at the Sungmu family's training room. The ground beneath their feet was shattered, and dust filled the air after an intense training session. Lee Cheol, drenched in sweat, drew his sword from its sheath. The steel blade flashed in the dim light. He exhaled, his voice full of determination. Perhaps today will be the day I finish this training. Lee Myeon-young, standing opposite him, smirked. Really? You were getting beaten to a pulp just yesterday. Lee Cheol gripped his sword hilt, his eyes burning. You feel it too, don't you, older brother? Lee Myeon-young took his stance, his sword shining in his hand. Then let's see what you've got. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged toward Lee Cheol, his sword swinging like a bolt of lightning. Boom! A powerful strike came down, but Lee Cheol was quick as a flash, raising his sword to block it. The two blades collided, sending sparks flying. The brothers began a fierce duel, unleashing techniques one after another without mercy. Lee Myeon-young, with his seasoned experience, constantly pressed the attack, but Lee Cheol didn't give an inch. Every strike he made became sharper, his movements smoother than ever before. Lee Myeon-young spoke up suddenly, his voice filled with admiration. Well done. That's how a stance should be. Lee Cheol smiled, but deep inside, a flood of thoughts was surging. Sixth sense and mystic eyes. These skills, through constant training, had helped him predict the path of the sword, and block every single attack. Suddenly, he leaped high into the air, swinging his sword straight down at Lee Myeon-young. Boom! The ground shook, and clouds of dust billowed up. Lee Myeon-young retreated a few meters, still maintaining a steady stance. But Lee Cheol, after the intense attack, was knocked backward, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. He panted, but his eyes remained bright, showing no signs of wavering. Lee Myeon-young smiled gently and scratched his head in embarrassment. You've mastered the basic skills. It took me 3 months to master them, yet it only took you 1 week to grasp them, 2 weeks to internalize them, and 33 days to perfect them with mana. It's unbelievable. He reached a hand out toward Lee Cheol, his voice full of pride. You have never let me down. I officially recognize that you have mastered the basic skills. And it seems, you've realized something that goes even further. Lee Cheol stood up, took his brother's hand, and beamed. He thought to himself, nothing can be hidden from older brother. Yes, he replied, his voice firm. I'm improving my movement. Lee Myeon-young patted his brother's shoulder and laughed. Do you want me to help with anything? Lee Cheol nodded, his eyes sparkling with hope. I would be very grateful if you did. Scene shift to a dark forest, where a heavy atmosphere loomed. Thick layers of fog clung to every tree, creating a blurry white screen that obscured the sunlight. Cold wind blew through, carrying a rustling sound like the whispers of lost souls. Lee Seola walked, her eyes cold, and the blade in her hand flashed with a silver light as she swung hard, slicing into a monster that was roaring before her. She smirked, her bored voice echoing in the quiet space. Pathetic losers, always acting so aggressive, so boring. Under her feet, the carcass of a giant dragon lay motionless, black blood spreading and soaking into the forest soil. She continued walking, her boots crunching on the brittle dry leaves. She muttered, her voice filled with resentment, it's all because of that bastard. Being stuck with these annoying missions, Mother is still furious. Everything, all of it is because of him. Everywhere she went, monster carcasses piled up, each one falling under her sharp blade as proof of her uncontrollable rage. Suddenly, a cold sensation ran down her spine. Something was following her from behind, like a silent ghost. Lee Seola stopped, her eyes narrowed,
her ears straining to listen. Suddenly, a terrifying roar tore through the space. A giant dragon, with teeth sharp as blades, lunged straight at her, its red eyes burning in the fog, but Lee Seala didn't flinch. She just tilted her head slightly, her voice as calm as if she were speaking to a child. Is that all? As soon as she finished speaking, she spun around, and the blade in her hand launched with terrifying speed, piercing right into the center of the dragon's forehead. A sound of painful roaring rang out, then the monster collapsed, its red eyes slowly fading. Lee Seala glared at the dragon's carcass, her eyes flashing with a mix of anger and disgust. I told you it was boring, she growled, her voice sounding like she was suppressing a storm. She raised her hand to cast a spell, and the knife on the monster's head emitted a brilliant golden light. A fierce vibration spread, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. The blade pulled itself out and flew back to her hand, glistening like a challenge. Gripping the knife tightly, Lee Seala squeezed her hand, her knuckles turning white. She thought, this is the 21st mission. They are all annoying tasks like exterminating rampaging monsters. Usually, I only do 4 or 5 a year. The final 5 decisions have passed, and when I return to the clan, that arrogant bastard will be back too. Suddenly, a black shadow streaked out from the fog and appeared before her. A man in a black cloak knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing his head. Greetings, Sixth Miss, he said, his voice deep and respectful. Lee Seala, still deep in her anger, turned abruptly, her eyes sharp as knives. State your identity, he replied without hesitation. I am Gaguk, from the 12th Squad of the Black Sword Corps. The Black Sword Corps? Lee Seala frowned, her voice suspicious. What is the clan leader's personal squad doing here? Gaguk looked up, his eyes steady. I have come bearing a message from the clan leader. He relayed the message, every word clear, as if carved into the air. After hearing it, Lee Seala suddenly burst into laughter, a loud, cold laugh that seemed to lack any humanity. Her smile grew twisted, and her eyes flashed with madness. She gripped the knife tightly and plunged it into a nearby tree trunk, the blade vibrating violently. Her whole body trembled with anger, her voice hissing through her teeth. Ha, that arrogant bastard, ha, how timely, he is digging his own grave by my hands. The clan leader is truly formidable, too. She glanced at Gaguk, her eyes piercing. Tell him I have received the news. Gaguk nodded, answering respectfully, yes, Mississippi. Immediately, he vanished into the mist as if he had never existed. Lee Seala stood there, her hand still gripping the knife, a fierce source of energy erupting from the blade, making the surrounding air tremble. She muttered, her voice deep and filled with killing intent, I am really looking forward to this, Lee Cheol. I will crush you into the mud. Scene shift to the next day, at Lee Tae-hyung's room. The heavy wooden door creaked as Lee Cheol pushed it open, sweat still glistening on his forehead after the intense training. He bowed his head, his voice apologetic, sorry I'm late, uncle. The training went on longer than expected. Lee Tae-hyung, sitting in an armchair, looked up, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. You're here. I heard you've mastered all the basic skills. Is there anything else to practice? Lee Cheol wiped his sweat with a cloth towel and smiled lightly. Yes, there are still a few things I want to experiment with. He stepped toward the opposite chair and sat down, his posture relaxed but his eyes full of determination. Lee Tae-hyung nodded, his voice serious. The specific schedule has been announced, so I came to discuss it. Lee Cheol smiled, his eyes sparkling with confidence. If there is an official announcement, I will come to meet the person in charge. Hearing that, Lee Tae-hyung sighed, turning to him with a somber voice. Aren't you stressed? Lee Cheol shrugged, his tone calm. Why should I be stressed? Everything is going exactly according to my predictions. He paused, his eyes brightening as he mentioned the plan. Father has approved the warrior's journey, but set 2 conditions. First, master all the basic martial arts. Fortunately, thanks to my brother and what I've learned, I managed to do it in a short time. And the second condition. He paused, his gaze becoming sharp. Persuade the Elder Council. Lee Tae-hyung frowned, his hands clasped tightly together. You can use any method, but if you fail to persuade them, the warrior's journey will not be approved. With your current status, intervening in the affairs of the elders is difficult. Lee Cheol nodded, his eyes flashing with wit. Therefore, I decided to create the most favorable opportunity myself. I arranged a duel with the 6th sister. I asked you to lead everything in that direction. The Elder Council will have no reason to refuse. He paused, his gaze thoughtful. Creating a situation to be allowed to travel.
The ability to turn the tables is essential on the political path. This matter itself is also part of the test.
Lee Taehyung mused, a heavy silence covering the room. Suddenly, he burst into loud laughter, breaking the stillness.
I don't know how you can be so calm.
Lee Cheol smiled, his voice confident, because I believe you have arranged everything properly.
Lee Taehyung shook his head, his eyes showing a hint of worry. That was not my intention. That girl. I heard you don't get along with her. With Lee Seoleta's personality, even if it's a test, it won't end peacefully. Why choose her in this situation?
Lee Cheol clenched his fist, his voice deep but firm. I owe the sixth sister a debt.
It must be repaid.
The words made Lee Taehyung slam his hand on the table and stand up abruptly, his voice emotional.
Exactly. Can't that wait until later? Why force yourself into this situation?
He paused, took a deep breath, then sat down, covering his face with both hands, his voice sounding discouraged. I don't think you can't do it. I'm just worried you'll get hurt, in one way or another. Lee Cheol looked at him, his gaze softening at his uncle's concern. Inside him, a warm feeling mixed with determination rose up.
Uncle really worries about me.
He smiled, his voice firm. Thank you for caring.
The sixth sister might beat me up, and the elders will have an excuse to bind me.
But, he clenched his fist, his eyes burning.
This duel is not just about the warrior's journey.
Even if I lose, it will be very troublesome, but don't worry.
In this battle, I will definitely be victorious.
The Elder Council quickly issued an official notice, pushing for the test to take place without delay. Before long, the location was decided, the central training ground, the largest arena of the Sungmu family, where the prestigious selection ceremony was once held. The grandstands surrounding the arena were packed with spectators. The whispering was like surging waves, all eager to witness this historic duel. A tense atmosphere loomed, as if the whole clan were holding its breath, waiting. In the waiting room, Lee Cheol adjusted his attire, every movement slow but careful. His gaze swept around the small room, his brows furrowing slightly.
They won't let things pass by quietly,
he thought to himself, a bitter smile flashing across his face. He sighed and muttered, without a doubt, this is the Grand Elder's plot. The grandstands surrounding the arena were all arranged to mock me publicly, to crush my morale. But then he clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with determination.
That is not the problem. More importantly,
but then he clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with determination.
That is not the problem. More importantly,
her face wore a look of melancholy, as if she were hiding a deep, secret pain. Lee Cheol looked at her, his heart aching slightly. All day today, Aunt has worn that expression, he thought. He stepped closer, his voice gentle but unable to hide the frustration. Why are you looking at me like that?
It really makes me uncomfortable.
Lee Kyung-hoa rubbed her hands nervously and sighed, her eyes downcast. It's nothing, just leave it, she replied, her voice small like a whisper. Lee Cheol frowned and took another step.
You've been like this all day. How can you say it's nothing?
She pondered, her hands trembling slightly. After a moment, she looked up, her eyes filled with pain.
Everything this family decides arbitrarily.
I hate the whispers behind the scenes. She is a 4th-level warrior, and you just reached level 5. The gap between level 4 and level 5 is like heaven and earth. The gap between level 4 and level 5 is like heaven and earth.
Lee Kyung-hoa nodded, but her hands were still shaking.
She stammered, her voice cracking, but what if you really lose? She held her head, her face expressing fear. If I had trained you harder, if I had revealed the truth about Mu-jin to the clan sooner. Her voice broke, like a desperate cry. She bowed her head, tears threatening to fall, a feeling of helplessness overwhelming her. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up, please stop, Elder Lee Kyung-hoa. She was startled and turned around. Lee Cheol's maid stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder and smiling warmly. The young master will win, just as he always does. As his teacher, shouldn't you be offering words of encouragement? But Lee Kyung-hoa just sighed, her face still filled with sadness. Lee Cheol looked at her, his heart aching.
Aunt is like a young animal trembling in fear, he thought.
Perhaps she has lost something in this Sungmu family. I don't know your past, even though I could easily investigate it. But I won't, because I believe one day you will tell your own story. He stepped closer, placing a hand on his aunt's shoulder, his voice firm. This is not the time to be melancholy. You should cheer up. Lee Kyung-hoa looked up, surprised.
Cheer up?
Lee Cheol smiled confidently.
That's right, Aunt.
And furthermore, there is an unexpected twist waiting.
From outside, the servant's voice rang out, "Young master, it's time to go out to the arena."
Lee Cheol started, turning to Lee Gyung-hoa, his eyes burning.
"Aunt, watch carefully. I won't lose."
He gripped his sword tightly, his voice full of determination. "Please cheer as loudly as you can in the stands. If you cheer too softly, I'll be sad." Having said that, he turned and stepped out of the gate. As he walked, he thought to himself, "It has been a long time since I walked down this hallway.
Since I was born, I have not stopped proving myself.
It is time to close that journey." With a firm gaze, he stepped straight ahead. When Lee Cheol stepped into the arena, the harsh sunlight shone down, highlighting his silhouette. Opposite him, Lee Seela was already standing, her eyes sharp, the blade tip glistening in her hand. He glanced up at the grandstand, where his father, Lady Beck, and the elders were sitting, their eyes attentively following him. Suddenly, a shrill scream tore through the air. "Arrogant brat! You bastard!" Lee Seela smirked, looking at him with disdain.
"Your stiff, conceited neck, I have never liked it."
She spun the blade in her hand, her movements gentle but deadly.
"Just a bastard who always acts like something. Truly an eyesore."
She pointed the blade straight at him, her voice cold as ice. "Today, I will break that neck. Prepare yourself."
Lee Cheol just nodded, his eyes calm. "I am looking forward to it, sixth sister."
The referee raised his hand, his voice echoing. "The duel between the sixth miss and the ninth young master officially begins. Get ready." As soon as the command rang out, both gripped their weapons. The air seemed to freeze. Lee Cheol closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When the referee shouted "start," his eyes opened wide, flashing with a brilliant golden light, the sign that the mystic eye skill was activated.
But in just a blink, Lee Seela had vanished.
Somehow, she appeared right behind him, fast as a ghost. 3 throwing knives flashed, launching from behind, while 2 others from the front aimed straight at him. Lee Cheol thought to himself, "Since when did she get behind me?" That was the throwing knife technique, a unique art created by Lee Seela herself, named Fire Dance, knives imbued with mana, burning like falling flames.
Their terrifying speed left Lee Cheol with no time to dodge, but he didn't flinch.
Gripping the sword, he poured a massive amount of mana into the blade, activating the extreme energy variation skill. He swung his sword, an energy wave erupting and creating a powerful whirlwind sweeping forward. Boom! As the energy wave collided with the throwing knives, they were knocked away. Lee Seela was also pushed back a few steps, her eyes flashing with anger.
She cursed, "Damn it!" The arena was engulfed in clouds of dust.
Lee Cheol stood firm, smiling as he looked toward her. "I have heard much about your miraculous throwing knife technique, sixth sister," he said, his voice calm but full of challenge.
"But it's not as impressive as I thought."
I'd heard a lot about sixth sister's legendary throwing knife techniques, but honestly, they weren't as impressive as I'd imagined. At those words, Lee Seela bit her lip in fury. She drew 2 more knives, her eyes turning cold as she glared at him and shouted, "All right, you're done for." Without another word, she lunged forward, unleashing a rapid-fire series of attacks aimed directly at Lee Cheol.
As she attacked, she thought to herself, "This greenhorn actually has the nerve to talk big to me? I'm going to crush you right here and now."
She continued to use her throwing knife art, the blades thickening around her, hurtling toward Lee Cheol at dizzying speeds. Facing the onslaught, Lee Cheol remained calm.
He thought to himself, "Sixth sister's movements are like an acrobat's."
Using so many blades at once, slashing from distorted, unnatural angles, it's a skill that's impossible without superior reflexes and situational judgment.
But that was exactly what I wanted to goad her into doing.
With that thought, he leaped into the air, charging straight at Lee Seela to counter. He swung his sword, batting away the incoming blades before delivering a horizontal slash across her face.
Lee Seela's expression darkened as she struggled to dodge the strike.
Tightening his grip on the hilt, he unleashed Mujin First Form,
Demon Piercer.
A massive surge of energy erupted from his blade, accompanied by flickering lightning. He jumped high, bringing his sword down in a direct strike toward Lee Seela's head. Seeing the attack, her eyes widened as she thought, "This is dangerous.
This is really dangerous."
Panicked, she raised her 2 knives, intending to block the blow head-on.
As the knives and the sword collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted,
causing the surrounding space to tremble violently.
When the dust settled, Lee Seela appeared in a disheveled state.
She gritted her teeth, thinking, he reduced the impact at the last second by pulling back just as our blades touched. Looking at her chipped blade after the collision, she cursed under her breath, "That bastard is using sword techniques like they're some kind of family secret." Determined not to lose, she discarded the broken knives, pulled out 2 new ones, stood up, looked straight at Li Chiol, and said, "Turns out you've got some tricks up your sleeve, huh? But it's a shame, you should have saved that move for a more important moment." With that, she dashed toward him, preparing to unleash a new attack. Facing her movement, Li Chiol remained calm, thinking, faster than before, but charging straight at me again? Li Ciela thrust both knives toward him. He immediately swung his sword to parry. But with agile speed, she stomped the ground, spun in midair, and dodged the strike. She appeared right behind Li Chiol, catching him off guard for a moment. Looking at him, she smiled and spoke up, "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Go ahead. Keep talking back." Reacting instantly, Li Chiol brought his sword behind him to block her lethal strike. Then, both began a fierce exchange of moves. He thought, "Those are fast, unpredictable combo attacks. I managed to block them, but that speed makes it hard to counterattack." His eyes widened as he muttered, "Sixth sister, I can see everything. My instincts sense the blades, and my demon eyes track every direction they're flying from." He smiled. "The reason I kept insisting on sparring with Sixth sister is because my abilities are the perfect counter to hers." Looking into Li Chiol's glowing eyes, Li Ciela widened her eyes, gritted her teeth, and cursed, "That monster eye." The advantage of short blades lies in their mystery and flexibility, but if that's seen through, the combat style becomes limited. She thought angrily, "And yet he dares to suppress me with melee strength and then counter like that. Damn this magic power limit. If I could just unlock 10% more, I could use high-level outlaw skills." Throughout the past year, she had only thought about revenge, crushing him, and destroying his pride. She intended to torment him until he begged, but she never expected things to turn out like this. Just then, Li Chiol spoke, cutting through her thoughts. "Are you still able to daydream while we're fighting?" He lunged, face to face with her, and said calmly, "You'd better focus, you know?" With that, he swung his sword directly at her face, forcing her to struggle to block. Her whole body trembled, and she gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. Suddenly, a red energy erupted from Li Ciela's entire body. She muttered, "I didn't want to use this." Her pressure radiated outward, and a strange, powerful force suddenly shot straight at Li Chiol's heart. His heart felt like it had been electrocuted. That power wrapped around his heart, completely blocking his magic power circuits. He immediately leaped backward. Seeing his quick reaction, she smiled and said, "Turns out you know how to think, huh? Without magic power, you're just a useless bug." Looking straight ahead, Li Chiol thought, "Is she using psychic ability?" Sixth sister Li Ciela's psychic ability is the power to bend an opponent's magic circuits, paralyzing their control. If your magic power is stronger, you can resist it, but if not, even if you know what's happening, you'll be bound. She looked at him and shouted, "Your time's up." But inside his body, a blue mana source suddenly surged through his veins. He thought, "But there's one thing Sixth sister doesn't know." Facing this presence of mana, Li Ciela's eyes widened. She screamed, "No way, how can he still use magic power?" At this moment, his entire body radiated blue magic power, covering him completely. He thought, "My magic power technique isn't like anyone else's." Li Gyung-hoa sat in the stands, her hands trembling, muttering to herself, "Everything will be fine, everything will be fine, because my nephew is very talented." Her eyes became vacant as she thought, "This time won't be like the last few. But if he ends up in that situation again, what am I supposed to do?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting her thoughts, "He's still perfectly fine." 2 men nearby chatted, "I didn't expect him to develop this much. His foundation is terrifyingly solid." Another person spoke up, "What skill is that? Isn't that one of the Sung Mu clan's mana techniques?" The other replied, "I heard that kid is an illegitimate child, only 15 years old this year." Hearing this, Li Gyung-hoa immediately looked back down at the arena. At this moment, Li Chiol's gaze turned serious. He lunged, unleashing the thunderous aura technique, slashing straight at Li Ciela. But with nimble speed, she easily stepped back, dodging the attack. Not letting her react, he immediately used the Yama skill, firing countless blades of light at the retreating Li Ciela. The light blades instantly wrapped tightly around her body, leaving her stunned. She struggled to break free. Without stopping, he followed up with the Gale skill, rushing forward, and cutting through the light blades binding Li Ciela. Seeing this, Li Gyung-hoa's eyes widened, thinking, he used Gale to slash through Yama? Thunder, Yama, and Gale were all aura skills that he and I once helped create. All the tangled emotions in her seemed to be washed away.
She clenched her fists, looked forward, and said, "That's right, you must win, because you're a genius." Li Qiol's continuous attacks shattered the ground, leaving smoke and dust everywhere. Li Sila stood dazed, thinking, impossible. His mana source should have been sealed by my skill, how can he still use it? The two of them were quite a distance apart. Li Qiol looked straight at her and muttered, "There's one thing you don't know, sixth sister. My mana cultivation method is different from an ordinary person's. I can function with just one mana circuit." Finishing that thought, he unleashed a massive amount of mana and said, "Now, I'm coming at you." He lunged, closing in on Li Sila, making her eyes widen as she gasped internally, "So fast." He swung his sword in a direct strike. With agile speed, she sensed the danger and raised her knives to block, but under the force of the strike, she slid dozens of meters backward. After stabilizing herself, Li Sila was trembling. She cursed, "Damn it!" But not giving her time to think, Li Qiol leaped from above, bringing his sword down like a bolt of lightning toward her head. Once again, she barely managed to block it. Looking forward, she gritted her teeth, thinking, "No way. I can't be forced back like this." Suddenly, her eyes went blank, and she was drenched in a cold sweat. She darted her eyes up to the stands, where her mother, Lady Beck, was watching the match with extreme tension. Even though she maintained a calm demeanor, that very look made Li Sila tremble with fear. Regaining her composure, her body erupted in a red aura. Looking straight at Li Qiol, she shouted, "It's all because of that damn illegitimate brat." Seeing the power before him, Li Qiol muttered, "A terrifying amount of mana. Is she forcing her mana to expand, not caring about her wounds?" Li Sila used the throwing knife battle technique once more. The knives seemed to come alive, swirling around her gracefully as if they had a mind of their own. They hovered in the air. She raised her hand and shouted, "Secret technique, shooting star." Pointing her hand at Li Qiol, she screamed, "I'll kill you." Li Gyung-hoa, in the stands, saw this and immediately jumped to her feet, clenched her fists, and yelled, "That's a violation of the rules. Stop it immediately." But it was too late. The blades flew straight toward Li Qiol at terrifying speeds. He remained calm in the face of the attack. His eyes were glowing, and his hand gripped the Black Knight's sword tightly. A massive stream of mana swirled around the blade. He sighed softly, bracing himself to block. As the blades flew at him, he swung his sword, blocking each attack one by one. Seeing this, Li Sila screamed, "What are you slashing at?" But immediately after, her expression stiffened, changing 180 degrees. As for Li Qiol, each of her knives was driven deep into the ground after he parried them. He thought, "There is one unchanging truth. Mana, when dispersed into the air, returns to nature. Mana is infinite and never truly disappears. But our ancestors' sword, Black Knight, is a blade that can cut and erase mana." After a few strikes, all of Li Sila's knives were neatly embedded in the ground around him. He looked straight ahead, flashing a confident smile. Looking at his arm, which was trembling violently after blocking the previous attack, Li Qiol thought, "I didn't think she would actually use Shooting Star. But even so, I succeeded. With my current strength, I couldn't fully block Shooting Star, so I used Black Knight to sever the mana threads connecting to the throwing knives. Thanks to my demon eyes, I can see the mana flow, but both tasks require absolute concentration." Thinking this, he looked straight at Li Sila, stepped forward, and said, "Now, it's my turn." At this moment, Li Sila stood dazed, thinking, is he going to use that move again? She immediately jumped backward to keep her distance, thinking, if I stay far enough away, he won't be able to unleash it. But Li Qiol didn't care about the distance. He took a stance, preparing a finishing move. Seeing this, Li Sila cursed, "What? He's still going to attack even from this distance?" He smiled and said, "Shiatma was a sword technique originally born to deal with monsters. Distance was never the issue to begin with." After finishing his preparations, he lunged forward, swung his sword down, and shouted, "Shiatma Solar Eclipse." The slash carried massive power, shattering the ground beneath and heading straight for Li Sila. Before the attack, she froze, her eyes wide, cursing, "Damn it." Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred on the arena floor, rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. As the smoke slowly cleared, the arena revealed a large crack, as if it wanted to split the entire stage in two. After the attack, Li Qiol covered one eye with his hand, muttering, "Is my eye hurting because I pushed my demon eyes to the limit?" But he continued to think, "It's not over yet. Shiakma hit dead on, but I need to end this match." From within the explosion, a knife suddenly shot out, headed straight for Li Qiol. Luckily, it only grazed his thigh, taking him by surprise for a moment. He lost his orientation and nearly collapsed, but he managed to regain his composure, stomping his foot to keep his balance. Suddenly, Li Sila burst out of the smoke,
her knife aimed directly at Li Chiol. He thought, sixth sister is so fast. This attack is dangerous. He reacted in time, stomping his foot and backing away to dodge. But Li Sila kept pursuing him. The two of them grappled with each other. Suddenly, both of them stopped. Her knife was plunged into Li Chiol's chest, blood trickling out. Conversely, his sword was aimed straight at her chest, but he didn't pierce her. Li Sila pulled the knife out of Li Chiol's chest, and then immediately collapsed to the ground. He clutched his bleeding chest, thinking, if I had been just a second slower using Black Knight to block, my heart would have been pierced. Watching Li Sila lying on the ground, he muttered, sixth sister must have passed out as soon as Chiakma landed. My body reacted by instinct before the killing intent hit. He turned his head, sighed, and said, the bloodline sixth sister possesses is truly terrifying. Then he looked at the two assistants running toward the ring, and shouted, what are you standing there for? Why aren't you taking sixth sister away? If you leave her there, she'll die from internal injuries. Hearing this, the two nodded and replied, yes. But seeing them still hesitant, he pointed behind him. Only then did they snap out of it and run over to give Li Sila first aid. After the battle ended, Li Chiol looked straight ahead, thinking, now, do you all see? The warriors in the clan, the stubborn elders, and even those with the same father but different mothers. For the first time, I have something for everyone who thought I would lose just because I'm an illegitimate child. He clenched his fists and raised them high, showing his determination. I have proven myself. A round of applause broke out, startling Li Chiol. He looked up to the stands, and saw his father clapping, praising his recent performance. Following that, the entire crowd erupted with cheers to celebrate his victory. Li Gyung-hoa's eyes were wide with surprise, and someone yelled, my nephew is the best. You are Li Chiol. Damn it, I knew it, the kid would do it, ha. Before her excessive behavior, Gawa pulled her back and said, elder, please, calm down. But she didn't care, still shouting, my nephew is the best. My nephew is Li Chiol. These words made Li Chiol blush in embarrassment, and he gently covered his face with his hand. The heads of the clan approached. Te Shin led the way and praised, well done. But Li Chiol Young, behind him, had a sad look in his eyes, his shoulders slumping slightly. Li Chiol looked at everyone and muttered to himself, it seems father isn't very happy. Father has never praised a child in front of others. Te Shin looked straight at him and thought, this child chose Li Sila and set up this stage. He chose sixth sister and navigated the match according to his own strategy. It was the opponent he had the biggest advantage against. It sounds easy, but among the people here, how many could do that? He spoke loudly, you have proven yourself. Therefore, I grant you the qualification to embark on the warrior training path. Hearing these words, Li Chiol immediately bowed and said, thank you, father. But then, he paused, deep in thought. Seeing this, Te Shin asked, you seem to have something you want to say, don't you? Realizing his father had seen through him, Li Chiol smiled and thought, it's time. He lifted his head and said confidently, just as you said, father, I can't hide anything from you. Te Shin looked at him, his voice low but full of meaning, as if he realized the boy was hiding something in his heart. Speak, my son, he said softly, his eyes sharp. Li Chiol looked at Lady Beck, his eyes suddenly turning cold. In his heart, thoughts swirled. Officially, the reward for this test is permission to join the warrior path. I shouldn't have received anything more from father. To father, that's enough. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress the rising emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he inhaled deeply, his voice ringing out, firm yet filled with ferocity. In that case, allow me to speak. Every eye in the room turned toward him, the atmosphere freezing as they waited for what the young man was about to say. Li Chiol placed his hand on his chest, his voice resonant and powerful. I have reached the level required to graduate early from military training. You yourself are the one who witnessed it with your own eyes. He paused, his eyes sweeping across the crowd before continuing, his voice even more resolute. I went to Heaven Peak Mountain and passed the blood dream test. If you are the one deciding before the Council of Elders, then I must also announce my reward before them. He clenched his fists, his voice echoing throughout the room. I have proven everything and met every requirement. Does the Council of Elders not believe me, insisting on testing me without any reason? His words were as sharp as blades, aimed directly at the Grand Elder. The elder's eyes widened, momentarily startled by the teenager's boldness. Not stopping there, Li Chiol continued, his voice lowering but filled with pressure. In this match, sixth sister was heavily injured. The fact that she stood her ground until now is already an extraordinary effort. He looked straight at the Grand Elder with a serious expression. Thinking to himself,
I can't help but feel like I'm being pressured by the elders. I'm only 15, I'm allowed to be grumpy or even a little disrespectful. If I don't speak up now, when else will I have the chance? Tae Shin, sensing the situation becoming tense, immediately turned to Lee Cheol-jung. His voice was deep but authoritative. Elderhead, can you answer this young child's question? Lee Cheol-jung interlaced his fingers and pondered for a moment. Then, he offered a warm smile, his voice gentle yet sharp. It seems there's a misunderstanding here. The matter of participating in the warrior path is always decided by the Council of Elders. The family rules are clear. There is no distinction between those born of knowledge or those born of wild beasts. Are the Council of Elders denying the family's own laws? Hearing this, Lee Cheol muttered to himself, his voice full of disappointment. Are you really going to intentionally use the term wild beast here? I never mentioned my status. He took a deep breath, his voice ringing out with indignation. Is the Council of Elders making a mockery of the family rules? Lee Cheol-jung stroked his beard and replied with a smile, that's right. Embarking on the warrior path while still too young can lead to unpredictable dangers. Not letting him finish, Lee Cheol immediately cut in, his voice sharp. Then why did it have to be sixth sister? Everyone can see she is much stronger than me, and older than me too. Without waiting for an answer, he continued, his voice more resolute. I read the official notice. It clearly states that the person testing me must be someone who has just returned from the warrior path. So shouldn't seventh brother have been the one to appear? If it wasn't him, there were still plenty of other warriors to choose from. Lee Tae-hyun, standing on the sidelines, sighed softly with a hidden smile. He thought to himself, this brat, you set up the whole stage and cornered the elder. I really can't help but laugh. Well done, kid, truly clever. He glanced at Lee Cheol-jung, thinking, did you choose sixth sister from the beginning just to lead to this moment? Lee Cheol-jung, facing the pressure, calmly replied, we just thought sixth sister was more suitable for this test. Lee Cheol clenched his fists, his voice firm. If that's the case, why was it necessary to make it so public? It should have been a more discreet, private match. He paused, his eyes turning cold. Therefore, I want to hear clearly the reason why the Council of Elders conducted a test like this. These words were like a checkmate, causing the Grand Elder's expression to tighten. The space seemed to freeze. Tae Shin, sensing things were about to go too far, stepped forward with a stern voice. That's enough. He glanced at Lee Cheol-jung and continued. The Elderhead is a senior member of the clan. I understand you're agitated after the match, but that is disrespectful. Lee Cheol immediately placed his hand on his chest and bowed, his voice low. Yes, I apologize. But he quickly continued, his voice not backing down at all. But if it ends just like this, it's not the right way. Tae Shin looked at Lee Cheol-jung, his voice deep but filled with implication. Grand Elder, what do you think? Lee Cheol-jung's expression darkened as he thought to himself, an illegitimate child has completely defeated me. After a moment of reflection, he walked toward Lee Cheol, his voice deep. I admit, this test is somewhat hard to justify. The Council of Elders should also reward him. Lee Cheol bowed his head, his voice sincere yet firm. I apologize for being disrespectful, but I only did what I had to do. I don't expect an excessive reward. I just want what I deserve. These words silenced the room, leaving everyone stunned, especially the Grand Elder. Scene change, a few days after the match. Lee Cheol lay in his room, his arm draped over his forehead, his eyes looking up at the ceiling with sadness. He thought to himself, I never thought I'd miss Heaven Peak Mountain this much. He was forbidden from going outside by everyone, and Lee Tae-hyun shouted in a furious voice, where do you think you're going, brat? Lee Myeon-young said with a gentle smile, do you think you've fully recovered? While Gawa, with teary eyes, spoke up, you aren't going anywhere until you've fully recovered. He looked at the ceiling, thinking, thanks to the recovery potions, I've definitely healed faster. Suddenly, a knock at the door sounded. He immediately sat up, his voice echoing, come in. A familiar voice from outside caught him off guard. Long time no see, young master. Have you been doing well lately? It turned out to be his disciples. The long-haired youth continued, we intended to visit as soon as you returned to the clan, but we heard you were busy with many things, so we're late. The short-haired youth asked, his voice worried, is your back okay? Lee Cheol nodded and smiled, I'm fine. Did you think I wouldn't make time to see you? He pointed to the chairs nearby, his voice friendly. Go ahead, pull up a chair and sit properly. He turned and asked, and how about you guys? Doing all right? They answered in unison, of course. The long-haired youth continued, although there were some meaningless clashes, we consider that a sign of being noticed, so it's not too bad. The short-haired youth, with a cheerful expression, said, more importantly,
What kind of training did you do to become this strong in just 1 year?
He continued excitedly. I watched that match. It was unbelievable.
He asked further, we're about to enter our 3rd year, young master must have plenty of free time, right?
Lee Cheol, his whole body seemingly on fire, coldly replied, no way. Nobody wants to miss an important moment with young master, right? He turned to everyone, his voice teasing, I bet the others have already watched the whole match too, haven't they? His 2 teammates just smiled and didn't answer.
The blue-haired youth spoke up, sorry, young master, I intended to come after practice, but ended up late. The long-haired youth added, because Bozong was also taking the exam, he was busy.
Lee Cheol smiled, his voice gentle, it's okay, no need to apologize. Then he asked seriously, Kim Han, you haven't slacked off just because I wasn't here, have you? Kim Han immediately waved his hands, no way.
Seeing his disciples had matured more than before, Lee Cheol sighed in relief, thinking, they have grown up so much. Bozong and Inha had been recruited as interns for the Blood Guard and Sky Heaven teams, the 2 strongest units of the Sungmu Academy.
The 4 elite units like them were collectively known as the Death Squad.
Kim Han decided to join Yukmun, a sword training academy in the Sword Division and secret weapons in the Reflex Zone.
Learning both at the same time is not easy.
He heard that half of the 5th grade students were also recruited, truly impressive. Thinking of this, the corner of Lee Cheol's mouth curled into a proud smile. He turned, his voice full of encouragement, everyone, keep up the effort.
In the future, I will need your help a lot.
They placed their hands on their chests and answered in unison, leave it to us. We will become so strong that we won't embarrass you, young master. Then they moved the chairs back to their original positions and said, then we'll take our leave.
Lee Cheol stood up to see them off, his voice warm, yeah, it makes me happy to see you guys. Oh, that's right. Kim Han turned back and asked, oh, almost forgot. Today you are going to receive your reward, right? Kim Han turned back and asked, oh, almost forgot. Today you are going to receive your reward, right? Lee Cheol took a deep breath and replied, I am the one receiving the reward. Why are you guys so happy? Kim Han smiled brightly, because it's a good thing for you, young master. He asked further, so, have you decided what you're going to take yet?
Hearing this, the corner of Lee Cheol's mouth curled into a smile. He replied, his voice full of confidence, of course. The next day, at the Sungmu secret vault, a car screeched into the gate from a distance, then came to a halt with a soft hiss of tires. Lee Cheol stepped out, his eyes scanning the familiar yet distant landscape. He felt a wave of emotion, thinking, it's been 6 years since I've been back here. Seeing his arrival, a guard exclaimed, his voice full of surprise, oh, isn't that the youngest young master? Lee Cheol approached and handed over the confirmation paper. The guard looked it over, then spoke in a respectful tone, if I may ask, could you state the purpose of this visit? He replied, his voice low but clear, I have received permission to withdraw equipment from the secret vault.
The guard checked the official document and nodded in confirmation, yes, I have confirmed the document, you may pass.
They opened the gate, pointing inside and signaling for him to enter. Just as Lee Cheol stepped through the gate, a voice startled him, young master.
The guard continued, his voice full of emotion, I was deeply moved by this trial.
The person next to him also happily chimed in, I will also work as hard as you, young master.
Both bowed to him,
making him surprised and momentarily dazed. A satisfied smile played on his lips, and he thought to himself, this is the first time in my life I've received such a greeting. Previously, there were mostly contemptuous glares that looked down on his illegitimate status. He turned back, looked at the 2 guards, and said sincerely, thank you for thinking that way.
To not live up to those feelings, I will try even harder.
He continued inside, a feeling of pride mixed with determination swelling within him.
The secret vault is jointly maintained by the Administrative Institute and the Elder Institute. The Administrative Institute ensures maintenance and upkeep, while the authority to check equipment in and out belongs to the Elder Institute.
Therefore, he had requested compensation from the head of the Elder Institute. Recalling the arena from the other day, Lee Cheol declared loudly, I only did what I was forced to do, so I wouldn't dare ask for an unreasonable reward. I just hoped to receive the items that were chosen during the selection ceremony back then.
Lee Cheoljung, hearing this, immediately spoke up, his voice challenging, didn't you already choose a weapon and wear it at your hip back then? At that time, you received only one weapon. Do you now want ownership of everything?
Lee Cheol didn't flinch, his voice ringing out sharp. According to the regulations, weapons chosen during the selection ceremony, I've heard that eventually one can receive all of them.
I wonder if I misunderstood that, General Manager?
His eyes immediately turned to Lee Tae-hyung, who was standing behind him, as if seeking support. Lee Tae-hyung smiled slightly, thinking, such a smart child. He replied in a calm voice, all right, that is indeed the case. According to old customs, later on, one also receives the remaining weapons. The family had also said to follow that precedent. Hearing this, Lee Cheol-jung cleared his throat, his voice reluctant, thinking back, that is indeed true. Lee Cheol thought to himself, just choosing a few items fitting for my status is enough. Even if they give out a few things, the Elder Institute won't suffer any harm. They must think so, right? He smiled discreetly. If the head of the Elder Institute approves my request in front of the guests, the weapons in the secret vault will finally belong to me legitimately. He looked toward Tae-shin, his voice full of respect yet unwavering. Can I do that? Tae-shin pondered for a moment, then walked closer, his voice deep. I permit it. Originally, those things would have ended up in your hands anyway. Hearing this, Lee Cheol happily bowed. Thank you, father. Tae-shin continued, his voice full of implication. Of course, as long as you show the worthiness of a master, the elders will grant you the weapons. Lee Cheol thought to himself, truly my father. Even my schemes, the head of the Elder Institute didn't notice, yet he saw through everything. Furthermore, he skillfully stood on the side of the Elder Institute to put an end to the whole matter. Tae-shin said, decide which weapons to take out and hand them to the young master. Returning to the present, in the elevator leading into the secret vault, thoughts still circled in Lee Cheol's head. I am allowed to receive 4 masterpiece-grade weapons. Usually, there's never such a generous reward. But thanks to father backing me, they wouldn't dare try any tricks. He knew the permitted area was limited to the 1st through 3rd floors. The 1st floor contains common-grade weapons, not worth the attention. I need to choose things that are truly useful for this journey. Entering the room filled with weapons, his eyes scanned each item, muttering, come on, let's choose slowly. A strange black smoke appeared on his hand, as if guiding his decision. Scene changed to Lee Myeon-young's office. After choosing his weapons, Lee Cheol went to meet his brother. Lee Myeon-young looked at him and asked with a smile, are you planning to depart? He nodded, his voice certain, yes, everything is prepared. Lee Myeon-young smiled slightly and said, spring, it's not bad weather. To start a long journey, it's rare to find a more suitable season. Then he asked, have you gone to say goodbye to everyone? Lee Cheol replied, yes. As for uncle, because he is away on business, I couldn't see him. It was also very difficult to convince aunt. Hearing this, Lee Myeon-young laughed, I can imagine. Then he asked seriously, so have you gone to say goodbye to father? Lee Cheol smiled, his voice tinged with mischief. Yes, he was as intimidating as always. Lee Myeon-young wondered, intimidating? He replied, his voice lowering. He said that having caused such a big scene, if I don't achieve results that satisfy him, I will be punished. Hearing this, Lee Myeon-young laughed loudly. Hearing that does sound a bit scary. Then he sighed softly, and asked, have you heard the news about 6th sister? Lee Cheol's expression dimmed, his voice sad. Yes, heard she has entered the closed-door cultivation place. 6th sister, even when she was recuperating, after waking up, she still caused a commotion. After recovering, she was taken by Lady Beck into the closed-door martial arts area. Lee Myeon-young nodded, his voice calm. Originally, no one can interfere with your martial path. But at least, for now, 6th sister cannot come out to take revenge immediately. Lee Cheol pondered, his 2 hands clenching slightly, showing confusion. He looked up, his voice sincere. Brother, can I ask you for a favor? During the time I am away on my journey, please take care of those close to me. They might not dare to target me directly, but targeting those close to me is not difficult at all. In my past life, I lost my wet nurse like that. Lee Myeon-young immediately nodded. All right, I understand. Your mother will stay here, where I live. No one will dare to touch her. Hearing this, Lee Cheol stood up, his voice resolute. This debt, I will definitely repay. Lee Myeon-young smiled and replied, as an elder brother, how could I not do that? I will wait for the day you return after concluding this journey. Lee Cheol clenched his fists and smiled. Yes, I will obey. 15 years since the day of return. The places needed to visit, the things needed to acquire, the people needed to meet, all were filled within his heart. For the first time, free to leave the clan, free to act, possessing time that belonged solely to him. Strapping his bag onto his shoulders, Lee Cheol looked up at the clear blue spring sky, the corners of his lips curling into a smile. A whisper echoed in his heart, everything will start from here. At the estate of the Sungmu clan, Lady Beck was relaxing, sipping tea in the gentle sunshine of the weekend. She gently set the teacup down on the table, her eyes suddenly becoming cold, her voice sharp as a blade. Report. From the shadows of the nearby forest, a figure in a black cloak stepped out. That person bowed, his voice respectful. I apologize, my lady, I have lost track of him. Lady Beck's expression darkened, her eyes seemingly sparking with fire. Give me the details, she ordered coldly. The cloaked figure bowed his head, his voice trembling. I lost his trail when he entered the crowded streets. It seems he knew he was being followed from the start. Hearing this, Lady Beck slammed her hand on the table, her voice full of anger. Nonsense way of thinking. Even if his appearance changed, he must still carry a distinct mana aura. The cloaked figure hurriedly replied, his voice full of anxiety. Among the equipment he received from the match, it seems there is an item that can change both appearance and mana aura. At this point, tracking him is nearly impossible. Lady Beck was startled, her eyes narrowing, her voice lowering. Just an illegitimate brat, only 15 years old. And yet he lost the shadow sword that I trained myself? She looked at the teacup on the table, scoffed coldly, her voice full of contempt. If you guys can't even do this, then clearly he has known for a long time. She paused, her cold gaze sweeping toward the cloaked figure. I wanted to predict his plans, and yet you guys lost his trail in less than a day. She leaned over, her eyes cold as ice. Monitor every piece of news. If there is anything suspicious, follow him immediately. The cloaked figure immediately bowed, his voice decisive. Yes. After that, he quickly left, his figure blending into the darkness. Scene changed to a tavern. In a noisy tavern, the shouts of drunks rose above the space. Bastard, dare to cheat, one guy yelled, pointing at his opponent. You clearly hid cards in your sleeve beforehand. On the other side, another guy sneered, his voice challenging. What? A fight? I'll bet 100,000 military credits on this guy. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, the tavern door was suddenly pushed open. A person dressed in a cloaked outfit entered, heading straight for the service counter. His voice was low and resonant. Give me a beer. The server looked at the stranger, scoffed coldly, his voice suspicious. Strange face, I've never seen you before. The cloaked figure pulled his hood down, revealing a part of his face, his voice calm. I just came down from the north. Lately, Kowloon City in China has been very chaotic. The server slammed the beer mug onto the counter, his eyes still probing. But your accent sounds like someone from Seoul. If you're Korean, why come from the north? The cloaked figure laughed faintly. I ran away from back then, I don't know anything. The server narrowed his eyes and asked, what is your name? The cloaked figure shrugged, his voice joking. Do people in this nest even use names? Hearing this, the server nodded, his eyes less suspicious. You really look like a true wanderer. Holding the beer in his hand, Lee Cheol thought to himself, the corners of his lips slightly twitching. The more I look, the more perfect it seems. He silently observed the mask in his mind, the masterpiece-level mask, 10,000 face steel. When mana is channeled into it, the mask creates an illusion, consuming mana but extremely versatile. It can change appearance, voice, even tone, helping to conceal one's identity. He took a sip of beer, thinking further. It's been a while since I've been to this place. I was afraid I wouldn't remember the way. This place belongs to Jagong Province, one of the most dangerous areas in the north. Monsters have been cleared, but no one develops the land. Places like this always attract the darkness to return. A village formed by criminals, using martial arts and magic, known as the Wanderer's Nest. There were people who tried to destroy this nest, but that caused the Red Rain, a riot initiated by the Wanderers. Therefore, governments and major powers deliberately abandoned this place. This is the largest Wanderer nest in Korea, where criminals gather, and wherever there are criminals, there are secrets. Lee Cheol thought to himself, in my past life, I often hid here to avoid the clan's eyes, although I was eventually discovered. The reason I chose this place as my first stop on the martial path is... He turned to the server, his voice calm. Let me ask you a question. Before, I was in Kowloon City, now who controls this place? The server narrowed his eyes, his voice questioning. Why do you want to know this? Lee Cheol replied, his voice certain. I don't want to die just because I don't know anything while being here. I have to grasp the atmosphere to behave correctly. The server scoffed. It's easy to tell, but a cup of beer isn't enough. Lee Cheol immediately took out a stack of money, slamming it on the table, his voice decisive. Here, 100,000 won. Bring more snacks and beer. The server laughed, satisfied. You sure know how to act. He brought the food out, setting it down as he said, this place has been controlled by the boss Baek Cheol Su for the last 10 years. Even if you're from China, you've heard his name, right? Lee Cheol nodded, his voice calm. Of course, who doesn't know him? In his heart, he thought, just as I thought.
The butcher Baek Cheol-soo, once a formal martial artist, became a wanderer after killing his master. Before the regression, he was the kingpin dominating the Korean underworld. At the age of over 30, he won leadership of the Baekgol gang and began operating a black market. And then, the moment the most valuable goods started appearing, he quietly took another sip of beer, his eyes cold. But the person I want to meet is not Baek Cheol-soo, an item once recovered by the Lee Marshall clan in my past life. This time, I will be the one to get it first. Scene changed to Baek Cheol-soo's mansion. In the office, Baek Cheol-soo was checking the ledgers, his sharp eyes scanning each number. He nodded slightly, his voice satisfied. Sure enough, the black market brings in more profit than even medicine trading. He looked up at the person opposite him, his voice full of implication. Director Jong, you've worked hard too. I knew bringing you back was the right decision. The corners of his mouth curled into a calculating smile. Director Jong, or should I call you Jong Jin-soo? He stood up, his voice lowering, carrying a threat. Watch that face of yours. I've already said, I didn't force you to stay. If you can't stand it, you can leave at any time. Hearing this, Jong Jin-soo's whole body trembled with fear, his mouth forcing a stiff smile. I will be careful, sir. Baek Cheol-soo laughed loudly, turning around, his voice full of fake concern. Good, you look better when you smile, Director Jong. You went to a good school, earned a pile of money, all thanks to me, right? Jong bowed his head, his voice trembling. Yes, sir. Baek Cheol-soo nodded, returning to the main issue, his voice lowering. Anyway, I'm a bit worried. This time, we issued too few tickets for the black market event. The wealthy folks like that. Why not try increasing the ticket count a bit? Jong replied, his voice cautious. Maintaining the limited ticket issuance each quarter helps us keep loyal customers more effectively. Baek Cheol-soo shrugged, offering a faint, mocking smile. Right, I trust you'll handle this properly, won't you, Director Jong? He paused, his voice turning cold and sharp. But remember one thing, our goal isn't this cramped, filthy hole in the ground, it's what's up there. He pointed toward the ceiling, his eyes burning with ambition. As you said, if we want to step away from these shady dealings, what we gain from the black market is money and connections. Using that as a stepping stone, we will finally step into the light. The next day, at Baek Cheol-soo's office, Jong entered and reported, the black market is currently open only to a select few and has become a discreet community, serving as the most effective hub for entertainment and money laundering. Thanks to its anonymity, it's easy to obtain things that are hard to find in the legitimate world. It's quite an attractive prospect. Baek Cheol-soo leaned back in his chair, picking up the report file and skimming through it before speaking. From drugs, rare herbs, ports, and high-value art pieces, even human beings. If anyone wants it, I can provide it. The tastes of the elite never change. With that, he slammed the file onto the table and continued. The money-making process is going very smoothly. The only issue left is time before our Baekgol gang emerges from the shadows into the light. So, in such a sensitive time, if we get exposed. Just as he finished speaking, a subordinate suddenly pushed the door open and shouted, It's a big problem, boss. This action enraged Baek Cheol-soo, who glared at him, clenching his fist and roaring, What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to die? The subordinate immediately lowered his head and shouted an apology. The goods arrived too suddenly, I couldn't stop them. Baek Cheol-soo replied coldly, Speak, what happened? The subordinate answered, A visitor just arrived at the facility in Nam and Bin province. I think you should go there yourself. Baek Cheol-soo wondered, a visitor? He bowed low, stammering, Well, it seems that person comes from the prestigious Lee family. This statement made the expressions of both Baek Cheol-soo and Jong suddenly freeze. Scene transition. Outside, at the safe zone in Nam and Bin province, Lee Cheol stood in front of Baek Cheol-soo's office building. He remarked, looking from the outside, This place looks like an ordinary office, but in reality, this is one of the key bases for the Baekgol gang. As he walked in, the receptionist stood up, greeting him warmly. How can I help you, sir? He replied coldly, Get Baek Cheol-soo out here. The receptionist replied, I'm sorry, but there is no one by that name here. His voice remained cold, You'd better watch your mouth, if you don't want this place wiped off the map by tomorrow. At this moment, he appeared in the guise of a man in his 30s or 40s. Spotting something, the receptionist's eyes widened. She muttered to herself, deep black hair and brownish gold eyes. Could he be a member of the prestigious Lee family? Realizing his identity, she hurriedly said, The boss isn't here right now. He commanded, Then call him for me, right now. He continued, I could walk away right now without any loss, but I wonder if Baek Cheol-soo could handle the consequences? Faced with the threat, the receptionist broke into a cold sweat and replied, I will contact the boss immediately. Then, she led him to an elevator and said, Please go to the VIP lounge first.
He nodded in agreement. The elevator door closed. She produced a card to operate the elevator. Looking at his reflection in the elevator mirror, he thought to himself, glad I didn't change my hair or eye color. I look to be in my 30s or 40s now. Baek Cheol-soo is a level 5 warrior, so he can't use mana to alter his voice. Just changing my tone a little bit is enough. After bringing him to the VIP room, the receptionist bowed. I will bring your tea right away. Sitting and waiting in the room, he continued thinking, if this were the base of some drifters, it wouldn't matter. But for a person from the prestigious Lee family to want to meet a drifter, and to step into their lair personally, is extremely unusual. If I have to force Baek Cheol-soo to show up here myself. Just as he finished the thought, the door opened. Baek Cheol-soo entered with 2 assistants. He didn't look at them, just calmly sipped his tea, and began to scold them. You're late. Baek Cheol-soo sheepishly scratched his head and apologized. The road wasn't exactly urgent, but since I heard you called, I arrived as fast as I could. Then he asked, more importantly, why have you come here? Leaning close to his face, he continued, I came to meet. As he spoke, Lee Cheol suddenly jumped up and delivered a knee strike right into Baek Cheol-soo's stomach, causing him to cry out in pain and fly back, crashing into a corner of the wall. He threatened, you made me wait for 13 minutes. The moment you walked into the room, you should have bowed in respect. Yet you had the guts to walk in with your head held high? Beneath these cold words, Baek Cheol-soo and his cohorts bowed repeatedly, crying out, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, he thought to himself. At first, I thought he was just a lunatic pretending to be from the prestigious Lee family, but I never expected this to be the real deal. I was too careless and got taken down in one move. That arrogant, predatory killing intent characteristic of that clan. He must be a member of the main line or a close branch of the clan. Realizing this, he immediately changed his attitude, saying respectfully, it is truly an honor to meet blood of the prestigious Lee family. Then he reached out his hand to introduce himself. I am Baek Cheol-soo, manager of both the Drifter organization and this enterprise. Lee Cheol didn't shake his hand and continued, it seems you run a very interesting operation. This statement left Baek Cheol-soo confused. What do you mean? He continued, I heard you're running a black market, that's quite gutsy. A thug from one of the 10 great sword sects, who seem to be rotting away in the shadows, actually plans to use it to climb into the light. You intend to use the black market to build wealth and connections, don't you? Thinking his plan was perfect, Baek Cheol-soo never expected Lee Cheol to uncover the entire scheme. He spoke in a low voice, if my affairs have offended the family, I apologize. He shook his head and replied, that is not why I came here. My master has his eyes on you. He wants to start something through you. Baek Cheol-soo asked curiously, who is your master? If I may be so bold, may I ask? He replied, he is the one who carries the purest blood of the prestigious Lee family, and the one most worthy of the throne among them. He is the 7th son of the Lee clan, Lee Jae-hak, the 7th son of the prestigious martial Lee clan, Lee Jae-hak, a direct descendant known as a business genius. He might face failure, but he never gives up. He is an active merchant who always ensures he secures the final victory. Lee Cheol continued, the young master wants to start a plan through you. Faced with this proposal, Baek Cheol-soo was startled. Someone like that wants to work with me? Even if the black market is attractive, it's not enough to make a direct descendant show himself like this. Besides, who is to say this guy is actually connected to the main line? Seeing him deep in thought, Lee Cheol spoke up, I see arrogance in your eyes. Caught off guard, Baek Cheol-soo immediately bowed and said, I apologize. Lee Cheol turned away and continued, the young master is truly too lenient with base commoners like you to entrust this matter to me. Then he approached, picked up his sword, and continued, relax. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it the moment you stepped into the room. As he spoke, he opened the outer sheath of the sword. Seeing the sword in front of him, Baek Cheol-soo shouted, is that the ghost spear Baek Cheol? A spear with a blade longer than the shaft, curved like water waves. A few years ago, when Lee Jae-hak went to the North Sea on a mission, was this the weapon drawn from the Dragon King Sea realm? Before Baek Cheol-soo's astonished eyes, Lee Cheol stepped forward and said, you know what this is, don't you? He nodded and replied, yes, I know it is the ghost spear. But then he scratched his head and said shyly, but why can't I feel any aura from it? Lee Cheol replied, naturally, because it has been sealed. Perhaps even seeing this, you still don't believe me. But remember, you are not our only option. Baek Cheol-soo said timidly, if I may ask, what exactly does the young master want from us? Lee Cheol replied, my master wants you to expand the black market, the one you created, and control the entire underworld economy. Baek Cheol-soo wondered, the black market? Relying on that? That's just a place we set up to make a little pocket change. Li Chiol cut him off. That is not for you to judge.
My master has already decided. This statement made Baek Cheol-soo think to himself, a direct descendant of a prestigious martial clan is personally reaching into the underworld?
But money in the shadows is still money.
With Lee Jae-hak's business vision, this move isn't unreasonable.
Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he spoke up.
Do I have the right to choose in this matter?
Li Chiol replied firmly, no, you don't. This answer made Baek Cheol-soo bow his head slightly, clenching his fists in anger, and thought, damn it. If I refuse this person, by dawn tomorrow, the direct warrior unit will raid this place immediately. The moment that name was mentioned, my answer was already decided. It was almost as if I were in the palm of Jae-hak's hand. Li Chiol slammed his hand onto the ground and continued, however, if you are willing to be a loyal dog to my master, that is a different story. You will become the chairman of a prestigious corporation, an untouchable kingdom under the umbrella of the Night Organization. And of course, my master will back it all up. Hearing the pie in the sky that Li Chiol painted, Baek Cheol-soo swallowed hard. Then he asked, so what must I do? Faced with this impatience, Li Chiol said, don't be in a rush. We will check the materials. After he left an indescribable silence in the room. At this moment, Baek Cheol-soo thought, a subordinate of Lee Jae-hak, the seventh of the prestigious Lee martial clan.
The ghost spear is the weapon that Lee Jae-hak once subdued in the North Sea. But I still can't completely believe it.
Then he turned to Jong and spoke, hey, Director Jong, you go and verify this.
Jong questioned, until now, we have intentionally avoided clashes with the prestigious Lee martial clan, haven't we? If we are hiding some plot.
Before he could finish his sentence, Baek Cheol-soo interrupted, if he is truly one of Lee Jae-hak's men, then there is no problem.
And if he is an imposter, we can consider it a service to them.
If it's nothing, just think about what to do with the ghost spear in the upcoming black market event.
Contrary to Baek Cheol-soo's confidence, Jong was contemplative, as if wanting to say something, but then he nodded slightly and replied, understood.
Scene transition, in another luxury room. Li Chiol widened his eyes slightly, looking at the room in front of him. A luxury suite?
They know how to treat guests.
At this moment, he had been arranged a luxury room within the organization. Sitting on the sofa, he let out a sigh and said, they must be having a headache right now. I have set 3 conditions. The first is to sell the ghost spear, to see if they are capable enough to handle such a difficult item. That is how I test their competence.
Anyway, the ghost spear I gave them is just a fake, forged with Mujin.
The real ghost spear, a spear that swallows souls, has been sealed by my 7th brother for a long time.
No matter how closely Baek Cheol-soo checks, he won't discover anything. Even the clan's techniques cannot decipher it. Moreover, that weapon can only be used by me, because I have bled onto it myself.
Even if I lose the Mujin, I can call it back with my sword master ability. Even when it is very far away, I can still summon it to my hand because I have deeply embedded my mana into it, and I can call it back at any time.
He continued, the second condition is to check the books. Baek Cheol-soo hesitated, but eventually, he will have to bring them out. The final condition is the client list.
I need all 3 to end this matter nicely.
He must be busy thinking about the conditions I set.
And for a clever guy like Baek Cheol-soo, this matter becomes even more awkward. Suddenly, he remembered something, stroked his chin, and muttered, the man standing next to Baek Cheol-soo. I remember seeing his face somewhere before. He was suddenly startled by his own thought, but that is impossible.
The next day,
after a long day of preparation, Baek Cheol-soo and Jong came to Li Chiol's room.
As they stepped in, Baek Cheol-soo asked, may I ask, is the room to your liking?
Then he stepped forward and continued, I hope you had a good rest. Looking at him, Li Chiol said, is everything I requested prepared?
Baek Cheol-soo nodded and replied, yes, I have brought all the documents you asked for. Would you like to see them now? Li Chiol nodded, let's see them.
Baek Cheol-soo pointed at Jong beside him and introduced, this man is in charge of most of the operations in my business system. It would be easier if he were the one to present this content.
Just as he finished, Jong stood up and said, please excuse my late introduction. I am Director Jong.
As he spoke, he handed over the file and continued, this is the consolidated revenue statement from last year.
And this is? Looking at the man in front of him, Li Chiol pondered to himself, Jong? Could it be Jong Jin-soo? Jong Jin-soo.
I remember him clearly from my memories before the regression. He was known as the man who used his intellect and sharp tongue like a sword. He was the brain behind the 3rd brother, Lee Gunzian. When the father passed away and the struggle for the leadership position became fierce, it was he who stood up to support the 3rd brother. Even the first brother had headaches because of Zhang Jinsu. Right now, he still has his left arm without any burns.
Without a doubt, this person is him. The growth of the Baekgol gang is also thanks to Zhang Jinsu's efforts.
Baek Cheol-soo can manage the organization and the underworld economy, but the breakthrough to the surface world and the expansion of the black market were Zhang Jinsu's credit. Even so, it seems he is currently not involved with the third brother.
What should I do? Finished with his thoughts, Lee Cheol looked at Baek Cheol-soo and said, "What do you intend to do with Baekgol?"
Baek Cheol-soo smiled and replied, "I intend to open it on the day of the black market.
Limit it only to verified customers, so you don't need to worry about security." Lee Cheol asked, "When does the black market open?"
He answered, "In 3 days."
Lee Cheol made a proposal, "Then I will attend in person. But first, I want to see the list of goods that will be sold." This left Baek Cheol-soo extremely curious. He asked, "You want to participate personally?"
Then he explained, "The goods are stored a distance away, and the place isn't very nice, not suitable for people like you, sir." Lee Cheol interrupted, "I know very well that the goods are kept in the Drifter organization's warehouse."
This statement made both Baek Cheol-soo and Zhang Jinsu jump with fright. Looking at their attitude, Lee Cheol continued, "Did you think I didn't even know that?"
Feeling that every move they made was grasped by Lee Cheol, Baek Cheol-soo clenched his fists in anger and said, "Then let me escort you myself."
Then he stood up and proposed, "Shall we go now?"
Lee Cheol nodded in agreement. He gently brushed past Zhang Jinsu, who was gathering the documents.
Without looking back,
after some time, they arrived at the warehouse.
Baek Cheol-soo introduced, "All items brought into the black market are stored here."
He gestured forward and said, "Please, enter." Just as he entered, Lee Cheol marveled to himself, a massive warehouse.
Security is so tight that even the best thieves wouldn't dare touch it.
Fully equipped with magic arrays and security formations. Impressive, for a drifter group. Just as they were about to enter a room, Baek Cheol-soo turned to him and asked, "What would you like to see first?" Lee Cheol answered decisively, "Not people." Then he pointed at Zhang Jinsu behind him and said, "It seems this person is the one who understands everything here." This made Baek Cheol-soo's gaze become more serious.
He asked, "What do you mean?" Faced with his undisguised attitude, Lee Cheol was slightly startled but still spoke coldly, "Do I need to say it again? I don't like trouble. One guide is enough."
Even though he was very angry, Baek Cheol-soo nodded in agreement, "I understand."
Zhang Jinsu stepped forward and said, "Then I will introduce the items kept in the warehouse. Please, follow this way."
They entered a warehouse arranged extremely neatly. As they walked,
Zhang Jinsu introduced, "The first floor mainly contains herbs, art pieces, and magical artifacts."
"And the shelves over there."
Lee Cheol's gaze focused on one item, thinking to himself, "No way, they have this here too?"
Illegal drugs and banned herbal medicines.
They even have monster byproducts and experimental reagents. Hearing Zhang Jinsu finish his introduction, Lee Cheol shook his head and said, "Not this." "Is there anywhere you store old documents or cultivation manuals?" Zhang Jinsu replied, "Yes, we do. I want to see things like stone steels or stone tablets. They are on the second floor. Shall I lead you up?"
Lee Cheol nodded in agreement.
As soon as they went up to the second floor,
Lee Cheol's gaze scanned the room for a moment. Suddenly, he discovered something that made him slightly startled. He muttered to himself, "Found it." He approached a box, looked into it, and thought contentedly, "The end has been corroded, but finding this right now is a real bargain. Even all the things in this warehouse combined don't compare to its value." On the box were lines of text related to astronomy, a stone tablet carved with the movement of the stars, along with symbols of the sun and moon.
Lee Cheol thought, "I want to take it right now, but now is not the time."
Then he gently placed the stone tablet back on the shelf. His eyes discovered yet another thing.
He walked over to a cage nearby.
Inside the cage, a small beast was trembling in fear.
Looking at it, he wondered, "No way, is this a spirit beast?"
Zhang Jinsu followed behind, explaining, "It is a luminous snow fox, caught personally by the boss in the north."
Hearing this, Lee Cheol was slightly stunned and spoke up, "Are they crazy?" Spirit beasts are creatures that possess spiritual energy, as their name suggests.
An area inhabited by a spirit beast maintains spiritual balance thanks to their power.
If the spirit beast disappears, that area will be plunged into calamity and disaster, as if the entire ecosystem of that region is being destroyed.
Before his angry attitude, Zhang Jinsu bowed and spoke up, "I apologize."
Lee Cheol waved his hand, "Forget it, let it be."
He continued to scan the other things in the room. poisons, military-grade magic bombs, and even artifacts of dark mages. He thought to himself, unbelievable, they are hoarding this much stuff. I was worried that interfering would skew the timeline, but perhaps it is better to take them all down right now. Thinking this, he turned to Zhang Jinsu and wondered, surely these types of weapons aren't sold at every black market event, right? Zhang Jinsu shook his head and replied, no, not at all. They are only available for sale when there is a special order. Li Qiol pondered, thinking to himself, that makes sense. If these weapons were brought to an open market, neither the families nor the government would just sit by. After seeing there was nothing else interesting in the room, he spoke up, now let's head back. Just as he was about to leave, he turned around. Looking straight at Zhang Jinsu, he said, I have a few final questions for you. Faced with this sudden question, Zhang Jinsu was stunned for a few seconds. Li Qiol displayed a completely serious expression while looking at Zhang Jinsu across from him. I have a few questions for you. For a moment, the man's face showed fleeting anxiety, unsure of what he would be asked, but Zhang Jinsu still nodded. Yes, go ahead. Li Qiol hesitated briefly. He observed the features on Zhang Jinsu's face carefully while speaking. Are you left-handed? The question left Zhang Jinsu stunned. He blinked in surprise and then replied, yeah. The surprise didn't last long. He quickly nodded, slightly embarrassed. That's right. The next question hit harder. While working with those wanderers, it seems you've never learned any basic self-defense skills. Hearing those words, Zhang Jinsu's hands went limp and clenched tighter than ever. Satisfied that he was on the right track, he continued. Is there a reason for that? Realizing he couldn't hide it anymore, Zhang Jinsu replied that it was his congenital condition. He looked down at his hands and continued, so, I cannot cultivate magical power. Looking at the face in front of him, the same person even after all these years and small changes, he silently confirmed his suspicions. The expressions matched. It was truly the Zhang Jinsu he remembered. Hearing everything, he observed the man timidly bowing his head and asked, curious, why are you under Baek Kyolso? You don't seem to fit in here. Is there a special reason why you follow that man? The question made Zhang Jinsu even more uncomfortable. He remained silent. He spoke up, continuing, you don't have to say it if you don't want to, but this might be your first and last chance. And at this moment, the veins on both sides of the man's temples were visibly bulging. Zhang Jinsu lowered his head, stuttering as if the words were hard to get out. I have a daughter. Those words landed like a punch. The answer went far beyond anything he could have expected. Zhang Jinsu continued, his face full of grief. But my illness was passed down to her in a more severe form. It's a rare condition, so treatment is extremely difficult. The only medicine that helps a little is banned in this country. I can't get it. Every sentence he heard from the man made him stand even stiller. He just stood and listened. That's how I found out about him. The man continued, through the chairman of the company I used to work for. He blurted out the secrets he had kept hidden in his heart. I made a deal with Chairman Beck to work for him, doing odd jobs in exchange for medicine and money. He had traded everything for his child, a little girl with a short destiny. He thought about what had started as money laundering and speculation, which had turned into chains around Zhang Jinsu's neck, bound by the lie that it was all for his daughter and his career. Even though he felt pity for them, his suspicion only deepened. How could Zhang Jinsu be so careless? He asked one more question. So you intend to betray him? The question stunned Zhang Jinsu for the second time. He stuttered. Why, yes, you're ready to betray Baek Kyolsu. Aren't you? The question was repeated. Realizing he heard correctly, Zhang Jinsu was startled. His expression became even more tense. Zhang Jinsu raised his voice slightly. What do you mean? Zhang Jinsu blurted out. Faced with the other man's intense calmness, he replied, the ledgers and the lists. They are far more detailed than necessary. The man's words carried weight. No matter how cunning Baek Kyolsu was, he would never order anything like this. Zhang Jinsu bowed his head as if begging for forgiveness, stuttering his reason. I just wanted to do thoroughly what you asked me to do. Don't make excuses. 3 short and decisive words. Zhang Jinsu's face could no longer hide his anxiety and fear. Reading the man's expression, he continued, you couldn't have such records unless you had prepared them in advance. He remembered the moment Zhang Jinsu placed the file in front of him.
Then why, if you've already handled it, do you still insist on writing everything down and keeping the documents with you?
He remembered his father taught him to be careful. That was why he became sharp with numbers. Before the reset, he handled administrative work and could read standard ledgers in the blink of an eye.
The documents Zhang Jinsu brought were not normal. They went far beyond that. Bold, blatant, and painfully detailed.
Before the reset, a conflict had erupted between the White Bone faction and Sun Mu.
Overnight, the White Bone group collapsed. Perhaps that was exactly when Zhang Jinsu betrayed them. 2 hands clasped together symbolized cooperation.
Yet, Sun Mu did not completely wipe out the White Bone group.
They still needed an organization to control the territory.
And, of course, Zhang Jinsu must have been punished. It wasn't hard to see how he had been tortured.
A worm under pressure will writhe.
Perhaps driven by hatred or a secret agreement, he had grabbed the hand of the third trio.
Realizing he couldn't hide it anymore, Zhang Jinsu fell to his knees. "I'm sorry,"
he begged, bowing his head and banging his forehead against the floor, pleading.
Please don't tell Chairman Beck. My daughter."
Looking at the kneeling man, he thought to himself, this used to be the person called the brains of the third trio.
If history continued unchanged, this was the person who would have to be dealt with now.
The punishment he imagined for Zhang Jinsu wasn't just letting him stay there kneeling with both hands intact.
He imagined severing a hand.
He thought for a moment, then said quietly, "All right,
in that case, I will make you an offer."
Hearing those words, Zhang Jinsu immediately looked up, confusion flitting across his face. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the same building, a small light bulb flickered dimly.
Smoke drifted lazily in the air, swirling in the faint light.
The old man sat quietly in his chair, smoking one cigarette after another, waiting for the two to return. He glanced at the door they had entered earlier.
Still no sign of movement. His expression hardened, suspicion creeping in.
So he only took Manager Zhang.
Clenching the cigarette between his fingers, he gritted his teeth.
He dares to step foot into my warehouse.
Even though he is a Sunmu warrior, that is a bit too much.
The longer he sat there, the further his imagination ran.
Could it be? Did he only come for Zhang Jinsu and intend to leave me behind?
But immediately, he dismissed the thought.
No. The black market wouldn't thrive so well if Zhang Jinsu didn't follow all my orders to the letter.
The quiet was broken when a young man with a high fade haircut entered the room. Rubbing his hands together and smiling, he asked cheerfully, "Boss, you don't look so good.
Shall I get you something to drink?"
Hearing the voice, the old man slowly stood up from his chair. The young man with the high fade grinned wider, unaware he had just walked into a storm. Suddenly, the young man was thrown across the room, slamming hard into the door behind him. He lay motionless on the floor, trembling in pain. The old man calmly took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, muttering, "How many times have I told you to change the way you address me?" He glanced at him with contempt as if just looking at him made him uncomfortable. "Get that trash out of my sight," he ordered.
"Yes, sir."
He threw the blood-stained handkerchief aside and coldly added, "When Manager Zhang and our guest come out, report to me immediately." Then he turned away, his thoughts boiling in the darkness.
I don't like this at all.
Standing before the glass window, he looked into the distance. First, Sun Mu suddenly appeared.
Then there was that lifeline named Lee Jae-hak. His eyebrows furrowed as he silently calculated. Why do I have to bother with someone like Zhang Jinsu? The night slowly descended. In a grand and soaring castle, the heavy door creaked open. A man walked in and said quietly,
"You called for me, Chairman."
From behind the high-backed chair, a deep voice rang out. "The matter I told you to investigate. Are you done?" Zhang Jinsu didn't hesitate to reply because the demonic spear was sealed. The appraisal process hasn't gone smoothly.
However, according to the appraiser, if the seal is that strong, it must be the real deal. The man behind the chair remained silent, motionless.
After a moment, he asked in a calm voice, "So it belongs to one of Lee Jae-hak's subordinates, right?"
Zhang Jinsu hesitated, unable to find the right words, and then after a silence finally said, "Through some clients I've inquired around with, I only heard that young Master Lee Jae-hak is expanding his business.
He is always ambitious in developing his enterprise."
So the man tightened his grip on the chair armrest and slowly stood up. His movements seemed to lack the sharpness they once had. Turning back, he smoothed his slick back hair with calm authority.
What do you really think? He said coldly. That you are the only one who can mine such information?
Zhang Jinsu, Baek Ki also frowned and turned back, smoothing his hair, his face darkening. Manager John looked significantly less sharp than before. He growled an accusation.
So in the end, you didn't find anything at all, did you?
Zhang Jinsu turned pale at that. Hands in his pockets, Baek Ki also walked forward with slow, powerful steps. I don't like keeping useless people around me, he said. He stopped right in front of Jinsu and sneered.
Now tell me, do you really think the things you dug up could only be found by you?
Suddenly, Baek's voice changed. It became softer, but as sharp as a knife.
How is your daughter? He asked. Zhang Jinsu's fingers tightened behind his back. Baek Ki also laughed mockingly. The medicine is running out. Isn't it?
His voice was calm when he added, I have an offer for you. The moment those words were spoken, Jinsu's face contorted.
Tension etched deep into every feature.
A few hours earlier, the man opposite him had laid out a plan. I will take down the black market and, of course, wipe out Baek Ki also too. That man had slowly removed his mask to reveal his true face. To carry out that plan, he said, he intends to use his own patron.
No.
Finally, Li Chiol's face had appeared.
The man's voice was steady. I intend to use my brother.
Back in the present, Zhang Jinsu sat halfway in the shadows, swallowing hard as if struggling with himself.
A heavy silence hung in the air.
Finally, Jinsu looked up. His voice was trembling, but resolute in the cold room.
I have something to report. The next morning, the city awoke under the pale dawn.
From a high-rise building through a transparent window, a man silently watched two figures approaching below. Li Chiol, now disguised, looked down. From behind him, a voice rang out for security and secrecy.
The black market location changes every time.
Baek Ki also and Zhang Jinsu continued to walk and explained, the market location is only sent to those who hold tickets at midnight the night before.
If lost, it won't be reissued. Baek rubbed his hands together, fawning as he spoke. We have set up barriers and guards. Everything has been carefully prepared.
Li Chiol glanced at the man behind him, observing him. Indeed, even though they were just a band of wanderers, they were tightly organized.
Everything was certainly Zhang Jinsu's hard work.
His gaze returned to the window. Li Chiol's eyebrows tightened for a moment, but then he found the whole scene truly ironic.
Even I can spot the flaws from up here, he thought.
He could confidently say that because of Baek Ki also's incompetence, Zhang Jinsu had never been able to show his true potential.
If that man had trusted Jinsu more, the black market would be much larger now.
When Li Chiol remained silent, Baek Ki also continued, that is entirely possible in the end. The entire northern slum area is under my control,
he even declared with grandiose pride. I can guarantee my ultimate loyalty to your cause.
Li Chiol suddenly spoke up, his words making the other man freeze midway.
You are loyal.
Baek Ki also glanced sideways at Zhang Jinsu behind him. Unlike others, I don't distinguish between clean or dirty work, he said coldly.
Whatever needs to be done, I will do.
Observing from the side, Li Chiol quietly evaluated the exchange.
He is wary of Zhang Jinsu, he thought. So he is still annoyed about being left out of the warehouse operation.
The corner of his mouth curved up slightly.
All the better. I actually prefer it that way.
At that moment, Baek Ki also pointed in a certain direction.
The auction is about to begin.
Let me lead the way, he suggested.
Li Chiol nodded.
All right. As he passed the man, he added in a low voice. I don't intend to attract attention. When we go in, don't stick too close.
Baek Ki also bowed slightly. Understood. A moment later, they arrived at the auction hall.
The vast space was neatly divided into sections. VIP guests sat in private rooms looking down at the floor below. Li Chiol removed his disguise but wore another mask covering half his face, then leaned back, observing the crowd.
Downstairs, the host was preparing to present the first item.
Scanning the audience, Li Chiol's gaze stopped on a balcony where two men sat arrogantly, legs crossed, and he chuckled to himself. An illegal auction, yet they still act like nobles. Looking toward another area, he analyzed the guards. All of them are martial artists, level 5 or 6.
The White Bone faction's inner strength is stronger than I thought.
He concluded that their purpose was probably surveillance, not protection. Just then, steady footsteps echoed through the hall. Before the speaker appeared, a voice rang out.
Distinguished guests. The stage lights flared, focusing on the auctioneer below.
Today we have gathered only the rarest treasures, he announced with trained enthusiasm.
I am sure many of you have been looking forward to this day. Once you see what we have prepared, I guarantee you will be satisfied. So let's not waste time. Let's begin the auction.
In the private room, Lee Cheol sat comfortably in his chair, his expression indifferent as he listened. Down below, the host gestured to the side.
Our first item, an ancient spellbook. A beam of light shone onto the podium. Lying on a silk cushion was a stone slab resembling a turtle shell carved with dense ancient characters. This slab recreates an ancient magical text, the host explained. Starting price is 10 million,
he announced with excitement.
A light start. Isn't it, ladies and gentlemen?
Lee Cheol observed calmly, eyes narrowed slightly. Just in case there's something strange, he thought. I will use my magic eyes to look closer.
Down below, the host's voice echoed continuously.
But with just a glance, Lee Cheol saw through it. The so-called ancient spell slab was nothing more than an old relic decorated to look mysterious.
Well, he thought lazily, I don't intend to bid on anything anyway.
And so, item after item was paraded onto the stage.
After a long period of bidding, the final item was finally announced.
With a knowing smile and an intentionally mysterious tone, the host announced the item that many of you have been waiting for, the final treasure of tonight's event. He dragged out his words to create effect as the backstage staff carefully brought out a large wooden chest covered with a cloth. Step by step, they brought it to the center of the stage. Raising his voice, the host declared, although we have seen many rare items tonight,
nothing compares to the value of this one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a relic retrieved by Lee Jae-hak himself,
the seventh son of the Sun Mu family from the far northern seas. With a sharp movement, he grabbed the edge of the cloth and jerked it away in a smooth pull, revealing the item inside, the 100-ring demonic spear.
The crowd below exploded immediately. No way.
That really is the 100-ring.
It looks exactly like the one in the press. Shock and skepticism spread through the audience as whispers filled the room.
In the private room, Lee Cheol's attention shifted to the sudden noise.
The corners of his mouth curved as a pale blue aura flickered around his fingertips. It has started, he thought. Then I should be ready too.
Scene shifts to the surveillance room. Every moment of the live auction was broadcast onto large surveillance screens. Baek Kyolsa leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, remarking with a smirk, I have been here many times before, but this is the first time I have seen such a large scale.
Jong Jin-soo stepped forward to report.
I sent personal messages to the guests informing them that tonight's auction would be a bit more special.
Baek Kyolsa laughed coldly. Well done, Manager Jong.
Then, leaning forward, he added with a hint of guidance.
Once this is over, joining the Sunmu organization will be the next natural step for you, right?
He raised his head, his voice full of mockery. It seems Manager Jong has regained his composure and enthusiasm. Once you get hold of the Sunmu leash, you will finally get to do all the noble things you've always dreamed of.
Hearing that, Jong Jin-soo remained silent, clenching his hands in silent restraint. Seeing the man's reaction, Baek Kyolsa became even more smug.
Jong Jin-soo, no matter how much you struggle, you will always be under my thumb.
The things you despise, now you are doing them with such enthusiasm. I guess you are hoping to cling to Sunmu to escape.
He leaned back, his voice dripping with contempt.
But do you really think it will be that easy?
Once your hands are dirty, the stain only spreads. No matter how hard you try, it cannot be washed clean.
Baek Kyolsa considered carefully.
Lee Jae-hak's approach is not because he appreciates the special potential of this black market.
He wants to control the underground economy itself. After all, Manager Jong personally confirmed that man is one of Lee Jae-hak's subordinates. If tonight's plan succeeded, Baek would have a strong string to pull.
Thinking that, he laughed to himself with silent confidence.
Everything has been calculated.
Suddenly, a surveillance staff member blurted out in confusion and urgency.
Baek immediately frowned and demanded, "What is it?"
Unable to sit still, he jumped up.
"What is going on?"
The surveillance staff member's voice rang out briefly.
There is an intrusion at the north wall entrance. Some strange figures just appeared.
Only a few seconds later, the entire room began to shake violently as if something was striking the building. When everything stabilized a bit, Beck grabbed the supervisor by the collar and shouted,
"What the hell is going on?"
The man stuttered,
"I don't know. They aren't police or any government special forces that I recognize."
Beck, furious, pushed the supervisor away and ordered,
"Whether it's police or not, don't argue. Take them down immediately."
Then he turned sharply and shouted,
"Manager John, get the lists and ledgers. Take them with you."
But when he turned back, the space in front of him was empty.
The people he was looking for had disappeared. Beck froze, muttering, "Sung Mu. Jong Jinsu, that bastard." Realizing it was like being punched. He was tricked. He exploded.
That son of a bitch brought Jong Jinsu and those others here right now.
Outside, chaos descended. Dust and smoke billowed in every direction.
Amidst the ruins, a figure stepped forward with a slow, purposeful pace. It was the man wearing glasses, with a scholarly appearance, hands calmly in his pockets, observing the entire scene with silent composure. A slow step approached. 2 assistants bowed respectfully and reported the situation.
"The external entrances and exits have been completely controlled.
Sir, the surveillance equipment has been cut off."
J-Hack turned and ordered, "Team 1 and Team 2, drill through the outer wall and wipe them out."
He scanned the area and decided, everything at the scene will be kept as evidence.
"Leave it as it is. Arrest everyone." Everyone nodded and replied in unison, "Yes, sir."
J-Hack was tense, trying to read the situation. "I thought the Julong camp was involved, but it turns out to be just a ragtag bunch." A man behind him chimed in with a critical voice,
"They are just wanderers pretending to act in the name of Sung Mu." Because the young master's movements were restricted, this type of scheme arose. J-Hack felt a flash of doubt. "Even so, something still doesn't add up," the man continued, asking, "What do you mean, sir?" J-Hack felt uneasy.
The matter related to the Bakil blade, and the report came from 2 independent channels. He would dig deeper. The head of the trading company and the Steel Sword Guild independently gathered pieces of information.
J-Hack nodded, "Certainly.
The trading company has relations with the White Bone faction, so of course that information would reach them."
He guessed the scam behind it.
"Someone intentionally used the name of the Steel Sword Guild to lead the information to you," a subordinate asked, "so someone intentionally lured the young master here?"
J-Hack confirmed, "Exactly."
The subordinate pieced the fragments together and guessed loudly,
"So you think it's a trap set by the Julong camp, that they would break the Bakil seal and steal it to lure you in?" The subordinate reported more details. "Bakil is still sealed and the Julong camp has shown no signs of unusual activity in intelligence." J-Hack's face darkened as he thought carefully about who would benefit.
Then his eyes lit up as if he had just realized something.
"Oh,"
the subordinate looked over, confused. "What is it, sir?"
J-Hack waved his hand to dismiss it. "Oh, nothing." He breathed a sigh of relief. "It's that kid." J-Hack crossed his arms and his face became dangerous. If the plot wasn't exposed, who knows what would have happened? But now that it's exposed, those responsible will have to pay a heavy price.
On stage, the host was still speaking into the microphone.
"Allah, please wait a moment. We are verifying the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait."
From a quiet corner, Li Chiol slowly stood up.
"As expected, you handled it quickly." He looked down at the scene below through the transparent glass window.
Then he raised his hand, channeling a stream of blue energy. The sword sealed inside the glass chamber began to shake violently.
The host's face turned pale. "Ah!" A small explosion burst out from thin air,
caused by Li Chiol himself. The sword shattered the glass case and flew straight toward where he was standing.
The audience exploded in chaos. "Catch him! Baekju has been stolen." Guards rushed in from every direction. "He has a weapon. That man has a weapon. Take him down."
Li Chiol immediately cast a spell.
Kwang Ko Kong.
A blue stream bound the guards, lifting them into midair.
DM Lula.
Then he tilted his head slightly and muttered, "I'm quite busy here." Moving like lightning, Li Chiol lunged forward. The auction was heavily guarded, but sneaking past them wasn't too difficult.
The real problem is if Baek Kyolsu himself comes.
As he ran, Li Chiol suddenly stopped, a smile curving on his lips.
You came fast.
The man in front was panting.
Li Chiol tilted his head. So, are you ready, Zhang Jinsu?
He began to outline the plan. I intend to use my brother to take down the entire black market. Jinsu froze, thoughts racing through his mind.
Could it be the heir?
But Li Jaehak has a younger brother.
The realization hit him hard.
Someone who only started the martial arts path recently, but progressed at an unprecedented speed. Now he understood clearly who was standing in front of him. The ninth heir of the Suanmu family, the youngest son, Li Chiol.
Li Chiol's voice became sharp. Whether you accept it or not won't change anything.
The information has likely already reached the Golden Sword Guild. If my brother arrives, the White Bone faction will suffer losses, and you won't fare any better.
Instead of chasing Baek Kyolsu, wouldn't it be wiser to deal with the person actually running the black market? Jinsu looked completely confused. Why? Why are you telling me all this?
Li Chiol smirked.
Didn't you just say it yourself?
It's an offer. He paused, his eyes flashing with a hint of amusement. I'm still deciding whether or not to save you. Then, in a low, decisive voice, he made his offer.
Forget Baek Kyolsu and follow me.
Jinsu had a condition of his own, just one.
Promise me one thing, he pleaded, bowing his head. Protect my daughter. No, cure her.
Please cure my daughter. Jinsu had decided to sacrifice himself for his child. He swore he would do anything, even die for her. Li Chiol replied sternly.
Do you think you have the right to demand conditions now?
Jinsu fired back, threatening, if you refuse, I will tell Baek Kyolsu everything. He stood up, insisting that Baek Kyolsu would flee, and even if Suanmu tried to catch him, it would buy time for Baek Kyolsu to slow everything down. He predicted the chain of events. Baek Kyolsu will persist and eventually be caught, but not before causing trouble for Li Chiol.
Li Chiol considered it for a moment.
If it's Baek Kyolsu, he reasoned, that person will certainly obstruct your martial arts rangers to get revenge. He exhaled, relieved that this was the Zhang Jinsu he knew.
Fine, curing your daughter isn't hard.
Li Chiol didn't forget to set his own conditions. He had calculated carefully, catching Baek Kyolsu wouldn't take too long for Sunmu. It's just a matter of a few hours, whether caught now or a bit later. Then, as if brushing it off, Chiol said, either way is fine. He turned back to Jinsu.
Now are you ready to follow me?
Jinsu quickly clasped his hands.
I am ready.
His face was grave.
What do I need to do?
Li Chiol immediately commanded, leak information to the seventh brother and tell Baek Kyolsu that Jinsu is definitely his subordinate. Upon meeting again, Jinsu had to act impressed and say he would follow Li Chiol's instructions well.
Sweat beaded on Jinsu's forehead as he considered the consequences. Someone like Li Chiol certainly has many contingency plans. He dared to ask, anxiously, if I betray you, do you have a way to survive?
Li Chiol turned back, his expression mysterious.
What do you think?
Then he walked quickly. All right, let's go, he said as he walked, adding a few final words as he left.
Smoke and dust billowed all over the city.
Zhang Jinsu chased after Li Chiol, calling out loudly, young master. Finally, he stopped, then lowered his voice and said, the items you requested are all here now.
Seeing Li Chiol's serious expression, Zhang Jinsu quickly confessed.
The gold bars have been converted into physical form and stored in the Soul Warehouse.
The cryptocurrency account is saved on the USB.
He handed over the briefcase and the USB.
Li Chiol opened the briefcase and checked the contents.
After seeing some documents were still missing, he turned to Zhang Jinsu and asked, what about the slab I requested?
Zhang Jinsu pointed in a direction and replied, it's over there.
He led Li Chiol to a warehouse. From the outside, the warehouse looked dilapidated, but everything inside was neatly organized. Upon arriving, Zhang Jinsu announced, I left it in that box. Li Chiol carefully opened the box to check inside. A few seconds later, he gave a compliment.
Good. It's definitely the real thing.
Then he turned back to the paperwork.
Are the files and ledgers ready?
Zhang Jinsu answered honestly, yes, of course. Li Chiol took the briefcase and warned him, keep this safe.
It will be your lifeline.
He also emphasized the previous letter.
And the letter I gave you, it must be sent.
If not handled properly, they will think it's a confession to save your own skin.
Zhang Jinsu promised to handle it. Don't worry, I'll get it done.
Everything settled, Lee Cheol said his goodbye.
I'm leaving now.
As he spoke, a thought flashed through his mind.
What if a member of the Golden Sword Corps comes to search this place? He hadn't finished his sentence when a huge explosion rang out from outside.
The very next moment, something flew towards them at high speed. The warehouse door was blown off by the massive explosion. Through the thick smoke, a voice rang out, "You scammers."
It was Baek Kyeolsu. He strode in and laughed arrogantly, shouting, "Do you dare to take down the legendary Baek Kyeolsu of this world?" Smoke still covered the warehouse.
Lee Cheol, not wanting to fight, calmly said,
"Leave. You're out of options anyway." Baek Kyeolsu clearly did not intend to back down.
He drew his blade and laughed with brutal relish.
"Yeah, let's see."
The next second, Baek Kyeolsu pulled the blade from its sheath, hesitated for a beat, then shouted, but he adjusted his fighting stance and sounded bitter, adding, "I won't fall alone with this grudge."
He didn't stop.
He lunged, screaming, "I'll tear you both to shreds."
Quick-witted, Lee Cheol pushed Jong Jinsu out of the way.
The blade slid and he roared in anger, "Manager Jong, you bastard." When Lee Cheol summoned his sword, Baek Kyeolsu shouted at Jong Jinsu, his voice full of indignation. "You ungrateful wretch, you forgot I once saved your daughter's life, and now you betray me." Then his eyes narrowed in sudden realization.
"So that's it. I wondered what trick you were pulling. So you changed your face. No wonder your voice sounded like a kid." Hearing that, Lee Cheol couldn't help but inwardly praise his opponent. To realize so much from just a few clues, this person really can't be underestimated. Driven by pride and anger, Baek Kyeolsu lunged again, screaming, "Die!"
His blade strikes were fast and accurate.
However, Lee Cheol dodged them all. Baek Kyeolsu clicked his tongue, begrudgingly impressed.
"Oof. So you're not entirely useless. Who are you, and what do you think you're doing?" Without a hint of fear, Lee Cheol raised his voice to declare, "I am Lee Cheol of Sungmu."
Hearing that name, Baek Kyeolsu understood immediately.
He laughed loudly, his voice dripping with mockery.
"Ha, don't tell me I'm being toyed with by some bastard."
He grinned maliciously. "A greenhouse kid like you, just because you inherited noble blood. You think you're the terror of the world." Being insulted like that made Lee Cheol grit his teeth in annoyance.
A greenhouse plant from Sungmu?
If Sungmu were a greenhouse, the world would have burned to ashes long ago. Finally, he decided to teach this person a lesson.
Waving his hand with a provocative smile, he called out, "Are you going to fight with your mouth? Come here." Baek Kyeolsu growled, lunging forward. "You insolent brat."
The two collided violently.
As their blades met, Baek Kyeolsu grinned with bloodthirsty delight. "Looks like I have to play butcher today."
After exchanging a few moves, Lee Cheol quickly realized his opponent was no amateur. "I thought I could handle this easily, but this pressure is terrifying." Baek Kyeolsu was giving his all, forcing Lee Cheol to analyze carefully if he wanted to win.
"The gap between me and Baek Kyeolsu is 5 levels. Even at the same level, there's still a difference in skill."
Moreover, Lee Cheol knew Baek Kyeolsu had practiced both magic and martial arts under an orthodox sect, honed through countless real-life battles. Physically, this person was also far superior to him.
A moment later, as he changed techniques, Baek Kyeolsu's expression twisted in shock and anger. "A lone sword, now. Damn it.
A weapon that could freely change shape, so it was true, not fake."
Unable to gain the upper hand, Baek Kyeolsu cursed under his breath. "Jong Jinsu, you dog."
Sensing his opponent was distracted, Lee Cheol snapped sharply.
"You're still thinking of other things while fighting me?" Immediately after, Lee Cheol slashed Baek Kyeolsu's abdomen. Blood sprayed and Baek Kyeolsu screamed, "You arrogant brat."
Lee Cheol paused for a few seconds, panting, thinking to himself that this match was really difficult, but he continued. He decided to activate his supernatural magic eyes to read his opponent's movements, a burst of intuition allowing him to predict the next step.
On top of that, Lee Cheol relied on Sungmu's iron-hard body to take hits.
Once he found the optimal fighting method, he dove into the battle with a thought flashing. "I've fought and defeated 6 billion, or countless enemies if I wanted to put it less intuitively, even faster than Baek Kyeolsu." They collided in a world-shaking battle that made the warehouse rattle. A few minutes later, Lee Cheol was flipped and thrown several meters, but he stood up completely unharmed.
Seeing that, Baek Kyeolsu frowned, confused, thinking, "Why is this kid like this?"
He watched Lee Cheol raise his sword again and muttered,
"A mana level equal to mine is acceptable.
He comes from a decent family, but the depth of his martial arts skills,
too deep for just a kid. He secretly measured Li Qiul's strength against his own and felt like he was facing an immovable rock. First time facing someone this strong, Baek Ki also felt uncomfortable, gritting his teeth, thinking, I didn't expect to feel this way just because of some kid. Finally, he still wanted to win. So, Baek Ki also was firmly determined. I have to finish this quickly and cleanly. Baek Ki also still doubted himself, just a kid. What the hell am I facing? He gritted his teeth. Standing before him felt like facing an immovable boulder. Finally, Baek Ki also stomped his foot hard on the ground, lunged, and charged straight at Li Qiul. Every time he swung his blade, Li Qiul dodged easily with master-level technique. His technical foundation was as solid as a fortress. After dodging, Li Qiul stepped back, and the long spear in his hand morphed into a long staff. Baek Ki also froze for a heartbeat. A shape-shifting weapon was a surprise. He hurriedly backed off and prepared to block the next thrust, astonished by the feeling of exchanging blows with 3 or 4 opponents at once. I only intended to linger with this brat in Zhong Jinsu for a while. Then slip away, he thought. If I run now, I can still save my life. He knew he had connections at the Nine Dragons camp, but the pain of betrayal and the thirst for revenge didn't allow him to back down. Even if he died, he swore he would slit both their throats first. Baek Ki also took a deep breath, coiled mana into his legs, and slammed his feet into the ground. The ground cracked with a sound like thunder. Stone shards sprayed, an inescapable blow. A hail of stones rushed toward Li Qiul. Li Qiul ducked low and swept his long staff in a wide arc, knocking away the barrage. Through the dust and debris, Baek Ki also reappeared, continuing his attack. From his side, he pulled out a short dagger. Take the chance to slash with the kind of knife that once slit my master's throat. Duplicate/correction, the above line is repeated in source. Even Li Qiul's eyes widened at the speed. In the blink of an eye, Baek Ki also slashed, but Li Qiul used his long staff to block. Then Baek Ki also twisted and stabbed the other knife in a quick, accurate curve, looking for a gap in Li Qiul's defense, biting into the flesh of his left shoulder. The blow pushed Li Qiul back. He suppressed a cough. Baek Ki also's lips curled into a wicked smile. Now's the time. He lunged, screaming, die. The knife tipped toward the smoky air toward Li Qiul. Li Qiul's eyes flashed, a pale light spreading around him. In that moment, the long staff in his hand morphed again, this time into a black sword. Baek Ki also, mid-lunge, stuttered when he saw the new blade. He squeezed his knife tighter and spat a curse. Damn it! Then suddenly, a whip lashed through the air. Baek Ki also, surprised, felt Li Qiul's whip tighten around his wrist. He was restrained. Li Qiul tightened his grip on the whip and pulled him closer. As the distance closed, Li Qiul raised his sword, ready to finish it. Victory was his. He moved smoothly, unavoidable. Infinite first form, ghostless strike. The blade slashed a searing white streak straight into Baek Ki also's chest. From the wound, hot blood sprayed out. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of bright red. His body staggered and then collapsed onto the hard floor. Baek Ki also trembled all over. Through gritted teeth, he spat, "You dog." Li Qiul replied coldly. Last words from a third-rate thug are redundant. With that, he swung again, mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, head and body parted. Baek Ki also's body slumped. Blood poured out, staining the ground red. Li Qiul sheathed his weapon, breathing heavily, weary in his breath. Suddenly, he staggered and felt wounded. His leg was injured. Right on time, Zhong Jinsu arrived in time to support him. "Are you okay?" he asked. Li Qiul steadied himself and nodded slightly. "I'll be worse than I thought, but I've got it under control." Looking down at Baek Ki also's corpse, Li Qiul thought to himself, "This is the first time I've killed someone in this life." Zhong Jinsu stood silently beside him, eyes fixed on the fallen man. Then he looked up at Li Qiul, his gaze thoughtful. "Only 15, he said. "He's just a bit older than my daughter." Recalling the fight, Zhong Jinsu couldn't hide his admiration. The power Li Qiul displayed was terrifying, especially knowing Baek Ki also wasn't an ordinary thug. He bowed slightly and said, "Honestly, thank you." Li Qiul let his mouth curve upward. "No need to thank me. I did it because I needed to get something." Zhong Jinsu hesitated. "So what should I do next?" Li Qiul replied with appreciation. "Keep that enthusiasm. But first, finish this." He added a sentence that surprised Zhong Jinsu. "Take care of your daughter first. Our deal starts from there." Zhong Jinsu was moved.
Lee Cheol hadn't forgotten his previous words. He was certain this kid was different from Baek Kyolsu in crucial ways. A rare, pleasant smile spread across his face. If Lee Cheol contacts me again, Jong Jinsu swears he will gladly be his right-hand man.
Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out across the building, shaking the whole room.
Lee Cheol glanced toward the source of the sound and muttered his deduction.
Looks like the White Bone faction is struggling in its final death throes.
Jong Jinsu hugged the briefcase tightly, asking worriedly, in this situation, will you escape safely?
You shouldn't reveal your identity. I put the documents in the bag.
Lee Cheol took the bag, nodded once.
Right,
don't worry, he reassured calmly.
I'll slip out when I see an opening.
In his heart, he began to calculate. The Golden Sword Corps truly lives up to their reputation.
Their capability is excellent.
But with my silver illusion technique and 10,000-volt thunder step.
Just as his mind raced through exits, Jong Jinsu chimed in, there's an underground passage. He explained quickly, there's a water channel running under the facility.
It's narrow but enough for one person to move through. Then, in a voice of sincere determination, he added, I will lead the way for you. Lee Cheol's lips curled into a faint smile. So, he has decided. He remembered their previous transaction. Jong Jinsu knew clearly he couldn't back out once he had agreed with him. This person was clearly keeping his promise to the end. Comparing his eyes from before and now, Lee Cheol realized the difference. What was once fear and helplessness had turned into sincere determination. A feeling of satisfaction surged within him. Before the regression, they called me a once-in-a-thousand-year genius.
Now I have Jong Jinsu, finally, Lee Cheol said. Then I leave it to you.
Jong Jinsu nodded firmly.
Yes, sir.
The two rushed to run along the corridor, heading straight for the passage at the end. That moment, the man reported in a steady voice, we have subdued all remaining members of the White Bone faction in the building. Most of the White Bone faction are just wanderers, he said bluntly.
No need to worry about how to handle them.
If they resist, break a few limbs. If they struggle too much, kill them. The subordinate bowed his head and replied obediently.
Understood.
Then with a faint smile that was almost mocking, he asked, what about the black market participants?
They are screaming for lawyers and making a fuss.
Still smirking, he continued, they heard the name Lee Jae-hak and still dare to act like that. They clearly don't know what position they are in, sir. His voice dripped with mockery.
We are authorized by the authorities to handle them as we see fit.
Although the technique only applies to the armed group,
Lee Jae-hak's eyes darkened as he spoke in a low, gloomy voice. It seems they don't realize that leaving this building only puts their necks in more danger. The subordinate chuckled, the Sungmu defense team.
He stopped midway when Lee Jae-hak whipped his head toward him. The three men tied on the ground trembled, listening to every word with increasing fear. The subordinate smiled again at the private defense team. Sir, the verdict is already decided. At that moment, another man ran in to report, all fleeing White Bone members have been captured. Lee Jae-hak's gaze shifted to him.
What about evidence?
The man handed over a stack of papers.
This is all we found at the black market.
Lee Jae-hak took the documents and flipped through them, deep in thought. A moment later, he returned them and muttered, no ledgers, no access records, so they hid them elsewhere. He was silent for a moment, his expression contemplative. It would be simpler to sweep other locations, he mused. But if we do that, the wanderers will scatter everywhere. Suddenly, a subordinate hesitated before speaking.
Ah, about that. The Sword Spirit Department found someone while searching the facility. Lee Jae-hak looked up. Someone?
The man pointed toward the end of the hall. They said he was directly in charge of operations here and handed this over. Another soldier stepped forward carrying an old leather bag. Sir, you must see this, he insisted. Lee Jae-hak opened the bag and pulled out several thick stacks of paper. As he read, his eyes widened in surprise. This was in front of him, detailed financial records, transaction histories, shell accounts, client identities, smuggling routes, even the sources of illegal goods. Finally, he looked up and ordered, bring him here.
Yes, sir.
A moment later, amidst the desolate ruins of the courtyard, a man approached and knelt respectfully before Lee Jae-hak. I am honored, he said in a trembling voice, to stand before one who carries the blood of a great family. The man lifted his head and introduced himself calmly.
My name is Jong Jinsu. Immediately, one of Lee Jae-hak's subordinates barked angrily, you fool. daring to act arrogantly before the young master. But Lee Jae-hak raised his hand, signaling silence. "Enough," he said coldly. He observed the man before him, thinking to himself, what a waste of such a face, working for something as pathetic as the White Bone faction. His eyes narrowed as he studied Jong Jin-soo's clear eyes, upright posture, not a shred of magical power, but an aura of calmness and discipline surrounding him. Finally, Lee Jae-hak spoke up. "I am the son of Sung-moo, Lee Jae-hak. I have a few questions for you." Jong Jin-soo nodded formally. "Yes, sir. I will answer honestly." Lee Jae-hak held up the stack of papers in his hand. "Why didn't you destroy these documents? Keeping them seems like a cheap trick to buy time." In response, Jong Jin-soo said quietly, "There is a letter in the briefcase. I was told to ensure you read it." Hearing that, Lee Jae-hak turned to the bag. Reaching in, he pulled out the small, neatly folded letter. The moment his fingers touched the paper, he noticed the texture and mused. Purposefully selected paper so as not to trace the handwriting. He opened it and the message inside appeared clearly. "If those documents are what I think they are enough to compensate for the entire incident. I only ask you to look after the man standing before you. He has a daughter. Please take care of her recovery." Lee Jae-hak chuckled softly. That bastard. Bold enough to manipulate his own brother. Even so, he didn't refuse the request. The documents are indeed of great value. If used correctly, they can expose the financial network involved with Baek Kyeolsu and reveal the weaknesses of the wealthy elite. He tapped the letter with his finger, muttering. "And this can bring me the credit for clearing out the black market operation. They set the stage, I'm the one cleaning up the aftermath. Now he wants to use this as leverage." Looking at Jong Jin-soo standing tall, unflinching before him, Lee Jae-hak's expression hardened. And to think of accepting outside help on a mission that violates family rules. Suddenly, Jong Jin-soo broke the silence. "There is writing on the back, too." Lee Jae-hak blinked, then turned the page. The back is full of messy handwriting. Just some scribbles. Don't tell me you lost focus before dinner was ready. You pocketed all the real profit, so you probably don't care who I am. Fine. Unless you're really petty, I thought you would quietly close this case. That's how I see it. Reading the final line, Lee Jae-hak froze. His mouth twitched slightly. Then he laughed helplessly. "The scribbles are longer than the main message," he muttered. "Don't know if that brat understands what scribbles are." Lee Jae-hak sighed with amusement. "Does anyone start their martial arts journey in such a ridiculous way?" he muttered to himself. Then, he folded the letter neatly and tucked it into his jacket. So, he doesn't intend to make direct contact. "Ha," he muttered to himself. Then, he folded the letter neatly and tucked it into his jacket. So, he doesn't intend to make direct contact. Ha! As he thought about Cheol, his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Even after defeating the sixth sister, he still maintains that demeanor. Choosing the youngest over her was the right call. The kid and I might understand each other better than most. Lee Jae-hak gave a faint smile and spoke aloud, "Captain, let's wrap this case up here." His subordinate looked momentarily confused. "Sir," Lee Jae-hak continued in an even tone, "when the officials from the relevant department arrive, hand everything over and file the final report. There are hazardous materials, so ensure they are handled with care." Outside, the city still smoldered under a lingering haze of smoke and dust, but with the documents in hand, the cleanup would be easy. Then, he turned to Jong Jin-soo. "You are Jong Jin-soo, aren't you? I will take temporary responsibility for your safety." He gave a smirk before turning away. "You should be grateful to the person who sent that letter to you." Scene change. In Cheol's room, the young man sat cross-legged on a chair, immersed in silent meditation. Waves of energy radiated steadily from his body, filling the air with a low hum. Suddenly, a strange sensation from his shoulder wound flared up, pulling him out of his concentration. His eyes widened. Memories of the battle with Baek Kyeolsu became vivid. That was a valuable experience. He kept his hands clasped before his chest. "It's been a long time since I had infinity," he thought. "But this is the first time I've used it against a human." He began analyzing everything with his usual precision. "I used it once during training under my instructor at Jukchungdo and another time during a sparring match with my father,
but never against a warrior who was my equal or stronger. Without restraint, a soft aura began to rise from his body, glowing faintly in the morning light filtering through the window. The result of that match, he mused, was mainly due to Baek Kyolso's arrogance and mistakes. But even if that weren't the case, I'm confident I still would have won. Finally, he stretched and stood up, the floor creaking under his weight. During this martial arts journey, true combat is what matters. Until now, every match has been restrained, bound by rules.
Sheol chuckled as he put his jacket back on.
With things this quiet, it seems the elders have agreed to the deal. Then, his eyes sharpened. All right, he muttered, his voice resolute.
It's time to call that person out.
Back in Seoul, South Korea, traffic bustled on the streets under a pleasant, clear sky. Turning into a quiet alley surrounded by small eateries, Cheol stopped in front of a humble house and looked up. He observed the building for a moment, thinking to himself, no sign. It looks more like a private residence than a restaurant. After a brief pause, Cheol slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Approaching the front desk, he said in a calm voice, I have a reservation under the name Jong Jinsu.
The receptionist replied immediately, yes, of course. Please allow me to lead you to the room.
Without another word, Cheol followed the young woman down the hallway to a private room. A moment later, the door to a private room slid open. Inside, the middle-aged man who was waiting stood up and greeted him respectfully.
You have arrived. Cheol stepped in and remarked, I didn't expect a place like this. The man smiled slightly and explained, this is a space for those who prefer private conversations.
Nothing from inside can be heard beyond these walls.
Cheol stepped in and remarked, I didn't expect a place like this. The man smiled slightly and explained, this is a space for those who prefer private conversations.
Nothing from inside can be heard beyond these walls. The man quickly regained his composure and replied politely, please forgive me. It's just, now I truly realize how young you are, young master. He observed Cheol closely, thinking deeply. Perhaps because of your background in the Sungmu clan, you seem more mature. But looking closer, you still have the face of a boy. A flicker of surprise crossed his expression as he continued to himself.
A boy?
Yes, a boy indeed. After observing for a while, the man spoke again, his voice filled with admiration. But your eyes, your presence, don't feel like I'm talking to a child at all. Memories of what he had witnessed came flooding back. He couldn't help but mutter in amazement, a 15-year-old boy managing to recruit Lee Jae-hak, the golden swordsman of the Sungmu clan, capturing Baek Kyolsu, and taking down the entire black market. After a thoughtful pause, the middle-aged man bowed slightly and said sincerely, first of all, I want to express my gratitude. Both my daughter and I owe you a great debt, young master Lee Cheol. Cheol calmly sipped his tea and replied with measured politeness. No need for such gratitude.
It was just a transaction.
But the man insisted, his voice trembling slightly with emotion.
Even proposing that deal was a favor. Without your intervention, I would still be shackled under Baek Kyolsu. Cheol observed the man's stubbornness inside. So, how is your daughter now?
The man reported her condition. She hasn't fully recovered, but she is much better.
Cheol nodded briefly, and the man praised the Sungmu clan's medical center without restraint.
Cheol seemed only half interested and shrugged.
That sounds good. The man hesitated.
Then, he turned serious. Young master, you kept your word to me.
Now it is my turn to fulfill mine. The following words made Cheol pause slightly. I will do whatever you ask. Tell me what I must do. Seeing the man's seriousness, Cheol couldn't help but tease him slightly.
You make it sound like I'm about to order you to do some dirty work. The man looked flustered and protested, No, that's not what I meant.
Cheol's smirk showed he had teased enough. I know. Cheol's smirk showed he had teased enough. I know. He placed a folder and a USB drive on the table. The man's surprise was evident.
This, he stammered.
Isn't this the folder and USB you took that day? Why are you bringing them back? Cheol explained calmly, I just borrowed them to take a look.
He pushed the documents toward the man.
I'm handing them over to you.
Handle them with care.
There will be many places where I need funds, Cheol added.
The man stared, disbelief and anxiety appearing on his face.
His hands clenched tightly on his knees as he asked, Why do you trust me with this?
This money no longer has an owner.
Don't you think I might run away with it?
Cheol replied with the same cold seriousness.
Well, are you planning to run? The man quickly denied it.
Sheol's voice hardened.
Of course, I don't trust blindly. You haven't given me a reason to trust the circumstances surrounding you yet.
Sheol's voice hardened.
Of course, I don't trust blindly. You haven't given me a reason to trust the circumstances surrounding you yet. Out loud, Sheol outlined the practical benefits. First, the ongoing mana treatment for your daughter.
Second, your relationship with the White Bone sect.
Because of the deal with your brother, he is free.
But if you break your word, Sheol can drag up the past and tie you down at any time. Sheol's assessment ended like a verdict.
That should answer your question. The man bowed his head slightly and replied, yes.
Sheol suddenly added something that startled the man.
But still, he said softly, I can't trust you fully yet. Not yet.
Then, reaching out with a calm, sincere smile, he continued, I hope one day I can trust you with all my heart.
Those words hit deep, echoing in the man's mind and heart.
How wonderful it would be, he thought, if we could truly trust each other without deals or complicated circumstances.
He looked down at the hand opened before him,
not understanding what Sheol actually saw in him to speak with such frankness. Reflecting on the sharp contrast between Sheol and his former superior, Baek Kyeolsu, the man pondered further. I thought he was like Baek Kyeolsu, someone who grasps at others' weaknesses just to exploit them. And yet, even though young Master Lee Cheol keeps using the word transaction, our relationship feels like a debt that binds me, not a chain.
After a long pause, the man finally answered himself. No.
The way he treats me now, it feels like he truly sees me as an equal. With that realization, he reached out and shook Cheol's hand firmly.
Understood, he said with determination. I will prove it, bit by bit. It won't take long.
Sheol smiled in satisfaction.
I look forward to it.
As he observed the man opposite him, Sheol reflected further.
Now I no longer see you as someone losing their light under Baek Kyeolsu's shadow, but as someone with a spirit like Sol Ji.
Seeing Cheol pick up his bag, the man asked, Where are you going now, sir?
Seeing Cheol pick up his bag, the man asked, Where are you going now, sir? After leaving the restaurant, Cheol walked along the street.
Suddenly, a child's voice rang out.
Mom, look at that guy. He must be a martial artist.
So cool. The mother quickly pulled her son away, scolding, Don't say that.
Come here. Hurry up.
Hearing this, Cheol froze for a moment, his eyes flashing with unease.
I thought I had hidden it well, but it seems I still let something show.
He quickly brushed the thought aside and continued walking. Amidst the bustling crowd flowing along the avenue, Cheol stopped, quietly observing the world around him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in a minimalist cafe, smoke drifted lazily in the air.
A woman with chestnut brown hair was smoking a cigarette.
When the waiter brought her coffee, she let out a low, surprised sound. Her gaze shifted to the window looking outside.
Oh, what's this?
She muttered, her voice full of intrigue.
Looks like I've found something interesting.
The cigarette still burned between her fingers as she smiled enchantingly.
Those stats. I've never seen numbers like that before.
Finishing the thought, she stood up gracefully and headed toward the door.
Let's see who this person really is.
As her face became clear, her eyes flashed with a mysterious, almost supernatural allure.
Sharp, curious, and dangerous.
Her voice carried a note of excitement as she whispered, With these very eyes? As her face became clear, her eyes flashed with a mysterious, almost supernatural allure.
Sharp, curious, and dangerous.
Her voice carried a note of excitement as she whispered, With these very eyes?
Holding the bank book, he rested his chin on his hand and muttered, An escrow of about 100 million? This amount is enough to cover the immediate operating costs.
Lee Cheol looked up, thinking to himself, It was thanks to Jong Jinsu that I was able to get here so comfortably. Closing the book, calculations were already forming in his mind. His talent had already been proven. For now, I'll just let him demonstrate it freely and see what happens.
A plan gradually took shape.
If Jong Jinsu displayed abilities similar to the former Seoul geometry, he would be capable enough to help me build a foundation of support.
Lee Cheol's eyes gleamed.
It is essential that people know there is a solid foundation behind me.
Up until now, both luck and excuses have been fine.
Being someone who knows the future, many things can be accomplished, but from now on, I must be more cautious when using information from my past life. His thick brows knitted slightly.
The things I do from now on must look like predictions based on logical reasoning alone. Suddenly, the loudspeaker announcement rang out.
Lee Cheol sighed and slowly stood up.
First, I must take care of my own business rather than Zhang Jinsu's.
The evening sun cast its light over the train station as the black-haired man's long stride slowed. Standing amidst the crowd, Li Qiol glanced at the stream of people around him.
Finally, he had arrived in Jiangju, Gyeongsangbuk-do province.
A sudden, sharp headache struck, catching Li Qiol off guard.
He put a hand to his head, feeling weary. Ever since the training session at Heavenly Demon Mountain, I haven't lost control like this even once. Jiangju holds countless artifacts and monuments, a place where the ancient and the modern coexist. Objects that carry a long history contain power, and within that power lies something mystical that the modern era cannot explain. A sacred, artificial land that achieves a miraculous state of balance. Jiangju. He thought about the item he was carrying.
It is this very place that hides the traces of that person, the pioneer of the Sung Mu clan, Li Hailhian. The stories about him were mainly passed down by word of mouth, to the point where the academic world once rumored he was just a fictional character. Even at Sung Mu Mountain, there is only a spirit tablet worshipped at the altar, but no remains of Li Hailhian. It wasn't until my past life that an artifact related to him was finally discovered. Not knowing how long he had been walking, Li Qiol fought as he walked. They also discovered materials related to Huya there, right when his stream of thought reached a crucial point, and there was also another goal.
Hey, kid, someone suddenly interrupted.
A beautiful blonde woman exhaled cigarette smoke from her red, luscious lips.
Holding the still smoking pipe, she spoke up, "Who are you?"
Li Qiol thought to himself, achieving my goal was precisely to meet this person.
She smiled. How interesting.
The smoke followed her footsteps as she approached and enveloped him. Suddenly, the magic detector picked up a strange signal, so I came to check it out. Her eyes flashed with a strange light.
Who would have thought you'd have something exactly like mine in your eyes? Owners of magic eyes rarely reveal themselves to the world, yet what a coincidence. Besides me, there is another person in South Korea.
The Archmage from the Eiffel Magic Tower in France, Valérie de Belle, who comes from a French noble lineage. In her past life, she was one of the few Archmages to reach the 2 magic eye level. Her ability is the analysis eye reading and understanding all information hidden within objects. Li Qiol was somewhat unprepared for this situation. I had intended to find and meet this woman, but I didn't expect to meet her in this manner. Valérie suddenly moved closer.
Hey, are you afraid of me? Seeing his silence, she asked again, or are you not Korean? Li Qiol had to sigh. I am Korean.
She immediately giggled.
That's a relief, actually, I only know how to speak Korean. Another silent sigh.
I knew it beforehand, but this woman is truly hard to predict. Rumors flashed through his mind, the nicknames she would be called in the future, the eccentric of the Magic Tower, or more accurately, the madwoman of the Magic Tower. What baffled him most was her reason for coming to South Korea, suddenly wanting to learn incantation magic, so she came here to study, bye-bye. Furthermore, she didn't even bother to ask the Magic Tower Master for permission before leaving. And as for naturalizing as a South Korean citizen, it was just because the fried chicken here is too delicious. Returning to reality, Valérie asked, let's move past that.
Hey, who are you?
Li Qiol was at a loss.
You were the one who started the conversation, why ask me?
She clicked her tongue and reached out her hand. So difficult.
Then let's exchange proper greetings.
The mage slowly introduced herself. I am Valérie, as you can see, I am not Korean, I am a mage from the tower. Li Qiol also reached out to shake her hand in good faith.
I am Li Qiol.
Hearing his surname, she was slightly surprised.
Li? Ah, could it be the Li family in South Korea? I think it's called Sung Mu, right? Li Qiol nodded.
Yes, that's correct. Valérie immediately exclaimed, if you're from the Sung Mu clan, in this country, that's no different from royalty.
Li Qiol was not quite that arrogant.
It is true that the clan holds great power, but it is still far from being actual royalty. Her pipe swung through the air.
Is that so?
The pipe suddenly pointed straight at him. She bluntly exposed him, then why cover that cute face with a mask?
Are you running away from something?
Not intending to deny it, he slowly removed his mask. The nature of his magic eye is just like mine, and he opened his eyes much earlier than I did, but that's not surprising at all.
She smiled. Not surprising, right? In any case, I've already investigated quite a bit. Li Qiol continued the conversation with his real face. Because I have already seen eyes similar to yours.
Valérie's interest was piqued. I have never heard of the Sungmu clan having someone who possesses a magic eye. What ability do your eyes have? Li Chiol thought to himself, I don't understand why I have to expose my own abilities. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. My eyes are the analysis eye, I can read and interpret every object or phenomenon in the form of data. How about you? Looking at that expression, Li Chiol didn't know what else to say. The mage's seemingly harmless smile remained, but something seemed to gradually change. Then there is no other choice. In the blink of an eye, her eyes changed color, and her voice dropped. I'll have to find out for myself. Intense power radiated out. Li Chiol's eyes seemed to be stimulated and changed color as well. He slumped down, covering his eyes, and asked angrily, What are you doing? Seeing his pained appearance, Valerie softened her tone. Sorry. I was just too curious. But it's so strange, I can't read anything at all. Looking at the black-haired man's still angry eyes, the mage coaxed him again, Don't be so angry. To make up for it, I'll let you know something interesting. She gave another fake smile. In return, talk to me for a good while, alright? The sky had now turned toward evening. The sunset light shone dimly into the large apartment at the corner of the street. Valerie and Li Chiol stopped in front of the villa's old gate, hesitant and probing. You said you were inviting me for coffee, but we're drinking it here? Li Chiol examined his surroundings and thought to himself an exclamation. From the outside, it just looks like an ordinary abandoned house. But Valerie didn't pay attention, smiling and saying, Alright, let's try going in. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint red light flickered past Li Chiol, causing him to be momentarily stunned. He speculated that it felt like a monster's demonic art. Valerie also seemed to feel something and asked, Do you realize it now? You can feel it even without using your magic eye? Did you study magic? He replied softly, I haven't studied magic. Obviously, such a strange sensation. What is there to be surprised about? She explained, that sensation, if you aren't a master-level mage like me, you wouldn't be able to detect it at all. He frowned and pondered. Master? Does she mean the tower master of the Eiffel Magic Tower, Michael Garrel? If one hasn't reached that level, can't one feel it? Has she really achieved that? Li Chiol exhaled to calm himself. I've experienced something similar before. Valerie rubbed her chin and whispered, You are different. Even if you've experienced something similar, you usually shouldn't be able to feel it. Her gaze suddenly flashed with a dangerous glint. Unless you have trained your magic to its limits. He swallowed hard involuntarily. He had felt a strange familiarity since earlier. He went pale, remembering the flower-wearing Jiangju. She looks like my aunt. The image of the flower-wearing Jiangju smiling and waving, Little brother, let's go, it's time for some fun training. Li Chiol calmed himself and asked, So, is this teleportation? Valerie pushed the door open and explained calmly, I really do have a lot of money, but not quite that much. She stepped inside smugly, self-satisfied. More accurately, I used magic power and internal energy to connect a tunnel. The dusty house from the outside suddenly became completely different. Come in. Immediately, he quickly stepped inside. In contrast to the oldness on the outside, it was a clean and tidy shop counter. Li Chiol's gaze turned toward the shop owner. He was curious and looked at the shop owner. He didn't think it was a human. There was no biological activity, only magic power could be felt. Valerie knew he was wondering and explained, That's a golem, a machine with a magic core attached inside. From here on is my workshop. All sorts of strange things will appear. She plopped down into a chair, her tone casual. Want to order a drink first? He also put down his bag and ordered, I'd like a cup of hot tea. Valerie quickly snapped her fingers to call for service. Sure, I'll have an espresso. Li Chiol inquired, Can you install something like this in a workshop? Valerie answered nonchalantly, I just wanted to have the feeling of a real cafe, but it's annoying to go out every time. She held the cigarette in her hand and took a drag. There are so many things I want to ask, I don't know where to start. Li Chiol wondered, Why do you think I would answer? She replied, How stingy. Then how about this? I may look like this, but I know quite a lot. Valerie lowered her voice and held up 3 fingers, 3 questions. Each person gets to ask 3 questions and takes turns answering one. What do you think? At the try-question and answer ceremony, Valerie's ancient magic, famous for proposing a 3-question 3-answer exchange game when she couldn't satisfy her curiosity, became an icon of mages named Valerie. Just exchanging dry questions is boring. She raised her voice, So I will add a game using my magic. Hearing that, Li Chiol sipped his tea and thought to himself an exclamation.
Just like the rumors. He answered decisively, I refuse. She opened her eyes in surprise. He stated his point clearly, I just met you today, why would I be curious about anything? She asked back, confused, not curious about my eyes? Lee Cheol explained further, even though I didn't ask earlier, someone intentionally told me already. Nevertheless, he set his teacup down, feeling moved. This game sounds quite interesting. Let's set conditions. The winner gets to make a request. Then I will participate. Valerie repeated, a request? You said you weren't curious about anything. Then what do you intend to request? His face was full of seriousness. I can think about that later. He continued, the opportunity to make a request to a mage with her own workshop doesn't come by often. She pondered, picking up her wand with difficulty. It's not very pleasant. But fine, the rules are simple. The wand emitted a bright red stream of power, enveloping the entire space. Her face shone with undisguised interest. From now on, each person will have 3 questions and 3 answers. The bright red light blended together, creating a small spark. She explained the rules. The questions are optional, ask anything you want, the answers too, they can be true, or they can be lies, but you have to guess whether the answer is true or false. Whoever guesses correctly more times will be the winner, and the loser must answer 3 questions from the opponent in great detail. She laughed, easing the atmosphere. 2 obvious questions are banned, like gender or name, for instance. He asked, how to distinguish what is true and what is false. She pointed to her head, this spell belongs to the category of mental magic. It reads the consciousness waves emitted from the subconscious. Even if the loser deliberately tries to hide the truth, due to the influence of the magic, they will still naturally speak it out. From within Valerie's chest, a bright light condensed. Her voice was low, with the title of a mage, I will faithfully do what I said, without using any tricks or deceit. As she finished speaking, the condensed orb burst above the 2 of them. This is the mage's vow. If I break this vow, I will lose all my magic power. She placed her hand as if an assurance. Now you can trust that I won't play any tricks anymore, right? He nodded in signal. Yes, I was just waiting for that. Valerie snapped her fingers. Then let's begin. The red orbs floated above their heads. Valerie faced Lee Cheol, mysterious and suffocating. Lee Cheol politely invited her, please, ask first. Valerie answered happily, all right. Let's start lightly. Her eyes shone with a magical purple hue, looking at Lee Cheol dreamily as she asked, your magic eyes, what abilities do they have? He closed his eyes to think. You asked exactly what I wanted to hide most from the very first question, didn't you? Then he quickly answered, I possess a type of power similar to yours. As soon as the answer was finished, a flame above Lee Cheol's head went out. Valerie jumped up in astonishment. What? What does that mean? Can I take that as the second question? She sighed and justified, all right, it's your turn to ask. Not wasting a second, he asked, why are you so curious about my magic eyes? She pondered thoughtfully, and in just a split second, answered decisively, out of a desire for knowledge, simply curious as a mage. Immediately after, a flame went out. Lee Cheol thought to himself, what a vague answer. Anyway, in this game, the content of the answer is not important. The important thing is to set the questions you want to know beforehand and see through whether the opponent's answer is true or false. If I win the game, I will get detailed answers to my questions, and I don't need to be too picky about the content of the questions. Lee Cheol smiled slightly in satisfaction. What I'm aiming for is winning the game, because afterward, I will have the right to make a request of her. Lee Cheol looked at the person opposite him and signaled calmly, all right, let's continue. Immediately after, Valerie spoke up calmly, okay, second question. Time slowly passed, and it was her turn again. Now for my final question. Valerie's gaze became sharp, as if wanting to expose everything. You already know about me. She looked straight into Lee Cheol's eyes and asked directly, how much do you really know about me? He replied seriously, from the moment I was born until now, I have never once seen or heard anything related to you. Suddenly, Valerie covered her mouth and smiled smugly. I won. She observed every expression of Lee Cheol, her heart overflowing with joy. Although young, he maintained a poker face quite well, but his facial muscles had twitched slightly. At this moment, it was his turn. It's my turn to ask the final question, isn't it? Valerie spoke leisurely, go ahead and ask. Hearing that, he suddenly smiled, rested his chin on his hand, and posed the issue, in your opinion, have I won yet? Do you think you're going to lose? Valerie sighed and assessed, is it okay to ask that for the final question? Lee Cheol didn't express an opinion, only urged, just answer. She, while taking out her makeup kit, replied, alright, fine. Then she confidently declared, you lost, because I won. However, the fireball above Valerie suddenly exploded, causing her to panic. Valerie looked around, confused, and muttered, am I wrong? But it clearly is. Valerie looked around, confused, and muttered, am I wrong? But it clearly is. Then he calmly explained, the first question, your curiosity about the magic eyes being because of a thirst for knowledge, that was the truth. But the next one. He pointed out straightforwardly, the second question, you lied. These words made Valerie gasp, her eyes widening. Lee Cheol just looked at her calmly, thinking to himself, the tri-question and answer ceremony belongs to the mental magic system, after all. He picked up his teacup and added leisurely, and the final question, that also became a lie. Because the winner is me. Hearing this, Valerie dejectedly accepted the result, I lost. According to the agreement, I will answer your questions first. Then, she calmly recounted, the first question, I am also a magic eye possessor, so I have always been researching it. However, not only are research materials scarce, but finding someone to collaborate with is not easy at all. Regarding the next issue, Valerie was awkward and hesitant. Lee Cheol sighed and generously expressed, if you find it difficult to talk about, you don't need to answer. Inside, he had no intention of digging for everything. Inherent magic belongs to each person, her hesitation is only natural. Hearing those words, Valerie was surprised and blurted out, really? Is it really okay? Lee Cheol nonchalantly made a request, instead, do me another favor. She raised her hands in front of her, protesting defensively, what on earth are you planning to ask me? Immediately, he furrowed his brows tightly, showing clear disgust. Seeing his face like that, Valerie quickly explained, just a joke, do you have to be that grumpy? Lee Cheol tried to control his emotions and explained, it's not that, it's just that I suddenly thought of someone who looks exactly like you, so I reacted a bit strongly. So, what are you going to do? Seeing his face like that, Valerie quickly explained, just a joke, do you have to be that grumpy? Lee Cheol tried to control his emotions and explained, it's not that, it's just that I suddenly thought of someone who looks exactly like you, so I reacted a bit strongly. So, what are you going to do? Valerie calmly declared, then the game ends here. Afterward, she stood up, then let's go deep into the workshop, we will discuss the matter you want help with. As she passed Lee Cheol, Valerie carefully instructed, don't touch anything, just follow behind me. Next, she went ahead to open the door. Valerie led the way and introduced, this is the center of my workshop. Lee Cheol observed his surroundings, feeling an inner surprise, unlike the cafe, this place is truly where a mage lives and works. Then he turned to ask curiously, I heard mages usually don't let outsiders into their workshops. Valerie proudly revealed, that's right, if you accidentally touch a barrier or magic circle, something major happens immediately, right? But I am talented enough that those things are not a problem. Sit down over here. Lee Cheol helplessly replied, yes. Following up, she asked with interest, so, what is the matter you want to ask for help with? He pulled out a stone tablet and requested with a solemn tone, I want to ask you to decode this stone tablet, and of course, I hope you keep the entire content confidential after decoding. Seeing this, Valerie put on her gloves, thinking, a stone tablet? Ancient artifacts are a bit complicated, but I'm sure I can handle it. Immediately after, she picked up the tablet to examine it. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt appeared, quickly attacking Valerie's eyes, preventing her research. An ancient artifact, at least from the 3rd or 4th century onwards. Lee Cheol admiringly remarked, you noticed it immediately, didn't you? As for her, she gripped the tablet tightly, terrified in her heart, this is crazy, an antique that old? I almost lost my life there. His previous image and words suddenly appeared in Valerie's mind. The more she recalled, the angrier she got. With an antique like this, he should have at least warned me. It's a millennial item, I almost had to redraw the entire formation in the workshop from scratch, and I was just bragging about being talented. A few seconds later, she returned to normal and spoke up, let me check it again. Once again, Valerie's eyes turned purple. She examined it while thinking, it doesn't look like an object from nearly 2,000 years ago at all. Valerie focused on analyzing the tablet. A moment later, she rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. I can grasp the movement of the moon, the sun, and the operation of the stars. but that's all. Valerie helplessly thought, if it were ancient script or a simple code, I would have solved it already. Afterward, she turned to look at Li Chiol, probing. It seems to record Eastern astronomy, dates, and some simple scripts. What on earth is this thing? He calmly replied, it's a map, and also a key. Hearing this, Valerie revealed, this thing will probably take me some time to decode. Seeing that, Li Chiol spoke up, then while waiting, can I make the second request? She answered without hesitation, yes. Outside, the sky had turned to evening. The last sunlight of the day shone through the window, streaming into the house. After hearing Li Chiol's issue, Valerie was surprised and repeated, your second request is wanting me to tell you about the magic eye? He affirmed and added, if it can help both sides, even better. Next, he asked calmly, do you have a training room in your workshop? Instantly, Valerie's face became extremely confident, showing off, even so, mages probably need a place to train, right? Of course, which workshop doesn't have a training area? However, mine is a bit larger than usual. Li Chiol remained silent, not responding, thinking to himself, are you silently bragging? A mage's workshop being that spacious means both ability and finances are top tier. It reminds me of someone. Then he asked calmly, it seems you are quite wealthy. Valerie suspiciously replied, you didn't know? I am from an ancient noble family. Following that, she proudly revealed, in any case, your second request is that, don't change your mind. Li Chiol helplessly corrected, good heavens, you have to say a gentleman's word is as good as a gold bond. I understand. Valerie didn't care. She channeled her power and said, then let's start right away. Try activating your magic eye. He obediently closed his eyes and activated his magic eye. After Li Chiol opened his eyes, he immediately saw countless illusory circles spinning behind Valerie. Li Chiol started in surprise, his face showing clear pain. He clutched his face and knelt on one knee. Valerie saw this and asked hurriedly, what's wrong? Li Chiol explained, nothing. There are too many formations in this room, so I'm a bit dizzy. She looked thoughtful, then as if suddenly realizing, wait, don't tell me you see every single magic circle and formation in this place? Li Chiol admitted, then slowly stood up, yes. My eyes can read the flow of power as well as things normal eyes cannot see. Although it is a bit difficult to control, Valerie wanted to confirm, first of all, can you deactivate the magic eye? Then she suggested, tell me more about your magic eye. Does it give you clairvoyance or the ability to see magic power? Li Chiol stated clearly, I cannot see through things, but I can predict the opponent's movements or hidden auras, for example. Valerie felt very skeptical. Do you know how bizarre what you just said is? She pointed at him, if everything is true, then your eyes are not just ordinary magic eyes. There are no magic eyes in the world that can see so many things. It seems the story will be long. First, let's go back to the research room. In the research room, a cup of hot tea sat on the table. Valerie warned beforehand, before I explain, there is one thing you must know. The magic eye and the mind's eye are two completely different concepts. He affirmed, I know that. Then she gave a long explanation, and furthermore, magic eyes look like they just enhance vision, but in reality, they are not at all. Even if manifested through magic, what the magic eye sees is, in the end, only images that humans can receive. Li Chiol listened and scratched his head in embarrassment. Apologies, can you explain it a bit more simply? Korean is really difficult. Valerie tapped her hand on the table, this is what I mean. Afterward, she had to speak a lot, constantly waving her hands to make him understand. She held a cigarette in her mouth, looking uncomfortable remembering, and because of that, magic eyes are more special than any other supernatural ability. I once had an fMRI scan while in the magic eye activation state. The moment the magic eye was triggered, blood flow to the brain skyrocketed, and the nerves were overactivated. Li Chiol understood, no wonder I feel pain when I can't control the magic eye. She emphasized, that's right. Because you have to process sensations that humans don't naturally have, you will be overloaded. Valerie spoke thoughtfully, the magic eye is a power that is dangerous to that extent. So far, no magic eye has possessed complex abilities. However, how many things can your magic eye do right now? Valerie stared at Li Chiol with a sharp gaze. You once said those eyes were open through the Sung Mu clan's ritual? Normally, someone opening a magic eye will start to see abnormal things from before or after the age of 5. How is it? Before undergoing that ritual, had you ever seen anything strange? He bowed his head to remember.
finally having to admit, there were indeed signs beforehand, even though I was only 11.
She asked further, in Sung-mu, has anyone ever opened a magic eye like yours? He denied, no. Valerie continued to explore, do you know why I have such a serious face? Lee Cheol only replied, yes. She suddenly expressed, what a pity, if you end up in a combat situation, I'm afraid you won't be able to control it.
Lee Cheol glanced slightly, as if considering, finally deciding to tell the truth. Actually, in battle, I have used the magic eye countless times already.
Valerie thought she had misheard. How can that be possible?
She excitedly stood up. Just having 2 or 3 functions for a magic eye is already enough to overload the brain. You should have had a cerebral hemorrhage and died or gone insane long ago.
And yet, you can look, and even control it? Lee Cheol calmly admitted, yes.
Valerie helplessly held her head. It's true that I've never seen an exception like that. Then a sinister smile bloomed on her lips. It seems we need to test a few things.
Valerie's appearance made him turn slightly pale. Yes, what are a few things?
Thanks to Valerie's suggestion, Lee Cheol temporarily stayed in the training room for a while.
Days passed in a flash. Valerie was busy decoding the stone tablet until before dinner,
while he began a training session that pushed his magic eye to its limit. Lee Cheol lay on the wooden board, his limbs restrained. All around were lightning bolts that made him grit his teeth in pain. Finally, the equipment sounded, ending the measurement. Lee Cheol was drowsy, almost about to doze off. Obviously, at the beginning, he could still endure it, but the difficulty was gradually increasing. He recalled what she had done to test how much direct stimulation he could endure. She shoved blocks of magic power as tangled as a mess of yarn right in front of him. Her smile at that time was truly terrifying.
Come on, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. And Lee Cheol could only scream inside, devil woman. Right at this moment, Valerie walked into the room, asking, how is it? Are you okay?
He thought to himself, she looks no different from a science fanatic. Lee Cheol glanced at the handcuffs that had just been opened. Clearly, you said that when using the magic eye, the head would overload. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, the magic study machine will automatically stop at the exact moment you reach the overload threshold. He glared at Valerie, who was still pretending to be indifferent. This woman is truly crazy. I still have to apologize for once comparing her to my aunt. She found an excuse, but thanks to that, we are collecting a lot of good data, aren't we? The limits and properties are also being grasped. Besides, the more you use the magic eye, the more it develops.
Lee Cheol couldn't deny it. That's not wrong.
But she didn't bother listening anymore, turned away, and hummed, let's see if you obediently endure the experiments. He realized she was deliberately speaking in French. Valerie seemed surprised when seeing the things in front of her. She observed the parameter display panel, wondering, what is this?
Am I seeing wrong?
I set the automatic status check mode and let the difficulty increase gradually. How can his growth rate be this fast?
Not growing, more accurately it is adapting. The smile on Valerie's face became increasingly interested. Everything continued in the days that followed.
Day 1. No, I almost called it an experiment.
This is training. Ultimately, it is just the test Lee Cheol requested, not an experiment to satisfy my own desire to explore.
However, having painstakingly gathered enough data, I will still save it as a file.
It has been confirmed that the magic eye can easily see one-way magic power circuits.
From 6th level magic onwards, pain begins to appear, but by the 7th level, it can still be read without too much difficulty.
Perhaps I will have to bring a new CT machine.
On the 3rd day, to test the clairvoyance capability, I intentionally hid a formula behind a metal plate and told him to read it. Result, it wasn't clairvoyance but reading the energy radiating from the object. It was just a pencil, but I still didn't understand what he read or by what means.
Afterward, experiments were conducted with moving objects.
When that happened, he demonstrated the ability to predict blood flow and muscle movement. The limited capability of the precognition eye also flashed into view. But he cannot keep the magic eye open for more than 2 hours. If only the durability of the brain and eyes were a bit higher, how good it would be.
More experiments, more training.
By the 8th day, he continuously broke records for the speed of increasing difficulty terribly. I tried secretly increasing the difficulty sharply to see what would happen, yet he still caught up.
Even I didn't reach this level.
I should have bought that CT machine earlier.
At this stage, I'm afraid I have to dissect him to see directly. His magic eye almost belongs to a completely different resolution system. Valerie heard a noise and quickly turned her head. What's going on?
Li Chiol explained nonchalantly. The machine just stopped, so I stepped out.
The alarm suddenly blared. Didn't you hear it? Valerie turned back to her desk, not believing it, and asked, an alarm?
She felt a bit surprised. All the training stages I prepared are already completed.
I even thought it would take at least 2 more days. He approached, peering at the computer screen. Looks like I've completed everything. Valerie was surprised. What? What? You know how to speak French? He approached, peering at the computer screen. Looks like I've completed everything. Valerie was surprised. What? What? You know how to speak French?
Her face suddenly flushed red.
Li Chiol smiled brightly, as if he didn't care at all. The words you muttered, curse to yourself, you don't need to be too concerned. It can happen. I understand it all. I am different from someone else.
Valerie yelled in shame, you damn brat.
Li Chiol stepped closer from afar. Do you have work for me?
Valerie held her pipe, turning to look at him.
Yes, the preliminary training has ended. She tried asking for his opinion. Honestly, I really want to continue training in the lab, but what you need is the ability to apply it in real combat, right? So now I intend to start a proper training session.
He seemed very agreeable.
I'm always ready.
But Valerie suddenly stopped him.
Wait.
Under their feet, a magic circle appeared, with her at the center.
Valerie explained, I've reinforced the magic circle of the training area. It will be much more complex than before.
She also gave further instructions. And one more thing, it's best to completely drop the habit of closing your eyes and then opening them when using the magic eye. Small things that are repeated for a long time will become habits. It might be useful for temporary control, but later on, it will cause negative effects. He listened to her, furrowing his brow, trying not to close his eyes. Finally, Li Chiol was able to summon the magic eye. He stared into the room filled with magic circles.
Although the training area's magic circle has been reinforced, I only feel a slight headache.
A few days ago, right in the middle of Jiangju, I couldn't even control the magic eye. Li Chiol slowly observed his surroundings.
However, the flow of magic power was so complex that it was exactly like looking into a human's magic power system.
I don't understand magic clearly, but surely she is indeed an extraordinary archmage.
Valerie saw him not moving, so she asked, what is it? But Li Chiol just brushed it off, nothing.
She gave him a round headband, requesting, now I will train you on how to control the magic eye in practical situations. Wear this on your head to clearly feel the flow of magic power.
Li Chiol took it, put it on his head, and asked, how will the training be conducted? Valerie smiled, I thought we were training the magic eye, right?
Then the method is clear.
Behind Valerie, flames flared up. She sent it flying, not forgetting to shout a reminder, dodge well.
Li Chiol summoned his sword, cursing softly, damn it.
Hey! You are only allowed to use the magic eye, you must quickly dodge that fireball. Li Chiol couldn't help but complain. Shouldn't things like this be said beforehand? Truly a crazy scientist. He slightly glanced backward. Dodged it.
If it were the time I had just set foot into the training room, I surely wouldn't have been able to dodge it.
Valerie kindly reminded, it's not over yet.
The fireball still hadn't stopped, but changed direction flying toward him. Li Chiol widened his eyes in surprise. The fireball suddenly exploded.
She didn't seem to have any intention of holding back. Listen while you dodge. Now I've grasped the nature of your magic eye.
Your magic eye, if I must say it bluntly, is quite similar to my analysis system, but it's one level higher. Li Chiol, after the previous explosion, was covered in dirt, while she was very calm, lighting her pipe.
Your magic eye doesn't just read many things.
Like every other magic eye, it only reads one single thing. The entire room is surrounded by red fire, objects in front of you, animals, plants, magic power, or physical force, and countless types of supernatural forces and the entire present state of each piece of information. If I have to name it, perhaps call it the present eye, the eye that reads every phenomenon existing in this very moment. If I have to name it, perhaps call it the present eye, the eye that reads every phenomenon existing in this very moment. She didn't care at all, continuing to speak, your eyes are reading clean every present state in front of you, and once the present state is analyzed, inferring a logical future is also an inevitable thing. She didn't care at all, continuing to speak. Your eyes are reading clean every present state in front of you, and once the present state is analyzed, inferring a logical future is also an inevitable thing. That's right, law of causality. Valerie smiled brightly. The explosion behind her created a huge tremor. Li Cheol still stood firmly after the explosion, but he was now very disheveled. She continued, in any case, your magic eye is so high level that it itself will become a burden. Even if your control ability increases, you can still be swallowed by the magic eye itself in the blink of an eye. So all of this is for your own benefit. Fireballs were summoned again. Valerie shouted, all right, let's start. Fireballs continuously flew toward him. After the match ended, Li Cheol was completely blackened, sitting on the ground, making Valerie not shy to tease, did you just crawl up from some coal mine? After the match ended, Li Cheol was completely blackened, sitting on the ground, making Valerie not shy to tease, did you just crawl up from some coal mine? He said, without a single bit of emotion, for that, I thank you. She dejectedly called out, but hey, your magic eye was opened through the Sungmu clan's special ritual. So is it because it's not an ordinary magic eye that the detection time was delayed, or are you simply an exception? He chose to remain silent, not speaking. Valerie didn't press further but stood up, no matter what, perhaps I can't find the answer myself. I apologize. She smiled sinisterly again, perhaps a precise scan or dissecting to see will reveal it. Li Cheol saw that expression and was immediately frightened, nothing. There will be a day we understand it. I don't know what on earth you intend to dissect. But she was determined not to listen, since it's such a formidable magic eye, it must have a name. Divine Eye? Hon Mukthan of Saloon, or in the Eastern style, Jia Vongchan Nan? Li Cheol resolutely refused, no need. But Valerie settled it, Yama Eye, this one is cool, right? But Valerie settled it, Yama Eye, this one is cool, right? He must have had a very hard time resisting those drenching attacks. At this moment, Li Cheol was panting, exhausted. It's been several days, predicting, analyzing, choosing, and focusing. When I use the full capability of the magic eye, the development speed increases terribly fast. Even so, his face couldn't hide the excitement. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Valerie looked down and realized, is it this late already? She approached Li Cheol, teasing, now you don't turn into a black lump of coal like before, do you? What a pity. Today, don't practice by yourself anymore, wash up, and go straight to the research room. He was confused. What do you mean? Valerie winked, announcing, because the decoding work is finished. On the desk sat several books, all over the room were books scattered everywhere. Li Cheol suspiciously asked, I haven't left this spot, so why has everything changed like this? Valerie replied nonchalantly, all these things are just research materials. Throwing them away now is fine too. She complained, at the magic tower, I could order scholars around very conveniently, here there isn't a single slave at all. How boring. Valerie used magic to make the books fly and called out, since ancient times, the Korean peninsula has preserved materials very well, so decoding the language and script is not difficult, and also quite interesting. Come on, sit here and look at this first. Li Cheol picked up an object and remarked, the shape of the stone tablet is different from before, I think. She recounted, because some constellations and characters were blurry, I did some restoration work. From now on, I will explain it to you. From now on, I will explain it to you. Valerie took out a piece of paper, placing it on the table. She pointed to the picture on it and asked, have you seen this constellation before? He listened and immediately replied, no, I have never seen it. So Valerie laid out 2 more photos like that. Knew it. Currently, that constellation has that shape. She pointed to one of them. The problem lies here. Why did the ancients group these constellations into one? Look down below, this thing is originally a fictional constellation. The order of these stars is the key to decoding. Although I was deceived by the camouflage for a bit, it's not the moon's orbit, nor is it a constellation map. Then what on earth is it? Li Cheol began to ponder. It seems I have seen it somewhere before. Then he started in surprise as if remembering. Li Cheol tried asking, can I try tearing this? Valerie smiled very relieved, no need to tear, it's here. This is a map of all the dragon veins of the Korean peninsula, not constellations at all, but a map of acupuncture veins spread throughout Korea. On the map, there were points marked and connected by very eye-catching black ink. Valerie's voice rang out in the quiet room. This is not a constellation map but a map of Korea's acupuncture veins. She continued, in Eastern scholarship, people view the world as a single living body. Dragon veins are just like the human energy circuit, a path through which magic power flows. Lee Cheol looked at the photo, stroking his chin in thought. But this stone tablet was created in the far ancient times. Back then they surely couldn't have expanded their territory as far north as this. Valerie replied, which is why I said this is an important historical material. Her words left Lee Cheol stunned. It is evidence that the ancients expanded their territory to this area. Finally, Valerie left space for him to explore on his own. I can only explain up to here regarding the location. The rest is better if you read the interpretation map yourself. Lee Cheol stared at the photos she gave, silently pondering. Is this the oral instruction for the star-related magic art of the Sungyum constellation? It's a type of magic operating based on the magic vein circuit. Now no one practices it anymore, but I memorized the oral instruction while researching with my aunt. Placing the map and the photograph of those constellations side by side, Lee Cheon thought, if the dragon vein truly aligns with this energy system, then could it possibly be? Lee Cheon began to attune himself to the source of the energy, channeling his mana according to the secret incantation, and then traced the flow through his meridians based on those coordinates. After a few seconds of intense focus, Lee Cheon couldn't hide his delight. A faint smile played on his lips as he whispered, "I've found it." His heart was filled with irrepressible joy. The Tohamsan mountain range, there lay the tomb of the second head of the Sungmu Hyang clan. A few days later, Valerie was sitting there, twirling her magic wand, turning to look at him as she asked, "What's with the getup? You're actually leaving?" With his backpack secured on his shoulders, Lee Cheon didn't turn around, simply replying, "Yes." Valerie questioned him during those final moments of preparation. "Before you go, during that Q&A session, could you at least tell me the trick to the deception?" Lee Cheon shot back, "Didn't you say you'd figure it out for yourself?" Valerie scowled, visibly annoyed. Stubborn to the very end, "I really don't know what to do with you." But she ultimately gave up, resigned to his nature. She offered some encouragement, "Be careful. Tohamsan is a fairly dangerous place." Lee Cheon replied, "I know. Even if it's a sacred mountain, it's a special place in more ways than one." Valerie began gesturing as she lectured him, "Stay away from the relic sites, whatever you do. Word is, a disciple from Bulguksa temple went missing recently, got tangled up with some restless spirits and ended up cursed before they even knew it. Do you even know how terrifying a curse can be? Monsters can manifest in there, too." Lee Cheon waited blankly for her to finish before speaking up. "Valerie, calm down. Are you actually worried about me?" At that, Valerie turned bright red with embarrassment. "What was that?" Lee Cheon caught the flustered expression on her face and cleared his throat. Valerie huffed, turning her embarrassment into anger. "Worried? Who's worried about an insolent brat like you? I'm going out to enjoy myself, that's all." Lee Cheon replied, "Thanks, Valerie. I'm off now." Seeing him wave goodbye, Valerie asked in surprise, "Wait, you're actually leaving?" Then she made a promise, "It's just right around the corner, anyway. I'll drop by when I'm done with my business." Lee Cheon waved back, looking over his shoulder as he vowed, "Let's go get some fried chicken together when I'm back." A while later, Lee Cheon had reached Tohamsan. He wiped the sweat from his face and muttered to himself, "It's been nearly 2 hours since I entered Tohamsan." Looking at the map, Lee Cheon felt a wave of frustration as he compared the parchment to his surroundings. Even though this map was made over 1,000 years ago and I know the terrain must have changed, finding this is proving harder than I thought. He sighed dejectedly. Though it was a bit taxing, his proficiency with the magic eye allowed him to maintain it for an extended period, so he pushed forward. Despite the difficulty in searching, Lee Cheon couldn't afford to give up halfway. He groped his way along the path indicated on the map, a question forming in his mind. His path was marked by 3 orange-red threads, acting like a guide for Lee Cheon. Combining his external observations with the map, he kept walking until he spotted an orange-yellow vortex. Upon discovering this, Lee Cheon silently mused, "Could it be?" He placed his hand on the nearest stone and felt it. Lee Cheon excitedly realized, "This is definitely the place." A pale blue aura began to swirl around him. Lee Cheon stood up and shouted, "Balong!" The blue light enveloped the area around him, glowing brightest within the circle beneath his feet. That light clung to the vegetation and the surrounding stones alike. Afterwards, Lee Cheon withdrew the light and made his assessment. "This is the sealed door leading into the tomb.
Now, I just need to channel my mana following the order of the constellations on the stone tablet. Li Qion touched the stone slab, blue energy erupted, wrapping around his body and the rock itself. He began the unlocking ritual, starting from the north and rotating clockwise. But not long after, Li Qion realized too late that this was consuming a terrifying amount of mana. Li Qion pulled his hand away. Discouraged, this is not going to be easy at all. A short while later, as dusk began to fall, Li Qion resolved to place his hand on the stone one last time. He said to himself, this is the final stretch. Immediately, the ground trembled, making it difficult for Li Qion to keep his footing. The inner power of the stone sent the world spinning, releasing a blinding blue light. Li Qion raised his hands to shield his face, wondering, what on earth is happening? Clutching his backpack to his chest, Li Qion thought to himself, why is the mana output so incredibly high? Has the mana of Tohamsin been accumulating for a long time, and did I just trigger it with my own? The surge of power exploded outward, throwing Li Qion to the ground. He clutched his backpack, stood up, dusted himself off, and sighed with relief. I thought I was a goner. Everything around him was pitch black. He couldn't even see his own hand in front of his face. Li Qion looked around and muttered, I can't see a thing. He had exhausted his mana to the limit, so even his magic eye was unusable. He fished a flashlight out of his bag, turned it on, and said, at least I don't sense any lingering aura or movement. As he swept the flashlight beam to observe his surroundings, Li Qion suddenly illuminated a bronze statue of a soldier with a ferocious face. The craftsmanship looked remarkably advanced. He jumped, nearly thinking he was under attack. Li Qion assessed the area. With a scale like this, there's no way this is a normal ancient tomb. He shone his light on a stone stele and read, this tablet says they bought the land from the earth spirits to use as a burial site. If the mages back home saw this, they'd be frothing at the mouth from the shock. Shifting the light to another stele, he saw characters that looked like Chinese cursive script. The sweeping, dragon-like strokes possessed a unique artistic flair. What about this one? Li Qion read the content aloud. The martial king Lai Hangxian of the Lai family lived to 122 and rests here. According to this, he was surprised to realize what the text said. All living and dead who wish to enter this place, turn back. Li Qion felt a mix of anxiety and confusion, thinking, is this a warning? He continued reading, beyond this, there is only darkness. He couldn't help but wonder, is there really something inside? Seeing that the energy levels were relatively stable, Li Qion told himself, my mana has recovered a bit, I'll try using the magic eye. No sooner said than done, he used his magic eye to observe the area, though he naturally didn't pick up anything. He covered his face with his hands, I can't see anything. It's like slamming into a giant wall, just a sharp stinging sensation. He had never experienced anything like this before. He continued his train of thought, in my previous life, the eldest brother mentioned he had hidden the location of this place, and all records were kept top secret, except for the Black Knight. Li Qion wondered, why go to such lengths? Was it out of guilt for disturbing the ancestors' eternal sleep? Then he denied it himself. No, if that were the case, he would have hidden the fact that it was excavated entirely. Li Qion pondered, it's completely different from the eldest brother's style, the information was leaked in a half-hearted manner. If he were to consider it a deliberate trap, then, suddenly, a sound caught his attention. Li Qion turned toward the source of the noise. There were countless flames drifting out from nowhere. Two statues with ferocious faces were closing in on Li Qion. He realized with a start, are the Guardian King statues moving? The two statues barked angrily at Li Qion, human, leave this place. He gripped his sword, silently contemplating. He had never heard of there being guardians here. Moreover, they weren't high-level monsters or spirits, so why were they emitting telepathic waves? Li Qion was confused, even his magic eye saw nothing. He wondered, are they moving without using any power? Immediately, Li Qion dismissed his own thought. That's impossible. Something caught his eye, a cluster of light, like pearls strung together. He followed it with his gaze and wondered. That thing, but it didn't give him any time to ponder as the statue lunged to attack him. Li Qion reflexively dodged just in time, stepping back a few paces as he thought, damn it, if only I had a little more time, I could have handled this. Li Qion planted his feet, calculating in his head. A protracted battle was out of the question. If he wanted to win with his remaining mana, he had to. Li Qion lunged toward the two statues. They warned him, leave here at once. But before they could advance to attack him again, some force held them back. Li Qion was certain, just as I thought, their movements are crude and simple. Li Qion swung his sword,
using the heartless first form. As he slashed down, it was a sure kill. The two statues let out a pitiful cry. Li Qion calculated, if I stretch the distance, I'll be at a disadvantage. Realizing this, he tried to shorten the fight as much as possible. The statue attacked, he couldn't parry in time, so he dodged temporarily. When the second statue struck, he blocked it with his sword. Looking at the difference in scale, one could see how difficult it was for Li Qion to withstand this physical blow. He utilized the Yama-chi technique. Those were the red threads binding the bronze statue. Just as both Li Qion and the bronze statues were locked in combat, he prepared to swing his sword to finish them off, but both statues collapsed. Li Qion thought, is my mana out? It's hard to even channel it. Looking at the things lying on the ground, he rolled his wrists. Since I can breathe, that means there's airflow, and the Guardian King statues aren't damaged at all. Immediately after, the two statues shouted, leave this place. Before Li Qion's astonished eyes, he felt annoyed. This was troublesome, his mana was recovering, but not enough for another fight. Li Qion used his magic eye to check, still, I have to be sure. I must focus. Moreover, inside their chests were clusters of light connected together, just like the one he had seen earlier. A hypothesis immediately formed in his mind. Could it be? And then Li Qion drew another sword, thinking, if it's really them, I have to use the Black Knight to pierce right through to the core in one single blow. When they saw him drawing the black blade, the two statues spoke to each other. The first asked, what is that? It's a pitch black sword. The second said, a jet black sword. Both of them gasped, that's our friend. And then they scrambled to apologize, we're sorry. Thanks to his magic eye, Li Qion could see into their inner spirits. Li Qion silently assessed, they were beings who liked playing with animals or children and were always pulling pranks, the mystic fairy race. He drew his sword, pointed it up, and asked, you were just fighting me, so what is this nonsense? The two statues replied, that's a terrifying sword. We're sorry, they continued, instead, we'll heal you. Instantly, they projected beams of light onto his body. Li Qion felt his body beginning to recover. The two statues spoke up, we thought you were a bad person, but we've healed you now, so please accept our apology. Li Qion asked them, then why are you here? They replied, we don't know, we won't tell you. He began to threaten them, I suddenly want to try swinging this, so do you want to answer nicely? They cried out, a scary human. And then the two statues began to recount, we signed a contract, over 1,000 years ago, it's been over 1,000 years. Hearing this, Li Qion noticed something strange, the mystic fairy race was supposed to live in harmony with nature. Li Qion asked them, it must have been hard, guarding this place for so long. Touched by his encouragement, the two statues offered their thanks, thank you. As long as you don't hold that sword, you're a good person. But is that really a sword? Li Qion asked further, but who did you sign the contract with? Was it the one holding the black sword? Should I tell him? I suppose I can. Hair and eyes the same color. That's right. Then they agreed, the one we signed the contract with is the person who walked in there. We were in so much pain, but that person said if we guarded this place, they would protect us. They pointed to the tightly shut door nearby. Li Qion asked, protect? From what? They replied, the scary thing, the thing that won't die. Scary, incredibly scary. So you attacked me because you thought I was them. Li Qion recalled that the mountain guardian had once said something similar. He made up his mind, in the end, the only way was to go inside. The two statues told him that to enter, he had to prove it with blood, only those who were permitted could enter. Li Qion followed their advice, using the Black Knight sword to cut his palm. Blood trickled down. Li Qion pressed his palm against the center of the two doors. The inlaid patterns, thanks to the blood soaking in, stood out more than ever. The door opened easily. Inside, there wasn't a glimmer of light, it seemed to be a bottomless pit. Li Qion stepped inside. All right, let's go. In the lab, Valerie slumped over her desk with a sigh. So much research left to do, why was it like this? She muttered in despair, today's a wash. Might as well order some fried chicken. As she opened her phone to order, the computer screen emitted the sound of a sonar ping. Valerie turned to look at the screen. A sonar signal? Looking at the map on the screen, a red dot appeared at a central point in the city. She stared at it and questioned skeptically, red means killed, but in the Jiangju area, there's no way a monster could appear, right? Is the machine malfunctioning?
but her expression gradually grew more serious. Valerie stared fixedly at the computer screen, exclaiming in shock, "No way, 5 gates opening at the same time?" She jumped up and danced across the keyboard. Could it be because of that child? But when she checked other areas, everything was normal, which made her feel somewhat relieved. No, on the contrary, the mana of the mountain is exactly the same as before. She immediately packed her things and left. It wasn't the time to stay calm. Even if Gyeongju had few civilians, it was still very dangerous. Valerie left in a hurry, so she failed to notice that the place she had just checked didn't have a single abnormal signal. But immediately after, a red dot popped up. This red dot spread like a virus with terrifying exponential growth. In the blink of an eye, it had nearly covered the entire map. Lee Cheon walked while looking around, thinking that this was no ordinary cemetery. He had been walking for a while when he saw an old bookshelf. Lee Cheon approached it, rummaged through, and found what he needed. The book, Chronicles of the Black Knight. Even though he needed it, his instincts told him there was something even better here. Lee Cheon's heart pounded with joy as he felt the dark energy fluctuating around him. His heart felt like it wanted to jump out of his chest with excitement. Lee Cheon stepped forward and felt a strange sensation occurring in his body. While he was still bewildered, he looked ahead and unexpectedly saw an old man with white hair, clutching a sword. Lee Cheon didn't know if this was a hallucination or a real spirit. He could feel the abundant vitality coming from him. Lee Cheon confirmed everything around him with his own eyes. He was shocked by what he saw: murals adorned with talismans and golden thread. Lee Cheon didn't understand why so many seals were necessary. What on earth was being sealed? He followed the golden threads and discovered a gap. He was bewildered to see that many of the threads had snapped. When the threads snapped, Lee Cheon saw countless streams of dark energy pouring out and converging toward that old man. Those streams of dark energy also rushed straight toward him. Lee Cheon couldn't react in time and was completely surrounded by the dark energy. They slowly began to drown him. A moment later, Lee Cheon saw a mirror placed in his room. He looked into the mirror and saw a child with sad eyes, looking as if there was no life left in him. He thought to himself that this was his past from his previous life. Lee Cheon remembered seeing scenes of being beaten and abused, just for living that life. At that time, he wondered why he had to endure these things and how he could escape them. Lee Cheon saw the scene of the female servant of his house being fired for embezzling the family's money. At that time, she said something about "What would the young master do without me?" A cold voice cut her off. "That is none of your concern." Lee Cheon thought no words were more fitting than the female servant being a thief, and he never saw her again. At this moment, the white-haired old man looked at Lee Cheon and said it was okay, telling him he wouldn't collapse so easily. At the time, he was being dragged away but still tried to reassure him that he would return quickly after cleaning the room. But Lee Cheon knew he would never return. At that time, someone said to him, "Go away, he will hide this." However, the people in the family would still look for him. He said he would find his life again. At this moment, he thought while running, "I couldn't protect the female servant, I couldn't protect my uncle, and I had to throw away my own name, living like a runaway." Lee Cheon asked why the Lai bloodline was so terrible. He knew these were the scars from his previous life, the weakest part of his subconscious. Lee Cheon clenched his fists and asked himself why he was shown these things. Even though he had returned to the past, this was still an undeniable truth. A past full of pain in his previous life. He had never turned away from them. It was precisely those memories that were the will that kept Lee Cheon alive until now, so as not to be robbed of, or lose, what was important anymore. He had escaped from the illusion, and saw the creature sealed in those bones. Lee Cheon's head hurt as if it were splitting open. He saw the visions and the words of the old man: "Must prepare for the next generation, and seal me with that thing." The other person immediately prevented it. Lee Cheon was astonished, feeling this sensation similar to when he read memories with infinite dark energy. He thought to himself, did he swallow that thing's energy? The old man explained that he was just an outsider and would appear one day. He would carry what was in his heart. He said there would be a child chosen by the Black Knight. That child would become Hope. He gave the other person the stone tablet and told him to create it, then scatter it into the world. There would be a child following the words of the stone tablet, who would come and say he would help him escape this burden. Ending the flashback, Lee Cheon vomited out that filthy matter. He hadn't expected everything to be so difficult. Lee Cheon sat on the ground, using his sword as support, and didn't stop gasping. What just happened? He was clutching his left chest, sensing something slightly discolored. This magic seemed to be spreading throughout Lee Cheon's body,
and he could feel it clearly. The dark energy that was only stagnant in his heart had now spread evenly throughout his body, making his physique significantly more robust than before. He gently opened his palm, and black energy radiated out, more dense than before. Li Qion clenched his palm. What on earth was this? He jumped up, eyes fixed on the person sitting on the surface of the well. This place wasn't a cemetery, but a space for sealing. The ancestors were waiting for a descendant to find this place in the distant future. Could it be they were waiting for me? Li Qion's hand gripped the sword tightly. Even though he had reached the ultimate realm, could a human read destiny from over 1,000 years away? Was there something? He slowly adjusted his clothing. But now, Li Qion earnestly faced the predecessor. Please forgive this junior for the rudeness of the late introduction. He raised both hands, his demeanor filled with reverence. A descendant of the Li family respectfully bows to the ancestor. Li Qion bowed low, his words continuing, although it is too late, according to the ancestors' arrangement, I have found this place. From now on, let me bear that burden. The predecessor didn't speak, but his body slowly vanished, leaving behind only a single outer robe. The Nine Abyss ancestor rested in the netherworld. The robe floated gently toward where he was kneeling. When Li Qion received it, he happily said, "It's as if I'm being given a gift." Very well, I shall accept it. I don't know how much time has passed, here in this pitch-black, empty place. Li Qion's footsteps echoed steadily. It's out, it's done. Amazing, truly amazing, that voice echoed as he walked in. Thanks, my friend. Finally, the promise has been kept. Can we go now? Li Qion glanced over at those flickering spots of light and nodded. Yeah, you've all done enough. You've worked hard. The lights heard this and immediately streaked across the air. Thank you, we're all feeling better now, thanks to you, friend. Let's play again later. One by one, the spots of light faded away, leaving the space lonely once again. Li Qion sighed. They left without cleaning up a single thing. He chuckled helplessly, wondering if it would be okay when he reported back to the clan later. The spirits had all escaped, and the place had become desolate. Li Qion picked up his backpack and threw it over his shoulder. They'll figure out how to deal with it themselves. Suddenly, a flow of magical energy gathered in one spot before his eyes. There hadn't been a door there just a moment ago. Could he get out through here? Without much thought, Li Qion walked directly into the center of the magical flow. He felt as if he were falling into an undefined void, and in the blink of an eye, Li Qion landed with a painful thud. He sat up, rubbing his head. Oh man, I really can't get used to that. Li Qion looked up at the sky and wondered, is it already time for the sun to rise? However, he froze, sensing something was off. Because of that, Li Qion drew his sword, falling into a defensive stance. He stepped back slightly, his feet rustling against the grass. Surrounding him in a circle was a group of cloaked figures with obscured faces. Li Qion was completely surrounded. He gripped his sword, his posture radiating high alert. Who are these guys? If it weren't for my intuition, I wouldn't have spotted them at all. Suddenly, something launched toward him at high speed, leaving him stunned. The object shattered a nearby rock. Li Qion reacted quickly, leaping a distance away. An arrow. He heightened his vigilance. Who's there? What are you? They looked like a crazed mob, their complexions an unnatural, sickly pale. Found it, the pieces, piece by piece. We have to peel off the mask, peel it off, peel it off. This chaotic tone left Li Qion momentarily speechless. It was a bizarre voice, sounding as if many people were speaking at once. What? His eyes widened, witnessing the scene before him. That aura was clearly monster mana, yet the presence was unmistakably human. They showed no restraint, leaping toward him immediately. The door is open, how can a human be in that place? One of them carried a large tree trunk and charged at him. It was a great free falsehood. Li Qion gritted his teeth and slashed his arm through the air. Damn it! His sword strike slammed straight into the tree trunk the opponent was attacking with. Seeing the tree trunk wasn't even dented, Li Qion was shocked. How did he swing that thing? This wasn't something a human could possibly wield. It was only then that he looked closely at the guy's face. Grayish, murky skin, pig-like facial features, was it an orc? But Li Qion dismissed that thought upon closer inspection. No, not an orc, it was a human wearing orc skin. Why would humans wear orc skin? In the meantime, the guy let out an uncomfortable screech and kept coming. Why would humans wear orc skin?
In the meantime, the guy let out an uncomfortable screech and kept coming. Lee Cheon quickly tilted his body to avoid the incoming strike, and simultaneously swung his sword up. He reacted instantly, blocking a poisonous needle dart flying toward him. The poison dart was knocked far away, and he had caught exactly how the guy fired it. He didn't know what kind of monsters these were, but this place wasn't suitable for dealing with such large numbers. After that thought, Lee Cheon poured his power directly into his sword, making the surrounding space tremble. He used the Yama-chi technique, exploiting the chaos he had created. He moved away from the spot very quickly. While running, Lee Cheon thought, I need to change locations first. It still wasn't fully bright yet. He was still in the desolate mountain forest. On a high cliff, a figure wearing a white mask stood silently watching. This person spoke in a terrifying voice, black hair and golden eyes, a descendant of the Sungmu. Hyang Xian came here because the tomb door opened. But what on earth is that thing? You bastards, how annoying. Oh, those who have achieved true freedom, I will help you peel off the last remaining mask. The mountain forest space was shaken by a bizarre sound, and part of the sky was beginning to brighten, peering through the thin woods. Lee Cheon ran until he was gasping for breath. Are there about 30 enemies? They were clearly human, yet they were using monster power. It was impossible to tell if humans had turned into monsters or the other way around. Luckily, they weren't moving in an organized manner. Their paths frequently overlapped. Even though they were using human weapons, their movements were like rookies, only knowing how to swarm their target. I'll capture one and figure out the rest of the information later. In his hand now was a shield, one of the rewards he received from sparring with the sixth sister, the masterpiece grade Aegis shield. Although it was a heaven-grade shield with a legend that it was gifted to the second king of Rome, Pompilius, by the Lord, this copy created by the god's command was rated as a masterpiece. I had managed to absorb it while I was at Valerie's workshop. From the opposite side, the guy rushed forward quickly, disappearing from sight in an instant. He leaped up, let out a loud shout, and brought his attack down to destroy Lee Cheon. He prepared quickly, using the shield to block the blow directly. His sword-wielding hands swiftly severed the guy's arm. This quickness of Lee Cheon's had been trained into his reflexes. After severing the guy's arm, he continuously swung his sword into the guy's body, causing him to bleed non-stop. After Lee Cheon finished one, others dove at him. Lee Cheon's eyes were cold and sharp. Their attack pattern had shifted to coordinated combos. Had they not completely lost their minds yet? His shield glowed with an unusual brilliance. But that was fine. Lee Cheon spun around, the shield whipping out waves of classic light that blasted them away. Simultaneously, he spun his sword, unleashing strikes as he turned. Naturally, they were all pummeled, not a single one left untouched. Blood splashed onto the ground before the eyes of the remaining ones. Lee Cheon was ready to take on the second wave. If they didn't come, he would dash like lightning, his blue energy radiating wildly, and go to them himself. A while later, back in the same forest, Lee Cheon easily tied up the three of them. I've broken their arms and legs, so they definitely can't do anything reckless anymore. He fell into deep thought while observing them closely, murky, bloodshot eyes, and a monster-like aura. It didn't seem like pollution. Was it some kind of brainwashing or a curse? Cheon cautiously reached out. He had to try channeling mana into them to see what would happen. Suddenly, a series of sounds echoed as if from far away, deafening enough to make him cover both ears in discomfort. What kind of sound is this? This horrific sound wave had stirred the three tied-up captives. Their mask pieces suddenly began to melt, dripping onto their clothes. In just an instant, they found extraordinary strength from somewhere and broke free, the ropes snapping completely. Lee Cheon looked up at the massive silhouette looming over him, momentarily frozen in place. The three of them had seemingly merged into one, creating a body of indescribable size. What on earth is this? Scene shift. Valerie was hovering high above, eyes scanning below. Why was it so quiet? If a gate had been created, monsters should have been pouring out by now. She kept observing this direction and that from high up. A moment later, Valerie touched down and slowly walked along the quiet path. She suddenly froze, momentarily stunned by what she saw, because ahead of her was a swirling gate, but nothing was coming out. A flow of energy suddenly streaked past Valerie's eyes. Is this an intentional imbalance of mana to force a terrifying gate open? Even crazy has its limits. She looked left and right, her heart anxious, but if a gate was opened for terror, the fact that it was even quieter made it completely incomprehensible. Valerie froze once again because of a strange sensation. Wait, what is that? Is this not a normal gate? The path looks like a teleportation magic circle, doesn't it? Valerie's face darkened, her eyebrows knitted in thought. but was it just a one-way path passing through here?
Just then, another wave of energy streaked over her head, causing her to cry out in pain. Valerie clutched her head, her stance dazed.
This isn't magic, it's beyond my understanding.
Currently, I can't decipher it completely. I have to go check other places. Because of that, she cautiously flew up. Passing through an area, Valerie saw a group of people standing around a magic gate.
Did the army arrive already? She lightly hid behind a large wall. Should I just rush in and say I want to check the gate?
But she dismissed that idea. No, because the fact that I'm in South Korea hasn't been revealed yet, and the master also told me not to reveal my identity.
Then what on earth is that thing?
She couldn't hesitate long and hurried away. She had to go back and research more first. A while later, Valerie lay sprawled on the sofa, exhausted. After the tension, relaxing made her feel so hungry, she wanted to eat fried chicken.
Her eyes suddenly caught the computer screen, and she jumped up. Could there be another gate?
She hurried back to her workstation
and looked at the computer. What is this? This is a mana frequency I'm seeing for the first time. What does this mean? The gate is red, the monsters are black, so why is it gray? Why is it showing unknown?
Her hands typed rapidly on the keyboard. There were a total of 31 mana frequencies she didn't know.
Wait, could it be? Valerie's eyes suddenly lit up. It's them.
They're the ones who crossed through the gate, or the ones who created it. This theory made her exclaim, that bastard Lee Cheon clearly said he was going to Tohamsan Mountain. A yellow dot indicated the owner of the magic eye.
After a moment of searching, Valerie noticed a clearly anxious appearance. This is dangerous. Lee Cheon was currently still facing that giant monster, which had even transformed into a monster.
He observed the creature and began to assess it in his mind. It looked like a lizard man but with some differences. It was clearly a monster body, but the way the mana moved was similar to a human. Its tail suddenly lashed out, an attack carrying a sense of terror.
Lee Cheon immediately pushed himself back to avoid it.
Before, it felt like it was trying to mimic monster fighting styles, but now it's as natural as if it regained its own original body.
On top of that, it's fighting just like a human.
However, there was a force suppressing him from inside his body.
Damn it, my mana is being suppressed. Lee Cheon's sword-wielding hand couldn't move. Infinite aura was.
The moment he let his guard down, it lunged and stabbed powerfully at him. Lee Cheon was struck and sent flying, crashing straight into a large tree nearby. The tree even shattered in a few places.
Lee Cheon gasped, damn it.
Under his feet was a pile of slime clinging tightly.
The slime has been there the whole time? Is my mana being drained? Could it be energy absorption?
Lee Cheon clicked his tongue and immediately kicked that disgusting pile away.
How annoying.
The monster also stood still and had no intention of attacking. It didn't lunge immediately like before. Surely its intelligence had increased.
If not, I'll come to you myself.
Thinking that, Lee Cheon's eyes suddenly flared, mana surged, and he charged like a god. The finishing move he was using was the Gale Chi technique. The sword strike decisively sliced across its body. Lee Cheon finished the strike and smirked, I slashed to the core, so. But before he could even finish the thought, he was wide-eyed with surprise. The monster was not only fine but also swung its large tail straight at him.
Lee Cheon spotted the slash mark on its body. Has it regenerated already? Slime uses energy absorption, Lizardman regenerates, and the wailing of the wraith suppresses mana.
In my past life or this one, I've never heard of such a case. This made him grit his teeth. Whatever the mana amount or whatever the hell it was, he didn't care. Lee Cheon swung his arm decisively and shouted, I'll slash everything. Mystical green energy was compressed and unleashed at it.
That was called Balong. The monster was struck repeatedly by the energy, leaving it dazed.
Right behind it, Lee Cheon launched himself like a god.
Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Let's see if you can regenerate once your head is off.
Saying that, Lee Cheon directly sliced the monster's head off. The body fell with a thud.
Lee Cheon suddenly went silent, hearing a strange sound. What sound is that?
He jumped, turning back with a pale face. Could there be remnants left behind? But the scene before him made him even more bewildered, because something suddenly burst into flames.
Wait, what?
Seeing it drawing near, Lee Cheon gritted his teeth. Collision was imminent. Immediately after, a world-shaking explosion rang out.
After the aftermath of the explosion, the rocks in the area were cracked. A foot wearing a traditional wooden sandal appeared, appearing with a confident attitude.
This lady has arrived. She appeared like a guardian angel and said, Lee Cheon, I've come to help you.
Are you okay?
He was momentarily dazed.
Other than almost dying because of you just now, I'm still fine. Lee Cheon sighed and continued, couldn't you have landed more gently? Valerie laughed and waved her hand, I was worried and came to help, and that's what you say? He looked suspicious. You aren't planning to assassinate me, are you? She asked foolishly, aren't you still uninjured? Seeing Valerie turn away and laugh, Lee Cheon felt irritated inside. Young lady, I'm sorry for comparing you to this lunatic. She pointed in front of her and said, more importantly, what are those things? Lee Cheon replied concisely, they are the enemy. Hearing that, Valerie was helpless. I can see that, they transformed from humans into monsters. What are you talking about? He nodded seriously, it's exactly as I said, until just now, they were still in human form. She retorted angrily, I told you that's an absurd story, how could? Suddenly, the enemy emitted a deafening, ear-piercing sound. Indeed, this sound made them both clutch their ears in distress. What the hell is this? And Valerie herself sensed the mana inside her. Did my mana system just get shaken? Are they not? She was slightly startled to hear that, huh? I guess it's possible. At the moment his eyes glowed with a sharp glint, I need to capture 2 of them alive. When I signal, you act. While Valerie hadn't yet understood what was happening, wait, why, Lee Cheon had already ignored her and charged directly. His hand gripped the sword, channeling extraordinary energy. If it's aura, it can grasp spiritual entities. Lee Cheon used the Yama Chi technique, directly whipping red threads to wrap around the opponent's body. The time came for him to spin back and call out, right now. Valerie moved her wand quickly. From above its head erupted a magnificent array, Tier 6 sealing magic 100-square array. She was creating the seal while being confident. Indeed, dealing with demons, incantations are still the best, like a legal order. Finishing her words, from Valerie's hand, a terrifying swirling energy was continuously launched. At this moment, Lee Cheon used his magic, only the slime is left. Even with special abilities, a slime is still just a slime forever. Thinking that, he decisively swung his arm, punching hard into the pile of slime right under his feet. Lee Cheon's hand slipped through the slimy substance, gripping a green gem tightly, and then decisively took it out of that slimy pile. Looking at it, he momentarily breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Cheon handed it to the other person and said, keep this for me. Valerie looked unhappy. Why do you want to keep this? He replied, because I think I need Valerie to analyze it. She sighed, I'll know for now. Besides, there's this matter too. After Valerie recounted everything, the sky was already bright. She said, so a spatial gate appeared in the center of Jeonju? Yes, it's an artificial gate. Valerie looked serious, but it's not a normal type of gate. It's more like a passage. Lee Cheon calmly crossed his arms, then how is it different from a teleportation circle? She cautiously explained clearly, teleportation circles need preparation at both point A and point B, like 2 sides reaching out to shake hands. But this time it's different, it teleports instantly from point A to point B, and moreover, not by any other way, but through a spatial gate. Valerie rubbed her chin, her expression extremely serious. With humanity's current technology, no, that is simply impossible. Valerie looked straight at the headless monster. She continued, the principle of the gate's generation has been clarified, but using that principle is impossible. With humanity's current technology, no, that is simply a technique that cannot be implemented. Hearing that, Lee Cheon fell into deep thought. If she said it to that extent, perhaps it was truly impossible. In this world, there are countless powers that cannot be explained by logic. Even so, it was unexpected that even Valerie's analysis I couldn't grasp the exact theory. Valerie rubbed her wand. When I confirmed the gate and returned to the workshop, the detector scanned something very strange, so I turned back and came straight here. Lee Cheon looked at the monster's carcass. Perhaps what the detector scanned was these guys. Valerie still wondered, so what on earth are these? He replied concisely, as I said earlier, they are humans who have turned into monsters. She said, her expression more serious than ever, hey, what have you been talking about until now? If it's a transplant or something similar, I could understand it. Aren't you under a magic illusion? Lee Cheon sighed helplessly, do you think my eyes can't distinguish that? That's why I wanted Valerie to see the things I just caught with her own eyes. And have you checked the carcass of this lizard man too? Valerie sighed, is he really under a magic illusion? So she had to follow his words. Alright, let me take a look. Valerie's eyes became bright and murky, carrying an indescribable, cold sensory perception. When she examined it with mana, she said, this is just a monster. If only considering ability, it's quite special, but in the end, it's still a monster. While it's not that there aren't monsters that transform into human form, this one is just a lizard man. The mana system is also strange and has special abilities, but Li Qion suddenly interrupted her. However, there are also those in a human state mixed with monsters. Please come over here and take a look. The dawn had broken, and the entire forest was bathed in a bright, ethereal glow. He gently brushed the leaves aside to clear a path for Valerie. This way. However, Li Qion suddenly froze, his attention snapped to something in particular. Before him lay the corpse of a standard monster, not looking particularly guarded or dangerous. Wait, this is just a goblin. Just as she knelt down to examine it, Li Qion remained stunned. It was clearly in human form when I took it down. As Valerie was casting her detection spell, she suddenly discovered something. She looked down at the goblin's feet, shoes. Why is something like this on a monster's feet? She herself recognized the footprints left behind when it was still human, and even the clothes it wore, there were clear traces showing it had once been a person. Valerie's brows knitted together instantly. Could it really be true? She slowly stood up and said solemnly, I definitely need to investigate this further. I've collected enough samples, so I'll look into it on my own. Li Qion asked again, do you believe me now? She scratched her head awkwardly. Well, since these monsters are all bizarre anyway, the evidence is enough. For now, it's best to incinerate all the corpses. Did you take care of all of them? He lowered his eyes and replied nonchalantly, yes, I handled all 30 of them. Valerie was startled to hear this. Huh? Wasn't it 31? Just a moment ago, I saw 31 unidentified magical sources on the detector. This specific detail reminded him, could the sound from earlier have been? Even though I didn't see it with my own eyes, it seems like there was one more. And that person was the one who had been exploiting these monsters. At Valerie's workshop, Li Qion opened the door and walked in. Valerie, what were the results? Valerie took off her glasses. I couldn't find much. It was just like what I saw with my magic eye back then. After a moment of silence, he called out her name. She replied, what? He continued, do you remember I won our game of 3 questions? Valerie jumped, slamming her hand on the table. I remember. So what? Li Qion crossed his arms calmly. Didn't I say that it's easy to tell when you're lying? She pouted, you're so annoying. Valerie was irritated. If you knew how I was in France, you wouldn't want to argue and would just walk away. Yeah, I know. Yet she remained stubborn. No, it's true. I was the famous Rose of the French Magic University, you know. This stopped Li Qion in his tracks. A rose? More like a madwoman, right? So he urged her, I get it, so stop changing the subject and just tell me. Valerie pursed her lips tightly, her whole body suddenly trembling. Seeing her shaking like that, Li Qion understood, she was clearly about to crack. Therefore, he decided to smooth things over. How could someone as capable as Valerie not find anything? No need to stall, I already know how brilliant you are. Hearing this, she was taken aback. Huh? Li Qion continued sheepishly, you're both the master of the analytical eye and the one who helped me elevate my mana techniques, and you even deciphered the secrets of the stone tablet my ancestors hid. Surely only Valerie could have read that. He spoke in one long breath before realizing, oh no, that sounded so long-winded, like I was reciting a poem. I hope that didn't annoy her. Suddenly, Valerie stood up with her hands on the table. After his string of compliments, she crossed her arms confidently. That goes without saying, there's no such thing as something I can't figure out. Seeing this, Li Qion was satisfied. That was simple. Valerie remained serious. Before I speak, I have one question. Her face suddenly changed. The monsters that attacked you this time, they were targeting you from the very beginning, weren't they? Li Qion thought for a moment. Likely. Since they couldn't communicate, it's impossible to know for sure. But seeing his sentence cut short, Valerie became even more curious. What did you discover at the place where the stone tablet was? Do you know what those people are after? Now he sat aside for a moment. Did she just say people? Li Qion, with a calm expression, said, I did collect a few things, but it's a bit hard to explain everything. I trust you, Valerie, but this is a different matter. As you know, that tablet is a family heirloom. I can't just go around revealing it to anyone. This left her silent and lost in thought for quite a while. He was a bit curious why she would even ask. Valerie leaned back in her chair. Remember that this is just my speculation, okay? You can just treat it like you're listening to a sci-fi novel. During the Great War era, there was once a grand organization. That war, also known as the World War, began with a massive monster invasion. But as the fighting escalated, it was no longer just a war between humans and monsters.
Humans, demi-humans, and monsters, their interests and losses all converged in one place, turning the world into a sea of blood. It was a bloodthirsty era, and in response to the call of the times, countless things that had been sleeping beneath the surface emerged.
6 organizations appeared like that.
They were strange and mysterious, but on the other hand, incredibly alluring.
Each organization had a different location, form, and influence on the world in various ways.
Because of that peculiar commonality, people grouped them together and called them the 6 pillars. Valerie sat with her legs crossed. Those are organizations very hard to find in history books.
Actually, I only know the name because my master told me. Even though people grouped them together, it said they didn't consider each other kin. Li Qion asked, "Are you saying what I encountered was one of the organizations you just mentioned?"
She pursed her lips. Among them is an organization called Behemoth. The story I heard from my master is quite similar to yours.
Their philosophy is actually quite simple: to break free from rationality.
Valerie rubbed her chin. Humans should live by their subconscious or instincts.
Li Qion clicked his tongue. Isn't that the point those scholars and thinkers of that time were making? She nodded. If it stopped there, then yes. Ultimately, the human form is just a mask. And if we take off that mask, we can achieve true freedom.
In order to gain that freedom, it said they operated in the form of monsters.
This made him exclaim a surprised "Huh?"
Valerie explained further. They believe that monsters acting on instinct are the most proper form of existence.
Hearing this, Li Qion couldn't help but wonder, so, does that mean they were already turning humans into monsters back then? If there was a precedent, why did Valerie say it was impossible?
Facing his question, she waved her hand. No, what my master said and what you said are different. He said they wore masks or donned skins mimicking monsters.
There was no such thing as a human actually turning into a monster.
Valerie took out a cigarette and lit a match.
Behemoth believes their philosophy is absolutely correct. They poured their efforts into spreading it and created many followers.
It was an incredibly powerful organization that even waged war against nations. It's still unclear if that person was from Behemoth, but an organization definitely targeted you and caused this incident.
Hearing that, Li Qion remained calm. Yes, I know.
The cigarette in her hand flared with small, thin wisps of white smoke.
Then what? Valerie asked. What are you going to do next? To be honest, I am a bit worried.
He remained calm, laying out his strategy with a firm tone. I will continue my journey as it is. If I were to return to the family because of an undefined danger, I wouldn't have stepped outside in the first place. Hearing that, Valerie sighed involuntarily, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. She acted calmer than ever. Yes, I knew you'd answer like that.
Returning to his room, Li Qion was examining the cloak hanging on his wardrobe. Looking at it again, this outfit didn't look like normal clothing at all.
He gently rubbed the fabric of the cloak and watched it thoughtfully.
It certainly wasn't just embroidery.
From the start, it wasn't ordinary fabric, and he felt it the moment he put it on. For that reason, Li Qion cautiously put the cloak on.
He slid his arms into the sleeves neatly and wore it on his body.
Li Qion felt very comfortable. As expected, the size adjusted automatically. He approached the mirror and observed, "This is pretty good. It has great elasticity, so I can move very comfortably." Just then, the door suddenly opened. Valerie stormed in from the outside, waving her hand happily. "Let's order fried chicken for dinner tonight." The moment she spoke, she noticed him looking in the mirror. He also realized the other person's gaze. The air suddenly fell into silence. Valerie immediately burst into a joyful laugh. Well, at that age, staring at the mirror and spinning around is being 15 like that after all? She tried to suppress it.
Last time I invited you to look at clothes, you were like... Valerie suddenly approached Li Qion, screaming in horror. What are you wearing? He didn't understand what was happening. Why are you like this? Suddenly,
she grabbed the cloak to observe the magical patterns closely.
Wait a minute, let me take a look.
When Li Qion pushed her away, Valerie suddenly trembled.
Where did you get this? Did you go and get this thing? He still didn't understand. Why are you so surprised? You saw it last time.
She was flustered. It was dark then, so I didn't look closely. Valerie's eyes were fixed on the cloak. This is definitely heavenly silk. These patterns are surely spells, but I don't feel any magic resistance.
Li Qion remained puzzled. Heavenly silk? She lowered her eyes instantly. Don't you know?
It's the silk spun by a spiritual creature shaped like a silkworm, called the heavenly god silkworm.
As far as I know, it's hard to make even one thread in decades, yet people used it to sew a cloak?
Li Qion didn't expect it to be that valuable.
Valerie clicked her tongue. Is valuable all you have to say?
If that were entirely heavenly silk, it would be no different from heaven-grade equipment.
This left him astonished. Heaven-grade? Is Valerie mistaken?
When I observed it with my magic eye, I didn't sense any special power. She waved her hand, of course, because the heavenly silk itself is not a completed thread. Valerie's palms clenched tight. Heavenly silk is a thread that matures with its owner. It is so rare that spellcasters only use it as a medium for spells, yet it was used to sew a cloak.
This is a terrifying piece of equipment that human history will never see again, she pleaded. Can I try wearing it once?
Li Qion refused. No, there's not enough for that.
Valerie looked like a starving person. Just one thread? No, 2 threads. He saw that and had to back away. Wait a minute.
A moment later, Valerie's sigh of relief sounded. I didn't expect it to have already accepted a master. She hugged the cloak excitedly. It has developed intelligence already. This is crazy. It's truly crazy.
Naturally, Li Qion wasn't happy. How long are you going to do that?
Valerie. She heard that and hurriedly said, right, I'm sorry, I just finished looking.
Valerie handed him something and said, here, read this.
When the book was opened, inside was information about the angel silkworm, a spiritual creature that feeds on mana and grows in places where yin and yang are balanced, hatching eggs once every 10 years and forming a cocoon after 20 years. The silk thread created by melting that cocoon in a type of spiritual medicine called heavenly spirit water is heavenly silk. Heavenly silk has intelligence, identifies its owner, and absorbs mana. Even if cut by swords, it will absorb mana to regenerate itself, doesn't get wet when it meets water, and if burned by fire, it will quickly return to its original state.
Li Qion took the cloak from her hands. Does equipment also have consciousness?
Valerie calmly replied, it's a bit different, but nearly the same. Hey, look here. She pointed to a pattern on the cloak. The most important thing is that this is equipment with no limits. Magic resistance is almost zero. Even if you pour pure mana into it, it wouldn't reach that level. Valerie sighed. A third-rate spellcaster who obtained this could become a first-rate one. If it were up to me, I would have asked for a thread already. After all that, Li Qion involuntarily looked down at the cloak. I knew it was special, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent.
Valerie asked next, what is the name of that cloak? He answered while putting the cloak on, it's Nanhan. The name was written in white patterns on the inside of the cloak.
Nanhan means Milky Way. There couldn't be a more suitable name than that. The sword containing the dark night, black night,
and the garment containing the entire Milky Way.
Although not a pair, they fit together like one.
Valerie nodded. You have obtained something very precious.
A few days later, in the bright room, a soft voice sounded.
Translation is taking more time than I thought.
Li Qion was holding his head because of the pile of documents on the table, as they were written in ancient script.
If he gave them to Valerie, she could translate them easily, but this was a story related to his family's secret, so she couldn't see it.
He gently rubbed the back of his neck. After all, obtaining these books was thanks to Valerie.
Let's try translating it again. In Li Qion's mind, the translated words appeared. I leave this line for posterity. Leaving behind the story of the Black Knight is against my father's wishes. This made him think, written by my second-generation ancestor, Lai Hung Tien?
The book recorded. I cannot be sure whether this record will be safely passed down to future generations.
If I do, it will be.
Li Qion read up to this point and grabbed another bamboo book. The other contents were still intact.
Why are only these parts?
Apart from a few specific words, there were no smudged characters.
Did someone intentionally erase them? Did someone commit grave robbing before me?
No, impossible, because there wasn't a single trace in the ancestor's tomb. His face was full of unfathomable contemplation.
Moreover, the ancestor wrote as if they had predicted this. Contents written in the form of records might not remain.
Li Qion rubbed his chin and thought, the explanation about the sword seal is not as much as I thought, only at the level that my older brother found and announced to the outside world.
Was it written by ancestor Lai Hung Tien? No wonder it only records up to the third seal?
Thinking this, he sighed again. So my older brother wasn't intentionally hiding any content. Each of Li Qion's fingers gently glided over the book. He involuntarily blurted out, Black Knight is a sword forged by a god to slay.
At this point, Li Qion was stunned. I didn't read that wrong, did I?
A sword forged by a god.
Just then, his phone vibrated. What on earth is this? He quickly pulled it out. The person messaging caused Lee Cheon to be slightly startled. Jin Soo-jong? Why all of a sudden?
On the screen, a message appeared, a problem has arisen.
I want to meet you for a moment.
By now, he had finished packing and began preparing for the new journey.
He thanked Valerie. Thank you for the time lately.
She smugly patted her chest and replied, of course.
Researching the magic eye. Deciphering the tablet. Even the thing about the clothes.
That was also me telling you, after all. Looking at her expression, he furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, here we go again. Then he sighed, later, I'll introduce you to a few people.
This suggestion made her a bit curious. Introduce who? He continued, one is my aunt. Well, I think you two will get along great.
After saying that, he turned and left, saying goodbye. Well then, I'm off. He was about to leave when she immediately spoke up. Wait. She shyly offered a gemstone. Take this.
Although it's not anything amazing. Oh no, it's actually quite amazing.
It's a stone I put all my heart into making. I cast a protection spell on it, wishing for safety.
Not sure how effective it is. It's just a simple anti-evil charm, but,
receiving the stone, he happily replied, thank you.
I always receive things from Valerie.
She shook her head, denying it, no.
Actually, I also. Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted, what? Valerie also what? Are you hiding something from me?
She shyly looked away, shaking her head. Oh, it's nothing. She thought to herself, I can't say it. In Lee Cheol's Magic Eye thesis, I named it the strongest Superman and the Magic Eye of the Evil King.
Recalling that moment, she giggled excitedly. If it's not discovered, it's not considered a crime, right?
He probably won't read those theses anyway, only those magic addicts stuck in their rooms would read them.
He sighed, a bit bitter. But let's just leave it at that.
His indifferent attitude made her angry, pointing directly at his face. I already said I'm not hiding anything.
What do you mean by leave it at that? Then she returned to the main topic, but more importantly, what are you going to do now?
He replied, perhaps I have to go to Seoul for a trip. Hearing that, she reached out and proposed, okay.
Then let's meet again next time. He also smiled happily, then shook hands. Thank you once again, Valerie.
Scene changed to the outskirts of Seoul.
As soon as they met,
Mr. Jong Jin-soo displayed a tired face and greeted, long time no see, young master. He used a searching gaze to look at Jin-soo and asked, you don't look so good. Jin-soo replied, it's just because there's a bit too much work. Then he pointed to the inside of the office, please, this way. He said shyly, I'm a bit embarrassed to let you see this scene.
But everything is gradually getting on track. Observing around, he thought, it's a bit small for an office. I thought the investment was enough,
but the staff's expression looked very good.
Seeing him standing in contemplation, Jin-soo turned to ask, are you a bit disappointed?
He replied, at first, yes.
But now I think I understand. Did you intentionally start small like this? Jin-soo nodded and continued, yes, that is exactly right.
He brought out 2 cups of tea and continued the conversation. When you said you needed money, I thought a lot.
Did you want immediate profit, or did you want to build an organization with a solid foundation?
That's why I recruited people with knowledge and talent, but still lacking experience and practice. I intended to foster them step by step so they could handle big deals later. Although there haven't been any big achievements yet, we are growing slowly but surely. Observing him, he thought, even though I gave him a large sum of money, it seems he chose to strengthen the foundation.
And that is exactly what I wanted.
The corner of his mouth lifted in his satisfied smile.
Jin-soo immediately reached out to his chest, asking, was I too presumptuous?
He replied, I told you already.
Just do as you want.
Although you haven't seen any concrete results, just continue on the path you think is right. Looking at his worried face, he thought to himself, if I praise him for doing well, he will work hard in this direction.
It's best to just let him maximize his potential without any meaningless obstacles holding him back. Studying the documents, he asked, and this, what is this pile of documents?
He replied, these are papers to legitimize the money from the black market and turn it into your assets.
Since this money is not small, it must be done this way. Please check and sign for me.
He observed for a moment, and thoughts began to appear in his head. Although it has been cleaned, the nature is still black money from the black market.
The tax office is not stupid. A newly established business operating with an unclear cash flow will certainly be investigated. But if they know that money came from me, they won't try to dig deep. He continued, actually, you want to turn me into the representative of this place, right? Jin-soo nodded, exactly. I'm just the representative managing the young master's capital. He smiled, are you planning to take advantage of my family background? He replied, you said to do as I wish, so I will take advantage of every card in my hand. Hearing these words, he sighed and thought, he is trying to clearly define the master-servant relationship. This is the chain binding Jong Jin-soo. It's also his oath of loyalty. He didn't hesitate at all and signed the papers. Okay. Just do it like that. Now, to the main point. You didn't call me here just for this, right? Jin-soo's words made him a bit startled. Nine Dragon Fortress has taken action. He was a bit puzzled and asked, suddenly? Why Nine Dragon Fortress? Jin-soo explained, actually, during the money laundering process, I discovered there was a connection to Nine Dragon Fortress. It seems Baek Cheol-soo has received some backing from them. He stroked his chin, thinking, Baek Cheol-soo has connections to Nine Dragon Fortress. That's not unreasonable. Nine Dragon Fortress is a force comparable to the Sungmu family, but unlike them, they are ready to get their hands into illegal activities. Jin-soo continued, since I knew Nine Dragon Fortress was involved, I secretly observed, but finally heard news that they have deployed personnel. But thoughts began to appear in his mind, they won't be able to act rampantly. Korea is the territory of the Sungmu family, so they cannot approach openly. And not to mention, the person handling the incident is said to be the seventh brother. Then the target can only be one person, and that is Jong Jin-soo. Scene changed to the evening. At this moment, it was thundering outside. The space became a bit scary. In a certain corridor, someone was walking in a hurry. As soon as he stopped, a silver-haired man spoke, "You're late." The other replied, "I was late because I had to process an order from the main fortress." The man spoke, causing the youth to be a bit afraid. "I know for a fact the main fortress never issued any official orders." The youth replied, "It was a commission from the elders." The man continued, "The kid who used to live by picking through garbage dumps has really grown up. Not living with many swords but wanting to wield one?" He proudly replied, "It's because I used to pick through garbage that I'm curious about what's above it." He continued, "Just like that, you're already playing politics with the elders. Your words are sharper than your swordsmanship." He threw a letter flying straight at the youth. He caught it and began to examine it. "This is..." The man explained, "Anyway, as your master, I should help my disciple's ambition. This is a commission from the main fortress. It seems the Council of Elders set up something and messed it all up. Unfortunately, it got tangled with the Sungmu family, so they want to grasp the situation. Perhaps the brat in charge of this is in need of a blade to command. Do you want to take a trip?" He thought for a few seconds, then clasped his hands in a bow. "Unworthy disciple Jang Han thanks master for the concern." Looking at the tea in his hand, he warned, "Be careful. If you think the Sungmu family is just a force of a trivial small nation, you will pay a heavy price. Anyway, they are just hypocrites who like to act righteous." Receiving the order, the youth displayed a determined face and turned to leave. The scene shifts to the South Jilin security checkpoint in China, where a vehicle approaches the gate. The person inside the car reaches out to present a travel permit. Taking the document, the guard begins to inspect it. He looks nothing like a laborer, no matter how you slice it. He immediately orders, "Everyone out of the vehicle for a moment so we can check your passports and travel permits." A young man steps out of the car, his voice tinged with annoyance. "What's this about, boss? Didn't you already meet us yesterday?" This man is Yang Seo-dan, the successor of the Yang family and a member of the Nine Dragons clan's senior leadership. He smiles and replies, "We're already exhausted from all this hard work. It's a bit sad that you're acting like this after we met yesterday." As he speaks, he slips a thick roll of cash into the guard's pocket. "Did you seriously not remember us?" As soon as he receives the money, the guard's attitude changes instantly. "Oh, right. I remember now. I had a bit too much to drink yesterday, ha." Yang Seo-dan is visibly frustrated by this point. "Humph, let us through." He slams the car door shut. "This is seriously not satisfying. I'm the next in-line elder of the great Nine Dragons clan, and this is how I have to travel? Do you find this ridiculous?" The other man doesn't answer. Seeing this, Yang Seo-dan continues in a fit of rage. "Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you the executioner who followed me here to be the captain of the guard?" The guard replies, it's to avoid the eyes of the second master of the Sungmu clan. This mission isn't official. Frequently using this route might get us flagged by the information network, which wouldn't be good. Watching him give such a robotic response, young Seo Dan sighs in frustration. Do you think I don't know that? That's why I'm asking. Sure, let's lie, but did we really have to travel in such a pathetic way? Can't you be a little flexible? You really are useless.
The guard shoots an angry glare his way, but forces himself to bow his head. My apologies for my short-sightedness, causing you trouble.
Please forgive me.
He continues, and on top of that, you assign me the name of an assassin from a garbage dump.
Once this job is done, I'm going to re-establish the authority of an elder. Jang Han thinks to himself with fury, the arrogant idiot from the Young family thinks he has authority.
Because that pig blabbed about the mission at the pub yesterday, there's a chance the information has already leaked. It was difficult enough to get a decent mission. I can't let my nose get rubbed in the dirt and ruin the whole thing.
This is a God-given opportunity. I absolutely cannot miss it.
Inside a pub, a young man lets out a satisfied breath.
I knew they'd be like that, planning to do something outside the mission scope. They've tied their own noose. I just hope I don't get dragged into their mess.
Finishing his drink, he stands up with a gulp. I'm wasted.
Seeing this, the pub owner asks, heading out already? He turns back, I have to get going.
I told you, I have to pass the border at this hour.
The owner wonders, why is the top drunkard of this bird's nest suddenly so diligent? Ever since Baek Cheol-soo died, he's been hooked up with the brokers.
These days, there's nothing that pays as well as smuggling. Just as Seo Dan steps outside, a magic circle suddenly appears beneath his feet.
He starts in surprise. What is this? Even as a fist suddenly appears before his face, he still doesn't understand what is happening.
The powerful impact hits him before he can react, sending him sprawling to the ground. Jang Han approaches and grabs him by the hair. Park Byun-baek, member of the White Bone sect, specializing in human trafficking. Saying this, he drops him to the ground and walks inside. That's right.
Drag him in. Following that, countless desperate screams echo through the abandoned building. Here, Byun-baek is being brutally tortured. Jang Han interrogates him. So, you're saying that after the White Bone sect disbanded, you all scattered everywhere out of fear of retaliation from the Sungmu clan?
Terrified, he replies, yes, that's exactly it. Young Master Lee Jae-hak is the 7th member of the Sungmu clan. As he starts to speak, Jang Han cuts him off. You already said that. If you try to stall for time again, I'll chop off your other hand.
He whimpers, yes, I'll tell you everything I know.
He manages both the black funds and various other money accounts. While he is talking, Jang Han kicks him hard in the stomach, making him let out a cry of pain.
He asks, which one is that?
Byun-baek replies, Captain Jong, it's Captain Jong Jin-soo.
I really don't know anything else now. Please, spare my life.
Hearing this name, Jang Han stops and thinks to himself, this is the 3rd time that name has appeared.
It's also listed in the mission orders. That means if I can just find this guy, the mission is essentially over.
Byun-baek's voice trembles, now, spare me. But just as his words trail off, a cold sword stroke severs his throat, sending him to the other side. Looking at the severed head on the ground, Jang Han scoffs, died like a bug. Standing behind and witnessing everything, Seo Dan praises, this is the first time I've been satisfied with that executioner. Let me do the dirty work next time, I'm quite confident in my torturing skills. He turns back to report, I've gathered all the necessary information. South Korea's security is very strict, so we need to hurry if we want to cross the border.
If we move fast, we can have dinner at the hotel tonight. He asks back in surprise, a hotel? With that, he orders his men to leave. Well, it can't be helped. I'm heading to the car first. Make it quick.
Jang Han nods, understood.
Scene changed to another location. Lee Cheol is sitting, reviewing documents.
The contact Baek Cheol-soo hooked up with is indeed part of the Elder Council faction.
Jong continues, yes.
It seems they are providing moderate support while observing the situation. He adds, if it were major support, the family would have noticed from the very beginning. The Nine Dragons clan still has many shortcomings to be considered a unified power. The organization is massive, but it started as an alliance of many martial arts families and sections. As a result, not only are they not unified, but they also constantly play the weak against the strong, and everyone is obsessed with holding on to their own traditions. Among them is the Elder faction consisting of 5 sects and 4 major families, and the Nine Dragons clan leader faction consisting of various direct forces.
In terms of overall power, the Elder Council is in the lead. But thanks to the overwhelming martial prowess of the Nine Dragons clan leader, the balance is maintained. Observing for a while, he assesses, but still, these records are very detailed. From the personal information of key elder figures and clan leaders to the cooperative relationships and power struggles between factions, how could you possibly investigate the power structure to this extent? Zhang replies confidently, I know a broker in the bird's nest. I bought the information there.
He thinks to himself, being able to sell this level of info means the merchant is part of the underground world, and there aren't many merchants who hold this kind of high-level intelligence.
Thinking that, he suggests, could it be the Black Crow Society? Zhang smiles, you realized it immediately, didn't you? That is indeed an organization with influence across Southeast Asia, the Black Crow Society. Their info brokering is recognized for its reliability and intelligence network. If it's from the Black Crow Society, it can be trusted.
Zhang continues his report. Next is the character behind the Nine Dragons clan. The person in charge of these incidents. Looking at the name on the paper, he evaluates, Yang Xiaodan.
That idiot.
Other than his political ability, everything else is terrible.
He came here?
It seems he caused all sorts of trouble and was excluded from the inner circle, so they must be intending to let him earn some achievements.
Looking at his expression, Zhang realizes he should explain. It seems he has been traveling separately and visiting Korea in person is his duty.
He is expected to enter Korea illegally this week.
He sighs and guesses, I don't know if he even has a brain.
He'll probably just enter through a dangerous area.
Zhang makes a suggestion, should I go into hiding for now to stall for time?
Because of the Sungmu clan, they won't be able to stay in Korea for long anyway.
He shakes his head, no need.
If I do that, the Nine Dragons clan will just send someone else.
I have a pretty good idea. Zhang asks curiously, what kind of idea?
He explains, I'm not sure I can do it alone.
I think I'll need you to use your strength a bit.
Zhang puts his hand over his heart, determined, if it's something I can do, please just name it. Hearing this, Li Chiol is incredibly excited. You really mean it.
You said it, so you have to do it.
Seeing this attitude, Zhang is a bit startled.
Oh, yes. Scene changed to the Zhangyou Chansang Hotel. Xiaodan's voice rings out, how did it go? Did that Li J hack let him go? Zhang Han replies, yes, that's right. Perhaps he survived by selling information about the night market. Xiaodan adds, that's why I don't work with people of questionable background.
Then he tosses the stack of documents to the side. Well, then we just need to capture this guy and we're done. Now we can finally leave this country. Zhang Han thinks to himself, the one who says that acts as if he's done something himself, while dumping all the work on others. However, my impression of the Sungmu clan has changed a little. It's not directly related information, but they are all this tight-lipped.
Is the influence of the Sungmu clan really this vast?
At that moment, the desk phone outside suddenly rings.
Someone runs out to answer it. What's going on? Zhang Han approaches and asks, what's wrong? The person explains, the thing is, then he picks up the phone and asks the person on the other end, what is it? The person on the other end replies, someone claiming to be a guest is here to see you, so I'm calling. He asks, a guest? The person continues, yes. They said if you mention the name Zhang Jinsu, you will know. Thinking of this, Zhang Han is a bit startled. Immediately after, a meeting takes place.
The two sides are sitting across from each other, with Zhang as a masked man standing behind him. Looking at Zhang, Xiaodan asks curiously, I didn't expect the person we were looking for to bring himself to us. How did he know we were here?
Zhang answers, I learned the information through an information broker.
Then he puts his hand over his heart and introduces himself. It is an honor to meet young Xiaodan of the Great Nine Dragons clan. As he speaks, he thinks to himself, I didn't think he would be at a hotel while on a mission. As expected, just like the young master said.
He really is at the hotel. Xiaodan asks, you know my name?
He replies, you are about to become the head of the Yang family, so naturally I would know.
Thinking about it, Xiaodan furrows his brow. Well, it seems many people have quite the information network, don't they? But even though you know who I am, you dare to insolently bring a guard here? Zhang explains, meeting a martial artist of the Nine Dragons clan requires some insurance, doesn't it? Just like you said. I am just an ordinary person who cannot use magic power. Xiao Dan grinds his teeth and interrogates, just a corrupt merchant from a small country, yet you dare to be this arrogant? Anyway, since you came here yourself, that's good. Follow me to the Nine Dragons clan immediately. You will have to explain the situation at the black market. Let's say goodbye and leave it here. Seeing him stand up and leave, Zhang remains deep in thought for a few seconds, then suddenly speaks up, that won't do. Seeing this, Xiao Dan turns around in surprise. What? Zhang explains, I am truly sorry. But I have no reason to follow you. Xiao Dan shouts angrily, insolent. Do you think I came here to negotiate with you? This isn't an invitation, it's an order. Zhang remains calm, I didn't come here to negotiate either. I came here entirely to make a deal. Xiao Dan steps forward and slams the table. I am the one who will become the next generation elder of the Nine Dragons clan. Does a person of your rank have the right to trade with me? Zhang puts his hand over his chest, his voice firm. I know the reason you came to Korea this time. The Nine Dragons clan has no reason to intentionally seek me out. This surely will not be harmful to you, young Xiao Dan. Xiao Dan grinds his teeth and interrupts, shut up. If you don't go voluntarily, I'll just drag you by the neck. Then he turns and calls out, hey, you swordsman. Zhang Han in the back nods, yes. Then he points at the masked person and orders, first, kill that guy. The order is given, and his sword immediately darts toward Li Chiol. Li Chiol, without a moment's hesitation, draws his sword to block the attack. He exclaims to himself, he is fast. Witnessing this action, Xiao Dan turns back to reprimand, who allowed you to swing your sword so suddenly, you stupid swordsman? Li Chiol thinks to himself, the situation has become troublesome. Young Xiao Dan is both arrogant and stupid. So I thought that just saying a few nice words would make him easy to control. I didn't expect him to be even more pathetic than imagined. Before the regression, I clearly remembered his political ability being recognized. More importantly, who exactly is this guy? Looking at the magical energy radiating from him, he assesses, he can't be more than 17 to 19 years old at most. He smells of iron, gunpowder, and blood. That is an aura I have never seen before. That is the sword energy naturally formed into a killing intent through countless real battles. He grips his sword handle tightly, he is very strong. On the other side, Zhang Han also has his own thoughts. I intended to decapitate him in one strike. But he sensed that moment and reacted. He is really strong. His face is hidden behind the mask, and his voice is in the stage of breaking. He is certainly no older than I am, 10 steps. If I let him get closer than that distance, I'm not confident I can control the situation. But this room is very cramped. The distance is already less than 10 steps, but it doesn't matter, I just need to complete the mission as always. Immediately, without a moment's hesitation, he lunges forcefully toward him. Watching him charge, he begins to assess, he's coming. The heart? Or the head? If I use the magic eye skill, my identity will be exposed. I have to rely on my sixth sense. Just as he senses an opening in his attack, he swings his sword to block the direct thrust. Then, the two trade 300 more blows. Looking at his sword techniques, he assesses, this is not orthodox martial arts. The opponent only targets my vital points. Points where one hit is enough to cause severe injury. If it's an assassin's martial art, then naturally he has the advantage in many aspects. But if that's all there is to it, I'm sure to win. He immediately circulates mana into his sword and lunges straight at his opponent, using the strength chi skill, Shock Wind. This powerful attack forces Zhang Han into a position where he cannot dodge, leaving him no choice but to block it head-on. The overwhelming force makes it difficult for him to hold his ground. But Li Chiol does not give him time to rest, jumping up and swinging a series of additional slashes. While blocking, Zhang Han thinks, he moves at angles that the human body shouldn't be able to handle. Does he not care about his wounds at all? Then Zhang Han looks at his own sword, which is now covered in countless cracks. If my sword breaks, it's over. The others won't be able to stop this guy. I have to finish him before the weapon breaks. Thinking this, he immediately circulates mana into his sword, causing the blade to glow with a brilliant red light. He uses the first form of the Heaven Slaughter Blade. Looking at the power radiating from him, Li Chiol assesses, a monster indeed. Where on earth did such a person come from? But now is not the time to worry about that. He doesn't hesitate to use martial attack first form, Red Demon. The two extremely powerful attacks collide directly, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. A moment later, Jang Han's sword finally snaps in two. The shockwave bounces back, causing him to clutch his mouth in pain. His chest tightens, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurts out. He knows he has lost. Memories of the foul stench at the garbage dump from years ago come rushing back. He has swung this sword thousands, tens of thousands of times. He weakly looks up at Lee Cheol. As it turns out, he still couldn't even touch him. At that moment, Lee Cheol suddenly speaks. "What is your name?" Grasping at his final bit of willpower, Jang Han gasps, "Jang Han." A moment later, Yang Xiaodan steps out and snaps, "What the hell just happened?" He backs away nervously, thinking to himself, "I thought he was just a piece of trash assassin. I never expected that kid to be this strong." While Yang Xiaodan is still in a daze, the sound of applause rings out. Moreover, the person capable of subduing a monster like that must be a great monster himself. Jinsu Jiang slowly makes a suggestion. "Let's stop here. Let's retreat for today." He glances toward the door, speaking softly. "It seems the big explosion just now is causing chaos outside." With that, Jinsu Jiang politely bows his head. "I will be back to see you soon." At this point, Yang Xiaodan doesn't dare to cause trouble anymore and agrees. "Fine, let's do that." Stepping out into the hallway, the two walk quietly and slowly without saying a word. Jinsu Jiang cannot hide his worry. Is the young master okay? Li Cheol replies nonchalantly to reassure him. "I have some minor internal injuries, but this kind of wound will heal soon. Nothing to worry about." He adds, "I had already controlled the situation in the room to prepare for any accidents." The person walking beside him whistles in appreciation. "Your timing was perfect. If it had lasted any longer, things would have been truly troublesome." Li Cheol suddenly stops, "But maybe that's better. We've finally got a handle on the core weakness of this entire situation." He slowly removes his mask, thinking to himself, more importantly, about Jang Han. Li Cheol turns his head back to look at the company building, his mind like a whirlwind. He always knew there would come a day he would have to face him, but he never expected it to come at this moment. Memories of the Heaven Slaughter Blade Jang Han gradually return. He was born in the garbage dump, raised to become an assassin, then his abilities were recognized and he caught the eye of the Nine Dragons clan leader. Etched in Li Cheol's mind is the image of that sword, the one the current clan leader always carries and uses most when sweeping through the Elder Council to pacify internal factions. He cannot hide his empathy. In the end, he became the recognized successor of the Nine Dragons clan leader. A person who is both different but has so many similarities to himself. At that moment, Yang Xiaodan speaks up anxiously. "My only request is for you to join the Nine Dragons clan." On behalf of the young master, Jinsu Jiang cautiously replies, "The one connected to the Nine Dragons clan is Baek Cheol Su. Currently, I no longer work under Baek Cheol Su, so there is no reason to join the Nine Dragons clan." He crosses his arms, asking back curiously, "Are you saying you want me to leave empty-handed?" Hearing this, Jinsu Jiang slowly explains, "Not quite. What I mean is, let's recalculate your mission." Jinsu Jiang does not hesitate to clarify everything. The Nine Dragons clan secretly backed Baek Cheol Su to expand power into the Korean underworld. During that process, the Sungmu family intervened, forcing you all to be cautious of their every move. With a determined gaze, he looks straight ahead. "To be honest, you certainly don't want a direct conflict with the Sungmu family. You came here to investigate the black market, and in that very investigation, you found out." His next sentence makes Yang Xiaodan startle. "From the very beginning, your true target was not me." He immediately makes a guess. "Do you mean you will prepare something else related to this case for me?" Jinsu Jiang nods slightly in confirmation. "Exactly." With an enigmatic tone, he continues, "And I can even give you an even better gift." Yang Xiaodan rests his chin on his hand. "A gift, huh?" Without hesitation, Jinsu Jiang brings out heavy evidence, proof showing that the Sungmu family will not take any action related to this matter. However, to him, those words don't have much meaning. He says, "You call that a gift?" Jinsu Jiang replies cryptically, "It depends on how you report it to your superiors. It could absolutely become an incredibly weighty gift." Jinsu Jiang extends his hand, saying that with documents proving the Sungmu family's intentions, that is enough to assert his capability. Wouldn't that be counted as a war trophy? At this point, Yang Xiaodan begins to get a whiff of it. "What do you want from me?" He just smiles calmly, explaining unhurriedly, "I don't demand much, I just want to build a good relationship. After all, you will become an elder of the Nine Dragons clan later on." Hearing that answer, Yang Xiaodan laughs out loud. "Not bad. I didn't expect a small country like this to have someone like you. Then Yang Xiaodan waves his hand to order his subordinates. All right.
Now we need to talk in private.
Everyone else out. The sound of a latch clicks, and the door to the room slams shut. Li Chiol immediately asks suspiciously, "What is this about?" His expression changes. Zhang Han stutters in a pleading tone, "Can I talk to you for a moment?" Faced with that earnest tone, he reluctantly agrees, "All right." In another room, he asks honestly, "Can you tell me your name?" Li Chiol puts his hands in his pockets, answering coldly, "Why should I answer?" His face tightens. Zhang Han furrows his brow to confirm, "To see if you are truly the person I suspect. I bet my life you won't reveal it to anyone else." As soon as he finishes speaking, Li Chiol removes his mask, seriously declaring, "I am Li Chiol of the Sungmu family." But Zhang Han isn't surprised at all. "I knew it." He calmly holds the mask, asking, "How did you guess?" Without changing expression, Li Chiol analyzes coolly, "I once heard rumors that within the Sungmu family, the youngest direct descendant in history had stepped onto the path of martial arts." Facing those words, Li Chiol just remains silent. In front of his opponent, Zhang Han frowns, "And if it wasn't that person, there's no way you could have blocked my sword. You clearly look even younger." Suddenly he exclaims, "You are truly very strong. This is the first time I've met an opponent like you." In his mind, he is replaying every detail of his killing moves. Zhang Han follows the martial arts path used for taking lives. Li Chiol mentally notes his excellence. Conversely, he is on the path of honing both unorthodox and orthodox techniques. Then he slowly asks, "If it wasn't a head-on confrontation like just now, but an assassination scenario, what do you think would happen?" His gaze doesn't waver. Zhang Han replies calmly, 10 parts, and 9 of them I would succeed in the assassination." He shares his thoughts straightforwardly, "But I'm sure both of us are holding back." Zhang Han crosses his arms, saying unhurriedly, "The ratio I just mentioned is only based on what you've shown so far." Knowing his trick to provoke had been exposed, Li Chiol can only sigh helplessly. Zhang Han stares at him, "You already knew, didn't you?" "If I hadn't realized it, I would have been an idiot." Immediately after, Zhang Han suddenly reveals, "There's a big tournament in Germany next year. Let's meet there." Responding, he just replies nonchalantly, "If I have time, I'll go." His brow furrows. Zhang Han quietly assesses, "The Sungmu family is truly something one cannot stand." Matching that tone, Li Chiol quickly adds, "Lucky, isn't it? I don't like the Nine Dragons clan either." Zhang Han declares firmly, "Next time we fight, I will show you everything I've been hiding." Putting the mask back on, he continues, "Me too." Regaining his cold, icy look, Li Chiol turns and walks away definitively. "Next time don't bring that idiot along." A moment passes like that. Exhausted to the bone, Jinsu Zhang sighs. Witnessing the whole event, Li Chiol teases, "That was close. You and Yang Xiaodan get along well, don't you?" He hesitates to explain, "I'm still not used to dealing with martial artists." He is extremely curious about the content of the conversation, and more importantly, how did you convince him? Afterward, he even treated you like a younger brother, thinking about how Yang Xiaodan trusts you completely, and even prepared a plane ticket. You really are super. Jinsu Zhang's face suddenly lights up. If you've ever survived the Korean corporate environment, this isn't that hard. Li Chiol is stunned, scary. Korean office workers really are formidable people. He continues excitedly, "I just did exactly what the young master instructed." Li Chiol continues to tease, "If you're being humble, then stop." Li Chiol suddenly pulls out a stack of documents. "Here, take this." Jinsu Zhang takes it curiously. "What is this?" He explains calmly, "This is just a preliminary summary of the notable businesses and talents I've gathered. Feel free to look through it. The people I've marked must be recruited at any cost, no matter the expense." Li Chiol grips his rice bowl tightly, "But don't get too deeply involved. In this regard, your life experience is much better than mine." Jinsu Zhang replies tactfully, "Of course, young master." "You've never liked those who just obey blindly without asking questions." He adds, "Get my point? I'll be cutting off contact for a while, so don't wait for me." He immediately asks, "Are you planning to go to some desolate wasteland?" Li Chiol slams his rice bowl onto the table. "No." Finally, he makes his choice. "I'm going to Jeju Island." In a luxurious mansion owned by a certain family, brilliant golden sunlight stretches across every corner. Inside the study of the Sungmu family head, Li Taishan calmly orders a status report. A subordinate appears as if from thin air. "As per their agreement, report, master." Just as you predicted, they have started moving.
5 spatial gates have appeared on Tohamsun Mountain, which is owned by Behemoth, and traces show they were opened using a holy relic of the Ma Tien sect. That report makes the pen in his hand pause for a moment. Li Taixin replies in a cold, indifferent tone, crushed twice already and still haven't learned their lesson, truly remnants of an old era.
The subordinate continues, those who crossed the spatial gates are confirmed to be 30 common grade beings and 1 white grade being. He immediately asks, how is the pursuit going?
The man bows his head slightly. We have finished tracking the white grade being and are continuing to monitor him. As for the 30 common grade ones, they have all been eliminated.
Hearing this, Li Taixin slowly removes his glasses. All eliminated? The subordinate adds, youngest master Li Chiol is currently in Jiangju.
Sir! He suddenly freezes in shock.
What? Li Taixin immediately voices his suspicion, so their goal when taking the risk of being discovered was the youngest? The man quickly confirms, yes, aside from the young master, there is nothing unusual at Tohamsun Mountain. Sitting in his chair, he asks, what is the youngest doing in Jiangju? However, the subordinate only knows so much. Because he is avoiding following the master's orders, I cannot find out anything more. Li Taixin sighs helplessly and nods. This is happening again? Butler Choi looks at him with concern. Master? Li Taixin immediately orders, the Spirit Sword Squad, find the youngest's whereabouts right now and report back to me. I need to know why the Ma Tien sect is targeting him. He muses, those garbage pests. I will not tolerate anyone daring to hinder the growth of the Sungmu family lineage. Li Taixin coldly commands, if Behemoth wants to set foot on this land, hunt them down to the end and wipe them out completely. The subordinate vanishes quickly, understood. In his heart, he silently praises his son. The kid actually took down 30 traitors. At that moment, at Jeju International Airport, Li Chiol raises a hand to shield his eyes. It really is Jeju Island. Even at the beginning of summer, the heat is on a different level. He feels inwardly, and this is just at the airport, yet the magic circles in the air are already this thick. Just then, a voice suddenly rings out, hey, kid over there. The man asks enthusiastically, traveling or doing university research? Wherever you want to go, get in the car, I'll give you a cheap rate. But Li Chiol doesn't bother to reply. What, is there something on my face? He says coldly in an authoritative voice, get lost. He pulls his bag sharply. The only taxi at the airport is speeding straight toward him. Those words make the man confused and hurriedly pull his hand back. That was not the hand of a driver. Li Chiol bluntly exposes him. The Black Crow Society is really going downhill, sending agents like this. The man stammers, how did you know? As he speaks, Li Chiol glances to the side, probably because you guys think I'm not worth much. Im Yangmuk suddenly appears from behind, sorry for making you feel that way. Our staff is still in training, so there are many shortcomings. He flashes a friendly smile. I am Im Yangmuk, branch manager of the southern branch of the Black Crow Society. Li Chiol replies coldly, you don't look any better yourself. The man spreads his arms in welcome. That's only because the young master is too outstanding. Despite that, he asks bluntly without hesitation, what does the Black Crow Society want from me? Im Yangmuk quickly opens the car door. This is not the place to talk. Let's move. I will take you anywhere you want. Li Chiol stands there with an indifferent look, quietly observing. A moment later, he reluctantly agrees, fine. To the northern entrance of Halasan Mountain. Inside the car, Im Yangmuk keeps babbling. I really ruined the all-important first impression. Li Chiol glances over coldly. Time is money. Tell me the reason you found me first. He places a hand on his chest and smiles warmly. You like to speak bluntly? Fine. We want to sign an official contract with the young master. He suddenly remembers this organization's symbol. Massive scale, deep influence, secret communication methods. This entire information trading conglomerate always keeps everything proprietary. Known as the Black Crow Society, they pride themselves on a formidable intelligence network throughout East Asia. Even Li Chiol himself is surprised. He never expected to meet them this way. An official contract immediately? Im Yangmuk explains, we will provide any information the young master needs and promise not to sell your information to outsiders. He smiles and adds, in exchange, occasionally the young master will share necessary information with us or lend us that high-level combat power when needed. He asks immediately, why specifically sign an official contract with me? Im Yangmuk replies concisely, because of everything the young master has shown over the past time. He slowly lists them in a calm tone, originating as an illegitimate child.
the youngest martial artist to reach the 5th martial realm, having defeated Baek Cheol-soo. Im Young-muk quickly adds, furthermore, there is the relationship with the next-term elder of the Nine Dragons clan. Those are factors we cannot ignore. Just as he finishes speaking, Lee Cheol teases, are you showing off your information-gathering abilities? The man hurriedly waves his hands, I'm just explaining. In his heart, Lee Cheol thinks, ridiculous. Listing such hard-to-find information is basically an implied threat that you guys can sell me out anytime. A moment later, Im Yang-muk asks, so, what is your answer? But Lee Cheol has already stepped out of the car, I refuse. The man's face flashes with confusion, young master. Standing beside the car, he tries to persuade patiently, if the young master aims for the pinnacle of the Sungmu family, it is best to accept our offer. Facing those words, he just walks away coldly. Regardless of what he says, Lee Cheol suddenly concludes, the answer remains unchanged. Unable to persuade any further, Im Yang-muk starts to get tough, you will regret this. He immediately turns back and fires a barrage of questions, who regrets it? I was going to suggest a cure for that disease, but now I've changed my mind. Tell your president that I am truly sorry. He will understand if you say it that way. The man stammers, how can you be sure we are the Black Crow Society? Lee Cheol just smiles as he steps onto the mountain path. Sure, just now I was only testing you a little. Im Yang-muk stares at his back, stunned. Huh? Not letting him continue, he interrupts. You're done talking, right? Then train your people better. The gaps are bigger than I thought. Really disappointing. Is the entire Black Crow Society like this? Even our disciples aren't that bad. His words make Im Yang-muk furious, or perhaps only the southern branch manager is like this, I don't know either. Surprised? After Lee Cheol leaves, he angrily kicks the nearby fence. Damn it! Im Yang-muk gasps, his face full of rage, an arrogant brat, more than I thought. The subordinate next to him asks softly, branch manager, are you okay? But he just gives a side glance and curses inwardly, I just wanted to bring a kid back to cause a little trouble, yet because of this fool, I've lost all face. Im Yang-muk hurriedly pulls out his phone. Why did the superiors force me to sign the contract personally? He slowly reports the situation. That brat understands the situation much better than I thought. The negotiation failed. The other end is stunned and repeats, what? Im Yang-muk adds quickly, yes, that's exactly it. He recounts the whole event. The problem is, he has a message for the president. Hearing that, the other end stammers in terror, is that true? They immediately urge him urgently, follow him now. No. Where is the target currently? Im Yang-muk grips the phone tightly, currently heading through the northern gate of the dangerous zone at Halasan Mountain. The other end quickly orders, for now, mobilize the entire manpower of the southern branch. Don't lose track of him, and prepare yourself to resign as branch manager. Hearing this, he shouts helplessly, sir, why? The other end continues, if it just stops there, you're lucky. But if he really knows about that, things won't end simply. On this side, a worried voice rings out, are you okay? The guard explains further, you are a level 6 hunter, so you know better than us. But this place is completely different from the northern dangerous zone. Even so, Lee Cheol firmly insists, I know, so I'm fine. He quickly returns the card, it would be great if you went with a team. I checked your ID. The iron gate immediately opens, letting him through. At that moment, Lee Cheol thinks to himself, only through one gate and the heat is completely different. He steps forward one by one, but I can't back down now. Standing before the surrounding scenery, Lee Cheol tells himself, right here on Halasan Mountain, the god recorded in the Black Knight Chronicles actually exists. That sacred, treacherous place is known as one of the 3 mountain gods of Korea, Halasan Mountain. Since ancient times, Jeju Island has always been filled with spiritual energy, and to this day, it remains the only dangerous zone in the southern part of the Korean peninsula. Lee Cheol sweats profusely. The first reason why conquering this mountain is extremely difficult is the presence of sea monsters. The second reason is, he breathes heavily, each breath becoming difficult because this dense forest covers the entire center of Jeju Island, with Halasan Mountain as its core. Lee Cheol struggles with every step forward. If it were just an ordinary jungle, that would be one thing, but he carefully observes his surroundings. Lee Cheol looks deep into the edge of the forest. This place is what is called a devil's joke or monster's maze. Perhaps this is a type of spatial teleportation magic circle. Even though no gates are revealed, the surrounding landscape changes in a blink of an eye. He lifts his eyes slightly, this time it's a pine forest. Ha!
In his heart, Li Chiol silently calculates, until recently, I didn't know much about this mountain. Only when I read the Black Knight Chronicles, he suddenly remembers the record. At the southernmost edge of this land, where the territories of Goun Na and Yil Na were, there once existed the ancient Tamna kingdom built by 3 divine beings. Successive images flash back. But in truth, they were just a mysterious race born from the spiritual energy of nature itself. People call them the Dotgabi tribe. A dazzling golden beam suddenly appears. They are masters of magic, talented carpenters, and creatures born from the wildest fantasies. They forge stars from the heat of geothermal veins and create countless mysterious divine weapons. Deep within that cave, it was these Dotgabi people who created the Black Knight. A stream of lava slowly flows by. A muscular man is focusing intensely before a blazing furnace. He suppresses his breath. This situation looks bad no matter how you look at it. At that very moment, the muscular man suddenly senses something. He stands up furiously, roaring, "Who has the guts to come here?" On the other side of the forest, monsters are being defeated one by one. Li Chiol thinks exhaustedly and helplessly. Who would have thought level 5 monsters here could use magic? This place is truly insane. He slowly scans the surroundings. Perhaps because this mountain's magic circle is so thick, they seem much stronger than monsters in the outside world. If I activate my magic eye halfway, the guardian path will change immediately. It seems I underestimated this land. Li Chiol sheathes his sword. Even monsters never recorded on the peninsula are starting to appear. No wonder people call Halasan Mountain the Demon World. He suddenly remembers the 2 characters Tamna he saw in the mirror on Sungmu Mountain. The one who refuses to vanish, the 5th Black Knight, exists right here. Then Li Chiol moves forward, almost reaching the peak. If I go into the inner valley. But right then, an enraged voice rings out like a thunderclap. Who dares to set foot in my demon world? He is startled and quickly draws his sword. Could it be a monster capable of magnifying spiritual consciousness? The voice suddenly closes in. It is clearly human language. Li Chiol immediately spins around. Behind me, 2 shadows immediately collide, weapons clashing. Li Chiol vaguely looks at the person in front of him. Who are you? The opponent's entire face suddenly flashes with golden lightning. Li Chiol clutches his face in pain, kneeling on the ground. Clinging to his burning face, he calculates silently. My mind and vision feel like they're being burned. Only 3 seconds, a fleeting moment. A thought flashes through Li Chiol's mind. Could the presence of the person in front of me be so vast that the naked eye cannot contain or comprehend it? He slowly lifts his head. His eyes narrow slightly. That is? Are you talking about the Black Knight? Now it's certain. The illusory god mentioned in the Black Knight Chronicles, is it this guardian god? Li Chiol bows politely. Descendant of the Sungmu family, Li Chiol respectfully pays respects to the earth god. The elegant man murmurs slightly, Sungmu family, then he grinds his teeth, not bothering to let him explain any further. The elegant man immediately releases his vast magic circle. I have never permitted humans to set foot in my territory. That action makes Li Chiol's eyes widen in surprise. If you continue to cause trouble in this region, I will not go easy on you. Saying that, he turns his back and walks away. His hands tremble slightly as he reaches out, trying to hold him back. Please stop, please stay for just a moment. However, the elegant man vanishes in the blink of an eye. He coldly spits out one word, get lost. His entire body is suddenly teleported. Li Chiol exclaims in confusion, this place is. He stares at the entrance to Halasan Mountain. I hadn't even had a proper conversation and I was already kicked out. That makes Li Chiol quietly ponder. Alright, whatever, I must find the reason first. He silently shifts his gaze toward the forest. Regardless, because of the Black Knight seal, I will have to climb this mountain again. His expression suddenly darkens. Let's see where things go. The sky has gradually turned dark. On a street, Li Chiol walks while deep in thought. I must prepare thoroughly and try again. His eyes drop slightly, but he suddenly stops for a beat. Li Chiol quietly observes the surroundings. Black Crow Society. They act really fast. With that thought, he immediately turns into a small alley, but he has no intention of bumping into them right now. The follower trailing Li Chiol finally loses track. He reports hurriedly, this is number 17. Lost the target at alley number 19, area A. Still checking the surrounding area, the alley suddenly falls silent. An invisible footstep quietly leaves. That person is none other than Li Chiol. Counter Chi technique, Spirit Light.
I tried applying invisibility to chi control techniques, but I haven't mastered it completely. He holds the mask in his hand.
If I keep going out like this, I will definitely be followed again.
Luckily, I used black chi to absorb the 100-face device beforehand.
Lee Cheol's entire body is suddenly wrapped in magic. His appearance changes, his face transforms into someone else. This should be fine. Okay, now let's go buy the necessary things. Returning to the control area, the guard looks at him with confusion. You're back again? You just went in this morning. Did your business go bankrupt? He stammers, waving his hands hurriedly, or are you drowning in debt?
Come on, young man, you're so young.
Think carefully. Lee Cheol responds in confusion, huh?
Finally, Lee Cheol explains happily, no, that's not it.
People intending to commit suicide don't carry this much equipment.
The guard finally feels a little more relieved and says, now that you mention it, you do have a lot of luggage. But then he suddenly declares, yes, because I plan to stay in there for a few days.
The guard is stunned. What? Lee Cheol makes up his mind, okay, I'll be back later. This time, I won't retreat so easily. Lee Cheol continues to venture deep into the dense forest.
He struggles with his thoughts. It's been 2 days since I set foot on this mountain, and yet I haven't found any water source. Lee Cheol suddenly stops. I must find it today no matter what. If I still don't find it, I'll go back to the city to restock supplies. He slowly senses a strange magic flow rising, though very faint, but it is clearly a completely different kind of energy. Not stopping, Lee Cheol's footsteps get faster.
Unable to hide his excitement, he eagerly exclaims, found it. Lee Cheol leans down gently. Warm water? Even if this mountain is filled with yang energy, water shouldn't be this warm.
He suddenly stands up with a determined gaze. This place has extremely thin demon chi.
Perhaps because this is the waterhead.
Just as he finishes, Lee Cheol turns away. I'll probably rest here for a bit. From behind him, a pale green magic flow slowly sways.
Shortly after, Lee Cheol has finished setting up a sturdy tent.
Exhausted, he collapses inside. Maintaining the magic eye for too long really wears out the body.
Time for a nap.
Just as he lies down, a piercing scream suddenly echoes through the space.
Lee Cheol quickly grabs his sword. A scream? A monster?
Then Lee Cheol carefully peeks outside.
2 demonic shadows suddenly appear near his tent. Could it be a demon? But this is a sacred mountain filled with spiritual energy.
He remains silent, calmly calculating every option ahead based on the number of their horns and wings, at least level 5.
Ordinary monsters on this mountain are already tougher than usual, so these are very likely level 4.
As he calculates, Lee Cheol glances out. No need to provoke them.
Another scream makes him bolt upright. Is that a child's voice? 3 shadows are trembling, running wildly in this direction. No!
The boy is terrified and closes his eyes tightly. Those demons.
Get lost. Be smart and vanish from here now.
In a panic, the pink-haired girl bursts into tears. Seeing that, the boy hurriedly comforts her. Hold my hand tightly. But before they can react, the girl's hands slip away. 2 green magic flows from before suddenly erupt from the ground.
With a sinister smile, the demon shoots out a green magic flow.
They immediately use their feet to kick the magic flow high into the air,
slamming it straight into the children, making them collapse to the ground in pain.
Seeing that, the demon lunges straight forward like a starved beast. A sword wrapped in magic slashes down without hesitation, tearing through the space in an instant. A green energy flow explodes like rolling thunder, covering the entire forest. The black smoke slowly dissipates. The boy turns his head in a daze, his eyes filled with shock. The person who just saved their lives is none other than Lee Cheol.
He asks gently, are you guys okay?
In his head, he has silently plotted the next steps, considering carefully every bit. For now, I've taken down one, but if I let myself be infected by demon chi, it will be very dangerous. Just then, the demon suddenly spews a thick purple miasma from its mouth.
Lee Cheol's footwork moves extremely flexibly.
Without any fear, he lunges straight forward at a terrifying speed. That action leaves the demon unable to react, its face clearly showing astonishment. Lee Cheol delivers the decisive blow, finishing the demon in front of him. He mutters to himself, I was very hesitant about which item to choose as my final piece of equipment. As expected, choosing this was the completely correct decision.
Lee Cheol touches the necklace around his neck.
It is radiating holy defensive energy helping to block evil energy, truly an ultimate protective treasure. Then he gently hands his cloak to the children. Here, take this. Lee Cheol turns his head, asking softly, hey kid, what is your name?
The boy stammers awkwardly, my name is Chang.
He immediately instructs, okay Chang, wear this and absolutely do not take it off.
Understand? Hearing that, Chang nods obediently, yes, I remember. Behind us, the cunning demon suddenly attacks from behind. Without a wasted beat, he immediately channels magic, condensing it into a solid shield in front like a magical wall. Without hesitating even for a second, Li Chiol immediately finishes off another demon. A series of piercing screams rings out, vibrating violently in his mind. Li Chiol stares, his eyes locked onto the special ability of the remaining demon. So that's what they are? One of the demons suddenly speaks with a scheming tone, human, why are you interfering?
Kill him, offer him as a sacrifice to the king of No.
He is truly astonished by the situation unfolding before his eyes.
These are completely different from the ones before. They must definitely be level 4 or higher. As he calculates, Li Chiol simultaneously channels energy throughout his body. If I can neutralize their special ability, I can still solve this. He stands firmly on the ground, taking a stance. This is enough.
Immediately after, Li Chiol lunges straight at them like lightning.
A green bolt of lightning suddenly flashes. That lightning bolt strikes down hard, tearing through the quiet space.
A voice suddenly rang out, seeing you appear on this mountain, I was wondering what was going on. He looked blank, his eyes revealing clear confusion. What just flashed by?
A brawny figure with golden hair suddenly appeared before him. It seems like it's all your fault. The old woman immediately said in a resonant voice, thank you so much, human.
Because of you, the children were able to keep their lives.
Seeing that, the girl with pink hair sobbed and rushed forward. Grandma, without the slightest mercy, she gave each of them a smack on the bottom. You little brats, I told you not to wander off on your own. The ghostly roars of the demons echoed gloomily again, causing both of them to turn around in surprise. She was quite surprised by their persistence, truly stubborn creatures. Immediately, she suggested, from now on, just leave this place to me. In the blink of an eye, those hands manipulated the flow of vital energy.
The master said, I didn't intend to do this. But I cannot stand idly by when someone dares to target the children.
A blinding bolt of azure lightning flared right in the palm of her hand.
She gripped it tightly and wore a faint smile.
Without a moment's hesitation, she decisively rushed straight forward. I won't kill them. The blue-colored lightning was immediately swung forward, accompanied by intense, thundering explosions. In a flash, the mysterious stream of azure lightning spread throughout the vast forest. The children chirped as they followed behind Li Chiol, curiously asking him about all sorts of things under the sun. Finding the little ones too troublesome, Ryo had to speak up, telling them not to disturb their distinguished guest anymore. Seeing that Li Chiol seemed curious about the outfit she was wearing, Ryo laughed and said she had woven it herself. However, she modestly added that she was only the spinner, not the one who performed every stage from beginning to end.
Hearing Li Chiol mention the Great Elder, Ryo explained that although this was the Elder's territory, she was the one who managed it.
She laughed heartily, saying that the Elder had never liked humans, but she was the only exception. After walking a short distance, Ryo told him to move closer so she could open the great formation leading into the village. A vast protective energy burst forth when she slammed her weapon into the ground to break the seal.
The gate opened, and Ryo smiled, inviting him to step into their territory.
Just as he stepped through, Li Chiol was stunned by the magical, shimmering scenery that appeared before his eyes. Little spirits flew everywhere, creating an incredibly mystical atmosphere. That was the village of Marini, where the races lived in harmony with nature on thousand-year-old ancient trees.
Ryo gave him a glass of fruit juice to quench his thirst after the long journey.
Li Chiol was quite surprised to learn that besides the Dotgabi tribe, there were other races living here. He took a sip of the cool, sweet water while listening to her introduce the Jiang tribe, also known as the Spirit tribe, Elf. Only then did Ryo officially introduce herself and reveal that she was the village chief here. Just by looking at his hair and eye color, she immediately guessed that he was from the prestigious Sunmu family. While she was at it, she asked if he knew the guy who had been tasked with guarding the mountain out there. As soon as that guy was mentioned, Ryo flew into a rage, scolding him for being a great fool who brought misery upon himself just by getting involved with humans. Seeing her so agitated, Li Chiol just gave a wry smile, saying that the guy was still doing well, although a bit addicted to alcohol. Regaining her composure, she sincerely thanked him for saving the lives of the mischievous children in the village. For the Dotgabi tribe, gratitude must be repaid, so she wanted to help him with something in return.
Although Li Chiol intended to decline, Ryo insisted that he go ahead and speak about what he was wondering.
Hearing that, he smiled and nodded, as if he already knew what he should ask about. Li Chiol placed the black sword on the table, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become suddenly serious.
Ryo's expression changed in an instant when she recognized the familiar weapon.
He curiously asked if she had ever personally participated in forging this sword. Ryo revealed that many Datkabi had contributed to it in various ways. She explained that she and 63 other Datkabi only prepared the materials and cast the mold, while the Great Elder was the one who finished the final step. Looking at the sword, she breathed a sigh of relief that it had finally found its true master. However, she asked if he felt anything strange while holding it in his hands. Lee Cheol wondered if any soul was hiding inside this sword.
Ryo's expression became extremely tense.
She told him that for her, this was not a sword, but destruction manifested in the form of a weapon. She explained that all things have their own energy.
It can weaken, but it never naturally disappears.
He nodded in confirmation, understanding that the energy she was talking about was the magic array. Ryo warned that the black sword has the ability to completely erase that energy, and anything it strikes will never be able to recover.
If it is that dangerous,
Lee Cheol does not understand why the ancestors created this sword in the first place. But Ryo believes that everything that appears has its reason, and this sword was surely born for him. She pondered how the sword had been dormant for thousands of years, only to suddenly react to a teenager with a mysterious destiny. Lee Cheol touched the scabbard, mentioning that it was currently being restrained by 9 layers of seals.
He asked Ryo if she knew anything about the 5th seal.
She nodded in confirmation, but said that it would be quite difficult. Lee Cheol was curious about what the challenge was that made Ryo seem so serious. After hearing that he had to defeat 100 members of the Datkabi tribe to overcome the challenge, the young master froze for a few seconds. Seeing that the guest didn't seem to understand what was happening, she asked him if he had ever heard of her tribe's wrestling, Sirium. Lee Cheol said he knew in theory that it was a spiritual ritual where the power of souls directly clashed with one another. Ryo nodded and said that was close, but to be precise, it was a battle of mental strength. To help him visualize, she immediately called little Jiang over to prepare for a practice session right on the spot. Just after being called, little Jiang jumped for joy, demanding to fight first, making his friends green with envy. Looking at the small child in front of him, Lee Cheol couldn't help but be suspicious, turning to ask the village chief if he really had to fight. Ryo wore a knowing smile, asking back if he was so afraid of losing to a child that his face was starting to turn pale. She introduced Jiang and 2 other children as the youngest members of the Marini village. Ryo ordered the start while Lee Cheol was still being subjective, thinking to himself that everything seemed much simpler than he had imagined. She told little Jiang to remember to hold back a bit, but also warned Lee Cheol that once he got a taste of it, he would realize it wasn't easy to deal with. Following the instructions, both sat down facing each other, closing their eyes to prepare to enter the mental battle. Suddenly, Lee Cheol felt an invisible wave of pressure rushing straight into his brain. When he opened his eyes, he saw himself standing in the middle of an endless white space, with not a soul or any obstacles in sight. A loud laugh rang out from above, making him shudder as he realized he was no longer in the village. A giant version of little Jiang appeared, looking at him with mocking eyes because he now looked as small as an ant. Without warning, the giant Jiang rushed straight toward him as if to grab him. Lee Cheol panicked and shouted for it to stop because he hadn't prepared his mind for this bizarre situation. But it was too late. A giant guardian's foot descended from the sky, creating a terrifying pressure meant to crush him instantly. Waking up with his eyes wide open, Lee Cheol gasped for air like someone who had just returned from the gates of death. He panted, sweat soaking his clothes, feeling as if his mind had just been subjected to horrific torture. Sitting on the ground, Lee Cheol looked around blankly, trying to stay calm to figure out where he was. He clutched his forehead, his breath still heavy after the previous experience.
Ryo sat nearby, smiling, asking how he felt and if he could handle it.
Lee Cheol wondered about that strange space, a place where everything seemed to change according to one's thoughts. In his memory, a giant foot had just descended, creating a terrifying earthquake.
Ryo's eyes revealed clear surprise at the young man's keen insight.
She nodded slightly in acknowledgement, not expecting Lee Cheol to be able to grasp the nature of the spirit realm so quickly. In the distance, little Cheol Su jumped for joy, celebrating his victory. While Ryo could only wear a wry smile, Lee Cheol looked at the small child who nevertheless held a vast source of power in the other world, silently marveling at its perception. He asked about the time deviation, because he felt as if only a few seconds had passed. But in this place, everything was completely different. Even though he was exhausted, Lee Cheol still wanted to try again.
His willpower was truly no joke. Ryo patted his shoulder, advising him to rest because wrestling with a Datkabi was extremely draining on mental strength.
But seeing his determined expression, she knew she couldn't stop him.
Ryo gasped in astonishment to see Lee Cheol ready to plunge into the next battle without the slightest hesitation. Just as the match began, he was sent flying away by an invisible hand. Little Jiang won again. The kid laughed gleefully while Li Chiol was blasted into the air. That little child won once again. Li Chiol scrambled to his feet. Despite the consecutive defeats, he felt he was very close to enlightenment. He gasped, sweat pouring down like rain, but his eyes still burned with the will to fight. Ryo stood with her arms crossed, watching, silently applauding this astonishing stubbornness and perseverance. The image of Li Chiol at this moment reminded her of a legendary predecessor in the tribe. The entire training area suddenly became quiet as all eyes turned toward him. The elder of the Jangi tribe and a few maidens approached. They could not hide their amazement at his tremendous progress. Li Chiol wiped his sweat and wore a humble smile. He wanted to finish the work to be worthy of the meal they had treated him to. Power exploded from his hands, the flow of green energy radiating a freezing chill like a storm. With just a single blow, Li Chiol resolved everything smoothly, creating a large explosion that shook the ground. He realized that his thinking speed had become much faster than before, thanks to those mental wrestling matches. The Jangi tribe elder smiled, inviting him to drink some water to recover his strength. He drank the jar of water empty, feeling his head clear up, and all his fatigue vanished completely. Ryo looked at the Jangi tribe people taking care of Li Chiol and was surprised, because they were usually very strict with outsiders. Yet now, he was helping them carry huge rocks with ease. Li Chiol stopped when he saw Ryo approaching. He scratched his head, afraid that he had been working too eagerly. Ryo asked the elder if she could take him with her now that most of the work was done. She was immediately scolded by the elder for being lazy. So Ryo pretended to cover her ears, muttering, "I don't hear anything," to let it slide. Turning to Li Chiol, Ryo laughed because he integrated into the village so quickly, even helping with odd jobs. Ryo explained that them inviting him to drink water was a great honor, because the Jangi people did not easily accept anyone. Li Chiol nodded. No wonder he felt his protective spirit recover so miraculously. It turned out to be a precious elixir refined from the essence of souls and spiritual herbs, which took decades to create. Li Chiol was curious about why they lived in seclusion like this, but he was too shy to ask directly. He understood that an outsider like him should not interfere in the tribe's internal affairs if they did not volunteer to reveal them. His question had paved the way back to the fiery memories of the Great War of the past, the fire that was still smoldering in the shadows. Ryo told Li Chiol about the Great War, a time when humanity had pushed her tribe into miserable refugee status. Since then, nothing had changed. That pain was still as intact as the first day. She reassured him that it happened before he was born, so he shouldn't be bothered by it. Now, the villagers had already considered him one of their own. While they were talking, Ryo suddenly remembered she had something to do, so she told Li Chiol to go out and wrestle with the children for fun. Having said that, she waved goodbye and quickly left, leaving him standing there alone. After walking a short distance, Ryo's expression suddenly became thoughtful. It seemed she was worried about something. She went to find an elder in the tribe and asked why he had gone to the trouble of coming all the way here. The old man looked at Ryo with a reproachful gaze, asking why she dared to bring the human that he had once chased away back to this place. Ryo did not hesitate to speak up to defend Li Chiol, affirming that he was not like the others, as he had saved the children's lives and always helped everyone. The elder reiterated that making Li Chiol undergo the challenge was just to fulfill an old, overdue promise. He insisted that he did not want humans setting foot in his territory and ordered Ryo to chase him away immediately. Ryo was not someone easily bullied. She said if he hated him so much, he should go chase him away himself, then teased him that although he was old, his temper was as hot as ever. She pointed out the scene of Li Chiol playing happily with the children, reminding him of the time when both sides were good friends. But the old man still clung to his prejudice, firmly asserting that humans and the Jangi tribe could no longer coexist. Ryo warned him seriously that the seal was weakening day by day, and the tribe was truly in great need of human help to survive. Her eyes showed clear anxiety as she saw scary cracks beginning to appear on the seal. The elder turned and walked away, leaving behind a cold statement that humans are selfish creatures who will never sacrifice themselves for others. Ryo stood alone with a sullen face. Clearly, she did not agree with the old man's conservative view. Back at the training ground, Li Chiol was still sitting motionless like a statue, as if focusing all his mental strength on something important. He stood up abruptly, taking confident steps, showing that he was ready for the next stage of the journey. Seeing him stand up, the children became incredibly excited, cheering loudly, demanding to accompany him through every challenge ahead. Li Chiol just gave a faint smile, the confident smile of someone who had finally found his own direction. Li Chiol stood in the midst of the circle of children in a vast spiritual space. The little ones were cheering, telling him that at all costs he must break through the sealed magic array. Close-up of Li Chiol's face.
His expression at this moment was extremely calm and confident. Truly the look of someone about to accomplish great things.
A vast explosion of energy burst forth, swirling tightly between water and fire.
Below, the children continued to wave and cheer loudly. Standing before the brilliant light ready to explode, Li Cheol's figure was small but filled with spirit. He softly uttered one word, "All right." His lips curled into a triumphant smile. After long days of being pushed to the brink of death by the old woman, it was finally time for Li Cheol to launch his counterattack. The frame suddenly cut into fragments of disjointed memories.
Moans of exhaustion echoed everywhere.
It turned out they had fought fiercely for 3 hours straight.
A janky female warrior stood watching, her eyes unable to hide her amazement.
She did not expect his willpower and mental strength to be this monstrous. She smiled contentedly. This challenge seemed to have brought results far beyond her expectations. Li Cheol collapsed to the ground to rest. The children immediately surrounded him, just as the old woman approached. The group of kids standing in front chirped incessantly, competing to snitch on Li Cheol to her. He had used her own techniques to fight them back, he had fought tirelessly, and strangest of all, he seemed unfazed by the heat when they used fire spells.
The janky female warrior just smiled silently, listening to the children's complaints.
She announced that the training session with the children was enough for now.
Hearing that, Li Cheol looked blank, not understanding what was going on.
It turned out that the real challenge was only now officially beginning, a continuous wrestling match with 100 people.
Hearing this, Li Cheol's mind suddenly boiled with excitement.
But the battle didn't happen immediately. She said they had to wait about a week to gather enough people. Looking toward the distant hazy mountains, she explained that she needed time to summon the Datgabi who were wandering everywhere to return to the shrine. 3 days later, a large-scale festival was held. The crowd gathered in droves to witness the wrestling match between a human and the Datgabi tribe, an event that had not occurred for a long time. Li Cheol stood in the middle of the noisy crowd, his face showing a trace of confusion.
It seemed he was still not used to this lively atmosphere.
People around were whispering about ancient legends, even mentioning some Mr. Kim who had passed away 30 years ago. The janky female warrior approached, patting Li Cheol's shoulder hard. She checked his status, asking where he had been and what he had been doing over the past few days. Li Cheol politely replied. She looked at him with an extremely serious gaze, asking if he was ready to enter the test.
The crowd behind started cheering, the atmosphere becoming increasingly heated and enthusiastic.
She carefully warned him, "If the adult Datgabi do not recognize your strength, this test will last forever." Li Cheol nodded in confirmation. He remembered very well the 1-week time limit. She smiled encouragingly, telling him to just give it his all.
And after it was over, there would be a grand celebration waiting.
She shouted loudly to settle the crowd, and without further ado, she decisively declared the match to begin.
The sky was deep blue, leaves swirling in the wind amidst the enthusiastic cheers of thousands. The 3 children from before appeared first.
Li Cheol noticed they seemed to have completely transformed compared to a few days ago, much stronger.
Score, 1/100.
The children were quickly defeated, lying on the ground groaning about their loss. Score, 4/100. This time, the opponent was a fox Datgabi who looked extremely cunning. Score, 10/100. Li Cheol was blasted into the air, having to face multiple opponents at the same time. Score, 22/100.
He switched to a defensive stance, sweat beginning to drip down.
The battle became increasingly fierce.
Score, 41/100. A Datgabi in a dapper suit appeared, speaking up to acknowledge Li Cheol as an incredible human.
Score, 57/100.
A giant panda Datgabi guardian holding a bamboo staff blocked his path.
Standing behind that brawny figure, Li Cheol looked truly small. Score, 63/100. A giant energy entity in the shape of a fire dragon appeared, swallowing a corner of the sky. By the 3rd day, Li Cheol began to exhaust himself. He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Everyone asked him with concern if he was okay. He stubbornly insisted he was fine and demanded to continue. Li Cheol realized this test was actually a course to push mental strength to its limit.
Jangi signaled to begin once again.
The cheers of the crowd echoed in all directions. Despite the fatigue surrounding him, Li Cheol still smiled. He was pouring out the last drop of his strength. Score, 83/100. Li Cheol sat cross-legged, wiping away the sweat. His whole body ached, but his will did not waver in the slightest.
Close-up of Li Cheol's face with his eyes closed tight, drenched in sweat. He was regulating his breathing. Score, 99/100. A long-haired man smiled, giving a thumbs up to applaud his efforts. Now only one last opponent remained. Li Chiol raised his head, exhaling a long breath. He softly thanked the man, preparing to enter the decisive turning point. A martial arts master of the Jangi tribe was sitting cross-legged comfortably. He started to issue the challenge, signaling the start of the most important match. He wore a confident smile, declaring this the 100th battle. The lightning bolts surrounding him hissed, as if welcoming a life-or-death decision. On the opposite side, Li Chiol stood dwarfed before a wall of swirling clouds. The pressure radiating from the opponent was completely overwhelming and terrifying. Close-up of the master's sharp, cold, emotionless eyes. He declared that he had no personal grudge against Li Chiol. However, since this was a test based on an ancient covenant, he affirmed that he would fight with all his dignity and strength, absolutely without holding back even a little bit. Power exploded in an instant. A blinding light swallowed Li Chiol's position, leaving him no time to react. Li Chiol stood firm amidst the thunderstorm, but his body began to protest. He thought to himself that he was tired beyond words. Sweat poured down, teeth clenched, but his eyes still burned with the will to fight. Even though he was exhausted, Li Chiol did not allow himself to fall. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, staining the cold ground red. He was shocked to realize that even if this was the spirit realm, the damage his body had to endure was terrifyingly real. Li Chiol collapsed, clutching his chest, sobbing blood. This pain was truly tormenting his brain. Despite everything, he clenched his fists, forcing himself to stand straight. He no longer cared about his injuries, only desperately asking to fight one more time. His opponent had to exclaim in amazement at that tenacity. He did not expect a human to possess such an iron will. Just then, a giant mountain suddenly collapsed right before their eyes. Li Chiol stared blankly at the large rocks crumbling down, unable to comprehend what was happening. Debris flew everywhere. He was shocked to realize that all the terrifying challenges from the beginning until now turned out to be just the prelude. Li Chiol gritted his teeth, his expression showing clear tension. The scale of this test had truly exceeded anything he could have imagined. His opponent began to lecture him, implying that human perseverance could even flatten a great mountain. A world-destroying beam of light descended from the heavens, symbolizing an unparalleled power capable of burying all things. Li Chiol braced himself to withstand the attack head-on. The opponent was quite impressed that he could block it, but he immediately unleashed an even more horrific fatal move. The space around them exploded under intense energy collisions. Giant boulders were blown away like scraps of paper. He stood in the eye of the thunderstorm, trying to maintain his balance while straining his eyes to observe the opponent's slightest movement. Li Chiol gave a bitter smile, telling himself that this situation was beginning to spiral out of his control. A massive explosion of azure light erupted, covering the entire battlefield and swallowing Li Chiol's silhouette in a brilliant, blinding light. Li Chiol was trapped in the midst of a violently exploding spiritual formation. He sat motionless, his entire body radiating a pure white aura amidst the flashes of electrical energy. All around, the Jiangju tribesmen had gathered to witness the outcome. They were whispering anxiously because this was the 50th time he had faced the Elder's challenge. Some young men in the village whispered to each other, worrying that they should go easy on the old woman, lest she exert herself too much and drain her lifespan. Li Chiol suddenly woke up, sweat pouring down like rain, gasping for air as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. He asked blankly how long he had been unconscious. Looking at his trembling hands, he still could not distinguish between reality and illusion. The Jiangju warrior standing nearby replied briefly that he had only been out for about 2 hours. Li Chiol clenched his fists, not caring how many times he had fallen or for how long. He affirmed that whether in his mind or in reality, it didn't matter, he would continue until he succeeded. The Jiangju warrior was stunned by the young man's iron, almost insane, willpower. She watched in silence, a drop of sweat rolling down her cheek as she felt the invisible pressure radiating from his protective aura. Li Chiol turned and walked away, leaving the warrior behind with a thoughtful expression. Deep down, she couldn't help but admire him, because he had truly fought continuously without resting for even a second. The Jiangju elder standing with the crowd behind was also skeptical about whether a normal human could withstand such terrifying pressure. Li Chiol stood firmly in the vortex of spiritual power, wondering why he had to push himself to this extent. Vast energy exploded, shattering the surrounding rocks. He dismissed all thoughts of when this challenge would end. He no longer even cared who his opponent was. His mind was completely cleansed,
wiping away all distracting thoughts, leaving only glowing eyes looking straight ahead. In his head, there was only one goal: to win at any cost. The aura from Li Chiol exploded brilliantly, swallowing the entire space around the warrior. The great elder Jianju secretly thought it was almost over, and this time he would certainly pass. But then she suddenly froze, her face showing clear confusion. Li Chiol had reached the state of no selflessness, completely forgetting his own existence. His eyes turned stark white, devoid of any human expression. She wondered if he was destroying himself. The Jianju warrior gritted her teeth, sweating profusely at this terrifying anomaly. She screamed in horror, believing that this was not a path a human should tread. Li Chiol's face was cold as ice, exuding an aura that made others shiver. A giant pillar of light shot straight into the sky, shattering every cloud in his spiritual consciousness. The warrior realized something major had happened. This was no longer a normal state of no-self. He was not just merging, he was forcibly seizing control of the entire spiritual space she had created. The mystical illusion began to crack and shatter into pieces under the tremendous pressure from Li Chiol. She could not believe her eyes, wondering how a human could do the impossible. Amidst the ruins of the spiritual space, Li Chiol strode out like a king. This appearance of his left the Jianju warrior completely shocked. His gaze was strangely calm, yet it contained an absolute, overwhelming power. As soon as the challenge ended, Li Chiol collapsed onto the magic array from exhaustion, while the warrior breathed a sigh of relief. The onlookers began to whisper in admiration, acknowledging that his mental strength was truly exceptional. Li Chiol struggled to get up, soaked in sweat, tiredly asking if it was over. The Jianju warrior wore a radiant smile, confirming that he had passed the test. Li Chiol bowed his head in thought, then asked a naive question. Did I lose? The girl next to him looked at him speechless, unsure if he realized he had just performed a world-shaking feat. An affirmation, "You won," rang out, ending the long days of physical and mental torment. Li Chiol opened his eyes, his face showing a strange sense of satisfaction. He stood in the void, wondering if everything he had just experienced was just a vivid dream. Every move, every sword stroke practiced in that space was still etched into his mind. Everything was so vivid that he felt as if he had directly experienced it himself. The entire process of fighting and enlightenment in the spirit world appeared crystal clear. Even the silhouette of that powerful black sword did not fade, not even a little in his mind. The ring on his finger suddenly flashed, emitting a flow of dark energy as if resonating intensely with its master. Ha! Li Chiol startled awake, his breath heavy and strained as if he had just escaped a long nightmare. He pulled himself up in a wooden cabin, next to a Jianju man who had been watching over him for a long time. The man handed him a bowl of spirit medicine, sighing with relief, thinking he wouldn't wake up today. The news of his awakening spread quickly. The Jianju tribesmen swarmed in to cheer, as they had never seen anyone with such iron willpower. Outside, a great celebration was taking place, with everyone offering each other drinks to celebrate his achievement. The Jianju warrior suddenly appeared, scolding the young people for making noise in front of someone who had just woken up. She checked his physical condition and then revealed a shocking truth. He had slept soundly for a full week after the test ended. Li Chiol blankly did not believe his ears, because he didn't even remember how he had overcome the challenge. Seeing he was still confused, they had to affirm once again that he had truly achieved a glorious victory. That night, the entire Jianju tribe was immersed in the shimmering light of the festival, celebrating their worthy successor. Afterward, the warrior led him to see the esoteric ancient texts called Hukia's secret manuals. Holding these records in his hands, Li Chiol finally understood more about the origin and power of the Black Sword. Finally, Li Chiol donned the noble martial attire from an ancestor, a destined gift he felt was born just for him. Li Chiol put on the new martial arts outfit, thinking to himself that this treasure was indeed left by his ancestors specifically for him and no one else. Ryo held the ancient bamboo scrolls, realizing that many parts of the tribe's history had been deliberately erased by someone. Li Chiol curiously asked if she knew what those erased parts recorded, because he believed the Hukia Black Sword was forged for a specific purpose. Ryo shook her head, explaining that based on the context, the erased characters seemed to refer to a living entity or an artifact, not a place. She began to recount ancient anecdotes, even though they sounded somewhat absurd and unbelievable. They were oral stories about a distant sea or some great disaster once related to this land. In the memory of the Dotgabi tribe, there was a terrifying lullaby about a great demon beast that would come to devour everything, leaving not a single blade of grass. Ryo said that when she was little, adults often used that nursery rhyme to scare her whenever she wanted to go out at night, making Li Chiol admit it was a horror story for children. On the bamboo scrolls of his ancestor, Li Hyangian, the ancient characters confirmed that Hukia was the key and also the map leading to the final secret of the Lai family. Ryo fell into deep thought,
as if she had just realized something from these incomplete records.
She gave a faint smile when mentioning a fool who had lost his name, currently imprisoned deep in the mountains, a story she considered completely ridiculous. Li Chiol smiled, promising, "If I can find the identity for that guardian deity, I will definitely return it to them."
Ryo snapped immediately, "Just let that person suffer for another 1,000 years, never return anything."
Regaining some composure, she turned to ask Li Chiol if there was anything else he wanted to know. Li Chiol looked deep into the quiet night and asked Ryo to tell him about the tribe's elder. Immediately, a brawny man with long hair and a thick beard stepped out from the shadows, exuding a heavy aura. That was Elder Siep, who possessed strange demon eyes containing a sparkling galaxy inside. Amidst the lively festival atmosphere of the Dotgabi village, Li Chiol was happily chatting with the children of the tribe. Seeing a human who could integrate perfectly with his descendants like that, Elder Siep's eyes flickered, but he maintained a distant look. Then, his face suddenly became gloomy, as if he had just touched a painful memory. In his mind, the scene of a village engulfed in a sea of fire appeared, thick black smoke along with desperate cries for help. A child frantically held out their hand amidst the fire, but it seemed no one could save them from that repeated tragedy. Elder Siep thought to himself, it turned out that in the end, only he remained to bear this lonely pain. The village scene had now become quiet again, with only a few people lying scattered on the ground after a drunken spree. Looking at the Dotgabi youths sleeping so soundly they were drooling, the scene looked somewhat comical. Li Chiol stood there smiling, silently admiring the drinking capacity and enthusiasm of the people here. Suddenly, he was startled when he felt a strong murderous aura right behind his back.
The pressure from Elder Siep made Li Chiol sweat.
Elder Siep stared at him, coldly commenting, "Humans are always this stubborn and obstinate." Under the bright moonlight, he flatly banned Li Chiol from ever setting foot in his territory again. Li Chiol remained calm, affirming that he had come here based on an old covenant as the legitimate successor of the Black Sword. Elder Siep admitted that a promise, no matter how old, is still a promise, which is why he had tolerated his stay until now.
However, because the tribesmen had fulfilled their duty, he declared there was no reason for Li Chiol to remain even for a moment longer.
Channeling an explosive aura, Elder Siep roared, ordering him to leave immediately. The vast aura forced Li Chiol to retreat. He was completely shocked by the overwhelming power of this elder. He stared blankly around, not yet having absorbed everything that had just happened. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A loud explosion rocked the entire mountain region. Elder Siep confirmed this was entirely his personal intent, and advised Li Chiol not to hold a grudge against other Dotgabi for having to leave like this.
From afar, Ryo approached and called his name, wondering why he had to be so heartless.
Ryo brought a tray of food for Siep, who was now sitting quietly on a high cliff, looking down at the village. He bluntly admitted that he hated humans to the bone. However, Siep also felt self-reproach for making the whole tribe live in confinement just because of his own existence. Ryo looked into his eyes and realized that, deep down, he also felt Li Chiol was a very different human compared to the others. Elder Siep did not deny it. He said he would not interfere in the relationship she had built with the young man, because everyone's feelings were their own private business. Ryo challenged Elder Siep, mentioning two people who, if they saw him in this state, would definitely not be happy. But Siep immediately shouted, "Shut up!" He did not want to hear another word. His face hardened, coldly saying that what she had just said had crossed the line. Ryo did not back down, bluntly asking if he didn't actually hate humans, and if all this was because of the pain related to those two. To that question, Siep only sighed and called her a silly child. He intended to say something, but the words seemed to choke in his throat before the harsh reality. Suddenly, a huge shockwave exploded, the sound tearing through the night making them both terrified. Ryo gasped, "No way!" She could not believe the ancient ceiling formation could fluctuate so violently. From the rubble, pillars of brilliant blue spiritual power shot straight into the sky, as if wanting to tear the night apart. A pitch-black crack opened right in the middle of the tribe's sanctuary, emitting a dark, oppressive evil aura. The ground cracked into large pieces, and intense heat rose violently from deep within the collapsing fissures. Ryo winced at the sudden temperature increase, while Elder Siep remained silent, his anxious eyes fixed on the crack that was spreading day by day. The cracks burned with a fiery orange-red color, signaling that molten lava was about to erupt onto the surface. The entire geological structure collapsed completely, revealing a river of lava red as fire, rolling right beneath their feet. Elder Siep reached out to perform a seal. A mysterious halo of light immediately covered his body. A path created from ancient stone steps appeared amidst the swirling energy. He ordered Ryo to return to the village immediately to report the news. Ryo firmly refused, affirming that as a tribesman,
she must stay and help him resolve the root of this transition.
Elder Sip was silent for a moment, then nodded, ordering her to follow him deep underground. Both began to venture down the dark and deep stone steps, where evil aura was billowing, covering the entire space. The spiritual pressure here was so strong that Ryo felt her chest tighten. She anxiously asked if the elder was okay in the face of this terrifying aura. She was horrified to realize that for so long, he had had to endure the torment of this hellish place alone to maintain the seal.
To that, Sip only responded with a nod, confirming that painful truth.
He revealed that the impure evil aura from the north had begun to gnaw at the seal a few years ago, and now everything had completely spiraled out of control. They walked out of the dark tunnel, entering a vast, wide space, illuminated by the light of lava. Appearing before them was a magnificent lava-sealed underground palace, where an ancient stone altar stood alone, lonely amidst a dimension filled with boiling molten lava.
The entire scene of the ancient Dotgabi forge appeared, standing alone and lonely in a dimension filled with boiling red lava.
From the distant cave entrance, two figures were slowly walking inside. On the cave floor, countless shattered weapons lay scattered everywhere. Elder Sip muttered to himself that this was the absolute limit he could reach to forge a replacement for the seal. Sip stood before the forge with a heavy expression. He had to admit to Ryo that all their efforts had long since gone down the drain. Ryo froze on the spot, her eyes fixed on the lava pool that was beginning to swirl dangerously.
A familiar dark evil aura suddenly surrounded them both. Trembling in fear, Ryo asked about this bone-chilling sensation.
Sip explained, "That is the remains of the great demon king from the Great War, the one who once stained this mountain red with blood and is the natural enemy of all races." Below the churning lava, countless blood-red eyes of the great demon king were rising, waiting to devour everything. That year's invasion turned the world into hell, shattering all morality, completely upending the boundary between life and death, causing even those with the ability to foresee the future to be unable to predict such a terrifying disaster.
Amidst the space reeking of blood, a faint cry for help from the past echoed back.
Mugan along with Sip and a comrade stood silently before the burning sky, witnessing the intense cruelty of the war. The situation on the continent was becoming increasingly critical, and they had agreed to gather soon to stand side by side in battle. The three decided to stay and protect Jeju Island, sheltering young Dotgabi and humans, trusting that they would return to provide aid. The enemy was a great demon king of unpredictable transformations, manifesting based on human fear, sometimes a snake spirit in the Blood Valley, other times a nine-headed demon beast, and many other hideous forms.
The conflict between demons and the Dotgabi tribe had reached its peak.
That snake spirit continuously used illusions to torment their minds for a long time. Even though they were exhausted, they still stubbornly held their ground, placing their full faith in humanity. To keep himself awake before the treacherous illusions, Sip stabbed his weapon directly into his leg, using physical pain to maintain his sanity. He roared in pain as his body trembled under the gnawing of darkness, while Ryo stood by, helplessly watching her comrade endure the torment. She cried in tears, begging him not to seek his own death. Sip gripped Ryo's hand, shouting, "Must wake up." He realized bitterly that the time of decay he had feared for so long had finally arrived.
The entire cave shook violently as lava erupted, threatening to incinerate everything.
Sip urged Ryo to immediately take the villagers to evacuate. Stunned by the situation, Ryo asked what he intended to do staying here alone.
Sip's gaze was extremely firm.
He considered himself a remnant of the old era, and destroying this evil entity was a debt from the past that he had to personally use his own hands to settle. A burst of force blew Ryo away when Sip forced her to leave the cave amidst desperate cries. Left alone facing the firestorm, Sip's eyes burned with a deep fire of hatred. Behind the curtain of fire, the great demon king's eyes seemed to mock his faith. However, Sip still stubbornly believed that humans would definitely come to the rescue. However, the harsh reality answered it all. Humans did not come. Sip collapsed, his heart broken as he realized that the promises of humanity were nothing but wind and clouds. A bitter feeling of betrayal surged within him when he understood that the Dotgabi tribe were essentially no different from expendable pawns thrown away without mercy. A hand reached out to grab the sword, emitting a cool emerald spiritual aura amidst the swirling currents of energy. Fire erupted from a mace, burning to directly confront the dark mist. Young Mugan wore a proud smile. "I will drag that monster to hell with me." But his comrades knew that thing would not die so easily. Ryo looked at Sip with a firm but pain-filled gaze. She decided to transform into a mist covering the mountain to protect the tribe. The eyes of the three friends met for the last time before parting. They regretted that they should have fled this cursed land together long ago. They entrusted all their remaining spiritual energy to Sip, hoping he would use his fire to protect the seal and the covenant. After many years of weary waiting, the figure of humanity remained nowhere to be seen, and Siep stood there waiting in vain. He knelt before the graves of his old friends, the lonely figure reflecting the pain of betrayal that lasted through the millennium. A malicious voice echoed in his head, mocking that humanity had always only considered the Dotgabi tribe as a shield for their own survival. Siep gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, "Shut up!" He stood firmly before the sea of lava, mace in hand, facing the evil temptations. Despite being betrayed, Siep still fulfilled the final covenant with Li Hangyan, accepting this as his fate. The moment was near. He looked into the void, ready to accept whatever was coming to settle the millennium-old debt. Elder Siep threw himself into the sea of fire, wielding his mace, roaring a vow to follow his fallen comrades to the depths of hell. Returning to the present, the monsters were hissing madly in the darkness of the forest, their eyes burning with evil spirits. The Dotgabi village fell into extreme chaos, everyone screaming in fear, telling each other to protect the divine tree at all costs. Amidst the rapid attack, a monster lunged forward, its claws nearly grabbing a teenager. Amidst the heartbreaking screams, a child was still desperately calling for their grandmother. The leader of the defense force bit his lip, looking forward, knowing that the elder's situation was hanging by a thread. But the battlefield here was not much better. He ordered the wounded to be taken to the healing lake immediately, while simultaneously mobilizing all Dotgabi capable of fighting to quickly wipe out the monsters. A massive explosion of spiritual power occurred in the forest, blowing everything away and creating an intense shockwave. The group of warriors had to brace themselves to maintain their formation amidst the thick black smoke. Sweat rolled down the leader's forehead as he felt clearly that the worst moment was happening right before his eyes. The monsters roared disgustingly, bearing fangs sharp as razors, ready to tear apart anyone in their way. The tribesmen became increasingly terrified as they saw the monsters becoming more and more insane and completely out of control. The leader realized that all these monsters were being manipulated by the great demon king's magic aura. This battle would not end unless its true form was destroyed. A pack of aggressive monsters surrounded a warrior holding the line alone. A violent swipe caused him to fall to the ground, only having time to let out a helpless cry for help as the scythe of death was near. The monster before him opened its bloody mouth wide, preparing to end the poor warrior's life. Suddenly, a streak of emerald sword energy tore through the space, dealing a fatal blow to the monster's neck. The sharp slash split the monster's head in an instant, causing black blood to splatter across the ground. The soldier stared blankly at the figure in the dark blue cloak who had just swept past him with such majesty. He looked up, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. The one who had just appeared was none other than Li Chiol, wielding his precious sword, radiating the aura of a grandmaster, and declaring clearly, "I've come to help you all." His sinewy arm tightened around the kanabo, which was emitting a brilliant, emerald-green spiritual energy. Lyle poured all of his cultivation into a single horizontal sweep, creating a massive, crescent-shaped wave of sword chi that sliced directly into the dark entity. In another development, Elder Siep swung his kanabo repeatedly, creating flames of explosions that lit up the entire sky and besieged the monster's snake heads. He gritted his teeth in frustration, clicked his tongue, and sweat poured down his strained face like rain. Amidst the space filled with eerie demonic eyes, a mocking voice echoed, asking why he would risk his life to protect humanity so much. He roared, "Shut your mouth." Even though it had lost its physical body, the monster's power was still terrifying, causing the elder to feel a sense of dread. He gripped the handle of his kanabo, preparing for a decisive strike. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward without a moment's hesitation. The kanabo slammed down, and flames erupted fiercely right among the wildly writhing snakeheads. However, the physical attack seemed to have no effect, and the great demon beast continued to loom forward. Pushed to the edge, he decided to unleash even the artifacts that had once been considered useless scraps to stop it. The ancient fragments swirled, creating a terrifying pressure that bore down on the dark entity. Another earth-shaking explosion erupted right in the middle of the battlefield. The monster hissed in pain when it was hit head-on by the chaotic surge of power. Elder Siep fell to his knees, gasping for air from exhaustion, silently hoping that the final blow had been effective. However, the great demon beast's wounds began to heal at a dizzying speed right before his eyes. A flash of determination crossed his eyes. There was only one final lifeline left. He had to seal it at any cost. The dark voice sounded in his head again, mocking his sealing scheme as obsolete and outdated. In his consciousness, the image of a solemn man appeared, reminding him of the things he needed to protect. A vision of a smiling Dotgabi couple appeared. This inner demon intentionally used old memories to shake his will. The elder shouted loudly, refusing to let the demon insult the deceased with those lies. The painful memory of once trusting humanity only to face destruction remained a dark shadow haunting his heart. The image of the three of them fighting side by side appeared, and the demon used their past failure to prove that he couldn't win alone. Despite the demon's words, he roared in anger, declaring that all its temptations were useless. The monster's darkness covered him, taunting and mocking him one last time.
Suddenly, the elder froze, realizing he had fallen into the demon's spiritual trap.
Being too obsessed with swinging the kanabo had inadvertently given the monster time to recover and counterattack.
The demon opened its venom-filled mouth wide, ready to swallow the prey before it.
The elder gritted his teeth, accepting his fate, but at that very moment, a brilliant green light suddenly burst from behind.
Green lightning bolts struck the black serpent's head, instantly paralyzing it on the spot. Ryo rushed in from behind, calling out loudly to the elder.
The elder turned back with a look of both surprise and anger.
"Why did you come back to a place as dangerous as this?"
The green lightning continued to pour down like rain, preventing the monster from closing in on them. The Dotgabi from the village had also come to help, standing in formation to protect the elder. Even so, he maintained his view that these sporadic attacks would not be able to hold the monster back for long.
An abnormal pressure suddenly appeared, attracting the elder's attention as a figure slowly emerged from the dense fog.
His eyes widened in shock at the identity of the person who had revealed himself. It was Mugan, the legendary senior, standing there with an incredibly calm demeanor amidst the burning battlefield.
Mugan looked at him with an indifferent gaze. "I've come to help," the elder stammered. "How could you appear here at a time like this?" Mugan just smiled lightly, reminding him that he had already spoken of this before.
Mugan stood there with an impassive face, repeating that he had appeared to help. The elder coldly brushed it off, asserting that his tribe would never need the help of a human.
The dark nine-headed monster still loomed ahead, challenging every effort of the small beings below, and the elder sarcastically asked what a mere mortal like Mugan could possibly do.
Mugan admitted that was true, and it seemed that even he didn't see much he could do at this moment.
He drew the black sword at his hip and added, "But this Black Knight sword can cut it down."
The elder looked at the Black Knight. Indeed, if it was the Black Knight, it could cut that formless entity. Mugan gave him a determined look. "I don't know how much I can do, so please, create an opening for me." He pondered for a moment, remaining silent. Immediately after, he made his decision. There was only one chance.
Mugan looked seriously at the sword in his hand.
"But the child's cultivation still has many shortcomings. If so, there is only one thing I must do, and that is to clear the path for that sword to reach its target." The elder's body radiated a blinding light, and the boy began to move. Immediately after, the man's eyes burned with firm resolve as he began to channel internal energy throughout his body.
The precious sword in Mugan's hand vibrated violently,
emitting a stream of emerald spiritual energy that covered the blade. Jet-black demonic energy and lightning surrounded Mugan as he focused his mental energy to the maximum. He prepared to unleash the Mugan's second form, a technique that required a terrifying combination of power. All the martial arts essence he had accumulated for so long was poured into this attack by Mugan, starting the process of returning 10,000 swords to their origin, merging his power. Mugan's eyes burned. He told himself he must break through even further to reach the threshold of supreme power. Lyle channeled all the knowledge he had learned, forcing them to fuse in the most perfect way.
The Mugan's second form officially began here.
He needed more power, his eyes burning with inner fire. Countless sword souls, from ice to thunder, suddenly swirled into a desperate storm.
A path of survival opened up before him. At this very moment, Mugan's second form, Black Lotus,
a pillar of light carrying world-destroying power, shot straight into the clouds. The monster realized the catastrophe and panicked, looking for a way to escape, but it was too late. The massive energy flow hit it like a tsunami, crushing its spirit and soul.
The entire dark entity shattered into countless small pieces.
Deep within his consciousness, Elder Dokibi was confronting the inner demon, ready to destroy everything together and drag it down to the underworld. Mugan suddenly appeared, advising him that there was no need to resort to such a desperate measure of having his soul scattered. This stubborn old man had once hated humans to the bone, intending to die without a single regret. He had sealed the boundary between the two worlds, believing it was the only way to preserve his tribe. However, he was suddenly stunned when he was scolded for being a stubborn, foolish old man.
Mugan told him that only by surviving could he truly have no regrets. The final message echoed, "Stop resenting humanity."
Ryo cheered with joy, believing that their ancestors had appeared to save them all. Elder Dokibi kept his eyes fixed on the figure in front of him.
It was Li Chiol, lying collapsed among the rubble after unleashing the decisive blow. He was forced to admit that this human had indeed saved his tribe. Li Chiol's consciousness drifted in a vast, white space.
He looked around, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A blinding halo opened right before his eyes, and the scene inside left him speechless. It was the image of Mugan practicing swordplay, a whole new realm to reach the pinnacle. The sword tip thrust deep, creating powerful ripples of spiritual energy. A silent but majestic Black Lotus bloomed behind the Grandmaster. Li Chiol fully understood the truth of the Black Lotus, and his eyes slowly opened.
He saw the wooden ceiling with gentle morning sunlight filtering through the gaps. A groan escaped his lips as the pain began to wash over him. He grimaced, his whole body aching and covered in wounds after the life-and-death battle. Ryo hurriedly brought over a basin of water, telling him to throw it all up to feel better. A mouthful of thick, black blood was expelled, instantly dissipating the pressure that had been weighing on his chest. The Dokibi chieftain and Ryo were incredibly surprised to see him wake up after only a few hours. Although his internal organs were seriously damaged, they believed he would soon recover. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a long time. The chieftain was stared at until he became angry, making the atmosphere suddenly quite humorous. He asked about the liquid he had just drunk, and the chieftain immediately rattled off a long list of rare and hard-to-find spiritual medicines. Thanks to this, the spiritual power in his body had increased significantly, an unexpected windfall. Ryo affirmed that what he did was completely worth those dozen spiritual pills. They let him rest, promising to answer all his questions about the battle later. The chieftain and Ryo left the room, returning the space to the quiet he needed for recovery. Ryo smiled warmly. This tribe owed him a huge debt of gratitude. 2 days later, everything had gradually stabilized. An elder Dokibi stood silently in the ruins of the forge, deep in thought. Lee Cheol came to find him, and the old man immediately recognized him, whispering softly, "You've come." The elder expressed his gratitude that everything had been settled properly, and he wanted to confirm one more time to ensure the evil entity had truly been sealed. Lee Cheol nodded, confirming that everything was fine, and he did not forget to thank the villagers for their dedicated help in helping him quickly recover from his wounds. Hearing this, the elder felt a weight lifted from his heart, but he still coldly maintained his stance that he still disliked humans. To him, humanity was nothing but liars and traitors, always trying to destroy the beautiful natural world. He asked Lee Cheol if he found that way of thinking strange. Lee Cheol laughed and said that if he put himself in his shoes, he would hate them just as much. And then the elder suddenly realized that he himself was a human. A vision appeared of the Dokibi tribe beginning to integrate, live, and play in the city with other races as an inevitable change of the era. Lee Cheol asserted that not everyone was the same, and he told the elder that he surely understood that better than anyone. The elder pondered, wondering why Lee Cheol had returned to save his tribe after being driven away. "Because my friend was in trouble, I couldn't stand by and watch," Lee Cheol replied with a simple smile. The two words "my friend" made the elder freeze, his eyes flickering with a bit of confusion. Memories of Mugan and his old friends flooded back. They had also once had moments of smiling happily like that. He muttered the two words to himself, and his heart seemed to feel much lighter. When it was time to say goodbye, the two children, Zhang and Yang, pleaded with Lee Cheol to stay and play a little longer. But Ryo had to intervene because he had more important things to do. Lee Cheol put his backpack on his shoulders, smiled, waved to the children, and promised they would definitely see each other again soon. He turned to ask Ryo if the village would be okay now that the barrier protecting the mountain had disappeared. Ryo smiled and told him not to worry, because people couldn't find them just because they wanted to. The Dokibi tribe was always the one to actively seek others out first. The elder declared that the long-standing grudge had finally ended, and now it was time for the Dokibi tribe to step out into the wide world. Lee Cheol nodded in agreement, even though the old man still grumbled that he still didn't like humans in general. But then he added, "But you are different. I don't hate you." Ryo, standing nearby, heard this and gasped in surprise. He pulled out an object wrapped in cloth and handed it to Lee Cheol. "Take this." It was a sword scabbard forged from the rarest divine materials, ebony, rosewood, cloud-patterned iron, and refined steel, a true treasure that left Lee Cheol speechless. It completely suppressed the surging demonic aura of the black sword, Hukia. The elder instructed, "Remember this well. The sword represents killing, but the scabbard represents life. Never forget that sheathing the sword is even more important than drawing it." Lee Cheol solemnly accepted the gift and the valuable lesson from the senior. The children ran back to bother Ryo, demanding to see their big brother off to the foot of the mountain. Ryo intended to refuse for fear of danger, but seeing their eager faces and smiles, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Finally, she agreed on the condition that they behave and not cause any trouble along the way. The group walked together on the sun-drenched trail. The Dokibi children were truly very well behaved and adorable. After walking for a while, Ryo reported that groups of people were gradually climbing the mountain and asked if they should drive them away. The elders said it was unnecessary because they would soon hide the village again to avoid trouble. It was time for the Dokibi tribe to stop living like prisoners in their own home. A new sun had risen, bringing with it tremendous changes. The story at the Dokibi sanctuary came to a close, opening a promising new journey for Lee Cheol.